Chapter 88. The Wolfpack Zhang Heng sought out Chang Gu throughout the night. Chang Gu appeared considerably haggard, smoking in a room suffused with swirling smoke. His beard seemed unkempt, giving him the appearance of a disheveled uncle. When Zhang Heng had first encountered him, he had been a handsome gentleman, exuding a scholarly aura behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Chang Gu inquired with concern, "How is Shi? Is she all right?" Zhang Heng nodded, "Yes. She's doing well. After all, she is an evolved one. She should be fine after a few days of rest." "Indeed, she is an evolved one." Chang Gu sighed helplessly, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. Zhang Heng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, having inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic. Chang Gu had been waiting for his own evolution, his hair having turned gray in the process, yet he remained unchanged. Mentioning the evolved ones in front of him was akin to pricking at his wounds. Regarding matters of evolution, Zhang Heng was of little assistance, yet he conveyed his purpose. "Chang Gu, there is a spy from another team within our ranks. Starting today, someone will come to join us. We must refuse them all." Chang Gu raised an eyebrow at this revelation and replied with a calm demeanor, "This is indeed a foreseeable situation. However, given our recent shortage of manpower, I had not paid it much mind. By the way, who is the spy you mentioned?" Zhang Heng recounted everything Bai Ying had told him, detailing each aspect to Chang Gu. Upon finishing, Chang Ji's expression darkened slightly. "Shanye? The one who knows the location of her shelter?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Yes. Regardless of whether we eliminate him or not, their team will certainly come looking for trouble. I plan to confront Shan Ji shortly to ascertain their team's location. It is better to take the initiative. Meanwhile, please mobilize everyone to head to the newly constructed shelter. We have a tall wall that should deter any intrusions, though life may become somewhat inconvenient. After all, everyone has grown accustomed to a life with water, electricity, and toilets. But when it comes to survival, we cannot be overly concerned." Chang Gu extinguished his cigarette, nodding in agreement. "Understood. Once you leave, I will rally everyone to evacuate, taking whatever they can. Pan Jiaying is aware of the new shelter's location, correct?" "Yes, she is. And what about Lin Qi and Lin Lei? Have you uncovered their backgrounds?" Zhang Heng sighed, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. "I'm not entirely certain about Lin Qi and Lin Lei's backgrounds. However, judging by their reactions to the injuries inflicted on our team this afternoon, I suspect they would follow if I sought revenge against the other teams. I will go find Lin Qi and Lin Lei first to gauge their intentions." "Very well, let us proceed." Zhang Heng quickly learned the whereabouts of the Lin brothers' dormitory and hurried there without delay. He knocked on the door, and Lin Qi, a towel draped around his neck and his bare torso exposed, appeared behind it. "Captain Zhang, what has happened?" Zhang Heng remarked, "I intend to confront someone." "What about your brother?" Lin Qi replied, "Lin Qi is still bathing." "Who are you planning to confront?" Zhang Heng stated, "We are sheltering all spies." Lin Qi's eyes widened in surprise. "Spies? Is that true? Is he currently in the shelter?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "No, he is elsewhere. I am preparing to find him now. You and your brother should assist as well, lest he escapes." "All right, I will get dressed first." Lin Qi returned to his room and knocked on the bathroom door. "Lin Lei, come out. There's a situation." "I'm drying off," came the response. A few minutes later, Lin Qi and Lin Lei emerged from their room. The brothers observed that everyone was packing their belongings, large and small bundles, indicating an imminent escape. Zhang Heng summoned team members 1 and 2, and they began to move outside, with Lin Qi and Lin Lei hastily following. The brothers trailed closely behind Zhang Heng, perplexed by the two figures flanking him. These individuals were eerily silent, standing like guardians beside Zhang Heng. It was said that Captain Zhang had the ability to control zombies. Could these two be zombies? Zhang Heng then inquired, "Lin Qi, where did you and your brother survive previously?" Lin Qi's expression shifted slightly. "Captain Zhang, are you suggesting that my brother and I are spies?" Lin Lei immediately protested. "How could that be possible? My brother and I have been together since the outbreak. I've long wished to join another team, but our abilities are not impressive, and no one would accept us. Only Captain Zhang was willing to take us in. We are truly grateful to you. How can we be spies?" Zhang Heng replied, "I did not imply that you too are spies. I merely wish to understand your whereabouts after the apocalypse." Lin Shi then explained, "We were hiding in our home. We live in the garden community and began dealing with zombies there, gathering supplies and food. When we could no longer find provisions, we ventured out, evading danger and spending nights wherever we could." Zhang Heng nodded, seemingly enlightened. "In any case, follow me." He was uncertain if the brothers' words were genuine. Perhaps a spy had emerged, casting suspicion upon everyone. Zhang Heng further questioned, "Which teams have you both been part of?" "Jiangnan City is quite large. There must be numerous teams." Lin Lei responded, "We previously visited the South Shanghai seafood base, but they had too many members and did not accept us. There was another base with fewer people, but I sensed their strength was formidable. They called themselves the Wolf Pack. Their reputation is low, and not many are aware of them, but those who do regard them with disdain." Zhang Heng inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Shi explained, "The members of this team are quite powerful. They specifically target survivor camps, never seeking out supplies, but rather raiding various camps. They are ruthless, killing first and then looting. In short, anyone who encounters them is unfortunate." Could the notorious Wolf Pack possibly be the very same group led by the Mountain Chicken? Their modus operandi appears strikingly similar. Lin Shi inquired, "Captain Zhang, the members of the Wolf Pack bear no names, only code names, which are all derived from various beasts, with their leader being the wolf itself." Zhang Heng nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I understand. In any case, we must hasten our pace. It is imperative that you keep up." "Understood." The two brothers, Lin Shi and Lin Lei, hurriedly followed in the direction of Zhang Heng. Captain Zhang runs with remarkable speed. Chapter 89, Advancing by Retreating. The wilderness shelter. A group of individuals, having completed their meal, gathered together to smoke. Lu Wentao gazed at the partially excavated foundation, a faint smile gracing his face. "Shanji, your assistance has been invaluable. The foundation has been dug at an impressive pace. Previously, Yang Jun was utterly unhelpful to us." Shanji inquired with curiosity, "Yang Jun? The previous bodyguard you had?" Lu Wentao nodded, "Yes. The one who was supposed to protect us had a strong rapport with Jiang Ping. Please enlighten me about him." The foreman, Jiang Ping, clicked his tongue dismissively. "What is there to say? Just a traitor, that's all." Shanji, intrigued, asked, "A traitor? What transpired? I'm curious to know." Jiang Ping scoffed. "Remember the group from the Nanshan seafood base? They barged into our shelter at gunpoint and abducted Pan, Jiaying, and Subo. At that time, Captain Zhang was out gathering supplies and only learned of the incident upon his return. He was furious and resolved to take all the evolved individuals to rescue them. But then, Captain Zhang decided to go alone. That scoundrel Yang Jun simply fled, presumably thinking he could confront the people from Nanshan seafood base." Shanji seemed to comprehend who Yang Jun was. He likely encountered that individual when he joined the shelter, the one expelled by Zhang Heng. By now, the body must be teeming with worms. Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, Shanji flicked the butt aside. "Your captain seems rather young, yet his strength is commendable. So, he single-handedly charged into the Nanshan seafood base and eliminated everyone inside?" Jiang Ping inhaled, only to be enveloped by smoke, hastily closing his eyes while rubbing them. Shaking his head, "I cannot say. We have been preoccupied with constructing the shelter here, and are not particularly informed about external events." Shanya chuckled lightly. "You all resemble busy bees." Lu Wentao remarked, "Oh, it's significantly better now. Before we joined the survival team, we faced dire circumstances. It felt like we were starving for 9 meals out of 3 days. Being mere, ordinary individuals, we could hardly contend with the evolved ones. We could only scavenge for scraps. Though we toil a bit more here, we are well-fed and safe, and with your protection, we feel a sense of security." Shanji awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly leaped over the wall, accompanied by figures 1 and 2. Observing Zhang Heng's urgent demeanor, Shanji raised an eyebrow. It was unlikely he would come here without reason. Could it be that his earlier intuition was correct? Were they indeed being followed? Shanji greeted Zhang Heng with a smile. "Captain Zhang, what brings you here at this late hour?" Zhang Heng's expression was grim. "There has been an incident. I need your help." With that, he turned and headed outside. An incident? Shanji's expression shifted. Could it be that his identity was exposed? He quickly followed Zhang Heng outside, with Shanji and the Lin brothers trailing closely behind. Upon reaching a clearing, Zhang Heng halted and turned a glance at Shanji. Shanji noticed that the Lin brothers seemed to have separated from him as well. A faint smile crept onto Shanji's lips as he remarked, "Captain Zhang, you mentioned that trouble had arisen, and I was prepared to fight for you. Yet here you have brought me to this desolate place, where there is nothing at all." Zhang Heng replied coolly, "Shanji, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Are you a member of the wolf pack?" Shanji's expression shifted subtly, realizing that his cover had indeed been blown. With his identity exposed, he saw little point in denial and admitted, "You are correct. I am indeed a member of the wolf pack. My purpose in coming here was merely to assess your team. Since you have uncovered my identity, I shall take my leave." At that moment, the number 2 zombie appeared before Shanji. Upon meeting the cold gaze of the creature, Shanji's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Heng stated, "Shanji, the zombie standing before you is known as number 2. You must have heard of the incident at the Nanshan seafood base, where a female zombie slaughtered all the officials." Shanji looked at number 2 and asked, "Is it just her?" Zhang Heng confirmed, "Indeed, it is only her. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly. I will ask you a series of questions, to which you must answer truthfully. Do you understand?" Shanji turned to Zhang Heng and the Lin brothers, realizing the gravity of the situation. He felt embarrassed for the wolf pack, astonished that he was the first to have his identity revealed. "Could you enlighten me on how my identity was exposed?" Zhang Heng explained. "Xiaobai mentioned that you complained about insufficient food, so she returned to prepare another portion for you." Upon hearing this, Shanji paused briefly and then burst into laughter. "Your team truly is a bunch of soft-hearted individuals. However, a team like yours is akin to a tempting feast. Even if we have not targeted you, others will surely set their sights on you. It would be wise for you to adopt a different approach, establishing a hierarchy. Even if you become notorious, as long as people fear you, none will dare to provoke you." Zhang Heng replied indifferently, "I do not require your counsel on how to conduct my affairs." He stepped closer to Shanji and continued, "Based on your modus operandi, you typically investigate a team's background before resorting to violence and plundering their resources. Unfortunately, I will not allow you to proceed in that manner. Take me to your leader." Shanji scoffed, "Zhang Heng, are you not being overly confident? You do not intend to kill me, yet you expect me to guide you to our captain? Do you believe you will return?" Zhang Heng retorted with a smirk, "That is not your concern. Whether I return is solely my affair." Shanyi's irritation flared. "My being discovered was a lapse in my vigilance. But that does not imply you can underestimate my captain. I am well aware of his capabilities. He is not someone to be taken lightly. Since I have failed, I have no face to present to him. My only choice now is to either confront you or perish." "Such loyalty indeed." At this moment, Lynch remarked, "Captain Zhang, if we were to eliminate him, we would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Wolf Squad. He clearly believes that you do not have the courage to act against him, which is why he dares to speak so brazenly." Lin Lane nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing his brother's perspective. Zhang Heng shared a similar sentiment internally. The adversary was employing a strategy of retreating to advance, wagering that he would not dare to take lethal action. Otherwise, why would he seek an audience with their leader? This tactic of retreating to advance might leave an ordinary person at a loss. Fearing retribution from the Wolf Squad, most would hesitate to take any drastic measures against the mountain chicken. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Zhang Heng. Chapter 90. Annihilation. Shan-Ji smiled faintly, realizing that since they dared not harm him, he would simply take his leave. Zhang Heng cast a glance at the departing Shan-Ji, drawing forth an automatic pistol, and aimed directly at Shan-Ji's calf. Bang! A piercing scream escaped Shan-Ji's lips as he beheld his blood-soaked right leg, scarcely believing his own eyes. "Zhang Heng, how dare you harm me? You have no comprehension of the terror that the wolf pack embodies. Had you known, you would have knelt and bowed before me." Zhang Heng replied coolly, "It seems you are not well acquainted with my modus operandi. I am indeed courteous to the others under my protection, but I shall show no mercy to you adversaries. You still possess one leg to escort me to your captain. In 3 seconds, your response will determine whether I spare your other leg." Shan-Ji, trembling, relented, "I will take you to them. I shall lead you there at once." Zhang Heng then addressed Lin Qi and Lin Lei. Do you recall the previous shelter? You two must go there and safeguard Lu Wintao and the others. Lin Chi, astonished, exclaimed, what about you? There seem to be no zombies nearby the shelter. Allow my brother to go while I accompany you. Zhang Heng intended to seek vengeance against the wolf pack, and it was imperative to have no one trailing him. Zhang Heng shook his head, stating that is not permissible. We are at full capacity. Full capacity? What does that mean? At that moment, Zhang Heng seized Shanji's arm and leapt forcefully into the air. The hair of the second zombie ensnared Zhang Heng's legs, while he clutched Ma Gu in his arms. The two individuals and the two zombies soared through the air. Shanji gazed in astonishment below. Why, you can fly? How many abilities have you awakened? Zhang Heng retorted. Spare me the trivialities. Take me to your leader. Where are they now? Shanji struggled to swallow. At Bailu University. University? Zhang Heng inquired, perplexed. Are you certain? No one searches for supplies in a university. Seeking food, there is a logical. We have resided there for some time, and no one has disturbed us. However, I must ask, why do you seek our leader? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. To annihilate all of you, of course. What else could it be? Shanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Annihilate us? Why? Zhang Heng explained. Because you threaten the survival of other survivors. Thus, I must eradicate you. The system had chosen him for the purpose of leading survivors worldwide to evolve collectively and confront the zombies. The existence of the wolf pack was akin to that of marauders. They plundered and killed other survivors. Such entities must be obliterated. Uncertain whether it was the chilling night breeze or excessive blood loss, Shanji began to tremble slightly. This was an outcome he had never envisioned. Though the captain of the survival team possessed some strength, he had not anticipated such a conclusion. At present, he is escorting Zhang Heng to their encampment, awaiting the moment when Zhang Heng will eliminate everyone he knows. In this precarious height, he refrains from making any sudden movements, for any reckless action could result in Zhang Heng casting him down from such a dizzying altitude. Falling from his height would surely lead to a catastrophic demise. It seems this individual intentionally ascended to such heights. Tears welled up in Shanji's eyes as he pondered. I to perish? Zhang Heng scoffed. Have you ever considered that as you take lives, those individuals are also engulfed in fear, yearning for survival? Life is exceedingly fragile. Once a person dies, their sensations cease, and that individual will no longer exist in this world. The world has devolved into a dystopia, with zombies threatening humanity's safety. Yet, you engage in actions akin to those of the undead. It is you who deserve to perish. Shanji then broke down in uncontrollable sobs, utterly discarding his earlier tough facade. At this moment, on the rooftop of Bailu University, the evil wolf sat beside a campfire on the balcony, a handful of peanuts in hand. He cast the shells into the flames and popped the peanuts into his mouth, a bottle of white liquor at his side. A woman in her 20s approached the fire, holding a chicken leg, though her countenance bore a hint of discontent. Brother, consuming these snacks all day makes me feel as though I'm on the brink of anorexia. Shanji's team seems to have a cook. They enjoy warm meals daily. I wish to join them. The evil wolf snorted. Join them? Just for a meal? I foresee the downfall of that small team. Their captain is far too young, and Shanji's easy entry into their ranks indicates they lack vigilance against the outside world. When we eventually assault their team, I can ensure that Cook remains. Can't I? Jia-in chuckled, then it's settled. But when will we? Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing directly in the campfire. The evil wolf and Jia-in instinctively rolled backward, still processing the unfolding events. 3 silhouettes descended from above. Jia-in reacted first, recognizing that the falling figure was Shanji. With a voice tinged with tears, she called out to the evil wolf, Brother, it's Shanji. It's Shanji. Shanji. The evil wolf glanced at the lifeless body below, confirming it was indeed Shanji. Therefore, these 3 must be from the survival team? Zhang Heng regarded the evil wolf and inquired, Are you the evil wolf? Where are your companions? Is it just the 2 of you? The evil wolf glared at Zhang Heng. You must be Zhang Heng, the leader of the survival team. How dare you kill Shanji? Do you know who he was to me? Zhang Heng pressed on. You still haven't answered my question. Where are the others? Bring them up. Jia-in, in a fit of hysteria, screamed, You beast! You killed my fiancé. I will slay you. Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. My dear lady, please calm yourself. I am conversing with your brother. I shall kill you. Jia Yin rushed madly towards Zhang Heng. Zombie number 1 raised a hand, and Jia Yin's head fell to the ground. The evil wolf stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Jia Yin? Zhang Heng asked the evil wolf. What about the others? I've asked you 3 times. At least respond to me. How could this happen? There now lay 2 corpses on the ground, one belonging to his dear brother, Shanji, and the other to his beloved sister, Jia Yin. Yet this man before him seemed entirely indifferent to their fates, instead persistently inquiring about the other team members. It appeared he held no regard for the reputation of the evil wolf team, or perhaps, for him, killing had become a mundane affair. It mattered little now. He was determined to devour this bastard alive, seeking vengeance for his brother and sister. Chapter 91. The demise of the wolf. The malevolent wolf let out a thunderous howl, its garments torn asunder by the explosive growth of its muscles. A pair of pure white fangs protruded ominously, while its entire form was cloaked in a mantle of black fur, with sharp claws sprouting from its hands. Was this a werewolf? A power akin to that of Su Bo? It seemed to transcend Su Bo's abilities. I shall consume you bite by bite. Suddenly, the wicked wolf lunged towards Zhang Heng, who remained immobile. At that moment, Brother Ma stepped forth, forcefully sweeping his arms downward, unleashing 2 blades attached to his forearms, which surged towards the malevolent creature. The wolf, clearly unaware of the blades, was struck in the chest, leaving a gaping wound exposing white bone. Yet in its frenzied state it felt no pain, its claws striking like a whirlwind towards Brother Ma. As Brother Ma retreated, he deftly wielded the twin blades for defense. The clash of metal rang out continuously as the 2 engaged in combat. Brother Ma, step aside. Ma leapt away. Zhang Heng, armed with an assault rifle, unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the wicked wolf. The creature was hit multiple times, but swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield. Just as it believed its speed could evade the onslaught, its feet were ensnared by hair as resilient as steel wire. The number 2 zombie activated its steel hair, binding the wolf in place. Zhang Heng approached the immobilized beast, which now seemed to regain a semblance of calm. Its chest was riddled with wounds from knives and bullets, rendering its claws and fangs utterly ineffective. Gazing upon the nearly lifeless creature, Zhang Heng inquired, "What do you possess to contend with me?" The wolf howled in defiance, attempting to lunge at Zhang Heng. Bang! A gunshot echoed from the rooftop of White Egret University, reverberating through the air. The wolf's eyes glazed over, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Heng fired several more rounds into the corpse, for werewolves possess the ability to heal, unless truly slain. They would not rest easy. When the last of the bullets had been expended, the fallen wolf was a mere mass of wounds, its body resembling a honeycomb. Should it somehow revive from such devastation, it would have no choice but to accept its fate. Zhang Heng descended the stairs until he reached the classroom beneath the rooftop. Upon opening the door, an avalanche of supplies cascaded forth. The classroom was crammed with snacks and rice. Clearly, a substantial cache had been amassed. One could only wonder how many lives had been lost for these provisions, now rightfully his. Zhang Heng opened a spatial vortex, drawing all the items into his spatial backpack. After a thorough search of the vicinity yielded no further valuables, he departed with Brother Ma and the number 2 zombie. Approximately half an hour after Zhang Heng's departure, an off-road vehicle swiftly approached from outside. 2 middle-aged men alighted from the car, forcibly dragging a disheveled young woman from the back seat. The woman was completely unconscious, her body covered in bruises. The man with a buzz cut, having exited the passenger seat, roughly pulled the woman along and spoke irritably to the bald driver. "This woman seems to be dead. I had intended to bring her to the boss for some fun, but it must have been your excessive force." The bald man clicked his tongue and replied, "I am an evolved being. Perhaps I lost control of my strength for a moment. If she is dead, just toss her by the roadside." We had a fruitful day. That team had quite a stash of supplies hidden away. This vehicle may not even be able to carry it all. The boss will surely commend us. Indeed, he will. The buzzcut man chuckled as they made their way towards the teaching building of White Egret University. However, Upon reaching the 6th floor, they discovered that their storage room had been entirely emptied. On the balcony of the 7th floor, they found 3 corpses on the ground. Shanyi, Jiayin, could this be the boss? Among the 3 bodies, one was so disfigured it was almost unrecognizable, riddled with bullet holes. It was likely the boss. The expressions on the faces of the bald man and the buzz-cut man turned pale in an instant. What on earth has happened here? Have our enemies come for us? That's impossible. We always eradicate threats completely. We must investigate immediately. Damn it. Shanyi, Jiayin. Outside the city, everyone had relocated to a shelter. Lu Wintao and his companions were astonished to find everyone had moved to their still unfinished refuge. They hurriedly sought out Chang Chong, asking, "Brother Chong, what has transpired? Why has everyone come here? What about the previous cold storage?" Chang Chong replied, "The previous cold storage was unsafe, so we all moved here. This way, we can help each other with construction. I believe when the time comes to build." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. Everyone was instantly drenched. "It's raining. Quick, find a place to shelter. Tents. Hurry, into the tents." 4 tents sheltered around 20 individuals within. When Zhang Heng arrived with his companions, he found everyone huddled inside the tents. He quickly retrieved a large rain tarp from his spatial backpack and, with the assistance of Ma Gu and the second zombie, covered part of the shelter. Cheng Chong and the others stood beneath the tarp, watching in astonishment as Zhang Heng flew above them. Just how far had his evolution progressed? He could actually fly. After securing the tarp in the vicinity, Zhang Heng descended and approached the group, asking, "Is everyone all right? Have the supplies been transported?" Cheng Chong nodded. "Yes, everything has been brought over. With so many of us, we managed to carry all we could. No need for a second trip." "How'd it go on your end?" Zhang Heng nodded, having addressed a portion of the individuals. Yet it seemed that another segment remained absent from the scene. "I'm concerned about potential reprisals. For the time being, refrain from sending anyone outside. Instead, let's focus on constructing the houses here. I shall devise a means to provide for your sustenance." Cheng Chong suddenly lowered his voice, inquiring if I am not mistaken. "Were you not flying just now?" Zhang Heng grinned, replying, "Close enough." At that moment, Lu Wintao approached and asked, "Captain Zhang, where is Shanji? Why did he not return with you?" Lu Wintao appeared unaware of Shanji's true identity, which explained his concern. Thus, Zhang Heng revealed Shanji's authentic nature to Lu Wintao. Upon hearing this, Lu Wintao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "How could this be?" Zhang Heng replied with a cold smirk, "The world is unpredictable. In any case, we must expedite the construction of the houses. Is there anyone here familiar with plumbing and electrical work? These matters need to be addressed." At this juncture, Jiang Ping spoke up, "Captain Zhang, in my youth, I specialized in such tasks. You can entrust this to me. However, I currently lack the necessary pipes and wiring, so you will need to assist in that regard." Zhang Heng nodded. "Please compile a list for me this evening, and I shall help you source these items, as they seem to be in little demand." "Understood," came a reply. Chapter 92. Confronting the crawlers, Zhang Heng contemplated the need for various supplies, particularly from the hardware store, and resolved to procure them at dawn. That night, everyone spread their blankets in the corners of the shelter to rest. At the break of day, Zhang Heng departed from the sanctuary, assigning zombies number 1 and No. 2 to guard the premises. The women began organizing supplies, while the men hastened the construction of the shelter. Zhang Heng retrieved his mobile phone. As long as the satellite remained intact and his device retained charge and data, it could be utilized without interruption. Upon accessing the map, he discovered a sizable hardware store 3 kilometers away, likely established due to the area's development. The procurement at the hardware store proceeded without incident, but as he prepared to return, he noticed a throng of survivors fleeing the city. Stopping a group, he inquired about the commotion. "What is happening? Why are you all rushing out?" "Crawlers. They are everywhere. Are you not fleeing to avoid certain death?" one of them exclaimed. "Crawlers? Numerous crawlers?" A sense of urgency washed over Zhang Heng. If this continued, his sanctuary would inevitably be compromised by those escaping. He needed to return swiftly. Upon reaching the shelter, Zhang Heng filled 2 large travel bags with the materials he had gathered. Jiang Ping hurried toward him, exclaiming, I'm here. He eagerly unzipped one of the bags, and his face lit up with delight at the contents. This is quite a haul. Rest assured, I will connect the electricity immediately and ensure it is installed throughout the shelter, so everyone will have power by nightfall. Zhang Heng nodded. Just manage it according to your judgment. Let me know if you require anything. He then approached Pan Jiaying, who noticed his distressed expression and softly inquired, Zhang Heng, what has transpired? You appear unwell. Zhang Heng replied, the number of crawlers in Jiangnan City has surged, prompting the survivors to flee. If they lead the crawlers our way, it could spell trouble for us. They themselves are concerned. With our sanctuary here in the wilds, they might turn their attention towards us. Quickly, gather all those armed and position them at the lookout. Should anyone approach, they must be driven away. Remember, drive them away, not to shoot. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. With that, Zhang Heng, accompanied by zombies number 1 and number 2, rushed towards the city gates. If the crawlers were to emerge, the sanctuary's fate would be jeopardized. They needed to devise a strategy to thwart the oncoming threat. Ideally, if the crawlers did not pursue, that would be even better. Just as Zhang Heng entertained this hopeful thought, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Zhang Heng immediately spotted a creature bursting forth from the city gates, launching a fierce assault against the survivors on the road. Many survivors were valiantly fighting back. However, their efforts were utterly futile, inflicting no harm upon the creature. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng drew his assault rifle, exchanging 100 points for 1,000 bullets. While Ma Gu and number 2 remained on standby below, he ascended into the sky, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the creature below. The bullets struck the creature's formidable carapace with a sound akin to metal on metal, ricocheting harmlessly away. Yet, fortune favored him as his attack drew the creature's attention. The creature shifted its focus to Zhang Heng, gazing upward, preparing to retaliate. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a colossal bone tongue toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng fired a volley into the creature's mouth. The onslaught resulted in a gushing torrent of green ichor, its flesh nearly obliterated. In that moment of inspiration, Zhang Heng utilized 10 points to acquire a grenade, a pivotal weapon for vanquishing the creature. Look, someone is drawing the creature's attention. Everyone flee, exclaimed a survivor. It can fly. Impressive. Let us retreat and not squander the opportunity it has afforded us. Retreat? Nonsense. Let us unite and slay this creature. Many resolved to seize this chance to eliminate the beast. However, just as they approached, the creature's powerful tail lashed out, flinging those nearby away with tremendous force, resulting in several casualties. Zhang Heng's expression darkened. He understood the bullets were ineffective. Nonetheless, this distraction was crucial for the other survivors to escape. Yet, to truly slay the creature, they needed to find an opportunity to hurl the grenade into its mouth. Zhang Heng then instructed number 1 and number 2, you two, charge together and avoid its attacks. Upon receiving the command, Ma Gu and number 2 brandished their weapons, sharp steel blades and terrifying crimson hair. They dashed toward the creature's location. Number 2's blood-red hair swiftly enveloped the creature entirely. Ma Gu aimed to draw the creature's attention, making its struggles less fierce. The hair's covering speed accelerated dramatically. Witnessing this, Zhang Heng thought, well done. He did not lag behind, descending swiftly from the sky to confront the creature directly, unleashing a chilling aura upon its limbs. Gradually, the creature's limbs began to freeze, the frost creeping upwards. Zhang Heng intensified the flow of cold energy, and soon the creature was encased in ice, resembling a frozen statue. Number 1 and number 2 returned to Zhang Heng's side, and nearby survivors began rushing toward them. Is it done? How impressive they are. 3 leaders, may we join you? Indeed, let us become a part of your ranks. Zhang Heng suddenly turned to the group behind him, commanding, step aside. Is still alive? Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly retreated. Zhang Heng immediately intensified the frigid energy directed at the ice sculpture. The crimson locks of number 2's hair continued to constrict tightly. Ma Gu glanced at Zhang Heng and number 2, feeling somewhat superfluous, and contemplated finding a corner to rest. However, at that moment, Zhang Heng tossed a grenade to him, instructing Ma Gu, once the crawler breaks free, throw this grenade into its mouth. Ma Gu caught the grenade with one hand and returned to Zhang Heng's side, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the distant crawler. Chapter 93. Slaying the crawler. The icy prison encasing the crawler was fracturing inch by inch. Zhang Heng retreated continuously, perplexed by the creature's formidable structure. What manner of being was this, and why was it so powerful? Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the crawler freed itself from the crimson strands binding it, shattering through the ice while emitting a bone-chilling roar. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Gu hurled a grenade into the fray. The crawler swallowed the grenade whole and, turning its gaze upon the trio, lunged forward with a menacing bite. "Damn this giant lizard!" Zhang Heng shouted, unleashing a hail of bullets from his assault rifle at the advancing beast. Amidst the barrage, doubt crept into his mind. Why had the grenade not detonated? At that moment, team members 1 and 2 charged once more toward the creature. Zhang Heng suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, it's likely Ma Gu forgot to pull the pin on the grenade, hence it hasn't exploded. After all, Ma Gu is a zombie, not a human. He wouldn't know how to use a grenade. Blame me, blame me. Just then, Su Bo, Lin Xueshi, Pan Jiaying, and the Lin brothers arrived at Zhang Heng's side. "Captain." Zhang Heng's expression turned exasperated. "What are you all doing here? The crawler is far more formidable than you can imagine. You won't be of any help." Pan Jiaying scoffed. "Who says we can't help? It's precisely because you think we're weak that you insist on taking everything upon yourself." Furrowing his brow, Zhang Heng replied, "I'm worried about your safety. In this world, an injury is tantamount to death, and we have no doctors here. Moreover, this creature has tough skin. Bullets are ineffective, let alone your small knives. There must be a vulnerable spot on its body," Lin Xueshi interjected. Zhang Heng pinched Lin Xueshi's cheek. "Have you lost your mind again? Your injury hasn't healed yet. Subo, take her back." "Hey, do you think I'm a child? My injury is nothing," Lin Xueshi retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed with indignation. Subo, with a wry smile, said, "If even you cannot handle it, our fate is sealed. We might as well band together and confront it. Let us search for the crawler's weak point. What do you think?" Gazing into the determined eyes of his companions, Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words to refuse. "Its weakness lies within its mouth. I plan to use a grenade to blast through its belly," Pan Jiaying proposed. "Let Xueshi and me handle it. We are both swift, while the others can distract the crawler." "But what about the grenade?" Zhang Heng reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 grenades, exchanged hastily from the mall earlier. "You two know how to use these, right?" Ma Gu threw one in without pulling the pin, wasting it. Exchanging glances at the grenades, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi quickly affirmed, "We can use them. Even if we didn't know how, we will figure it out." Su Bo added, "Pull the pin, and it will detonate within 5 seconds. Time it well." With a powerful swipe of its tail, the crawler sent team members 1 and 2 flying, releasing a roar that echoed its unleashed fury. Zhang Heng hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. As the foul winds swept through, Zhang Heng promptly declared, "Surround him." "Pan Jia, Xueshi, it's up to you." The group commenced a full-scale assault on the crawler. The previously departed survivors now stood at a distance, observing Zhang Heng and his companions confront the creature. Their eyes reflected a mix of shock and a glimmer of hope. There were still those brave enough to challenge such monstrosities. Zhang Heng began to control Ma Gu and zombie number 2. The 2 zombies immediately approached him. Zhang Heng clapped his hands on their backs and swiftly retreated to sit on the ground. "Ma Gu, number 2, allow me to command you." The 2 closed their eyes. Lin Shi and Lin Lei noticed Zhang Heng suddenly sitting down, his hands raised high, fingers dancing erratically as the 2 zombies began to stride toward the crawler. Lin Shi instructed Lin Lei, "Brother, protect Captain Zhang. Don't let anyone near him." Lin Lei replied, "What about you? If we split up, our abilities won't be effective." Lin Shi patted his assault rifle. "At least I could draw some attention from the crawler." With that, Lin Shi dashed forward, while Lin Lei wielded a machete, staying vigilant. Ma Gu unleashed his dual blades and charged at the crawler. The creature lunged, jaws agape. But Ma Gu adeptly parried with his blades, retaliating with a swift maneuver. Sparks flew as the crawler's bite met steel. Meanwhile, zombie number 2 approached the crawler's rear, its long hair ensnaring the creature's tail and pulling it back relentlessly. Anger flared in the crawler's eyes as it struggled against the ground, but to no avail. Others attacked from various directions. Observing the effectiveness of their strategy, Zhang Heng called out to Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, "I'll pry open its mouth. Prepare yourselves." Ma Gu charged once more at the crawler. The creature unleashed a crimson tongue that ensnared Ma Gu, pulling him in. Now is the moment. As Ma Gu faced imminent consumption, he plunged his blades into the crawler's jaws, becoming lodged within its maw. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi seized Ma Gu's body, biting the pull ring and stuffing a grenade inside. "Run!" Ma Gu pushed upward with all his strength, leaping from the crawler's mouth as those around him scattered in all directions. Boom! 2 thunderous explosions erupted from within the crawler's belly. Bang! Another violent blast reverberated through the air. The crawler's abdomen swelled and then split open, releasing a torrent of black mist. The creature lay on the ground, mouth agape and belly skyward, utterly lifeless. However, as Zhang Heng had not delivered the final blow, he gained no points from the crawler's demise. "Damn it, I feel capable too. How could there be 3 explosions?" Pan Jiaying asked, her expression one of confusion. Lin Xueshi smiled gently. "I tied one of my strands of hair to my grenade. The hair was too fine to fit into its mouth, but when bound to the grenade, it not only secured it, but also amplified its power." At this moment, Zhang Heng slowly opened his eyes and discovered someone standing before him. Lin Lei. Lin Lei smiled faintly at Zhang Heng, proclaiming, "We have succeeded." It seemed that this fellow had been watching over him all along, displaying a certain thoughtfulness. Zhang Heng nodded and then commanded, "Everyone, return to the shelter, quickly." Realizing the urgency, everyone began to sprint back. Survivors were scattered everywhere. They must not allow the shelter to be overrun. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Ma Gu and number 2, approached the corpse of a crawler. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and said, "Gentlemen, please do not hold back. Let your voices be heard." Chapter 94. Cultivating crops. The first and second zombies immediately shuffled towards the direction of the crawler, their mouths agape as they began to gnaw on the creature's flesh. Have their appetites shifted from brains to mere meat? Zhang Heng stood there, observing the scene unfold. The insatiable hunger of the 2 zombies resembled that of an otherworldly realm, as if no matter how much they consumed, they could never be satisfied. They feasted until midday, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones reminiscent of dinosaur fossils. At that moment, a notification echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. Gene lock unlock progress. 10. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Was that all the progress from the 2 zombies? He had expected the effect to be multiplied. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Zhang Heng then cast his gaze towards Jiangnan City, where numerous survivors were fleeing. It was likely that more crawlers would emerge. If they were clever enough, they would escape through the drainage pipes, thus avoiding attracting the crawlers. However, those in flight were hardly concerned with such tactics. Their sole focus was on escaping. Zhang Heng resolved to return to the shelter. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the area outside the shelter was teeming with people. Without hesitation, he flew inside with the first and second zombies. Cheng Chong addressed Zhang Heng, informing him that the individuals outside were eager to join their ranks. However, he had disregarded them based on Zhang Heng's prior orders, yet they remained stubbornly in place. Zhang Heng glanced at the throng of over 100 survivors. If they all entered, they would quickly deplete his existing supplies. What would he do then? Wouldn't tea that exposes abilities? He was not prepared for such exposure. Zhang Heng ascended to the top of the 8-meter-high city wall, causing a stir among the gathered survivors. "They're coming out." He heard the murmur. Zhang Heng spoke. "Greetings, survivors. I am Zhang Heng, the leader of the survival team. To be frank, your presence here is quite bothersome. However, we are all adults and understand the current predicament. Our food supplies are critically low, compelling us to search daily for sustenance. I trust your situation is similar. Therefore, I urge you all to disperse." Congregating here yields no results. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd. "The number of crawlers in Jiangnan City has surged. leaving us no space to survive. Captain Zhang, please, have mercy and assist us. Others chimed in, yes, Captain Zhang, help us. Allow us to join your group. If you eliminate the crawlers in the city, we can resume our lives there. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle, as you have witnessed, to deal with the crawler we just faced. All our evolved members had to collaborate, and only then did we manage to overcome it. If another were to appear, we would surely struggle. However, I can assure you that, given the opportunity, I will eliminate all the evolved beings in the city. But before that, you must return to the city to seek out your own supplies and shelters, rather than lingering here. Surrounded as they were, they would only attract the crawlers, harming both others and themselves. I could allow some survivors who truly struggled to find sustenance to come here for food, but I implore you all to seek out provisions as well. Our supplies are limited. I am not a charity, and I must survive too. I trust everyone can comprehend this. Zhang Heng's words illuminated several issues for many. In this world, food is undoubtedly the most precious commodity. Strangers will not readily part with their supplies of sustenance and water. To survive, they must exert themselves. Indeed, the wilderness offers little in terms of edible resources or even a safe haven. They can only retreat to the city, continuing to evade the relentless pursuit of the crawlers. Clinging to life, I firmly believe we can ultimately eradicate the zombies in the city and reclaim our rightful home. Until that moment arrives, let us all strive together. Upon concluding his speech, Zhang Heng leaped from the city wall, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Pan Jiaying and others approached him. Have they all left? Zhang Heng nodded. They understood that there was neither food nor shelter here. Why linger? At this juncture, Chang Chang remarked, we must expedite the establishment of our shelter. As for food cultivation, I believe we can commence immediately. Do you have any seeds to hand over to Pan Jiaying and her group, so the women can start planting? Crossing her arms, Pan Jiaying interjected. Common crops require several months to mature. What do you intend to plant? Chang Chang replied, potatoes and sweet potatoes have shorter growth cycles, are edible, and are nutritionally beneficial. Zhang Heng, what seeds do you possess? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. I have a considerable supply of potato and sweet potato seeds, as well as various others. If we begin planting now, we should still have time. He added, I will venture into the forest shortly to seek out some game and replenish our nutrients. Chang Chang expressed his curiosity. The mountains may harbor wild boars or rabbits, but I cannot ascertain if they have been infected. Please exercise caution during your excursion. Zhang Heng nodded. If they remain uninfected, it will be a boon for us. In any case, let us all attend to our tasks. Zhang Heng then approached Ma Ge and the second member, issuing orders, commence automatic exploration. If you encounter any crawlers, lead them towards the city center, but ensure they do not approach our vicinity. Do you understand? The first and second members nodded and began sprinting towards Jiangnan City. Crawlers must not return. They are too troublesome to deal with. For the moment, Zhang Heng did not plan to confront them directly. Regarding evolution, Ma Ge and the second member could also gain progress points from attacking the peculiar subtypes of zombies, albeit in smaller quantities. Zhang Heng handed the potato and sweet potato seeds, along with other seeds, to Pan Jiaying and subsequently retrieved various farming tools from his spatial backpack. Pan Jiaying gathered all the women in the shelter with these tools. Zhang Heng ventured deeper into the mountains, wielding his automatic crossbow. At that moment, Su Bo caught up to him and said, Xiao Zhang, I possess the ability to track wild beasts. Allow me to accompany you. Zhang Heng hesitated slightly, astonished. Really? Su Bo, you are not deceiving me, are you? You can truly track wild animals? Su Bo nodded, recounting in my days as a soldier. When provisions ran low in the depths of the mountains, I single-handedly sustained our entire battalion. Moreover, for those who wish to hunt them over a prolonged period, it is imperative to make judicious decisions regarding the beasts we kill. Spare the females, keep the young, and only slay the males. This way, we will not drive them to extinction in these mountains. Su Bo indeed spoke with the expertise of someone seasoned in the art of hunting. Zhang Heng found no reason to object. Very well, Su Bo, join me. Su Bo smiled and nodded. The mountain you are traversing is too low. Such diminutive hills cannot harbor wild beasts. We must head towards that towering peak. Chapter 95. The training room. The two individuals ascended the lofty mountains, with Su Bo leading the way. Along their journey, he encountered peculiar traces, each time pausing to take note and elucidate their significance to Zhang Heng. Suddenly, Zhang Heng perceived that the natural demeanor of Su Bo seemed to rejuvenate him, infusing him with vitality and making him appear considerably younger. At that moment, Su Bo inquired, "By the way, Zhang Heng, do you harbor any plans aside from constructing a shelter?" Zhang Heng smiled softly and replied, "Plans, you say? For the time being, I have none. My immediate objective is to eradicate the zombies within Jiangnan City, ensuring that everyone has sustenance. Subsequently, I intend to erect walls around the periphery of Jiangnan City. Even if external zombies wish to invade, they must first contend with the evolved beings guarding those walls. Zombies will eventually be vanquished, will they not?" Su Bo's expression shifted slightly. "How long will it take to construct the walls around Jiangnan City? 5 years? Or perhaps 10? Zhang Heng shook his head. "I cannot say. However, if we have a larger workforce, we can significantly reduce the time required for this endeavor. Moreover, with everyone being evolved beings, their productivity is exponentially greater." Su Bo smiled faintly at this. "That is indeed a valid point. But encircling the entire city with walls from the outset is no simple task. It would be more prudent to first delineate a living area with walls and gradually expand outward." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Su Bo's reasoning was sound. Yet prior to any of that, the zombies in Jiangnan City must be completely eradicated. Additionally, our crops must flourish, for they could sustain a considerable number of people, ensuring their long-term survival. Thus, the conditions of our plantations are becoming increasingly favorable as the growth cycle remains constant, regardless of the quantity planted. Suddenly, Su Bo fell silent. After a moment, he remarked, "Has our nation truly fallen? Did you not mention that the internet is still operational? Are there any new updates online?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "If there were any new developments, I would certainly inform you. However, I have not encountered any information online regarding our nation's support for various regions. They are likely overwhelmed at present. Yet, I firmly believe that my country will not succumb so easily. Once they resolve their own issues, they will extend a helping hand to us." A broad smile appeared on Su Bo's face. "Your thoughts mirror my own. I share the same conviction. Trust in our nation." The two continued their journey forward. Suddenly, Su Bo halted and approached a pile of dung, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. From the freshness of its droppings, it seems a wild boar is nearby. Wild boars prefer cool, damp environments, likely within the adjacent forest. With that, Su Bo began to sprint towards the forest, and Zhang Heng hurriedly followed suit. After an indeterminate passage of time, they stumbled upon a mud pit where several vigorous wild boars frolicked. Yet, upon observing the boars' appearance and their crimson eyes, they were taken aback. The expressions of Zhang Heng and Su Bo suddenly darkened. Zhang Heng remarked, "Su Bo, it seems our plan to savor some game has been thwarted. I never anticipated that these creatures would also undergo mutations." Ahead, a wild boar in the muddy pit was covered in translucent spores, which continually emitted spore dust. The wild boar appeared not to be dead, merely under the control of the spores affecting its nervous system. Could it be that the mutation process for beasts differs from that of humans? Su Bo pondered aloud. "No, look closely. It appears that only this particular wild boar has contracted a virus from the spores. The others seem unharmed. However, this spore dust is infectious, and it's likely that the remaining boars have also been affected." Zhang Heng questioned, "Are you certain?" At that moment, one of the wild boars lying in the mud suddenly rose to its feet, its entire belly hollowed out, yet still capable of movement. Su Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. I retract my previous statement. It seems the beasts have indeed been infected." Zhang Heng sighed in resignation. "Fine, let's move on. Goodness, these wild boars could at least put up a fight, yet they too have succumbed." Su Bo forced a smile. The two returned to the shelter to relay this news to the others, who, upon hearing it, felt rather disheartened. Zhang Heng had no choice but to refocus his attention on the city. He needed to venture out daily to procure supplies, enabling those constructing the shelter to continue their work. As he departed, Zhang Heng cast a glance at the ongoing construction of the shelter. Everyone was working in unison, and the progress was swift, The layout of the first floor was becoming apparent. Jiang Ping was overseeing the wiring for the entire first floor. Wires were haphazardly nailed to the walls, appearing rudimentary, yet at least they provided electricity. Zhang Heng wondered where Jiang Ping had sourced the wires, perhaps from a nearby electrical box? He inquired, Jiang Ping, from where do you plan to draw the electricity? Jiang Ping replied, isn't there a small village up ahead? I checked, and their electrical box is still functional. I can simply connect the power directly, and the sewage pipes are also ready-made. You can rest assured, I'll take care of everything. Zhang Heng nodded. If materials run low, have Sister Pan give me a call. Understood. Zhang Heng bid farewell to Jiang Ping and made his way towards Jiangnan City. However, he did not travel far before he halted, surveying the surroundings to confirm no one was nearby. Zhang Heng utilized his points to exchange for a level 1 bunker and buried it directly into the ground. Upon entering the bunker, he approached the control panel, which displayed the construction interface. System, as for food supplies, I am in no rush to seek them out. I intend to establish a training room within my shelter, where I can exercise and enhance my personal attributes in my spare time. I wonder if you could assist me in constructing such a training room? Please describe the features of the training room. Host. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment. An indestructible chamber, infinite in size and length, with gravity potentially magnified to several times that of Earth. If only it could be adjustable. As he contemplated, he noticed the system indicating, under construction, adding space, increasing gravity, enhancing indestructible material. Zhang Heng waited in silence, questioning whether such a marvel could indeed be created. Naturally, if it were a system, it should be feasible. Suddenly, the message appeared. Construction completed, added to the exchange page. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Did it require him to redeem it with points? Could there not be a more lenient option? He then accessed the System's redemption page and discovered that a level 1 training room was priced at 2,000 points. Chapter 96. Enhancement of abilities. Zhang Heng wore an expression tinged with embarrassment as he addressed the system. Isn't the point requirement for this training room rather excessive? I have crafted the desired item in accordance with the host's specifications. The point system is based on prevailing technology and rarity, ensuring fairness for all, the system replied. Zhang Heng scratched his head awkwardly, conceding, well then, let us proceed with the exchange. Deducting 2,000 points, you have exchange for a level 1 training room, which is now connected to base 2. As Zhang Heng gazed toward the 4 rooms behind him, they suddenly opened, revealing an additional room that materialized seemingly out of thin air. The entrance bore the bold inscription training room. Approaching the training room, Zhang Heng pushed the door open, and a beam of white light burst forth. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast, white expanse with the entrance behind him. True to his prior description, the room was infinitely long and wide, indestructible, and the gravitational force within was several times that of Blue Star. Curiously, Zhang Heng inquired, System, how is gravity adjusted? Is it already set to a specific mode? Gravity can be adjusted at the host command, from levels 1 to 100. Please exercise caution to avoid injury, the system advised. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Heng decided to set the gravity to a level of 1 for initial testing. Shall we enter level 1 gravity mode? Yes. Instantly, the entire space brightened, and Zhang Heng felt a sudden weightiness envelop him, as though he were sinking into a quagmire. Was this the effect of level 1 gravity? A person weighing over 100 kilograms would feel as though they weighed over 200. In other words, he was currently bearing a weight exceeding 100 kilograms. Yet, Zhang Heng quickly acclimated to the level 1 gravity. With his current attributes, each point represented the peak capability of an ordinary individual. His 3 primary metrics were remarkably balanced, each hovering around 60 points. Thus, he surmised he could potentially exert up to 600 pounds of force. However, 600 pounds did not imply ease of movement under level 6 gravity. Zhang Heng resolved to gradually adapt to the gravitational forces of the space, starting from level 1 and progressing to level 5. Under level 5 gravity, he could distinctly feel the strain, accompanied by a throbbing headache. Hastily, he reduced the gravity to approximately level 3, alleviating the oppressive weight upon his chest and allowing him to exhale in relief. He pondered whether training in the training room would enhance his personal attributes. After all, Those 2,000 points should not be squandered. He decided to test it out first. Zhang Heng commenced with some fundamental exercises, throwing punches, kicking, and squatting. In mere minutes, he was drenched in sweat. After enduring for half an hour, he emerged from the training room, soaked and weary, and made his way directly to the bathroom. As he turned on the shower, refreshing water cascaded down from above. And in that moment, Zhang Heng felt his body transform into a furnace, exuding steam. After taking a shower, Zhang Heng dressed once more and casually entered a bedroom. Lying on the bed, he glanced at his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability, Core of Ice, Strength, 69 Speed, 68 Mentality, 69 Gene, LV219 abilities, Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV1 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV1 Ice Spike Ice Barrier Frost Domain Jet Flight. Points, 652. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Only a single point? He recalled that his previous strength was 67, speed 67, and mentality 68. To his astonishment, after training for over half an hour in the training room, he had only increased by approximately 1 point. Perhaps next time he could invite Magu and number 2 to train here. Of course, the downside was that if they trained here, he would be unable to increase his gene unlocking progress. Indeed, there are both advantages and disadvantages. After resting for a while, Zhang Heng made his way back to the training room. He had long noticed that abilities seemed to have the potential for enhancement. If he could elevate the potency of his abilities through continuous use, then the training room would serve as an excellent environment for practice. First and foremost, he needed to master his offensive ability, Ice Spike. Zhang Heng's right hand transformed in a mist, quickly forming an ice cone that floated just above his palm. Without any unnecessary words, there was no one here to converse with. Zhang Heng swiftly launched an ice spike forward, then began to repeat the process. Utilizing his abilities consumed both physical and mental energy. Zhang Heng was unaware of the limits of his stamina and mental strength, but through the training process, he would gain greater insight. Understanding his limits would enable him to unleash his full potential at any moment. Time passed, and suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ice Spike Proficiency Full, Ability Enhanced. Ice Spike LV1. It had reached level 1. Initially, it bore no level as he had just learned it. However, after numerous uses, the proficiency for Ice Spike had filled up, granting it a level. The increase in level evidently also signified an enhancement in power. Zhang Heng began the process of mist transformation into ice once more. The ice cone swiftly materialized in his hand. The time taken for this transformation seemed to have shortened. However, the original singular ice cone had transformed into a slender spike, approximately the length of an adult's middle finger and of similar thickness to a finger. Gazing at the ice spike in his hand, Zhang Heng extended it forward. The ice spike shot forth with such speed that it produced a sound akin to slicing through the air. The velocity of the ice spike had indeed increased. An elevation in speed implied an increase in power. He recalled that after using Ice Spike nearly 100 times, its level had ascended. He pondered how many times he would need to use Ice Spike to reach the next level. But for today, he would leave it at that. He had begun to feel somewhat fatigued. Zhang Heng stepped out of the training room and retrieved a frozen chicken from his spatial backpack. He made his way to the kitchen, observing the array of condiments and the oven nearby. This kitchen was remarkably user-friendly, equipped with both seasonings and an oven. Zhang Heng resolved to prepare a roast chicken for himself, as he was growing weary of consuming instant noodles and self-heating rice daily. Despite the abundance of delectable food in his backpack, he found himself unable to indulge. Ultimately, it boiled down to the inadequacy of his own strength. Of course, this was a well-organized survival team, with a primary focus on sustenance and growth. Had he dedicated himself to enhancing his capabilities from the outset, he would likely have been capable of confronting a crawler single-handedly without significant difficulty. As he gazed at the raw chicken in his hands, a thought began to take shape in his mind. His objective was to eradicate all the zombies in Jiangnan City. It was likely that the majority of survivors shared this sentiment. To eliminate the undead throughout the city, it was imperative to consolidate these evolved individuals, fostering a sense of unity among them. Otherwise, the harsh environment could spell doom for them all. Perhaps he could take a risk this time, but with so many people involved, Would he truly be able to manage it? Chapter 97. The team transforms into a guild. The South Shanghai Fresh Base stands as a prime example. Initially, it boasted a team of over 100 individuals. However, when peril struck, 2/3 of them fled without hesitation. Such a large team, indeed. It seems he must suppress his chaotic thoughts to avoid making irrevocable mistakes. Rather than placing hope in others, it is far better to cultivate one's own strength. Zhang Heng took a raw chicken to thaw, preparing to cook it as an offering to his own well-being. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, he emerged from bunker number 2, only to find that dusk had already descended upon the world outside. Zhang Heng made his way toward the base, where armed guards were stationed at various watchposts. After a day of diligent effort, it appeared that the first floor of the base was nearly completed, and he could even see lights emanating from a certain room. A delightful aroma of food wafted from the shelter's vicinity. Zhang Heng was not particularly hungry, having just consumed an entire chicken, and felt a twinge of guilt for dining alone. Around him, numerous survivors wandered nearby, gazing enviously at the burgeoning base but hesitant to approach. Zhang Heng swiftly entered the shelter to avoid excessive interaction with them. It was not due to a lack of compassion. He was simply content with his current team, which had only recently found its rhythm. The introduction of new members would necessitate further adjustment. Captain Zhang, you've returned. The officers are waiting for you to dine. Please, go to the hall on the first floor, someone called out. Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, officers? The hall on the first floor? Could it be that Brother Chang is behind this? Upon entering the hall, he discovered a gathering of individuals, all of whom were evolvers from the shelter. With everyone present except Brother Chang, they were seated around a table adorned with a tablecloth, engaged in lively conversation. The moment Zhang Heng arrived, he drew the attention of all present. Cheng Chang was the first to rise, stating, I may have taken the liberty to act independently, but I genuinely believe our team requires some changes. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and took a seat at the unoccupied head of the table. Let us eat and talk, he suggested. The dishes before them were not delicacies, but rather simple rice bowls, with ample servings of rice for all. Cheng Chang continued, clearly, all the evolvers from our shelter are gathered here. I have also selected 2 individuals to oversee operations and appointed some officers. Pan Jiaying and I will serve as the overseers. The remaining individuals will be our officers, who will be managed by the overseers, while the overseers will answer to the president, who oversees everyone. Zhang Heng, perplexed, asked, so, does that mean I'm the president? Cheng Chang nodded. Our scale has grown considerably, and we have a significant number of evolvers, as well as our own shelter. We are no longer merely a survival team. We have evolved into a guild. If we aspire to expand and strengthen this union in the future, it is imperative that we establish these rules clearly from the outset. Zhang Heng inquired, what about those outside who have not become evolved beings? Cheng Chang replied, they belong to the ordinary members, and each individual has their own responsibilities. As for us, the leaders, our duty is to protect them, to venture out in search of sustenance, ensuring they can dedicate themselves to the labor of this union without concern. I have categorized the leaders into the Affairs Department and the Combat Department. Pan Jiaying serves as the head of the Affairs Department, primarily overseeing various tasks within our shelter, as well as the cultivation and progress of the plantation. Lin Xueshi is the head of the Combat Department, chiefly responsible for sourcing materials and gathering intelligence outdoors. This arrangement will henceforth remain fixed. In due course, we can recruit more individuals to expand our union. At the very least, we require some proficient in firearms. Ollie will stand guard for us. The entire shelter consists of 8 watchtowers, each requiring personnel, along with substitutes, who may be ordinary citizens. Regarding the plantation, it is akin to planting a sweet potato. The time required remains the same whether we cultivate 1 or 100. We can initially plant more, and we must also construct a wall around the plantation. This will increase the workload, necessitating regular watering. The number of personnel in the combat department is too few. As our numbers grow, so too will our food requirements. If we maintain such a small contingent, our supplies will likely be depleted within a few days. Thus, we need to recruit around 30 ordinary individuals and 5 to 10 members for the combat department. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Recruiting? Cheng Chang nodded. Indeed, recruiting. Once the plantation work is completed, they can transition to the engineering department. Lu Wentao is the head of the engineering department. This implies we need to augment our ranks by approximately 30 to 40 people, a significant increase in personnel. Zhang Heng contemplated for a moment before saying, "Since you have already devised a plan, let us proceed as you suggest." Cheng Chang smiled slightly and declared, "Very well, at dawn tomorrow, we shall commence recruitment. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough review. Not just anyone will be admitted." The following morning, Cheng Chang began organizing personnel to recruit new members. Survivors had been lingering nearby, and he instructed them to spread the word among one another. Soon, a considerable number of individuals gathered outside the shelter. As the president, Zhang Heng also arrived on the scene, while Cheng Chang and Pan Jiaying managed the interviews for prospective members. "Fellow compatriots," he announced, "our survival union intends to recruit a new cohort of members to fortify our organization. We seek individuals who are resilient, kind-hearted, and capable. Those with knowledge and experience in construction and agriculture will be given priority consideration." At that moment, someone inquired about the number of recruits and the primary purpose of their recruitment. Cheng Chang elucidated that they required approximately 30 individuals who had not yet evolved. Upon joining the guild, these individuals would assist in the expansion of their plantations and the construction of shelters. In return, they would provide 2 delicious meals per day, along with a tent and sleeping bag as incentives. As for combat personnel, they intended to enlist 5 to 10 individuals, prioritizing those with exceptional abilities. Subsequently, those wishing to apply could form a queue, as they would conduct interviews for each candidate. Chapter 98. Reinforcements Zombie No. 1 has eliminated 268 ordinary zombies and 1 aberrant zombie during the expedition, resulting in an increase in self-healing level, with strength, speed, and mental acuity all at 5. And gene unlocking progress at 1. Zombie number 2 has eliminated 160 ordinary zombies and 2 aberrant zombies, with strength, speed, and mental acuity at 5. And gene unlocking progress at 2. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. The number of aberrant zombies seemed rather scant. It felt as though their presence was dwindling. Moreover, the count of ordinary zombies appeared to be diminishing as well. Had these 2 managed to eradicate all the nearby zombies? A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite intriguing. Zhang Heng led number 1 and No. 2 to base number 2 and into the training room. "You 2 shall train here," he instructed. "Number 1 and number 2 are excessively fatigued and cannot train." Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had intended for them to train under increased gravity, yet they were too fatigued to proceed. Reluctantly, he escorted them back to the shelter. Inside the shelter, interviews were underway. Cheng Chang and Pan Jiaying faced over 100 survivors, interviewing and screening them one by one. The interviews continued until the afternoon. Under Cheng Chang and Pan Jiaying's scrutiny, they ultimately selected 30 ordinary individuals and 10 evolved beings. Among these 10 evolved beings was a girl named Long Miao Miao, whose peculiar ability was to gather moisture from the atmosphere and condense it into water projectiles for attack. However, the power was not particularly formidable. Pan Jiaying appointed Long Miao Miao as her assistant to help irrigate the plantation. The prospect of an endless water source was nothing short of remarkable. Zhang Heng was taken aback. This ability was splendid. With her presence, concerns over water supply were nearly alleviated. Previously, watering the plantation required fetching water from distant locations, but this would significantly ease their burden. Cheng Chang smiled gently, remarking, "Indeed, this is a commendable ability. She has tasted her own water, and it is drinkable, carrying a subtly sweet flavor." At that moment, Wan Qianmei entered the conference room. She inquired, "President, may I say a few words?" Zhang Heng smiled gently, replying, "Of course, Sister Wan, feel free to speak your mind. Please come in." Wan Qianmei entered with a soft smile and continued, "Given that our numbers have suddenly increased by over 40, I might face difficulties in cooking. I would like to request an additional assistant and a larger pot. Furthermore, our food supply is dwindling. It is estimated to suffice for only 50 to 60 individuals for about 3 days." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Pan Jiaying cast a glance at Zhang Heng, who reassured, "There is no need to worry about food. I shall check the food storage room shortly." As for the assistant, at this juncture, Chang suggested, "Allow me to assist you with your helper." Upon hearing the words, Wan Qianmei's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can this be? How can you help me cook?" Chang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I often find myself with ample leisure time, and I do enjoy cooking." Yet, those who truly understood Chang would find such a declaration hard to believe. How could someone who relished the culinary arts stockpile instant rice in their room? It was evident that he resorted to such convenient foods precisely because he did not wish to cook. Wan Qianmei glanced at Zhang Heng, who smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems that helping out in the kitchen might be considered laziness for Brother Chang." At this, laughter erupted among the crowd. This guild had always operated under the direction of Brother Chang. He busied himself with both the internal and external affairs, undoubtedly exhausting himself. Everyone was aware that the guild leader was somewhat aloof, with the majority of administrative tasks handled by Pan Jiaying and Brother Chang. However, during crucial moments, the leader's displayed capabilities were nothing short of astounding. Zhang Heng and Pan Jiaying entered the food storage room. Upon surveying the meager supplies in the corner, Zhang Heng's expression shifted. How could there be so little left? Pan Jiaying explained, "With around 40 newcomers arriving, after their first meal, our food reserves were nearly depleted. This is why Sister Wan is seeking assistance." Zhang Heng nodded, acknowledging that having a large number of people indeed posed its challenges. Nevertheless, for the moment, there were no immediate issues. With that, Zhang Heng began to extract bag after bag of rice, along with some packaged fresh vegetables and vacuum-sealed meats from his spatial backpack. He subsequently unloaded approximately 200 to 300 pounds of potatoes onto the floor. Pan Jiaying, upon seeing the potatoes, couldn't help but chuckle. "Where did you find so many potatoes?" Zhang Heng smiled slightly. "Potatoes are hardly rare. They can be found in every marketplace." He continued to pile water, carbonated beverages, and beer onto the ground. The once sparse food storage suddenly appeared abundant. As they exited the food storage room, Pan Jiaying remarked, "Won't the sudden influx of food raise suspicions?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Certainly it will. However, we need not fear suspicion at the moment, as it is unlikely anyone nearby would dare to encroach upon us, much like the time of the South Shanghai seafood base. With our numbers and rifles, and 20-hour surveillance of the posts, who will be bold enough to trouble us?" Pan Jiaying agreed, saying, "That's true. I shall head to the plantation now. Long Meow Meow has commendable abilities, and I must witness them firsthand." "Very well, go ahead," Zhang Heng replied. After exiting the food storage room, he cast his gaze over the new faces that had recently joined. He felt compelled to assert a modicum of authority befitting his role as the leader, allowing his eyes to take on a slightly fierce demeanor. The moment Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon them, conversations hushed and the atmosphere grew subdued. In truth, Zhang Heng had the potential to transform the shelter into a militarized stronghold. However, if one's abilities are revealed too abruptly, it may indeed arouse suspicion. After careful consideration, he decided against it. That evening, he proceeded directly to bunker number 2. Meanwhile, the others settled for makeshift beds in the shelter, with only those of greater seniority afforded the privilege of sleeping in tents. Zhang Heng returned to the training room. The first and second zombies had found their respective places to rest. Zhang Heng resumed his position from earlier that afternoon, diligently honing his skills. The higher his proficiency, the more potent his abilities would become. By now, he had grasped certain fundamental truths. As long as he grew stronger, he need not fear the exposure of his powers. He must fortify himself. The ability of the Ice Core would serve as his most formidable trump card at this juncture. Chapter 99. The theft of the food storage room after a night of rigorous training. A revelation suddenly emerged in Zhang Heng's mind. Ice Shield breaks level cap. Cold Domain breaks level cap. System, open my personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability, Core of Ice strength, 78 speed, 77 mentality, 78 gene. LV222 abilities. Self-healing LV1 mastery of longsword LV1 close combat LV1 mastery of crossbow LV1 ice shield LV1 ice thorn LV1 cold domain LV1 jet flight points. 980 Zhang Heng began to familiarize himself with the newly transcended ice shield. The ice shield manifested before him as a transparent barrier, encasing his entire being. Initially, it appeared as a simple handheld shield, but upon reaching LV1, it transformed into a protective dome, enveloping him entirely. The cold domain, centered around Zhang Heng, a low-temperature zone rapidly formed within a 20-meter radius. The air moisture crystallized into snowflakes, which began to descend gracefully. With satisfaction, Zhang Heng nodded and glanced at the time on his phone. Morning had arrived. He resolved to return for a brief rest, having exhausted considerable physical and mental energy throughout the night. His mind was in turmoil, necessitating a short slumber. After approximately 3 hours of rest, Zhang Heng received a call from Pan Jiaying. Zhang Heng, our food storage room has been robbed. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What do you mean? The food has been stolen? Just hurry over, she urged. Zhang Heng hastened back to the shelter and arrived at the food storage room. Upon opening the door, he was stunned to find that over half of the supplies were missing. He furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth happened? How could so much be gone? Did anyone suspicious come by last night? Pan Jiaying shook her head. I inquired with some of the sentries, and they reported no unusual activity. Either the thief possesses remarkable stealth skills, or it was an inside job. But where could nearly half of the food have gone? At that moment, Zhang Heng suggested perhaps we should call on the 10 newly recruited evolvers from yesterday to investigate. Cheng Chang, who had been silent until now, quickly interjected. I'll go. Recognizing his responsibility for bringing them in, he appeared quite earnest. A few minutes later, the 10 newcomers were summoned to the conference room, where the officials secured the door. The 10 evolvers lined up neatly. Zhang Heng scanned the faces before him, offering a slight smile. If any of you face difficulties, feel free to speak directly with Chong or Sister Pan. Resorting to theft is truly disappointing. I am aware that you individuals have been selected, and there may be comrades and family members outside who once fought alongside you. However, this does not justify your illicit actions. If you were to confess now, I would be inclined to overlook your transgressions, for I am not one to be unreasonable. 10 pairs of eyes met mine, yet none dared to admit their wrongdoing. At that moment, Long Meow Meow raised her hand and said, President, I have been with Sister Pan all along. We even shared a room. Sister Pan can vouch for me. Long Meow Meow, in her 20s, possessed a strikingly delicate appearance, clad in oversized male attire, exuding a sense of righteousness. Zhang Heng then turned to Pan Jiaying, who nodded in affirmation, stating, Meow Meow slept with me last night. I can attest to that. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. And the rest of you? At this juncture, a long-haired man stepped forward, expressing, President, why do you suspect me first? Could it not have been one of your own? His words carried an unmistakable tone of defiance. I respect you for your formidable strength, but to cast suspicion upon us without evidence is disheartening, especially since we have only just arrived. Zhang Heng replied with a wry smile. It is indeed disheartening that upon our arrival, half of the supplies from my food storage have vanished. Thus, do not feel aggrieved. I shall ensure justice is served, starting with you. Were you able to provide an alibi for your whereabouts yesterday? The long-haired man responded. I was with Cadre Lin Chi yesterday. Cadre Lin Chi and Cadre Lin Lei divided us into 2 small teams for an external search today. We conversed until late into the night before retiring, and others did the same. Zhang Heng glanced at Lin Chi and Lin Lei, who nodded in agreement. Lin Chi remarked, I must admit, I find this surprising. It is implausible that such a quantity of supplies could be moved in an instant without anyone noticing. Could it be that a spatial ability user has infiltrated our ranks? Perhaps the same individual who emptied several shopping malls previously? Upon hearing this, others began to respond in agreement. Indeed, there seems to be a possibility. One exclaimed, this spatial ability user is utterly despicable for targeting us. Zhang Heng then turned to Cheng Chang and inquired, what abilities do they possess? Cheng Chang's expression shifted slightly as he retrieved a registration form from his notebook, which listed the names and abilities of all individuals. Zhang Heng perused the form, noting, name, Li Rong, ability, physical enhancement name, Long Meow Meow, ability, water manipulation name, Shi Jian, ability, earth manipulation sand control name, Yang Fan, ability, X-ray vision. Zhang Heng's expression altered as he turned to Shi Jian and asked, Shi Jian. Where did you sleep last night? Shi Jian, a middle-aged man in his 30s, was short in stature and bore a simple, honest demeanor. However, when Zhang Heng posed his question to Shi Jian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "President, last night I shared a makeshift bed on the first floor with Yang Fan. You may inquire with him." Yang Fan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I slept on the floor with old Shi." "Old Shi?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. "Yang Fan, have you and Shi Jian known each other for quite some time? Were you once part of the same team?" Yang Fan looked slightly startled. "No, not all. We only just met yesterday. Why do you ask?" Zhang Heng replied, "Though your acquaintance is recent, your manner of addressing him suggests a long-standing familiarity." "Old Shi, is it a term one would typically use for someone just met? If you refer to him as old Shi, then naturally he would address you as old Yang from the outset. Furthermore, when you called him old Shi Jian's expression shifted significantly, but he quickly concealed it. Is it possible that the two of you are in collusion, having pilfered these supplies? Chapter 100. Unmasking the thief. Shi Jian wore an awkward expression as he addressed the president. "Surely you cannot suspect, merely based on old Yang's reference to me, that we have known each other for an extended period and conspired to pilfer your supplies?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. With one possessing the ability of X-ray vision and the other the power of earth manipulation, it would be rather effortless to ascertain the location of my provisions. Wouldn't it be quite convenient for you to transport them underground? What do you all think? Is there anyone here acquainted with the two of them? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions rife with curiosity. Shi Jian took a deep breath and replied, "President, if you doubt our words, it would be prudent for us to withdraw. After all, we cannot endure being suspected of thievery." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. "While this place is indeed commendable, I have no desire to bear the blame. I shall take my leave as well." Zhang Heng smiled subtly. "In truth, our guild has only recently been established, and with so many new members joining, it is only natural for minor incidents to occur. What I currently lack is an example to instill fear in others. Since opportunity presents itself, what further discussion is warranted? The rest may depart, but you two shall remain." Yang Fan and Shi Jian exchanged a glance, both sensing the ominous turn of events. They began to slowly retreat. Shi Jian implored, "President, you cannot force a confession, can you? Although I possess the ability to manipulate the earth, it does not imply I am a thief. I genuinely wish to ally with you. You cannot accuse me unjustly. Shouldn't we operate based on evidence?" Yang Fan quickly added, "Even if you were to kill us, you would not recover your lost supplies." Zhang Heng nodded. "It seems you have misunderstood something. Who claimed I would not retrieve what I have lost? My belongings, whether they be provisions or otherwise, are rightfully mine, and I will reclaim them, regardless of whether it requires coercion or gentle persuasion. As long as I can ultimately retrieve what is mine, I shall explore all avenues. What you heard earlier was gentle persuasion. Now, we have entered the phase of coercion." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Heng expanded the icy domain around him, enveloping Shi Jian and Yang Fan. Both men felt a chilling temperature invade their bodies, involuntarily drawing back their necks. Had it not been for the snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky, they would have been utterly perplexed. "Is this elemental manipulation? I thought your ability was to control zombies?" Shi Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Fan trembled uncontrollably. Do you intend to kill us?" As they spoke, puffs of warm breath escaped their lips in visible clouds. At that moment, Pan Jiang interjected, "President, what if you're mistaken?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "If a couple of lives are lost, it would amount to little consequence for me or this world. In this apocalyptic era, death is a constant. What difference does it make if 2 perish today and another 2 tomorrow? Those who dare covet my granary are undoubtedly evolved beings. Mere mortals lack the capacity to do so. If no one acknowledges these 10 evolutionaries, I shall eliminate them all." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Is this truly Zhang Heng, the president of the Survival Guild? Typically amiable, he displayed a ruthless decisiveness when addressing certain matters. Shi Jian and Yang Fan were evidently struggling against the cold, yet they persevered. Zhang Heng inquired coolly, "If you acknowledge, surrender your possessions, and I shall allow your departure. If not, You will be transformed into ice sculptures, and before your demise, you will answer my questions. Naturally, should you attempt to resist, I will employ my full strength. Yang Fan's teeth chattered from the chill. After all, it was merely a few bags of rice and some crates of potatoes. Surely, it was not worth our lives. Old Yang. Shi Jian's face reddened with indignation as he cast a speechless glance at Yang Fan. Zhang Heng promptly encased Shi Jian in ice, leaving the less threatening Yang Fan behind. Panicked, Yang Fan exclaimed, "What have you done to him?" Zhang Heng replied, "Where have you concealed my provisions? Take me there, or your fate will mirror his." With tears of frustration, Yang Fan stammered, "It's beneath the food storage room. We did not relocate it, and old Shi buried it underground, not very deep. A few people can excavate it." Zhang Heng nodded, as if enlightened. "Then you too shall perish." A wave of frigid air suddenly engulfed Yang Fan. He curled up on the ground, transforming into yet another ice sculpture. The attendees in the conference room stood in stunned silence. The president had directly executed both of them. Moreover, he had accurately deduced their involvement. Cheng Chang queried, "Why did you suspect them?" Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "They possessed the means to commit the act. Though I was largely guessing. The abilities of others did not align with this possibility, and ultimately, my deduction proved correct." Cheng Chang sighed in resignation. There will always be those who take foolish risks. At this juncture, Zhang Heng instructed, place their bodies outside the shelter. Lin Shi and Lin Lei stepped forward, each lifting an ice sculpture and proceeding toward the exit. Cheng Chang gathered a few individuals and descended to the food storage room to commence excavation. Zhang Heng had previously mentioned that the foundation of the building was elevated, entirely suspended with 50 pillars supporting the first floor. The group swiftly unearthed the missing provisions from beneath the food storage. Thus, the truth was unveiled. Zhang Heng reconvened everyone and declared, "Yang Fan and Shi Jian, last night, while everyone was asleep, attempted to bury our food underground in a bid to steal it. Fortunately, our team discovered their plot in time and thwarted their plan. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for all." The crowd buzzed with chatter, incredulous at the audacity displayed. How could they dare to steal from here? Were these the same two responsible for the earlier thefts at the marketplace? It appears that this Shi Jian is a member of the Red Leaf team. I had thought he betrayed them to come here. President, the middle-aged man with long hair addressed Zhang Heng, stating that Shi Jian and Yang Fan were previously members of the Red Leaf team. The Red Leaf team is situated quite a distance from us, and if they have indeed sent Shi Jian, it is likely they will not let this matter rest. Recently, it would be prudent for everyone to exercise caution. The Red Leaf team? Zhang Heng inquired, perplexed. What is the purpose of this Red Leaf team? This is the first time I have heard of it. You seem to have some knowledge about it. Why not enlighten me further? Chapter 101. The intruder, the middle-aged man, named Li Jigang, remarked that the leader of the Hongye squad was a woman named Lu Hongye, who possessed remarkable capabilities. Initially, their team comprised over 100 members, but gradually it was pruned down to merely a dozen or so. I was one of those eliminated. She only sought out the elite, the capable evolvers. The two individuals I encountered earlier were still part of the Hongye squad before my departure. I remain uncertain whether they were dismissed or if they came here on Lu Hongye's orders. In any case, it would be wise to exercise caution in the days ahead. Zhang Heng inquired, "What abilities does this Lu Hongye possess?" Li Jigang pondered for a moment before responding. "Some say she was once an assassin." An assassin? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted noticeably. A team formed by an assassin had set their sights on his sanctuary. However, this remained mere conjecture. Those two might have ventured out on their own accord. Regardless, the atmosphere within the sanctuary grew rather unsettling. Yet, there were tasks that still required attention. The first floor of the sanctuary was now completed and needed several days for the cement to set. Cheng Chang and Pan Jiaying began assigning rooms. Due to the excessive number of individuals, for people were to share a room. However, once the second floor was constructed, such issues would likely be resolved. Jiang Ping commenced laying the electrical circuits and plumbing for the toilets. Zhang Heng procured a considerable amount of materials for him, including toilets and sinks. His spatial backpack was filled with such items. At present, Zhang Heng observed the women planting seeds in the garden, while Lu Wintao, accompanied by his team, was erecting a wall of bricks and cement around the plantation. The height of the wall matched that of the sanctuary itself. They constructed a large gate in the wall at the back of the sanctuary, facilitating the women's comings and goings to the plantation. Under everyone's diligent efforts, the sanctuary was gradually taking shape. Meanwhile, a team was steadily approaching the sanctuary. On the rooftop of a construction site in Jiangnan City's development zone, 5 individuals stood gazing at the sanctuary beyond the city's borders. At the forefront was a tall woman with short hair and a cold demeanor. She held a pair of binoculars, surveying the location of the sanctuary, her gaze landing on 2 figures at the entrance, frozen into icy sculptures. These 2 were members of her previous team. Lu Hongye passed the binoculars to a nearby muscular man and remarked, "Yang Fan and Shi Jian seem to have met with failure. Their bodies are displayed at the entrance of the sanctuary, completely encased in ice. This indicates that one among them possesses elemental abilities, specifically of the ice variety." The middle-aged, muscular man grinned, stating, "They have quite a number of people. Their resources must be substantial. It appears they are in the process of constructing the sanctuary, which is certainly an improvement over our current situation." Another shorter man, his expression darkened, retorted, "Shi Jian and Yang Fan were our dear brothers. How dare they slay them? We must avenge them, regardless of how many adversaries stand before us. What does their number signify? In this world, dominated by zombies and evolved beings, amidst the throng of humanity, I observe that the majority are merely ordinary individuals. What threat do ordinary people pose to us? Assault rifles." Suddenly, a middle-aged man raised his brow in surprise. "Goodness, those 7 or 8 sentinels at the outpost are armed with assault rifles." Assault rifles? A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Yet, Lu Hongye remained unperturbed. "We are here for vengeance, not to engage in a firefight. Are we to fear mere firearms? I shall dispose of their leader. You need only watch from here." A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. When the captain makes a move, the outcome is apparent. Initially, we intended to pilfer some supplies, but alas, their ruthlessness left us no choice. They brought this upon themselves. Once we eliminate their leader, we shall inherit their sanctuary. How splendid it appears indeed. As night fell, under a canopy of stars, Lu Hongye approached the sanctuary with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the base of its towering walls. Gazing upward, she mused that it seemed less daunting from afar. Yet upon closer inspection, the height proved considerable. As she spoke, Lu Hongye donned a pair of gloves, uniquely structured. Placing her hand against the wall, she pulled downward, and her right hand adhered to the surface. Lifting the glove again freed her hand. Utilizing these exceptional gloves, she began to scale the wall, and upon reaching the summit, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. Seizing the moment when the guards of the watchtower were momentarily distracted, she deftly vaulted into the sanctuary. With the recent influx of newcomers, Lu Hongye wandered through the sanctuary without arousing suspicion. She meticulously examined her surroundings, incredulous that this sanctuary boasted electricity and even plumbing. Its living conditions mirrored those of urban life, indistinguishable in any significant way. Although somewhat rudimentary, it seemed poised to soon achieve the comforts of the city. Avoiding the throngs, Lu Hongye ventured into a secluded corner. However, at that moment, a voice called out from behind her. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Slowly, Lu Hongye turned to face the source of the voice, discovering a young girl standing behind her. Upon seeing the child, a subtle smile graced Lu Hongye's lips. "I'm a new member. It's only natural you haven't encountered me before. It's quite late. Shouldn't you be getting to bed, little sister?" Lin Xueshi, emerging from beneath her skirt, brandished 2 gleaming butterfly knives, gripping them tightly as she regarded Lu Hongye. "I am not a little sister. I know everyone here, except for you. This is our first meeting. You had best be forthcoming, or I shall not hesitate to act." This was no ordinary little girl. A hint of caution flickered in Lu Hongye's eyes. The ordinary little girl should not possess such a terrifying gaze. At that moment, Lu Hongye drew a dagger and warned, "Little girl, you had better." Lin Xueshi flashed a grin and retorted, "You are indeed not from here, so I shall not hold back." Suddenly, Lin Xueshi charged towards Lu Hongya. Lu Hongya was taken aback. An evolved being? Such a diminutive, evolved being? She hastily raised her weapon to defend herself, and in the darkness, the two blades clashed, igniting a fierce shower of sparks. Lin Xueshi wielded dual daggers. It was Lu Hongya's first encounter with an opponent so chaotic yet powerful. As she found herself being relentlessly pushed back, sparks erupted in the darkness, reminiscent of blooming fireworks. Chapter 102. Intrusion. The sounds of a scuffle swiftly captured the attention of others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hongya swiftly struck Lin Xueshi and made a dash for the exit of the shelter. At that moment, Subo rushed towards Lin Xueshi, followed closely by Pan Jiaying. Subo inquired, "Xueshi, what happened? Who are you fighting with?" Lin Xueshi shook her hand, where the Jialan butterfly knife had been, before slipping it back into the stockings beneath her dress. An intruder, who somehow managed to sneak in and possesses quite impressive skills. It might be members of Hongya's team seeking revenge. "Where is Zhang Heng?" Pan Jiaying interjected. "Zhang Heng has gone out. He probably won't return until daytime. However, I can give him a call." Lin Xueshi nodded, suggesting they wait for Zhang Heng to return, assuring them that there likely wouldn't be any other intruders that night, though they should remain vigilant while sleeping. With that, Lin Xueshi tied her disheveled hair into a ponytail, signaling her seriousness. At that moment, Zhang Heng was honing his skills in the practice room of bunker number 2. Proficiency in ice domain has increased. Proficiency in jet flight has increased. Zhang Heng clenched his fists, a smile gracing his face. Both abilities had improved. He gazed down at the ground below, which had transformed into a glacial surface, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. At this instant, he found himself suspended in midair. The speed of his jet flight had accelerated, and his agility in the air had become more fluid. Zhang Heng executed a full rotation in the boundless expanse before gently descending. He approached the zombies in areas 1 and 2, who were currently resting in place. Glancing at the time, Zhang Heng noted that it seemed to be morning. The automatic exploration rewards had dwindled, likely due to the nearby zombies being nearly eradicated by the duo. He resolved to personally escort them into the city. Should he encounter any crawlers, he would attempt to eliminate them. As he exited the practice room, Zhang Heng suddenly noticed 3 missed calls on his phone, seemingly from Pan Jiaying. He promptly returned the call. "Sister Pan, what can I do for you? Last night, our shelter was breached by intruders, but Xueshi managed to fend them off," Pan Jiaying explained. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, surprised at the quick retaliation. "Were there any injuries?" "No, Xueshi is incredibly capable," she reassured him. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. "All right, I will head over immediately." He made his way back to the shelter to assess the situation. In the meeting room, several officials were gathered. Zhang Heng turned to Lin Xueshi and asked, "Xueshi, could you elaborate on what transpired last night?" Lin Xueshi nodded. "It happened like this. I couldn't sleep and decided to wander about. That's when I encountered a strange woman, clearly not from our shelter. I recognized her instantly, so I approached to inquire about her identity, which led to our confrontation." Zhang Heng asked how skilled was she. Lin Xueshi remarked on her formidable prowess, noting her extensive combat experience. "Perhaps she was in haste, which is why she did not employ her full strength against me before fleeing. Is she truly an exceptional female assassin? Could it be Lu Hongya?" At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Li Jigang entered, declaring that he had seen the intruder last night. She was none other than the leader of Team Hongya, Lu Hongya. A wave of astonishment swept through the group. "The captain herself has arrived? It seems she intends to stir up trouble." Fortunately, Xueshi detected the threat early, or we might have faced dire consequences. "Indeed," Fan Jin interjected, adding that the 2 corpses at the entrance had also been taken. "I suspect they were responsible. It's hardly likely that wild beasts carried them away. What are our guards doing? How could they allow anyone to breach our defenses? There's little we can do. Their entry indicates their capabilities. We cannot rely on our guards," Chang Chang remarked, turning to Zhang Heng. "How do you plan to address this situation? If we do nothing, they will likely return. It's not the theft that worries me, but the fact that the thieves are keeping an eye on us." Zhang Heng looked at Li Jigang and inquired, "Do you know where their hideout is?" Li Jigang nodded. Of course, it's located within the Wuma building. Shall I take you there? Zhang Heng agreed, saying yes. Let us investigate. They've intruded with murderous intent, and if I do not take action, others might perceive me as a pushover. The group fell silent, feeling a touch of awkwardness. A pushover? Every adversary you've faced has met their demise, hasn't it? Li Jigang and Zhang Heng promptly set off, with Zhang Heng bringing along the two zombies, number 1 and number 2. Meanwhile, a few individuals atop the distant development zone building also took note of the unfolding events. Boss, the leader of the survival guild, has emerged, accompanied by another individual whom I recognize as a former member of our team. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Lu Hongye rose and peered through binoculars towards the hideout. She observed Zhang Heng, a middle-aged man, and two oddly shaped figures exiting the shelter. Lu Hongye's gaze turned icy. It appeared they had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. Their president likely intended to visit our hideout. We must return immediately. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Hongye sprinted down the stairs, with the other two following closely behind. The bodies of Shi Jian and Yang Fan had been taken for burial, while Xiao Li and Xiao Lin were likely still unaware. Should we go find them? Lu Hongye replied coldly. They will return if they cannot locate us. We must return before he reaches our hideout. Wuma building. The journey was surprisingly smooth, with a lamentably low number of zombies in the vicinity, leaving one to wonder where they had all gone. Not even the corpses of zombies littered the ground. Could they have been consumed by the crawlers? After all, the crawlers do not appear to be particularly choosy eaters. Lizigan Pundaratalot. Where have all the nearby zombies gone? Zhang Heng smiled faintly, expressing his curiosity as well. At that moment, two figures emerged ahead. It was evident that they were members of the Hongye team, one a muscular man and the other a shorter individual. Li Jigang abruptly came to a halt. The muscular man, known as Wang Chuang, scrutinized Zhang Heng and Li Jigang before addressing Li Jigang. So you've grown some wings now, daring to lead others? Li Jigang returned Wang Chuang's gaze with a slight smile, replying, I am merely guiding. I cannot assist in other matters. After all, I am now a member of the Survival Guild, and I must contribute to its cause. The shorter man was named Zhao Feng. With a knife in one hand and a piercing glare in his eyes, he inquired, What purpose does your guidance serve? Is there something amiss? Chapter 103 Apologies. But I must decline. Zhang Heng's gaze swept over the two individuals before him, and he inquired, Yesterday, your captain intruded upon my sanctuary, an act witnessed by many, and engaged in a brawl with my members. The two corpses at the entrance have also been stolen. Do you truly consider this your home? I have come today to seek an explanation. Do you underestimate us? Ma Gu slightly raised his hands, his dual blades aligning with the backs of his hands. The long hair of the second zombie transformed instantaneously into a blood-red hue, countless strands undulating in the air as if imbued with life. Wang Chuang and Zhao Feng felt a bitter taste rise in their mouths. This was akin to facing an immense and unyielding steel plate. Wang Chuang cleared his throat and spoke. Indeed, we should not have set our sights upon you. But since you have already taken the lives of two of our members without stealing anything from us, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. That is merely a reflection of your inadequacy. Had you succeeded, my food supply would have been halved, or perhaps entirely seized. A guild devoid of resources would collapse in an instant, and you are aware of the repercussions. In this age, what holds utmost importance? Surely, it is resources. To steal from me is to push us to the brink of an abyss. You suggest we simply let it go? You think you can just dismiss this matter? Bring forth your captain. At that moment, Li Jigang began to retreat, clearly anticipating an imminent conflict. Zhang Heng's assertiveness rendered Wang Chuang and Zhao Feng momentarily speechless. The two exchanged glances, and Zhao Feng nodded, resolutely deciding to summon their captain. In truth, their captain was nearby. Lu Hongye swiftly followed Zhao Feng to the scene. She cast a wary glance at the peculiar individuals beside Zhang Heng and remarked, You seek an explanation? What do you wish to discuss? It was I who visited your sanctuary last night. Zhang Heng chuckled softly. What do I wish? You dispatched individuals to pilfer from me, then covertly infiltrated my sanctuary and engaged in combat with my people. It is you who must clarify your intentions. Not I. Lu Hongye inhaled deeply and replied, You have already slain our members. Do you intend to annihilate us entirely? A chill began to emanate from Zhang Heng. Who can say? If I were to release you, who knows whether you might strike me down when the moment is most critical? While I do not seek to provoke others lightly, I will not spare those who threaten my existence. The three understood the implications of his words, realizing the impending conflict. Lu Hongye spoke coldly. He came prepared to kill us. You best brace yourselves. We will either slay him or perish in the attempt. How had matters escalated to this point? The Hongye team held a modest reputation in the vicinity. Just then, a sizable team approached from behind. Crimson Leaf, it has been quite some time since I last visited you. How have you fared recently? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Hongye's expression brightened somewhat. Zhang Heng turned to see a group of several dozen individuals gradually encircling his position. At the forefront stood a man with a wolf's tail who, despite his rugged appearance, possessed a certain charm. The individuals beside him bore cold, sinister gazes, each exuding an intimidating aura. Zhang Heng observed the unfolding scene in silence, finding himself unexpectedly surrounded. Luo Yuliang approached Lu Hongye, saying, I heard you encountered some trouble, so I came to see what transpired. He then inquired, Who is this fellow? Luo Yuliang glanced at Zhang Heng and his companions. At that moment, a man beside Luo Yuliang whispered in his ear, He is likely the renowned leader of the Survival Guild, known for his ability to control zombies. It appears he possesses multiple powers, and those two zombies by his side exhibit formidable combat prowess, having slain numerous undead, along with some aberrant variants. Luo Yuliang's expression shifted slightly. I thought those two monsters looked familiar. They're the ones scouring the city for zombies. He then turned to Lu Hongye, asking, How did you get entangled with them? Lu Hongye took a deep breath and admitted, I stole their belongings. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuliang couldn't help but chuckle. That's easily resolved. Simply return what you took. He approached Zhang Heng, stating, I am Luo Yuliang. You must be the leader of the Survival Guild. I've heard much about you, and am pleased to make your acquaintance. Zhang Heng replied coolly, Do you wish to protect her? Then be prepared for total annihilation. Luo Yuliang was momentarily taken aback, as were those around him, their faces reflecting disbelief. A cadre beside Luo Yuliang stepped forward, saying, Are you not aware that you're already surrounded by a pack of wolves? Zhang Heng smiled slightly, though I am uncertain where you learned that phrase. It is quite amusing. A pack of wolves? I am unafraid of crawlers. What need have I to fear wolves or dogs? Luo Yuliang's expression darkened slightly. I have indeed heard that you and your companions dispatched a crawler. Your guild's strength is commendable. Our only enemies are zombies. Should not the evolved maintain amicable relations? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. I have always believed as such. Have you seen me provoke anyone? The Survival Guild prioritizes existence, avoiding trouble, yet not shying away from it either. Lu Hongye dared to covet my resources and even ventured into my sanctuary to commit murder. As the leader, I am entitled to safeguard the well-being of my members. Should you wish to protect her, I shall have to deal with you as well. Luo Yuliang's expression shifted drastically. Wait, we will compensate you. Unnecessary, Zhang Heng declared, leaping into action, unleashing a wave of icy chill. At that moment, Number 1 and Number 2 swiftly separated, charging towards the nearby evolved. A shower of blood erupted into the sky. All were left in shock. The confrontation had commenced. Zhang Heng regarded them with utter disdain. Suddenly, a sharp ice spike materialized in his hand, shooting towards one of the individuals on the ground. In an instant, the ice spike pierced through the person's body and continued its trajectory, mercilessly penetrating the forms of other evolved beings, as if they were nothing more than soft tofu. The blood from the second zombie's head scattered in all directions, a testament to its corporeal nature. The blood magic effortlessly traversed the bodies of everyone nearby. Luo Yuliang, witnessing a strand of hair hurtling towards him, swiftly retaliated with a slash, hastily retreating to Lu Hongye's side. Lu Hongye stood in shock, fully realizing the gravity of having provoked such a formidable figure. He was nothing short of a remorseless monster. The creature was now opening its gaping maw, intent on devouring everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 104. The boss of Highway District, Sun Cheng Zhongheng, suddenly descended before Lu Hongye and Luo Yuliang, causing both to widen their eyes in astonishment. Without hesitation, Lu Hongye lunged at Zhongheng with a knife. In a swift motion, Zhongheng seized her arm and twisted it forcefully. A chilling sensation enveloped her, freezing her entire arm, with the cold rapidly creeping through her body, rendering her utterly incapable of resistance. Luo Yuliang, paralyzed by fear, dared not intervene. Witnessing Lu Hongye transformed into an ice sculpture, he hastily pleaded, "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life." Zhongheng regarded Luo Yuliang, who returned his gaze. Suddenly, Brother Ma darted past from behind, his hand slicing through the air toward Luo Yuliang's neck. In an instant, Luo Yuliang's head was severed, landing on the ground with a shocked expression, mouth agape in disbelief. Zhongheng cast a detached glance at the two lifeless bodies sprawled before him. Turning, he saw Brother Ma and zombie number 2 approaching. Yet, his attention was drawn upward to the Wuma building. This building served as Lu Hongye's sanctuary, and given her penchant for pilfering from other teams, it was likely brimming with supplies. With a leap, Zhongheng ascended, while Brother Ma grasped his ankle and zombie number 2 ensnared his other foot with its long hair. The trio swiftly reached the rooftop of the 12-story building. Zhongheng, drawing upon his past experiences of hiding supplies, made his way directly to the top floor in search of provisions. As anticipated, he discovered all the supplies concentrated in a single room: rice, cured meat, instant noodles, and snacks. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhongheng opened a spatial vortex, swiftly collecting the items into his spatial backpack. He then soared from the rooftop towards the direction of the sanctuary. However, at that moment, a rugged vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Wuma building. Two individuals emerged, their expressions contorting in concern as they surveyed the multitude of corpses. What on earth has transpired here? So many have perished? A middle-aged man in his 30s rushed over, his pallor and trembling revealing his profound fear and understanding of the situation. Zhang Chuan, placing a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, inquired, "Hey, calm yourself. What has happened here? I see the bodies of Lu Hongye and Luo Yuliang. Who is responsible? Zombies? Or perhaps another team?" The man quivered, responding it was. It was Zhongheng from the Survival Guild, along with his 2 zombies. This man single-handedly annihilated us all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuan and Lu Yong exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. Is it that Survival Guild again? They pondered, contemplating revenge against this formidable group. However, it seemed a daunting endeavor given the current circumstances. This individual possesses such formidable strength. It is inconceivable that the 2 of them could possibly contend with him. Lu Hongye and Luo Yuliang are both competent evolvers, yet they were mercilessly slaughtered by Zhongheng as though they were mere animals. Could it be that this man has already unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock? Zhang Chuan and Lu Yong exchanged glances, and Zhang Chuan spoke. "Old Lu, it seems we may be in over our heads. We must seek assistance." Lu Yong nodded in agreement. "But who do you intend to enlist? Zhongheng's prowess is not to be underestimated." Zhang Chuan chuckled lightly. "Who else could it be? Naturally, it is Mr. Sun, who has a rapport with our leader." In the highway district of Jiangnan City, Zhang Chuan drove his vehicle to a checkpoint. Soon, 2 armed guards approached. One of them inquired, "Which sector are you from? And what is your name?" Zhang Chuan alighted from his car, offering a pack of cigarettes to one of the guards. "I am Zhang Chuan of the Wolf Pack. Our leader is a good friend of Mr. Sun. We fought together against the crawlers." Upon hearing this, and with the addition of the cigarettes, the guard's demeanor brightened, and he promptly granted them passage. After a considerable duration, Zhang Chuan parked his vehicle in front of a hotel known as the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel. As he exited the car, he remarked to Lu Yong, "Since we dealt with the crawlers here, the highway district has been entirely devoid of zombies. One must admit, Mr. Sun is quite capable. We should have joined forces with them from the outset. Look at these people. They seem to be leading normal lives." Lu Yong smiled slightly. "Our leader has passed. It is not too late to align with them now." Indeed, Zhang Chuan concurred as he entered the hotel and approached the front desk. Addressing a female receptionist, "We are Zhang Chuan of the Wolf Pack, and I have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Sunday. Is he present in the hotel? The receptionist smiled softly. Mr. Sun is always here at the hotel. I will inform him immediately. Zhang Chuan smiled back, noting that this receptionist was far more attractive than the previous one. The receptionist recognized the compliment and returned a courteous smile. Mr. Sun is in the office on the top floor. He has agreed to see you. Thank you. Zhang Chuan and Lu Yong exchanged glances before making their way toward the elevator. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Upon the doors opening, two bald men in suits and sunglasses approached to conduct a search. Apologies, but we need to check you. Zhang Chuan and Lu Yong extended their arms. After a brief search, they were finally ushered into Mr. Sun's presence. Mr. Sun was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a slick hairstyle, his fingers racing across a notebook as he communicated with someone. Upon their entrance, he looked up with a slight smile. Ah, it is you two. Where is your leader? The wolf? Zhang Chuan sighed resignedly. Our leader has passed away. Sun Cheng's fingers momentarily froze above the keyboard, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How could it be that someone had perished? Who was responsible? Was there truly a force capable of confronting the ferocious wolves in District 3? Lu Yong interjected, explaining that an evolver named Zhang Heng, likely a second-tier evolver, possessed formidable strength. Moreover, he had established a group known as the Survival Guild, comprising approximately 100 members. According to the intelligence we gathered, this guild had previously dealt with a creature known as a creeper. Sun Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, expressing his surprise. He had not heard of such a powerful team existing in District 3. How had your leader managed to provoke him? You have not come here with the expectation that I would assist in avenging your leader, have you? Sun Cheng chuckled wryly, admitting that his relationship with him was not particularly close. Chapter 105. The Yalong Nation at this moment, Zhang Chuan remarked, Mr. Sun, have you not been persistently seeking individuals with spatial abilities? The third district was utterly devastated by one such individual who hoarded resources from several markets, making our search for supplies exceedingly arduous. Sun Cheng's expression shifted slightly. He pondered the connection to Zhang Heng. Are you suggesting that Zhang Heng is the spatial ability user? Lu Yong interjected. The supplies we had gathered were entirely stripped away. It was less than an hour after the demise of the wolf that our resources were cleared out. Who possesses such capability? Besides a spatial ability user, who else could it be? Sun Cheng closed his notebook, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is that true? Zhang Chuan nodded. A classroom brimming with supplies, enough for us to sustain ourselves for a year and a half, has vanished without a trace. Since that incident, we have harbored suspicions that Zhang Heng might indeed be the spatial ability user. Even if he is not, he possesses the capacity to relocate a significant amount of items in an instant. This is precisely what piques your interest, Mr. Sunday. At this juncture, Lu Yong continued. In truth, after our leader's demise, we find ourselves somewhat adrift. Zhang Chuan and I are not here to seek vengeance for our leader. Rather, we wish to leverage this information in hopes of joining your esteemed family, Mr. Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng could not help but chuckle. Of course, you may join. I do harbor doubts about evolutionists like you entering my realm, especially as former companions of the wolf. Tell me where this Zhang Heng is located, and I will facilitate the necessary arrangements for your stay here. In the meantime, why not take a moment to rest in the lounge? Of course. The two hurriedly made their way to the lounge. Not long after Zhang Chuan and Lu Yong settled in, several imposing figures entered the room. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Yong asked, Did you hear what Mr. Sun just said? Zhang Chuan, puzzled, replied, What did he say? Lu Yong clicked his tongue. When we expressed our desire to join his team, what was Mr. Sun's response? Zhang Chuan recalled. He welcomed us to his nation. Lu Yong nodded. Mr. Sun perceives this place as his country. He is the king, and we're the subjects of this realm. What he seeks is not merely a team, but the establishment of a nation. Such lofty aspirations. The phrase resonated in their minds simultaneously. However, he indeed possesses the strength to realize this. As two officials entered the office, the long-haired man at the forefront smiled faintly and inquired, Boss, what is it? Do you have any instructions for us? Sun Cheng nodded. Linyu, Zhuoshang, your timing is impeccable. I require you to verify the presence of an individual allegedly located in the 3rd District, who has constructed a shelter outside the city. His name is Zhang Heng, and he may very well be the spatial ability user I have been searching for. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. A spatial ability user? How could he expose himself at this juncture? Sun Cheng grinned. As long as he remained entangled in the societal web, his true nature would inevitably be revealed, unless he sought refuge in the remote mountains. If he were indeed a spatial ability user, the resources we could acquire from him would be quite significant. There was no need to elaborate further. At this moment, so Shang remarked, the boss implies that if he truly possesses spatial abilities, we should extend an invitation for him to join us. And if he does not? Sun Cheng pondered for a moment, stating, if we could bring him here for a meeting, I could provide you with a more definitive answer. In any case, let us not act rashly at the outset to avoid straining our rapport. Proceed with caution. Understood. Outside the city, a rugged vehicle approached from a distance. The guards at the outpost were taken aback, having never witnessed anyone driving a car before, and hurriedly went to report to their superiors. Lin Xueshi was just exiting the plantation with Long Yao Miao. The guard quickly addressed Lin Xueshi. Comrade Xueshi, I have an important matter to report. Lin Xueshi, puzzled, inquired, what is this important matter? Another off-road vehicle seems to be approaching our direction. A vehicle? Who would dare drive in the city, risking attracting zombies? Perhaps if it was fast enough, there would be little to worry about. Lin Xueshi nodded. All right, I understand. You may return to your post. Long Miao Miao gazed at Lin Xueshi with envy. Xueshi, you are so young yet so capable. I truly admire you. How I wish I had a sister like you. Lin Xueshi smiled gently. I actually think having a sister like you would be quite wonderful. Huh? Aren't I supposed to be the older sister? Lin Xueshi laughed as she ran ahead. I will come back to find you shortly. Long Miao Miao chuckled softly. That little Xueshi? Lin Xueshi discovered Zhang Heng assisting in the kitchen. She glanced at Bai Jing, who was rinsing rice in the corner. What was Zhang Heng doing here? Was he here for Bai Jing? Brother Zhang Heng. Lin Xueshi still referred to Zhang Heng as brother in front of others. Zhang Heng, puzzled, replied, Xueshi, it's you. What brings you here? Are you here to help in the kitchen? Wan Xianmei could not help but laugh. You cadre members all flocked to the kitchen. It's quite amusing. Please step outside. Xiaobai and I are quite busy. At this moment, Cheng Chong stood up. Sister Wan, do you treat me as heir? Wan Xianmei covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. Oh dear, I forgot Cheng Chong was still here. You've been working quietly, and I thought you had left. Cheng Chong shook his head with a resigned smile. Subsequently, the 3 cadre members exited. Zhang Heng inquired, what is the matter, Xueshi? Lin Xueshi explained, a guard just came to inform me that he spotted an off-road vehicle approaching from our direction, though we have no idea what their intentions are. I thought I should notify you first. An off-road vehicle? This was the first time Zhang Heng had heard of someone daring to drive one within the city. However, if he possessed such a vehicle, he would likely utilize it. Though, given his ability to fly now, he had little need for such means of transportation. A cacophony of horns echoed from outside, prompting several individuals to hasten towards the entrance. Is this the Survival Guild? Inquired a representative from the Yalong Kingdom, dispatched on a diplomatic mission by our leader. The words spoken by the other party struck an odd chord, leaving the listeners equally perplexed. Yalong Kingdom? What sort of entity is that? A nation? A leader? Surely, this individual must be inebriated, pondered Cheng Chong, questioning whether they should open the door. Lin Xueshi could not suppress her laughter, remarking that the notion of diplomacy was utterly hilarious. Did they believe they were filming a movie? However, Zhang Heng held a different perspective. Those who dare to refer to themselves as a nation must possess their own strength. Zhang Heng resolved to meet them. Chapter 106. Lin Yu's concerned Zhang Heng, accompanied by several officials, approached Sun Yu and Zhuoshang. Lin Yu and Zhuoshang regarded the group before them with curiosity. Lin Yu inquired, might I ask who among you is the president of the Survival Union? Zhang Heng nodded towards Lin Yu, indicating, that would be me. And you are the diplomats from Yalong Nation? Lin Yu scrutinized Zhang Heng momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, indeed. It is remarkable to encounter such youthful talent. As you rightly deduced, we represent Yalong Nation. Our leader, Sun Cheng, has sent us to introduce ourselves. I am Lin Yu, and this is Zhuoshang. Zhang Heng acknowledged them with a nod, suggesting, "Shall we proceed inside?" Lin Yu and Zhuoshang nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Heng toward the conference room. Inside the room, Lin Yu and Zhuoshang seated themselves directly opposite Zhang Heng, taking in their surroundings. Zhang Heng remarked, "Our shelter is still under construction and somewhat rudimentary. Now, please share the purpose of your visit." Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and addressed Zhang Heng. Yalong Nation has only just been established, with a population of approximately 500. We have successfully dealt with all the zombies in the highway district, including the crawlers. We maintain a dedicated patrol in the vicinity, and supplies of water, electricity, and food are adequate. However, this is merely a beginning. We require more individuals, particularly skilled talents, to aid in the growth of Yalong Nation and to eliminate the zombies throughout Jiangnan City. Once the city is free of zombies, we can return to our previous routines. The mention of 500 individuals elicited subtle surprise among the group. At that moment, Zhuoshang added, "Of the 500, nearly 100 are evolved individuals, including 3 elemental users. Our leader, Sun Cheng, possesses gravitational abilities, enabling him to manipulate gravity. With his presence, even crawlers must submit to the ground." Lin Yu continued, "I trust you would be eager to join our collective?" "Indeed," Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, "That sounds quite promising." Lin Yu and Zhuoshang exchanged smiles. Lin Yu then asked, "So, are you considering joining us? By the way, how many individuals do you have?" Zhang Heng replied, "A little over 100, with only a dozen or so being evolved individuals." Lin Yu and Zhuoshang nodded, their expressions calm. "That is commendable," Zhang Heng then added. "If anyone wishes to join Yalong Nation, I would be more than willing to facilitate their transition. However, as for myself, I shall not be accompanying them." Lin Yu and Zhuoshang were unable to suppress their confusion upon hearing this. Their purpose for visiting was precisely to engage Zhang Heng if he did not join them. What would the others accomplish? Lin Yu questioned, "Could you share your reasoning? It would help us provide a proper account upon our return." Zhang Heng smiled gently, explaining, "You see, I am accustomed to a life of freedom. I believe that merely existing in your territory would not suffice for me. I find myself disinclined towards hierarchical relationships. Perhaps I am rather peculiar in this regard. Moreover, my sanctuary is still under construction, yet the prospects appear quite promising. Whether or not I join your ranks bears little significance, though I am amenable to forming an alliance, as our common adversary is the undead. Should we encounter formidable challenges, we shall not remain idle." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhuoshang exchanged knowing glances, nodding in understanding. Lin Yu smiled slightly, rising to his feet as he declared, "I shall convey your words verbatim to our leader. I apologize for the intrusion." Zhang Heng returned the smile, assuring him that he was not a bother and offered to see them off. However, Lin Yu raised a hand to decline the offer, stating, "There is one question I wish to pose before my departure. Is President Zhang a spatial ability user?" At this, all eyes turned to Zhang Heng, who inquired with bewilderment, "What gives rise to such rumors? Who has informed you?" Lin Yu arched an eyebrow, responding, "Rumors seldom arise from a void. President Zhang has repeatedly dismantled several medium-sized teams, and their supplies mysteriously vanished on the same day. Only a spatial ability user could accomplish such feats. It is not a particularly difficult deduction." Zhang Heng nodded in realization, admitting, "In truth, I am a dual-system ability user. My powers extend beyond controlling zombies. I can also manipulate ice." As he spoke, Zhang Heng leapt into the air, astonishingly hovering above the ground, a chilling aura enveloping the table, lifting it effortlessly. Lin Yu and Zhuoshang gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the sight of Zhang Heng suspended in midair. Zhuoshang tentatively touched the floating table, feeling its icy surface, which was quite discomforting. He then looked up at Zhang Heng, asking, "Is this how you transport supplies?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct. I can soar freely. Who could possibly see me? A spatial ability user? That would certainly lead one to speculate. However, I am not. If I were, that would be splendid." Upon returning to their off-road vehicle, Lin Yu started the engine and sped away. Inside the vehicle, Zhuoshang lit a cigarette for himself, then offered one to Lin Yu. Pondering, This fellow is not a spatial ability user, yet he is a dual system ability user. This is the first time I have heard of such a classification. He added, moreover, he seems quite courteous. Lin Yu exhaled, spitting out of the window as he continued to smoke. Courteous? You must be jesting. That hardly qualifies as courtesy. Zhuo Shang queried, is this not courteous? Lin Yu scoffed. His manner of speaking is identical to that of our leader. Do you consider our leader to be courteous? Zhuo Shang chuckled. Well, he is certainly quite polite, but how can you say that he resembles our leader so closely? Lin Yu's face broke into a peculiar smile, stating, the president of the Survival Guild and our leader belong to the same ilk. They are among the most formidable individuals one could encounter. No one can predict what actions they will take in the next moment. After all, just a second ago, he was sharing laughter with you. Moreover, the wolf pack, the South Shanghai production base, and recently, we have learned about the Maple Leaf team led by Luo Yuliang. They have all been nearly consumed by the survival team. You expect me to believe that such a formidable guild leader appears courteous? Have you lost your mind? Shang took a deep drag from his cigarette. He had no intention of joining us. Given our leader's temperament, it is likely that more forceful measures will be employed. The opposing team is also capable of dealing with the crawlers, and when the conflict arises, a grave look passed through Lin Yu's eyes. It would be wise to hope that a confrontation does not occur. Chapter 107. The calm before the storm in the highway district. Lin Yu and Zhuo Shang returned to the office, where they encountered their superior, Sun Cheng, with a cigar clenched between his teeth. Sun Cheng observed that both Lin Yu and Zhuo Shang bore no injuries, indicating that no conflict had ensued. He smiled and inquired, so what did you find out? Zhuo Shang glanced at Lin Yu, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. Lin Yu replied, Boss, the president of the Survival Guild is a remarkably rare dual-element ability user. His powers include controlling zombies and manipulating cold air. Strangely, he can even fly using his cold air and lift heavy objects. Sun Cheng licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A dual-element user? This is the first time I've encountered such a phenomenon. And then, Zhuo Shang continued, he is unwilling to join us, but he is open to forming an alliance. Sun Cheng grinned. It seems he aspires to expand his own influence. In other words, he is not a spatial ability user. Lin Yu neither affirmed nor denied, pondering for a moment before responding, I cannot be certain, but his manipulation of cold air and his abilities indeed allow for aerial transport. Perhaps he has developed them himself. I have never encountered such an elemental evolver. Zhuo Shang added, both of his zombies are peculiar subtypes. Unlike any I have ever seen, they exude a chilling aura. It is said that these two subtypes frequently venture into the city to hunt zombies, and many have witnessed them consuming the brains of other subtypes. This might explain their formidable strength. Sun Cheng clicked his tongue. Controlling zombies is quite perilous. They're our adversaries. How can we allow someone who wields such power over zombies to exist? It poses a threat to everyone involved. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu and Zhuo Shang discerned the underlying implications of Sun Cheng's words. Lin Yu then stated, Boss, they recently raided an arms depot. Each of them is armed with an assault rifle, and they may possess other high-explosive weapons as well. Furthermore, Zhang Heng's strength is unfathomable, as evidenced by his annihilation of numerous squads. Sun Cheng scoffed. They cannot be allowed to persist. They threaten the very existence of our Yalong nation. En alliance, that merely grants them time to grow stronger. My assent to this position is a testament to my decisiveness, eliminating potential threats before they materialize. When they become sufficiently powerful, they might very well come to plunder our food reserves. Do you wish for such a scenario to unfold? Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. Zhuo Shang then asked, Boss, when shall we take action? Sun Cheng pondered for a moment. Have the cadres returned? Zhuo Shang glanced at Lin Yu, who responded, We have just returned and are not yet certain. I will ascertain their status now. Boss, do you truly intend to eliminate them? Unable to contain his laughter, Sun Cheng remarked, I have repeated myself several times, Lin Yu. Why do you persist in probing me from the sidelines? Are you perhaps intimidated? Suddenly, Sun Cheng rose to his feet, startling Lin Yu considerably. Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, I merely believe we do not yet fully comprehend their strength. Should we not observe a bit longer? With a resigned sigh, Sun Chung replied. This is precisely why I occupy this position while you remain outside the table. How can one achieve great things if they are overly cautious? Moreover, are you not aware of my capabilities? What of being a dual-type ability user? Everyone bows before me, including Zhang Heng. The heavens bestowed this power upon me, so that all shall prostrate at my feet. I am the sovereign of this realm. No one can threaten me, nor can anyone defeat me. Do you understand? Lin Yu nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Outside the sanctuary, Zhang Heng and the others remained in the conference room, with no one daring to venture outside. At this moment, Cheng Chong spoke up. It seems they merely came to test our strength. Otherwise, they would not have departed so easily. Zhang Heng remained silent, sensing an undercurrent of threat. Historically, weak nations have had no diplomacy. The arrival of Lin Yu and his companions was a clear command for them to join the Yalong Kingdom. Although the message was not overtly stated, the display of strength in numbers was unmistakable. Those who were perceptive would likely acquiesce. Zhang Heng was not oblivious to this reality. His sanctuary was well established, and with 2 nearby bunkers, he could seek refuge should disaster strike. However, survival in the city, as it stood, was merely a drain on resources. Food could not be produced or increased. Ultimately, reliance on plundered supplies could not sustain them for long. Regardless of one's strength, all beings require sustenance. Cultivating crops outside the city, away from the zombies, offered a more viable solution. The surrounding area was sufficiently open, allowing for quick reactions in case of danger. The tall buildings within the city obstructed visibility, rendering rapid responses to threats nearly impossible. Had he found the city advantageous, he would not have gone to the trouble of establishing a sanctuary outside. If he were to join the highway district, it would render his efforts futile and send him back to square one. Zhang Heng declared, I will remain indoors for the next few days. You all should refrain from venturing out as well. Exercise caution. Great trouble may be imminent. Cheng Chong cast a deep glance at Zhang Heng, realizing he had considered the consequences of rejecting the Yalong Kingdom. Unfortunately, he had yet to evolve. Otherwise, he could have been of assistance should conflict arise. At that moment, Subo interjected, Does this mean we may face the threat of over 100 evolved beings? As this statement hung in the air, an uneasy chill coursed through everyone present. Over 100 ability users? What did that even signify? Could they withstand such odds? Zhang Heng smiled faintly and inquired, What is the matter? Why does everyone appear so troubled? Rest assured, I shall personally visit the highway district. At that moment, Lin Xueshi and Pan Jiaying hurriedly stepped forward in unison, declaring, We will accompany you. Zhang Heng glanced at Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, then shook his head, stating, You must remain here, especially you, Sister Pan. The rest of you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Sister Pan. The others exchanged glances, then reluctantly exited. However, Lin Xueshi was unwilling to depart, standing her ground, and exclaimed, Hey, why are you sending me away? I want to listen too. Zhang Heng regarded Lin Xueshi as she stood before him. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi were undoubtedly the most formidable members of this guild, possessing a measure of leadership as well. Zhang Heng remarked, Very well, you may stay too. Chapter 108. The plan once everyone had departed. Only Zhang Heng, Lin Xueshi, and Pan Jiaying remained in the conference room. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, realizing he had vanquished numerous rival teams, yet ultimately attracted the attention of an even larger faction. Indeed, my efforts to remain inconspicuous have proven insufficient. Pan Jiaying's expression darkened. Why are you suddenly saying these things? Are you trying to protect us? Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Lin Xueshi interjected. It's merely a case of the big fish consuming the little fish, and the little fish preying on the shrimp. Zhang Heng then spoke earnestly. Sister Pan, you should still remember the location of that previous bunker, right? Lin Xueshi cast a quick glance at Pan Jiaying. They had actually discovered a bunker together? Pan Jiaying nodded. Yes, I remember. What is the matter? Zhang Heng replied. There is another bunker nearby that I've located. I'll share the exact position with you shortly. You and Lin Xueshi should go investigate. Lin Xueshi questioned. What is this about? It sounds as if you're preparing for the worst. Are you suggesting we take refuge there if things go awry? Zhang Heng affirmed. Should the situation turn dire, I will call you, and you can bring along trustworthy individuals to the bunker. It's quite small and cannot accommodate too many. Pan Jiaying's expression remained grave as she cautioned. Zhang Heng, perhaps the situation is not as severe as you envision. Zhang Heng shook his head, insisting that it was prudent to prepare thoroughly, as anything could transpire in this world. Of course, once I meet their leader, I will have a clearer understanding. After conveying the location of the new bunker to Pan Jiaying, he set off alone. Zhang Heng opened his personal information. Host. Zhang Heng ability. Core of Ice Strength, 78 Speed, 77 Mentality, 78 Gene. LV-222 abilities. Self-Healing LV-1 Blade Mastery LV-1 Close Combat LV-1 Crossbow Mastery LV-1 Ice Shield Ice Spike LV-1 Frost Domain LV-1 Jet Flight LV-1 Points. 1080-1080? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he headed toward the plantation. Ah, President Zhang has arrived. President Zhang, look, our sweet potatoes have started to sprout. And it's only been a few days. Wan Qianmei exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she addressed Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. They've merely sprouted. It will be several months before they mature. However, you all are doing an excellent job caring for them. Thank you for the compliment, President. A chorus of laughter erupted from the group of women. At that moment, Zhang Heng turned to Zhao Yanin and said, Yanin, I need to speak with you. Zhao Yanin set down her hoe, puzzled. You're looking for me? Curiously, she approached Zhang Heng, and together they walked outside. Zhao Yanin asked, President, is there something you need? Zhang Heng nodded. Do you know how to operate a sniper rifle? Zhao Yanin's eyes lit up with excitement. No way. President, have you found a sniper rifle? Where did you discover it? Zhang Heng chuckled while touching his nose, stating that he had found it among the squad I had previously eliminated. By the way, do you actually know how to operate a sniper rifle? Zhao Yanin nodded, affirming her proficiency. Of course, I have spent 3 years in the military, honing my skills with a sniper rifle. Which model are you referring to? Zhang Heng then inquired. Do you possess the confidence to lethally shoot a person from a considerable distance? A stationary target. Zhao Yanin furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, President, whom do you intend for me to eliminate? Zhang Heng smiled gently and remarked, it is merely a matter of making a little extra preparation. Do you possess this confidence? If you were to fail, Zhao Yanin's expression instantly grew serious. Rest assured, President, I understand the consequences of failure. Our company commander repeats it in my ear every day. I have served in the army for 3 years and have held the title of marksmanship champion for 3 consecutive years. The marksmanship champion? Is it the Zhao Yanin before me? Zhang Heng truly did not anticipate that the Zhao Yanin before him had actually held the title of marksmanship champion in the military for 3 consecutive years. He had presumed that Zhao Yanin had merely served in the army. With a look of indignation, Zhao Yanin remarked, President, your expression suggests that you are somewhat incredulous. Zhang Heng awkwardly rubbed his nose. It wasn't that he disbelieved, but rather he was taken aback. Then let us embark on this journey together, he said. Zhang Heng summoned individuals numbered 1 and 2, along with Zhao Yanin, and they departed from the sanctuary. He entered a dilapidated building, feigning the act of retrieving a firearm. Consumed 1,000 points to exchange for a magnum. To his astonishment, the magnum was an exceptionally lengthy weapon, nearly as tall as he was. Zhao Yanin gazed at the firearm Zhang Heng emerged with from the abandoned structure. Disbelief etched across her face. A magnum? President, what you possess is not something an ordinary person can acquire. Zhao Yanin took the magnum, gazing at it as if it were a work of art, marveling at its features. The firearm boasts a caliber of 6 by 70 millimeters, equipped with an adjustable 8-fold scope, and possesses an extreme range of 1,300 meters, maintaining formidable lethality even beyond that distance. Zhang Heng expressed a hint of concern, inquiring, have you ever used this weapon? Zhao Yanin shook her head, expressing her unfamiliarity with such things. However, she believed that with a little adjustment, she would manage just fine. Like a treasure discovered, Zhao Yanin began to examine the gun with great curiosity. At that moment, Zhang Heng spoke up, urging her to adapt quickly and strap it onto her back. As he was about to inform her of their next steps, Zhao Yanin glanced at Zhang Heng's broad back, contemplated for a moment, and then decided to climb onto him. With a powerful leap, Zhang Heng soared into the sky, while one companion grasped his ankle and another twisted their hair around his other ankle. Zhao Yanen's heart raced wildly. Zhang Heng ascended into the clouds, declaring, "Zhao Yanen, I am bound for a meeting with the leader of the Yalong Kingdom." Huh! This narcissistic individual has even established a nation of his own. I intend to pay him a visit and engage in conversation. Based on my observations, I will act swiftly to incapacitate him in an instant. When the moment comes, you shall take the shot. Zhao Yanen swallowed hard, her anxiety evident. But how will you know where to find him? Where shall I take his life? Zhang Heng scoffed. Such a narcissist would undoubtedly choose to reside on the highest floor. The greater the elevation, the more profound his sense of accomplishment, as if he relishes in treading upon the heads of others. The tallest establishment in Highway District is a grand hotel known as the Imperial Capital. Once we arrive, I shall assess the precise location. Very well. Above the skies of Highway District, Zhang Heng gazed down at the Imperial Capital Hotel, scrutinizing the adjacent windows. Soon, a brightly lit office came into view, where a man was seated with his back to the window, savoring a cigar. Zhang Heng took note of the position directly opposite the window. In the distance loomed a magnificent clock tower. Zhang Heng promptly led Zhao Yanen to the rooftop of the clock tower. As soon as Zhao Yanen steadied herself, she began to tremble, gazing at the enormous bronze bell above and feeling the biting cold wind. Zhang Heng declared, "You shall remain in this position." Chapter 109. A piece of advice. Zhao Yanen meticulously set up the magnum and began adjusting the scope. However, upon measuring the distance, she realized it spanned at least 1,500 meters. Additionally, the altitude was considerable, and the wind was fierce, which would inevitably cause the bullet to deviate. Yet, Zhao Yanen refrained from disclosing these concerns to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng removed his outer garment and draped it over Zhao Yanen's shoulders. She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then tossed a bundle of rope at her feet, stating, "If I fail, you'll have to find your way down. The length of the rope should suffice to reach the terrace below." Zhao Yanen was momentarily taken aback. "If you fail, it means you're already dead." Zhang Heng calmly nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. However, I trust you do not wish for my demise." Panic flickered in Zhao Yanen's eyes. "Of course, I do not wish for you to die. My parents and I are alive today thanks to you. You are our savior." Zhang Heng gazed distantly at the grand hotel of the imperial capital, lamenting, "Unfortunately, there are those who may not desire our survival." A resolute spark ignited in Zhao Yanen's eyes. "Rest assured, if you make a move, I will fire within 0.1 seconds. Zhang Heng's intention was to instill a sense of urgency and determination in her. This shot would gamble the future in hopes of all involved. Zhao Yanen had evidently entered this state of focus, allowing Zhang Heng to depart with peace of mind. He soared directly to the Highway District, landing at the entrance of the Grand Hotel. His arrival elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng strode purposefully towards the interior of the hotel. The receptionist sensed an unusual aura and looked up to see a strikingly handsome young man approaching the counter with a determined gaze. "I am Zhang Heng, the president of the Survival Guild, seeking an audience with your nation's leader, Sun Chung. Is he present?" The receptionist smiled slightly. "Yes, he is. Let me notify him with a phone call." Zhang Heng nodded, simultaneously directing zombie number 1 and zombie number 2 to approach. "Mr. Zhang, our president has agreed to meet you. Please take the elevator at the back to the 17th floor, where someone will receive you," the receptionist informed him. Zhang Heng nodded in appreciation and took the elevator straight to the 17th floor. As the doors opened, 2 impeccably dressed men extended their hands towards him. "Apologies, but we must conduct a search," they said. Zhang Heng raised his arms, and the men thoroughly examined him, ensuring no concealed items remained before escorting him toward the office. As the office door swung open, Zhang Heng was suddenly met with the penetrating gazes of a dozen individuals, each stationed in various corners of the room, their eyes fixated on him. Every movement he made was scrutinized under their watchful eyes. Sun Chung closed his notebook and cast a glance at the entering Zhang Heng, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You must be Mr. Zhang Heng, the president of the Survival Guild," he remarked. Zhang Heng nodded, acknowledging. "It seems you are the esteemed leader, Sunday, Sun Chung smiled lightly, pondering why this young man had unexpectedly chosen a visit at this moment. This action left him perplexed. Had Zhang Heng come to realize that declining their offer was a perilous decision? Was he here to express his desire to join them? If so, one could only conclude that he was both fortunate and astute. Sun Chung interlocked his fingers, resting his arms on the table, watching Zhang Heng with keen interest, a gesture that indicated his confidence. "What brings you here to meet me, Mr. Zhang?" Sun Chung inquired. Zhang Heng replied, "My purpose is quite straightforward. I believe that developing outside the city is the most advantageous lifestyle. We can establish plantations and raise livestock, ensuring a continuous food supply for our future. A poultry farm could yield enough eggs daily to feed many, even if we do not consume the chickens themselves. This is why I declined your invitation. I prefer to develop outside the city." His words momentarily eased the tension in the room. Sun Chung raised an eyebrow slightly. "Lin Yu and the others have conveyed your sentiments to me, albeit not in such detail. Is this the reason for your personal visit?" Zhang Heng confirmed, "Indeed. This is my purpose. If you wish to develop outside the city, I believe we could create a much better refuge. I can also provide you with some seeds that will mature in less than a few months." Sun Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "So you're here to propose that I establish a refuge outside the city? You do not intend to join me, but rather maintain your previous stance of merely allying with us?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Do you not think that development outside the city is preferable to that within? Eventually, the food within the city will be depleted, and the undead will inevitably arrive here. Recently, I noticed that even the corpses of zombies in the city have vanished. If I am not mistaken, that must be the work of the crawlers, who are now desperate enough to consume zombie remains. It is only a matter of time before they launch an assault on your location. Has there not already been an incident here? A few crawlers have come, have they not?" Sun Chung raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, one did arrive, but we successfully eliminated it. You seem to have dispatched one as well? Quite impressive, but I do not believe more crawlers will venture here. Furthermore, I have a piece of advice for you. As the ancients said, a weak nation has no diplomacy. I sent envoys to negotiate with you, and I believe you should have shown me some respect. However, you rebuffed my goodwill, which has left me in a rather awkward position. How do you intend to compensate for this?" Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. "It seems you have taken my earlier words rather lightly. Haven to you? Do you truly wish for everyone to live harmoniously here, or do you merely seek to be a sovereign who wields the power of life and death? Throughout history, no emperor or general has met with a favorable end, a truth you must surely recognize. I have heard that your establishment houses 500 individuals. How much sustenance does 500 people require in a single day? Do you genuinely possess sufficient provisions to nourish them? And what if the food runs out? Will their loyalty still remain with you? You merely offer them a fleeting sense of security regarding their basic needs. While I can ensure the long-term sustenance of my people through agriculture and husbandry, if you do not share my perspective, there is little I can do. Your refusal might bruise your pride. Do you seek an explanation?" Zhang Heng smiled wryly, expressing that he saw no necessity for such. "You have suddenly summoned so many, including those downstairs, all appearing ready for campaign. If I am not mistaken, could it be that you're targeting me?" Chapter 110. The Gravity Manipulator in this moment. All individuals present held their breath. Strangely enough, they found themselves not entirely averse to the brash young man before them. Rather, they felt a semblance of agreement with his words. Residing in the city, they were acutely aware that the meager rations they received daily were insufficient, and their consumption of food increased with each passing day. The sole means of sustenance lay in the hands of the vanguard, who ventured outside daily to forage or contest the supplies of other squads. Thus, when Sun Chung resolutely declared his intention to confront Zhang Heng, it was evidently motivated by the need to procure food for his own team. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's remarks, Sun Chung could not suppress a chuckle. "Are you attempting to lecture me?" Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "It's not a lecture per se. I merely wish to share some advice that I deem valuable." Sun Chung smirked. "Zhang Heng, I now present you with two options. First, you may choose to join me. I will accept your suggestions, and together we shall cultivate our growth. Second, I trust you comprehend the alternative?" Zhang Heng, puzzled, retorted, Are you implying that I should relinquish my hard-earned achievements to follow your commands? Sun Chung asserted. Though you possess some abilities, they are insufficient. You require a leader who surpasses your capabilities to truly flourish. Eventually, when we eradicate the zombies plaguing this world, the Along Kingdom will emerge as a beacon of the new era. You will be honored as a hero, and I shall not forget your contributions. Zhang Heng scoffed. Very well, I am curious to hear what this second option entails, though I may not actually choose it. Sun Cheng's gaze hardened slightly. Do you not feel fatigue from your stance? Startled, Zhang Heng suddenly felt an immense gravitational force descend upon him from above. Sun Chung raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can withstand 5 times the gravitational pressure? It appears I have underestimated you. Let us see how you fare against 10 times. Sun Cheng's eyes widened, as strange, circular, transparent patterns began to emanate from him. In that instant, Zhang Heng unleashed a chilling aura as the weight of gravity intensified. From a distance, Zhao Yanen's eyes widened. Her finger poised on the trigger. She pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil of the magnum was indeed formidable. The shot reverberated through the air, nearly causing her to topple from the bell tower. Bang! The glass windows of the Imperial City Hotel shattered instantly, the bullet striking a man seated on a distant sofa. A massive hole erupted in his chest, resembling a flower in bloom. Missed. Zhao Yanen was overwhelmed with panic, hastily readjusting her aim. However, in that moment of distraction, 2 zombies burst through the windows on either side. The 2 zombies entered, immediately commencing a brutal rampage. Zhang Heng turned sharply to the right, where he was met with a torrent of blood-red hair, akin to a net, hurtling toward him. However, Zhang Heng remained still, as the crimson strands of hair penetrated through him, swiftly piercing the majority of individuals within the office. Brother Ma charged towards Sun Chung. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Heng raised his hands, unleashing a frigid wave of energy towards Sun Chung. You dare to commit regicide? What audacity! You wretched scoundrel! Zhang Heng roared, intensifying the velocity and flow of the cold air. 10-fold gravity. Sun Chung bellowed. Instantly, half of the Imperial Capital Hotel's floors collapsed downwards. This gravitational force was not directed at individuals, but rather a widespread release of gravity. In that instant, everyone was forced to the ground. Sun Chung observed Zhang Heng sprawled on the floor, his complexion pale. I'm a chosen one, a talent worthy of an emperor. What are you? How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Under the weight of 10-fold gravity, no one could move save for Sun Chung, who was adept in practical gravity manipulation. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhang Heng in the abdomen, declaring, "This is the consequence of provoking me." The force of this kick seemed magnified. Zhang Heng, whose physique had become monstrous, was nonetheless sent sprawling by Sun Cheng's blow. This kick hurled him out of the room, sending him soaring through the air. Fortunately, he swiftly escaped the gravitational constraints. Sun Chung also leaped out, delivering a powerful punch towards Zhang Heng's position. Zhang Heng narrowly evaded the strike, seizing Sun Cheng's arms, while the cold energy instantaneously encased his limbs in frost. Sun Chung grasped Zhang Heng's body. In the next moment, Zhang Heng felt his body uncontrollably ascending. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Chung pried off the ice, only to discover that some of it had fused tightly with his flesh. Pulling forcefully resulted in tearing away a substantial piece of skin. Sun Chung let out a piercing scream, glaring at Zhang Heng above. I shall send you into outer space. Bang! A gunshot echoed from afar. A line of blood suddenly appeared on Sun Cheng's cheek. Was it the sniper from earlier? Sun Chung hastily sought refuge. The first and second zombies were currently incapacitated on the ground due to the gravitational force. Sun Chung had returned to the room, crouching behind the sofa, and instructed one of his companions, it might be in the direction of the clock tower, dispatch someone immediately to locate the sniper. Yes, Sun Chung sneered. This rookie sniper is utterly incompetent. However, had it been a professional marksman, I would likely be dead by now. At this moment, Zhang Heng was continuously floating upwards, his body ensnared by the forces of gravity, likely even experiencing weightlessness. In this state of zero gravity, he drifted higher, unable to make any erratic movements. Each action lacked the force necessary to alter his trajectory. In resignation, Zhang Heng closed his eyes. Number 1, Number 2. Brother Ma and the second zombie, lying on the ground, struggled to rise. Suddenly, Ma Ge let out a piercing roar, breaking free from the constraints of gravity, and swiftly lifted the fallen Number 2. With a powerful leap, he burst through the rooftop. Upon reaching the summit, the two zombies exchanged glances. Number 2 nodded slightly, and his blood-red hair reached skyward. Zhang Heng, witnessing the crimson strands soaring towards him, felt a flicker of hope rekindle in his eyes. The hair ensnared his body, yanking him downward with great force. In that fleeting moment of descent, the state of weightlessness began to dissipate. He landed firmly on the ground. Below, Sun Qing peered through the shattered ceiling. Witnessing Zhang Heng descending from the heavens, his eyes widening in astonishment. This fellow's zombie had saved him? Damn it, there was a sniper outside, though not particularly skilled. One can never be too cautious. Zhang Heng then instructed Ma Ge and Number 2, "You must hurry to Zhao Yanen's position. I will handle things here. Go quickly." Chapter 111. You seem a bit foolish. Numbers 1 and 2 promptly dashed towards the clock tower, skillfully traversing walls with remarkable speed. Zhang Heng sought refuge on the rooftop, while Sun Cheng remained timidly hidden indoors, fearful of being targeted by a sniper. Below, the members of the Yalong Nation began to stir restlessly, brandishing firearms and casting anxious glances skyward. He unleashed a chilling aura within the confines of the house, which steadily infiltrated its walls. The occupants bore witness to the grim fate of an evolved being whose chest had been shattered by a single bullet. Most of them had only faced a handful of zombies and had merely bloodied their hands. They had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle. In the face of fear, they fell into a profound silence, paralyzed by inaction. The frigid air coursed through the walls, causing the doors and windows to creak ominously. Sun Cheng occasionally stole glances towards the clock tower, but he soon sensed an unusual drop in temperature within the house. Snowflakes began to cascade down inside. How could it be snowing? It's so cold. Why has it suddenly turned this frigid? It must be Zhang Heng's doing. He is likely nearby. Boss, staying here isn't a viable option. Should we not consider urging the brothers to leave? Sun Cheng pondered before responding. Very well, but let us not expose ourselves. Crouch and move stealthily. With that, the occupants began to inch cautiously towards the doorway. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the distant clock tower. A tall man barely managed to expose a third of his head through the window before a bullet pierced through, leaving his skull in ruins. Everyone recoiled in shock, hastily dropping to the floor while still inching towards the exit. Sun Cheng's heart raced. The sniper had become alarmingly accurate. One man had reached the door handle, only to find it chillingly cold, his hand freezing to the metal. His eyes widened in horror. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and open the door. Don't you want to escape?" His comrades urged. My hunt, my hunt." The man lamented, unable to voice his plight. He tugged desperately, but his hand remained frozen to the stainless steel handle, the frigid energy creeping up his arm, invading his entire being. With a cry of agony, he sprang to his feet, eyes filled with terror, using his other hand to pry his frozen hand loose. Just then, a gunshot rang out at an opportune moment. His head exploded, akin to a watermelon struck by a club. His body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his right hand still clinging to the door handle, refusing to let go. A tumultuous uproar erupted within the room. Sun Cheng shouted, "Everyone remain calm. Here's the situation. There's a sniper outside, and his aim is becoming increasingly precise." Surrounding him was Zhang Heng, continuously employing his icy abilities to restrict the movements of those within. This was the 17th floor. If Zhang Heng were to hide atop the building, then no one would stand a chance. A cornered beast? He was actually trapped in his own office. Observing the multitude around him, at this very moment, not a single person was of any use, igniting a tempest of rage within Sun Cheng. This fellow dared to come alone, coordinating with the snipers outside. This was a scheme he had meticulously crafted. First, a negotiation, and upon sensing trouble, an immediate strike? How audacious! Was he intending to capture the leader before the minions? Once he perished, the very foundation of Yalong Nation would crumble. Such directness, such audacity. At that moment, Sun Chung pressed himself against the wall, his hands forming a sphere, and with a sudden burst, he unleashed a powerful palm strike toward the door. Bang! A visible, transparent shockwave surged toward the door, shattering it into splinters. The door swung open. A group of individuals, silent yet tense, rushed toward the exit. Bang! A bullet flew through the window, claiming 2 lives instantly. Yet, this did not waver the resolve of everyone yearning to escape this place. Once all had fled, Sun Chung lowered himself to the ground, slowly crawling toward the doorway. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, Yalong Nation's leader. Why do you crawl on the ground like a worm? Can this truly be considered the demeanor of a nation-s leader? Zhang Heng's merciless taunt ignited a firestorm of fury within Sun Chung. He abruptly sprang to his feet, delivering a powerful punch toward the sky. The gravity punch shattered the ceiling. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, hastily employing his jet propulsion to hover in midair. The entire rooftop collapsed, leaving Zhang Heng with no escape. Sun Chung, concealed behind a wall, regarded Zhang Heng with a cold smile. I must commend your courage. Alas, your power is inadequate to slay me. My men are already dealing with your snipers. Soon, you shall meet your demise here, and I will seize your sanctuary. Regrettably, you will be powerless to witness this. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. Do you truly believe I am idling away up here? Sun Cheng's expression shifted as he instinctively glanced down. To his astonishment, a layer of pure white frost had enveloped his feet, nearly freezing him in place. As he attempted to move forward, his feet slipped, and he fell backward. Zhang Heng shot forth a beam of icy light towards Sun Chung. However, Sun Chung clapped his hand against the ground, propelling himself into the air, hovering before Zhang Heng. Sun Chung embraced Zhang Heng, grinning widely. In truth, I can also fly. One merely needs to exist in a state of weightlessness. This is a divine gift bestowed upon monarchs. I can wield it to govern this world, to reign over all. You are but an insignificant assassin in my journey, a mere footnote. And look at how proud you are. Zhang Heng suddenly found himself unable to move, compounded by the fact that Sun Chung was now holding him tightly. Zhao Yanan also found it difficult to fire her weapon. The magnum bullets possessed formidable penetrating power, even if they struck Sun Chung. It was likely that Zhang Heng would suffer injury as well. Sun Chung embraced Zhang Heng and descended towards the ground. What a pity that your marksman hesitated. Had he fired in that fleeting moment, perhaps you would have survived. Zhang Heng grinned. You seem a bit foolish. Sun Chung was momentarily taken aback. What? In the next instant, an intense chill erupted from every pore of Zhang Heng's body, enveloping Sun Chung in a frigid embrace. Chapter 112. The announcement of joyful news in an effort to evade the assassin's bullets. Sun Chung drew closer and embraced his would-be attacker, attempting to subdue him with sheer weight. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Zhang Heng himself was the most lethal presence of all. The frigid air erupted forth, instantly encasing Sun Chung in ice, transforming him into a frozen statue. The icy figure plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact, scattering flesh and viscera across the ground. All present gazed in disbelief at the gruesome remnants that lay before them. Could these dismembered fragments truly belong to their former leader, Sun Chung? Their leader was dead? Murdered? Zhang Heng called out to the crowd below, declaring that he would not interfere with the upcoming affairs of the highway district. However, he warned, should they dare to assault him and his sanctuary, Sun Chung would serve as a grim harbinger of their fate. The onlookers stood frozen in shock, despite wielding firearms. None dared to fire a shot into the air. Their leader had fallen, slain by the very figure hovering above them. In their eyes, he had been akin to a deity, yet now their god lay vanquished. How could they possibly retaliate against the slayer of their divinity? Zhang Heng swiftly departed from the highway district, confident that they would not act recklessly in the wake of Sun Cheng's demise. Consequently, he further solidified his reputation as a formidable force. Upon reaching the vicinity of the bell tower, he discovered that numbers 1 and 2 were standing protectively around Zhao Yanan, having dealt with those who sought to assail her. President, Zhao Yanan's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, I nearly caused your demise. I'm so sorry, President. Please, scold me or strike me if you must. Overwhelmed by guilt, she realized she had overestimated her own abilities, having never fired a magnum before, and had nearly brought Zhang Heng to ruin. Zhang Heng managed a wry smile. Why would I scold you? Without your deterrent presence, they would have swarmed me long ago. I knew that no one is entirely fearless. They feared for their lives. One firearm was enough to hold them at bay. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. His hearty laughter offered Zhao Yanin a modicum of comfort, prompting her to wipe her tears as she hesitantly inquired, Really? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Come, let us return. With a resolute, all right, Zhao Yanin slung the magnum over her shoulder and nestled against Zhang Heng's back. He turned to numbers 1 and 2, instructing, You two should be familiar with the way home. With that, Zhang Heng soared into the sky, heading toward the sanctuary. Zhao Yanin gently brushed away her tears and asked, President, have you dealt with Sun Cheng? What about the others? Will they seek revenge against us? Zhang Heng smiled subtly, observing their terror-stricken faces. I believe they will refrain from pursuing vengeance. Besides, they may still prove useful. Humanity must confront the zombies, particularly the evolved ones. Of course, should they dare to retaliate. I shall not show them mercy. Zhao Yanin sighed in resignation, pondering when she might evolve. She longed to assist. If she too became an evolved being, that magnum in her grasp would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon, allowing her to contribute even more to the leader's endeavors. Zhang Heng, with a wry smile, nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, it is merely a matter of time. You and Brother Chong are both in the same boat. By the way, Yanin, may I inquire if you know how to operate a tank? A tank? Zhao Yanin replied, her expression one of confusion. She gazed at the Tiger tank parked beside the shelter's wall, bewildered. Is this the Tiger tank from the military unit that came to Jiangnan City? Boss, how did you manage to bring it back? Zhang Heng explained. I transported it using my abilities. It took considerable effort. Impressive indeed. Zhang Heng could lift a tank. Perhaps he was currently the strongest evolved being in Jiangnan City. Zhao Yanin shook her head, saying I'm not very knowledgeable about tanks, although I've studied some theory. However, I know someone who can definitely drive it. Zhang Heng puzzled as to. Zhao Yanin led Su Bo to the tank. Upon seeing the Tiger tank, Su Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this a tank? And a Tiger tank at that? Although Zhang Heng was oblivious to the tank's significance, Su Bo recognized it immediately. Zhang Heng quickly inquired, Su Bo, since you can identify this tank, do you know how to drive it? With a shy smile, Su Bo replied, It has been quite some time since I last operated a Tiger tank. Although I am not particularly skilled and have not received formal training back in the day after we captured an enemy tank, I learned to operate it through trial and error. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's heart soared with joy. Su Bo, although you haven't driven in a while, Yanin has some understanding, albeit lacking practical experience. Why not the two of you take some time to familiarize yourselves with it? If the crawlers burst forth from the city or more formidable zombies appear, this Tiger tank will surely prove invaluable. Su Bo and Zhao Yanin exchanged glances. All right. Resolving the issue concerning Sun Cheng eased Zhang Heng's mind significantly. He returned to the shelter and gathered everyone to announce the news of Sun Cheng's demise. For all present, this was an exhilarating revelation. Along Nation, as soon as I heard that name, I sensed something amiss. How could anyone wish to establish their own nation? I recalled reading in history books about a chaotic era rife with bandits and usurpers, where emperors changed hands thrice in a single day, all led by fanciful dreamers. With the demise of Along Nation's leader, would their followers seek vengeance? Zhang Heng shook his head. You need not worry about that. Those individuals were drawn to Sun Cheng's strength and advantageous circumstances. With his passing, they will likely aspire to find a new leader like Sun Cheng if they avoid conflict. That would be fortunate. Even with the emergence of new rulers, they have witnessed the dire consequences of inciting my wrath and will naturally refrain from recklessness, unless they are willingly courting death. Do not underestimate your president, who is none other than myself. I have garnered quite a fearsome reputation. If one truly wishes to provoke us, they must carefully consider whether they possess the requisite strength. Laughter erupted among all, save for Cheng Chong, who stood quietly in the corner. He had witnessed Zhang Heng's growth firsthand. This individual had transformed from a small team of mere handfuls into a formidable force today, undeniably exhibiting great capability. One wonders when he will ultimately evolve. Alas, Chapter 113. Brother Chang has also evolved in the following days. Tranquility reigned, and nothing particularly remarkable transpired. The construction of the second floor of the shelter had commenced, and everyone was diligently occupied. Zhang Heng, along with Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, found themselves in the training room of the bunker. As they surveyed the vast expanse before them, both women were visibly taken aback. Who could have constructed such an extravagant bunker here? It seemed far beyond the capabilities of modern human technology. Was it conceivable that deities truly existed in this world? Pan Jiaying's musings prompted deep contemplation. Zhang Heng also believed that there must be higher life forms transcending humanity in this world. For instance, the system that had been bestowed upon him, enabling him to lead humanity towards evolution and salvation of the blue planet. This system was undoubtedly not a mere figment of imagination. It had to have been created by some individual with the purpose of saving the world. The system possessed the ability to conjure things from nothing, a power akin to that of a deity. Zhang Heng was more convinced of the existence of divine beings than anyone else. After exploring the second bunker, the trio returned to the shelter. Just as they entered, a torrential downpour began to lash down from the heavens. "It's raining. Run," shouted one voice. "Quick, pull up the plastic sheets." "How can I do it alone?" "Don't just stand there avoiding the rain. Lend a hand." A flurry of activity ensued as the group hurriedly secured the plastic sheeting on the second floor. Raindrops pelted the sheets, producing a cacophony of sound. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. They had experienced several consecutive rainstorms before a dry spell of over half a month, and now a deluge was upon them once more. Pan Jiaying's expression darkened as she gazed at the location of their plantation. "If this rain continues through the night, will our crops be flooded?" Though drainage channels have been dug, prolonged exposure to rain could jeopardize the seeds in the ground. Su Bo wore a worried expression as well. At that moment, Cheng Chang exclaimed, "It's raining again." Finally, while everyone else wore faces of concern, Brother Chang appeared elated. Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Chang, you seem quite happy. Could you share your thoughts with me?" Cheng Chang replied, "The rain contains special components that can aid humanity in completing their evolution more swiftly." He extended his hand to catch the raindrops, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Previously, during heavy rain, the number of evolved individuals had surged, and after every rain, there were always new evolvers. Perhaps it was finally his turn. The others around him also bore expressions of anticipation. If what Brother Chang said held true, they too might become evolved beings. Zhang Heng remained silent, contemplating the validity of Brother Chang's assertions. Initially, the sudden downpours had seemed inexplicable, yet they had indeed given rise to numerous evolved individuals. Perhaps, as Brother Chang suggested, the rainwater harbored unique substances that could accelerate human evolution. Listening to the sound of rain throughout the night, they awoke to a new day. The rain ceased in the dead of night, and the plantation remained unscathed, everything returning to its usual rhythm. A hearty laugh suddenly captured everyone's attention. It emanated from Brother Chang's room. "Ha ha, I too have finally become an evolved being, ha?" The laughter lingered in the air. Cheng Chang burst forth from his chamber, his complexion flushed as if he had been invigorated by an elixir, frantically exclaiming. The majority of the crowd, upon hearing the commotion, hurried towards Brother Chang's direction, Zhang Heng being among them. "Brother Chang, what ability have you evolved?" Cheng Chang waved his arm and replied, "I don't know, but I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. This strength is undeniably amplified. It may be some sort of physical evolution." At that moment, Zhang Heng noticed that Brother Chang's nose appeared to have elongated. He reached out to touch Brother Chang's nose. "Brother Chang, what has happened to your nose?" Cheng Chang's expression shifted slightly. "What is wrong with my nose?" At that moment, Pan Jiaying produced a small mirror. "You might want to see for yourself." Cheng Chang took the mirror from Pan Jiaying, and in its reflection, he appeared particularly vibrant. Yet his nose had transformed into a comically large entity resembling a faucet. Cheng Chang touched his nose incredulously. "What on earth? Is this my nose?" How has it changed so drastically? Zhang Heng remarked, Brother Chong, if all beings often develop unique abilities. Your nose has morphed, perhaps your sense of smell has heightened? Chung Chong inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing slightly, it seems. Indeed, my olfactory senses have intensified. I could detect several distinct scents. He shook his head, and the exaggerated nose promptly vanished. An enhancement in physical attributes, coupled with an acute sense of smell. This was seemingly not the direction of evolution Brother Chong had anticipated. He appeared somewhat disheartened, contrasting sharply with his earlier exuberance. At this moment, he sighed repeatedly, lamenting the evolution he had longed for, which had culminated in merely a nose. He had aspired to be the protagonist. Zhang Heng then offered consolation. Brother Chong, do not be too despondent. You are, after all, an evolved being. Moreover, the abilities of evolved beings can be enhanced. Perhaps when you unlock the second genetic lock, your abilities will transform. Chung Chong, puzzled, inquired, Are you suggesting that my abilities can further evolve? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, they can evolve. Pan Jiaying smiled slightly. Of course, evolution is possible. Just look at mine. She extended her fingers, and in an instant, 5 sharp black claws emerged, resembling those of feline. The claws clashed together, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Both Zhang Heng and Chung Chong were taken aback. You have already unlocked the second genetic lock? Pan Jiai nodded yes. It happened just a few days ago. I was so preoccupied with matters concerning the plantation that I hadn't found the time to inform you. Zhang Heng, intrigued, asked, Sister Pan, how did you unlock the second genetic lock? It has been over a month since Sister Pan's evolution. Remarkably, after such a duration, she has unlocked the second layer of her genetic seal. Not long ago, Zhang Heng had only just accomplished the same feat. Pan Jiaying shook her head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know. It simply happened naturally. My abilities have transformed. Previously, my nails were like bony spurs, causing me pain each time they protruded. Now, they have become beautiful nails, and there's no pain at all. With a smile on her face, Pan Jiaying continuously flexed her beastly claws. Chapter 114. Dragon Bay Island. At this moment, a guard hurried towards the location of Zhang Heng. Esteemed officials. President, someone has come specifically to find you. Stepping out from the crowd, Zhang Heng inquired with curiosity, Who seeks my presence? The guard stammered, The person is at the entrance. I did not permit her to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Heng replied, Very well, I shall go meet her. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Heng was struck by a sense of familiarity regarding the woman before him. He pondered aloud, Are you a celebrity? With a gentle smile, Su Ling responded, That is a thing of the past. In this apocalyptic era, I am no longer a star. I am a diplomat sent by the Northern Empire, here to seek your assistance. As one leader from the Yalong Nation departed, another from the Northern Empire arrived. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you all aspire to be sovereigns, wanting to reign over others? Su Ling smiled softly and replied, In chaotic times, heroes emerge. To expand one's power, one must possess a title. You must be Zhang Heng, the president of the Survival Guild? It was you who killed Sun Cheng. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the Northern Emperor sought vengeance for Sun Cheng. Su Ling shook her head. If it were revenge, I would not be here alone. As I mentioned, I'm here to seek help. The number of zombies in our region is overwhelming, with crawlers rampaging. We require assistance. If we fall, these zombies will scatter and pose a threat to surrounding areas of Jiangnan City. Initially, I came to request Sun Cheng and his people for aid, but upon my arrival, I was informed of his demise at your hands. Since you possess the strength to slay Sun Cheng, it stands to reason that you are formidable enough to lend us your aid. Zhang Heng queried, Why have the zombies fled to your territory? Where is your region located? Su Ling replied, It is in the Longwan district, just past the Huaihai Bridge. The Huaihai Bridge? Zhang Heng had never visited it, but had heard of its fame. The bridge, consisting of 3 spans, had even made it to television news. Beyond the Huaihai Bridge lies the Longwan district, an independent island with a vast area and a considerable population, predominantly comprising fishermen and migrant workers. Su Ling continued, Our people are stationed across from the Huaihai Bridge, blocking the entrances to all 3 spans. However, Our numbers are insufficient, and the quantity of zombies is overwhelming, with crawlers lurking across the bridge. The Northern Emperor has reached out online to nearby squads, hoping for their support. They profess to assist, yet remain inactive behind the scenes. Zhang Heng pressed further. You still have not answered my question. Why have the zombies migrated to your area? Su Ling explained. I assumed you were aware. The Longwan district boasts a thriving fishery. Our fishing vessels venture out daily, and the ice factory operates around the clock to freeze the catch. In essence, we do not suffer from food scarcity. This is the crux of the matter. If you could bring your people to assist us in dealing with these zombies, we would gladly offer you a substantial bounty of fish as compensation. In this apocalyptic era, there is no resource more scarce than food. The catch can also be dried into fish jerky for prolonged preservation. Upon mentioning fish jerky, Su Ling's expression brightened, revealing her fondness for it. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that while assisting you posed no issue, our available manpower is rather limited. Su Ling smiled gently, stating that even if it were just you, Zhang Heng, we would be more than willing to welcome you, especially since you are the formidable one who vanquished Sun Cheng. The North Emperor holds you in high esteem. He privately believes that Sun Cheng was somewhat deranged. Su Ling appeared much more amiable than on television, helping out for fresh fish to eat. It seems the ocean has not been tainted by the zombie virus. At that moment, Pan Jiaying remarked that steamed sea fish would be the most suitable, given its natural saltiness. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, asking, Sister Pan, are you joining us? Pan Jing nodded affirmatively. Lin Xueshi then chimed in, expressing her preference for fighting outside over planting sweet potatoes in the shelter. Su Ling, estanis incahuayr. You even grow sweet potatoes? How much stock do you have? Could you perhaps exchange some with us? Zhang Heng chuckled ruefully, stating that such matters could be discussed later, and asked how she arrived here. Su Ling replied, we have a helicopter. She stepped aside, allowing Zhang Heng to gaze into the distance, where indeed a helicopter was visible. Su Ling continued, I came here to enjoy fresh seafood, and coincidentally, a friend of mine has a helicopter. After applying for flight rights, we arrived here, only to find the world transformed into an apocalypse. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, saying he would return to handle some affairs and then set out with her. She should wait for them in the helicopter. Su Ling's face lit up with joy, exclaiming her gratitude. Cheng Chong raised an eyebrow at Zhang Heng, suggesting this might be a promising trading opportunity. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, contemplating that since the ocean remained untainted by the zombie virus, their fishing boats could still operate, yielding a bountiful catch of seafood daily. Later, once their sweet potatoes matured, they could trade them for seafood as well. Moreover, assisting in combating zombies was merely a task, not a life-or-death struggle, which seemed quite advantageous. Pan Jiaying then declared, Brother Chong, you handle the shelter. We shall go earn you some seafood. The group erupted in laughter. Zhang Heng led Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi towards the distant helicopter. The three boarded together, and the pilot initiated the flight, gradually ascending into the sky. Su Ling smiled softly, fastening her seatbelt, assuring them they would arrive in 10 minutes. The trio shared a comfortable silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, the helicopter began to circle above a coastal island. Zhang Heng looked down to observe Longwan Island, which boasted 3 grand bridges. At this moment, the area across from the 3 grand bridges was teeming with hordes of zombies, while countless crawlers meandered on the opposite bank, seemingly unable to cross due to the encroaching seawater, rendered helplessly stranded on the shore. The bridges were fortified with numerous obstacles, and the structures were crowded with individuals, some wielding unique bows and harpoons designed for tuna hunting, skillfully targeting the zombies across the way. Others hurled Molotov cocktails and incendiary devices into the throngs of the undead, striving to deter their advance. Even when zombies drew near, the humans sheltered behind the barriers would swiftly crush their skulls with brute force. At this juncture, Su Ling remarked on the current predicament in Longwan District, revealing that there had been little disturbance until recently when an influx of crawlers appeared, prompting concern from Beidi, who feared potential calamities. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, asserting, in any case, let us proceed to meet your Beidi. Very well, came a response. Chapter 115. Eliminate them in the office of the Red Sun Ice Factory. Zhang Heng finally encountered the formidable Beatty, the ruler of Longwan Island. Beatty was a middle-aged, balding man, portly and adorned with a leather apron. Su Ling introduced him. Zhang Heng, this is our leader, Beatty. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. Ah, so it is indeed you. I am Zhang Heng. It is an honor to meet you, Beatty. Beatty, initially maintaining a stern facade, broke into a smile upon hearing Zhang Heng's words. No need for formalities. You are, cough. You're the president of the Survival Guild, correct? We warmly welcome you to Longwan Island. As for the situation outside, it appears you have observed it? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have seen it all. However, I cannot stay long, at most 3 to 7 days before I must return. Nevertheless, during this brief time, I will assist you in eliminating more zombies. Beatty nodded with satisfaction. You're the only one willing to extend a helping hand. Upon the successful completion of this task, I assure you, you shall not leave empty-handed. Are you familiar with the blue crabs? Our cold storage is nearly overflowing. You may take as many as you can carry. Blue crabs? This evoked memories for Zhang Heng from his time in Mingdu Garden, where every household seemed to have blue crabs. Curiously, he inquired, Beatty, is it currently the season for blue crabs? Beatty affirmed, indeed, it has been for about a month now, so there are plenty available. At this moment, Su Ling interjected. Beatty, Zhang Heng and his group have cultivated a field filled with sweet potatoes. Zhang Heng added, and potatoes as well. Upon hearing this, Beatty's eyes widened in surprise. These are precious sources of starch and sugar. To be frank, we are in dire need of both. Could you possibly bring some over? We have a helicopter available for transport. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. No problem. We can arrange an exchange when the time comes. Pan Jiaying glanced at Zhang Heng, realizing that their sweet potatoes were still in cultivation, and as for the potatoes, they were also still being planted. How could they possibly trade? Zhang Heng then introduced Lin Xueshi to Beatty. With her assistance, I assure you, the number of zombies outside will be reduced by at least half. Beatty appeared momentarily taken aback. Could this young lady be an evolver? Zhang Heng nodded. Yes, she is an evolver, and her abilities are quite unique. You will understand soon enough. Although Zhang Heng was not entirely clear about the extent of Lin Xueshi's powers, she seemed to be aware that her hair could cause explosive reactions. This alone was sufficient. She could fly, and her hair could unleash explosive force, effectively bombarding the horde of zombies from the rear, leaving even the crawlers dazed and disoriented. Zhang Heng hoisted Lin Xueshi onto his shoulder, where she sat smiling, realizing, so, this is why you call me here. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and remarked that a reduction in the number of zombies in the city would be beneficial for everyone. With your astonishing destructive ability, exerting a little more effort would not be a burden. Lin Xueshi retorted with a slight huff. Are you not aware that a woman's hair is more precious than life itself? As Zhang Heng walked out, he inquired, do you not enjoy eating hairy crabs? Lin Xueshi suddenly licked her lips, admitting her fondness. Indeed, I do. Ah, never mind. I shall do my best. At that moment, Su Ling glanced at Pan Jiaying and asked in confusion, Sister Pan Jiaying, are you not coming along? Pan Jiaying nodded affirmatively. Of course, I will join. I will take care of the zombies on the bridge. Excellent. Pan Jiaying then commenced her actions. Su Ling observed the 3 individuals who were eager to take action, her eyes gleaming with delight. These 3 were indeed dependable. Beatty then inquired, Miss Su Ling, after a day out, did you only find these 3? Su Ling sighed in resignation. Alas, do not mention it. I visited several teams with whom we had previously made contact, and guess what happened? Beatty, intrigued, asked what transpired. Su Ling glanced toward the direction Zhang Heng and the others had departed, stating whether it was the South Shanghai production base, the Evil Wolf team, or even the Red Leaf team, whom I held in high regard, all were slaughtered by a guild leader known as the Survival Team. Even the local tyrant of Highway District, Sun Chung, met his demise at his hands. I was curious about this individual, so I approached him slightly. The outcome, however, was somewhat unexpected. Beatty's eyes widened in astonishment. This fellow is so formidable. But what does Miss Su Ling mean by unexpected? Su Ling smiled gently, surprisingly amiable, easy to converse with, and perhaps we could develop into excellent partners. Beatty nodded in understanding. Yes, I comprehend. Above Longwan Island, Lin Xueshi furrowed her brow slightly. With the wind so strong, I cannot throw accurately. Zhang Heng smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. I will devise a solution. At that moment, Zhang Heng noticed numerous zombies climbing onto the bridge, particularly peculiar subspecies. He dispatched Units 1 and 2 to separate bridges, while Pan Jiaying headed to another. Each of the 3 bridges had someone to manage them. He, meanwhile, took Lin Xueshi and soared toward the ocean of zombies behind them. Below, the zombies were densely packed, many of them crushed as they approached the bridge. Should these zombies be released, the impact on Jiangnan City would be unfathomable. It remained uncertain how these zombies had been lured here. Had someone deliberately enticed them, or were they genuinely attracted by the sounds from the ice factory? Zhang Heng felt there were inconsistencies that did not add up. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. A suspended icicle materialized in his palm, with the words Xueshi binded inscribed upon it. Lin Xueshi immediately comprehended. Is this the power of ice? Zhang Heng nodded, acknowledging the situation. He then aimed at the sea of corpses below and shot the ice spear downwards. Upon impact, the ice spear detonated the hair bound to him with a thunderous roar. A clear expanse was suddenly created amidst the sea of corpses as countless zombies were sent flying and many others were knocked down by the blast. The surrounding crawlers immediately began to make their way toward the explosion site. As they approached, they disregarded the fallen zombies, many of which were cast aside by the sheer bulk of the crawlers. Upon reaching the explosion point, the massive heads of the crawlers struggled to turn. What was that sound, Ibe? Chapter 116. The humanoid bomb. Zhang Heng raised his right hand, and Lin Xueshi secured her hair to the ice spear. He aimed at the crawling creature below and hurled it directly at the creature. Boom! The crawler was instantly flattened to the ground, causing a network of cracks to spread across the earth, while nearby zombies were sent flying several meters away. The zombies that had been surrounding the bridge now surged towards the source of the explosion. Clearly, the crawler was not yet defeated. Instead, it unleashed its wrath, swinging its colossal tail and sending all surrounding zombies sprawling, roaring ferociously into the sky. Zhang Heng launched an ice spear straight into the crawler's maw. Boom! The creature's mouth erupted into 4 fragments as it struggled to collapse onto the ground. Crawler killed, 1,000 points awarded. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed he had indeed arrived at the right moment. Lin Xueshi had already fastened another strand of hair, proclaiming to Zhang Heng that if they could eliminate all the zombies, she would willingly shave her head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Shave her head? That was unnecessary. There was no need for such drastic measures. Once the zombies gathered in a cluster, he would throw down more ice spears. It appeared that the system no longer announced points for killing ordinary zombies. He was uncertain how many had perished in the previous explosions. Although the point awarded for slaying ordinary zombies was merely 1, every little bit counted, and accumulating them could equal the rewards from defeating a crawler. Zhang Heng skillfully manipulated the distance, luring the zombies, including the crawlers, below. When the zombies clustered together, he unhesitatingly shot another ice spear downward. The shockwave from the explosion was visibly powerful, causing the mass of zombies to scatter like blooming flowers. In the distance, some individuals held binoculars, while others stood atop high ground, gazing in Zhang Heng's direction. They were compelled to look. The explosion's sound was deafening, and nearly all the zombies blocking the 3 bridges rushed towards the source of the noise, as if fearing they might miss something crucial. Su Ling stood by the window, her expression one of disbelief as she observed Zhang Heng and Lin Xueshi soaring through the air. Her eyes reflected profound astonishment. She had not anticipated their remarkable capabilities. The zombies below posed no threat to them, and they could continuously dispatch them. Perhaps they could indeed clear out all the zombies in the area. Beside her, Beidi tousled his unruly hair, pondering the effectiveness of using it to catch fish. Su Ling couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "You truly are something else, fish boss. In our conversations, you always manage to steer the topic towards fish." Beidi chuckled in response, saying, "Honestly, Miss Su, how wonderful it would be if those 2 could join us." Su Ling shook her head. They have their own sanctuary, and are currently in the midst of construction. They likely won't join us. However, if there comes a day when even the fish in the sea become unattainable, perhaps we could consider aligning with them. I believe they would not turn us away. The North Emperor expressed his confusion. Aren't you someone who dislikes trailing behind others? The assertive Miss Su? Su Ling gave a delicate snort. I merely refuse to follow those who are utterly inept. Big Fish appeared rather awkward at this moment. The explosive performance continued well into the night. The once overwhelming horde of zombies had dwindled to a mere handful, scattered in various locations. These zombies had been blasted away, but remained alive, while others had been trapped in certain crevices due to the prior massive crowd. As for the crawlers, all three had perished. At this point, Zhang Heng felt somewhat fatigued and ascended towards the North Emperor's office. Lin Xueshi looked at Zhang Heng with concern. Are you all right, Zhang Heng? He nodded. I'm fine, just a bit weary. How about you? Are you okay? Lin Xueshi replied. I hardly exerted myself, just lost a small tuft of hair. She tenderly caressed her hair with a pained expression. Zhang Heng then inquired, by the way, do you lose hair when you sleep or wash it? What would happen if you did? Lin Xueshi couldn't help but chuckle. My hair doesn't fall out. Ever since I became an evolver, it hasn't shed unless I pull it out myself. That's a relief. Otherwise, washing your hair might send you flying. Zhang Heng landed at the entrance of Big Fish's office. The North Emperor and Su Ling hurriedly opened the door to welcome him. The North Emperor gave Zhang Heng a thumbs up, truly worthy of being the leader of the strongest team in Jiangnan City. Impressive. I am in awe. Su Ling also looked at him with admiration. With such strength, the zombies in Jiangnan City should pose no threat to you. Those who oppose you are indeed unfortunate. Zhang Heng gently set Lin Xueshi down from his shoulder. She touched her hair and remarked, what are you talking about? I clearly helped. Su Ling smiled softly, pinching Lin Xueshi's cheek. We all know that you are indeed the most crucial. Zhang Heng added, indeed, Xueshi's hair can explode. Without her, it will be challenging to deal with the crawlers and the vast hordes of zombies. A human-shaped bomb. Su Ling looked at Zhang Heng and Lin Xueshi before concluding that no one would contest such a description. Zhang Heng then stated, I had intended to stay a few more days, but it seems we resolved everything in a single day. There appear to be a few zombies left outside. You can leave that to your people. Now let us discuss the matter of exchanging potatoes for crabs. The North Emperor paused briefly before breaking into laughter. All right. Let good fortune double. Let's proceed. Su Ling, you should also weigh in on how we should make this exchange. The frozen storage is nearly overflowing with crabs. What else can we do? How about 1 pound of potatoes for 2 pounds of crabs? Of course, we could also do 3 pounds of crabs for 3 pounds of potatoes. At this moment, Zhang Heng remarked that the preservation of the blue crabs necessitated the use of ice from a freezer. If we were to exchange too many at once, we would lack a means of storage. Furthermore, blue crabs possess a hard shell with scant flesh. It would take 5 pounds of blue crabs to obtain merely 1 pound of potatoes. Should we proceed with the exchange, I can promptly summon individuals to prepare for it. At this juncture, Su Ling interjected, noting that since you can manipulate ice, it would suffice to freeze the acquired blue crabs upon returning. The issue of preservation need not be a significant concern. Exchanging 5 pounds of blue crabs for 1 pound of potatoes is entirely feasible. I am merely awaiting your pricing decision. How many do you intend to exchange first? Zhang Heng recalled that his spatial warehouse contained nearly 3,000 pounds of potatoes. It seemed that the sweet potatoes were also nearing maturity. Thus, it would be more prudent to prioritize the exchange for blue crabs directly. Chapter 117. The military still remains at this moment. Lin Xueshi remarked, your hairy crabs have surely frozen, retaining quite a bit of moisture. Trading 5 pounds of hairy crabs for a pound of potatoes seems rather unfair to us. After all, potatoes are far more versatile. Su Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is true. Perhaps I should add an additional pound. I neither enjoy taking advantage of others, nor do I wish for anyone to suffer a loss. Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, Xueshi is just jesting. Let us stick to our original agreement. 5 pounds of hairy crabs for 1 pound of potatoes. If you manage to prepare them by tonight, I shall bring the potatoes tomorrow. Lin Xueshi looked up at Zhang Heng, astonished. But the potatoes aren't even cooked yet. My friend. Su Ling nodded. No problem. We can manage it by tomorrow. At that moment, Pan Jiaying entered the office. Her expression one of discontent as she glanced at Zhang Heng and Lin Xueshi. You two are stealing the spotlight. I feel as if my visit was in vain. Following Pan Jiaying was a handsome young man, who upon hearing her complaints, quickly interjected, Sister, you mustn't be so modest. This is the first time I've seen someone dispatch mutated zombies with such ease. Most of the ones on the bridge fell to this sister's prowess. Pan Jiaying smiled slightly. You certainly have a way with words. Thank you. The young man chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Zhang Heng then suggested, Sister Pan, let us return for now. We shall come back tomorrow. Pan Jiaying glanced at the sea of corpses outside, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Indeed, it is time to leave. I initially thought we would linger for a few more days. With that, she scooped Lin Xueshi into her arms, exclaiming, Our Xueshi is truly capable. Lin Xueshi detested being treated like a child, particularly when Pan Jiaying spoke to her in a condescending tone, which was precisely why she often referred to her as Aunt Pan, a mutual jest that caused them both strife. Aunt Pan, please don't toss me around. I wish to stand on the ground, Lin Xueshi protested. Pan Jiaying huffed playfully, You stubborn little girl. Why is it that you remain so unyielding towards me? Beatty and Su Ling observed the trio before them. Mutated zombies as mere ingredients to be sliced, and a sea of zombies as grass to be mowed. These three are indeed formidable. Perhaps they were the most powerful trio within the survival guild. It was hard to fathom any other group being capable of defeating them. Zhang Heng sensed the presence of number 1 and number 2 across the bridge, then addressed Su Ling. Su Ling, we are leaving. Please see us off. Of course. I shall make arrangements immediately. The three of them departed via helicopter. Su Ling watched as the helicopter ascended slowly, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, powerful men exude a certain allure. Beatty, sulking beside her, grumbled, I was quite handsome in my youth. Now I am merely bald. Su Ling smirked, Fish boss. Though I cannot attest to your youthful appearance, I can assure you, you are likely far from handsome. Besides, your looks have little to do with your baldness. Fish boss huffed, Miss Su, it seems you have taken a liking to Zhang Heng. I, Beatty, hereby declare that you may be together. Su Ling cast a fleeting glance at Fish boss and remarked, Do not play coy. Zhang Heng is already aware of who the true leader is here. Fish boss, perplexed, inquired, How did you discern that? Was my performance not convincing enough? Su Ling shook his head. When he took his leave, he bid farewell to me, but not to you, indicating that he recognizes I am the one in charge here, both astute and capable. We must cultivate a good rapport with them. Fish boss, please fetch 5,000 pounds of blue crabs. They will be coming to collect them tomorrow. If it weren't for your dawdling, I would have arranged it already. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Fish boss exited. Su Ling shot him an irritated glare, but then suddenly broke into a smile, the reason for which remained a mystery. The following day, Zhang Heng arrived alone at Long Bay Island. Observing that he had come without any transport, Su Ling wondered how he intended to take the blue crabs away. President Zhang, you've come by yourself? Zhang Heng shook his head. I arrived first. The convoy is following behind. Fortunately, I found a few freight trucks in the city, and it seems my guild has a couple of drivers available. What luck! Shortly after, 2 large trucks drove onto the bridge. At that moment, Su Ling's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss Su, are the vehicles coming in or what? If they are entering, we need to remove the obstacles. Maintaining his composure, Su Ling responded through the device. No need to dismantle anything. We can't put it back afterward. The blue crabs are already loaded onto our refrigerated truck, and I will have someone drive it over immediately. He glanced at Fish Boss and added, By D, what are you waiting for? With a huff, Fish Boss acquiesced and departed. Su Ling turned to Zhang Heng with a slight smile. Let the staff handle the loading. President Zhang, I have some information to share with you. I wonder if you might be interested. Zhang Heng, intrigued, asked information? What kind of information? Su Ling smiled subtly. Follow me. All right. Zhang Heng followed Su Ling into the office. As they walked, Su Ling inquired, Would you like something to drink, President Zhang? Do you have cola? I prefer Pepsi. Zhang Heng replied. Su Ling chuckled. It appears you two are a fan of carbonated beverages. We do have cola. Approaching the office refrigerator, He produced a chilled can of Pepsi and placed it before Zhang Heng, saying, "Would you trade a potato for some Pepsi?" Zhang Heng laughed. "Let us stick with the blue crabs. We're not quite at the stage of indulgence yet." He picked up the Pepsi, cracked it open, and took a hearty gulp. The refreshing sensation was invigorating. It had been ages since he had savored such a delight, and the first sip awakened his senses remarkably. Suddenly, Su Ling spoke without any prior indication, revealing, "In truth, I have been in contact with the military of the Dragon Nation. The firearms in our possession were all airdropped by helicopters from Dragon Nation, and we also have several soldiers from Dragon Nation here, training the local fishermen daily. This enables us to secure the Dragon Bay Island." Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, "Is the military of the Dragon Nation still operational?" Su Ling nodded, explaining that the military had seemingly detected the impending zombie rain several days prior, thanks to their dedicated analytical department. Unfortunately, they dared not make this information public. Even if they did, it would have been deemed futile. Currently, they reside in a vast underground base in Dragon Nation, a facility seemingly constructed in anticipation of nuclear threats. This subterranean refuge allows for the survival of thousands, if not more. If one day they come to rescue us, would you wish to accompany me? Chapter 118. Astonishing information. Zhang Heng's expression changed subtly. This was a matter he had not contemplated. He had never considered that the military of Long Nation was still operational. They had somehow anticipated the impending zombie rain and swiftly retreated into the underground world. At first glance, it seemed as though they had sold out the entire populace of Long Nation. However, upon further reflection, revealing such information might incite undue panic, which could drive people to commit even more horrific acts. At that moment, Su Ling interjected, stating that the viral rain would descend across the globe within 3 days. Uncontrollable and impossible to communicate to the general public in advance. Even if they disclosed it, few would believe it, and they were unaware of the potential devastation the zombie rain could wreak. Their priority was to maintain their foundations while devising a strategy to address the crisis. Zhang Heng nodded, expressing that he did not hold them accountable and that there was no need for her to clarify. If the military were to retrieve them, perhaps she could inform him, and those willing to go could accompany her. Su Ling chuckled at this, explaining that it was not merely a matter of wanting to go, but of who qualified to do so. In essence, the slots were limited. However, if they did go, even amidst a nuclear war on Blue Star, it would not affect the underground world. Zhang Heng seemed to catch on to something, querying, "Wait, did you just imply that a nuclear war could occur?" Su Ling slightly raised her brow, clarifying that this was merely her conjecture. Nuclear weapons would remain unscathed by the virus, and perhaps the most effective means to eradicate the zombies would be to plunge the world into a nuclear winter. Zhang Heng could not suppress a laugh, pondering aloud. Such matters do not arise without reason. "Do you have acquaintances in the military?" Su Ling grinned, acknowledging that she could not deceive him. Indeed, she had contacts, otherwise she would not have been granted such privileges. In 3 years, Blue Star would descend into a nuclear winter, indicating that plans were underway to transport those deemed worthy to the underground world. Following that, a nuclear bombardment would ensue to eliminate the zombies. Everyone would reside underground until the radioactive fallout dissipated, at which point they could return to the surface to rebuild civilization. It was estimated that the execution of this plan would span over a decade or two. Zhang Heng regarded Su Ling with a calm demeanor, questioning the fate of those unqualified to enter the underground world. Would they meet their end alongside the zombies in the nuclear winter? Su Ling nodded, acknowledging the grim reality. It was a harsh truth that would indeed come to pass. Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt an overwhelming sense of chaos, coupled with a profound disregard for the lives of the people of Long Nation. How could such a situation arise? The zombie virus can only be eradicated by nuclear radiation. This is the sole method to eliminate it. Moreover, the sheer number of zombies is insurmountable. There is no way to kill them all. Do you have any idea how many people inhabit Blue Star? Nearly 20 billion. That is a concept beyond imagination. Moreover, the zombies are undergoing a comprehensive evolution, with the crawlers being a product of this transformation. In the span of 3 years, it is likely that even more advanced forms will emerge. By that time, the efficacy of nuclear weapons in eradicating them may well be in question. Zhang Heng sighed in resignation, asking, "Why did you have to divulge all this to me? Wouldn't it have been better to leave me in the dark?" Su Ling chuckled softly. "I merely wish to assist. I wouldn't want you, on a bright and sunny morning, to be basking in the sun when suddenly a nuclear bomb falls silently from the sky." Zhang Heng took a deep breath and replied, "In any case, thank you for informing me. This is confidential, and I hope you can keep it to yourself." He nodded, adding, "It seems the cargo outside has nearly been unloaded. I must take my leave. Allow me to see you off in the shelter." Zhang Heng sat in the conference room, his brow furrowed. Outside, others were indulging in a crab feast. At that moment, Pan Jiang entered with a platter piled high with crabs. "Why aren't you out here eating? I brought some for you." Zhang Heng picked up a crab and smiled slightly. "Thank you, Sister Pan. Have you eaten?" Pan Jiang shook her head. "Did you forget? My stomach isn't well. I cannot eat seafood." Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. "You're an evolved being now. Why worry about your stomach? I reckon it has healed. Have you felt any pain recently?" Pan Jiang paused, reflecting. "Now that you mention it, I haven't had any stomach pain. Perhaps I shall give it a try." At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and Lin Xueshi rushed in, clutching 3 crabs, grinning broadly. However, upon seeing Pan Jiang, her expression turned sour. "Oh, Aunt Pan is here too." The 3 of them sat together, enjoying the crabs. President Zhang, Zhang Heng, Little Zhang. Within just a few minutes, Su Bo, Zhao Yanan, Bai Jiying, and Cheng Chang all entered with crabs, seemingly concerned that he might not have enough to eat. Zhang Heng was taken aback by the unexpected liveliness of the conference room. Looking at these delightful individuals before him, he could not bear to abandon them for the underground world. He must thwart the military-esque plans. However, it appeared that now was not the right moment. He lacked the authority to speak on such matters. He needed to strive harder. There were still 3 years remaining, after all. At that point, Zhang Heng said, "Chang, please contact Jiangping when the time comes. Let us see if we can dig a downward passage beneath our shelter. The deeper, the better. And then construct an underground refuge." Cheng Chang looked puzzled. "An underground refuge? What is the matter?" Zhang Heng replied, "No questions, just do as instructed." Cheng Chang nodded. "All right. I'll inquire tomorrow. This guy is drunk as a skunk." Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the conference room enjoyed a lavish crab feast. As night fell, they began to trickle out. Cheng Chang stayed behind, intending to keep Zhang Heng company for a smoke. "Has something happened? You still can't speak about it?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "With so many people around just now, of course, I couldn't say anything. But now that it's just the 2 of us, there is nothing to hold back. However, you must promise not to reveal this to anyone else." Cheng Chang, seemingly preoccupied, fiddled with the lighter on the table multiple times, clearly fixated on Zhang Heng's previous statement about keeping secrets. "What on earth is going on?" Zhang Heng met Brother Chang's gaze and replied, "In 3 years, military personnel may initiate a nuclear bombardment on this world. However, it is likely that other nations will be involved as well. And when that time comes, we will be doomed." Chapter 119. The extraction of brains. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you hear such news?" 3 years. We only have 3 years." Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have but 3 years to delve as deep as we can. Of course, I will also seek ways to thwart it." Cheng Chang was left speechless. From where had Zhang Heng gleaned this information? In 3 years, the military of Long Kingdom intended to unleash a nuclear bombardment upon this world? Would other nations participate as well? A global nuclear explosion? Who could possibly survive such devastation? Zhang Heng then briefly unveiled some circumstances regarding the underground world to Cheng Chang. What a joke. They knew about the zombie rain from the outset. They had already taken refuge underground? Cheng Chang wore an expression of disbelief. Zhang Heng nodded, confirming, "It certainly seems that way. It appears the leaders of other worlds were also aware long before us. Who could prevent the rain from falling from the sky? Hence, I do not feel anger towards this." Cheng Chang, suddenly clear-headed, seemed less incensed. "At the very least, if people stay indoors, they will not be infected." Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "You are correct. If everyone stays at home, They won't be infected. However, perhaps this virus could also spread through the air? With rain falling globally, do you not need to breathe? Chung Chang sighed in resignation. 3 years. After so much effort to become an evolved being, I am now faced with the prospect of only living for 3 more years. Nuclear radiation will obliterate all forms of life, and the Earth will be tainted. To wait for the radiation to dissipate completely will require at least a decade, if not 3 or 4 decades. Are we to dwell together on this desolate land? What of our food sources? Water? No electricity. Nothing. The more he pondered, the more despair enveloped him. At that moment, Zhang Heng remarked, Brother Chong, you must never disclose what we discussed today to others. I haven't even told Sister Pan. Chang Chong, upon hearing this, forced a smile. I understand. If word gets out, panic and despair will ensue, and that would complicate matters. However, he inquired, you mentioned you would intervene. How do you plan to do so? Zhang Heng replied, Su Ling has offered to take me to the underground world, where I will attempt to negotiate with them to see if we can avert this calamity. Chung Chang nodded in realization, understanding now. Zhang Heng seemed to be overly optimistic. How could they possibly heed your words? After the lively shuttle banquet, the shelter was strewn with shuttle shells. Chung Chang organized a group to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. At that moment, an off-road vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Survival Guild. 2 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. It was Lin Yu and Zhuoshang, whom they had encountered previously. Zhang Heng regarded them with curiosity. What brings you here again? Lin Yu grinned. President Zhang, it is like this. We now have a new leader in Yaolong Kingdom. But rest assured, it has nothing to do with Sun Cheng. He was a cadre under Sun Cheng's command. We mean you no harm. May I inquire if you are still willing to form an alliance with us? Zhang Heng questioned, perplexed. Alliance? The individuals surrounding Zhang Heng exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhuoshang interjected, the feud between Sun Cheng and President Zhang is of no concern to us. Now that Sun Cheng has passed away, and we have appointed a new leader who wishes to ally with your esteemed guild for mutual development. We hope President Zhang can grant us this opportunity. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. As for the alliance, I believe it is unnecessary. I initially held a favorable impression of you, but now it has diminished. Additionally, we are thriving independently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhuoshang's expressions darkened. Is it a rejection, then? Understandable. Given the circumstances, most would likely refuse. Lin Yu and Zhuoshang departed in their vehicle, unwilling to linger. Since they do not desire an alliance, they are effectively adversaries. Caution is advised moving forward. Should we inadvertently anger the Survival Guild, no one would escape unscathed. Pan Jiang scoffed. How shameless. They dare approach us for an alliance. Zhao Yanan concurred. An alliance bears no benefit for us. They would simply exploit us. It is better to sever ties sooner rather than later. Zhang Heng then turned to Zhao Yanan. Yanan, how is your tank practice with Su Bo progressing? Zhao Yanan, caught off guard, replied with a hint of embarrassment. I am currently familiarizing myself. I should adapt soon. Su Bo can already operate it. But this latest model of the Tiger tank has some complexities that he is still learning, so we're taking it step by step. Zhang Heng had merely asked out of curiosity and was slightly embarrassed by Zhao Yanan's earnest response. Continue to put in the effort. The following day, Zhang Heng returned to Longwan Island. Upon seeing him, Su Ling couldn't help but smile. Zhang Heng, you have arrived. Zhang Heng nodded. Have you prepared everything I requested a few days ago? Su Ling smiled gently. As per your instructions, we could not afford to be negligent. Everything is ready and stored in the cold room. Please follow me. Zhang Heng followed Su Ling to the cold storage. As the doors swung open, a rush of cool air enveloped them, revealing shelves filled with fresh brains, with larger specimens lined up behind them. A smile crept onto Zhang Heng's face. Excellent. It appears you have organized everything. These are the brains of the aberrant subspecies and crawlers. Souligne nadie de fermetible, indeed. We spent 3 days clearing the battlefield for you. The fishermen who regularly handle the catches were quite overwhelmed, not knowing what you intended to do with these brains. Zhang Heng chuckled. Rest assured, they will serve a significant purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng took out his phone and called Lu Jigang outside. Please open the vehicle. I have inspected the items. Understood, came the reply. At this moment, Su Ling understood the implication, instructing them to load these brains into the refrigerated vehicle and promptly drive to the third bridgehead. Hurry up. Our Chairman Zhang is quite a busy individual, and we cannot afford to waste his precious time. Zhang Heng chuckled, rubbing his nose. Su Ling, your words are amusing, yet I must admit I am indeed quite occupied. I have some significant matters to attend to shortly. Having eliminated such a multitude of zombies, his score had reached a remarkably impressive height, and he needed to make the most of it. Su Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring about the nature of these important matters. Zhang Heng smiled subtly. I am constructing a bunker capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. Upon hearing this, Su Ling awkwardly chuckled. That truly is a substantial undertaking. Chapter 120. Upgrading the bunker, the refrigerated vehicle had completed loading all its cargo and was now heading towards bridge number 3. Su Ling leisurely followed Zhang Heng as they strolled in that direction. Su Ling inquired, President Zhang, was what you said earlier true? Are you really planning to construct a bunker? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we're going to build a bunker. Unable to suppress her laughter, Su Ling asked, but what about drinking water? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng replied, there should be numerous underground rivers beneath us. Su Ling then questioned, have you informed your members about the reason for constructing the bunker? Surely they are unaware of the impending nuclear explosion in 3 years' time? Zhang Heng acknowledged yes. They do not know yet. Relieved, Su Ling remarked, now that you mention it, I feel reassured. You truly are President Zhang. Zhang Heng pondered aloud. If your father resides in the underground world, why do you not accompany him there now? What are you still doing here? Su Ling gazed out at the vast expanse of the sea and replied, I will only go underground after ensuring a sufficient food supply. After all, I may need to live there for a long time, possibly for the rest of my life. Zhang Heng chuckled. A nuclear explosion would contaminate the entire world, even the oceans. I find it hard to believe they would opt for such a course of action. Moreover, the melting ice and snow caused by a nuclear blast would inundate the entire blue planet. How would you survive in the underground world? Su Ling queried. If you do not believe it, why are you constructing the bunker? Zhang Heng explained, a bunker can indeed provide shelter from surface attacks. It is wise to build one as a precaution. Su Ling nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Heng asked, are you certain your father is not deceiving you? Su Ling replied, he is my father. How could he possibly lie to me? Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps it is why he wants you to gather seafood here. As long as you remain, you can continuously send fresh seafood to the underground world, thereby solidifying his position there. Su Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Do you really think I've been deceived? Zhang Heng chuckled. I'm only realizing this now. If the oceans are contaminated by nuclear fallout, it would be catastrophic. Humanity's primary sustenance may come from the sea in the future. Even if they plan to rebuild civilization in a decade or two, the oceans would already be irreversibly polluted. Your father, in order to maintain his current standing in the underground world, might have you consistently supplying seafood, which makes me believe it even more. Su Ling's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of silence, she said, I will investigate this thoroughly. I apologize for providing you with uncertain information. Zhang Heng smiled. Your uncertainty stems from the doubts I raised, so do not blame yourself. However, if you are willing to verify the authenticity of this information, please remember to contact me with any updates. All right, I will, Su Ling replied. Zhang Heng then boarded the truck, and Lu Jigang started the engine, taking Zhang Heng back to the shelter. The vehicle came to a stop just outside the shelter. Lu Jigang proceeded directly into the refuge, while Zhang Heng entered the truck and stored all the brains within it into his spatial backpack. He then made his way towards bunker number 2. Upon arriving in the training room, he found that both number 1 and number 2 were engaged in a fierce sparring match. Zhang Heng realized that if they continued to battle, he could accumulate even more points. You two, cease your fighting for a moment and come over rest, he called out, simultaneously retrieving all the brains from his backpack. The brains of the crawlers were immensely large. Resembling boulders as they were placed on ground, there were 3 in total. The brains of the bizarre subspecies numbered 26. While not abundant, their completeness and freshness were invaluable. Let them thaw for now. You should take a break, Zhang Heng instructed. He then approached the control panel of bunker number 2. Since the previous day, He had yet to check the total points in his account. He expected a substantial amount. System, display my personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability, core of ice strength, 78, speed, 77 mentality, 78 gene. LV-222 abilities, self-healing LV-1 mastery of longsword LV-1 close combat LV-1 mastery of repeating crossbow LV-1 ice shield ice spike LV-1 frozen domain LV-1 jet propulsion LV-1 points. 6571 over 6,000 points. It appeared that the quantity of ordinary zombies had heavily influenced this score, as he had not even surpassed 10,000. Nevertheless, having over 6,000 points was still considerable. It was the first time he had accrued such a sum. Zhang Heng opened the control panel and glanced at the upgrade interface for the bunker. Upgrading from a level 1 bunker to a level 2 bunker required 2,000 points. The area would expand from the previous 20 square meters to 40, adding 4 additional rooms to the existing 4, totaling 8 rooms. It seemed that bunker no. 1 was also among the upgrade options, allowing for remote enhancement. A slight smile crept across Zhang Heng's face. He decided to upgrade the bunkers first, consuming 4,000 points. Bunker number 1 level 1 and bunker number 2 level 1 began upgrading. Required time, 48 hours. Zhang Heng then approached the kitchen and examined his system backpack, deciding to prepare a meal as a reward for himself. Although there might be a hint of selfishness in indulging alone, he was unconcerned. He simply longed for a taste of his own cooking. He procured 20,000 grains of rice, then took out a live chicken and a dozen Chinese mitten crabs, intending to simmer a chicken soup and steam some crabs. As he kindled the fire, he retrieved long-stored ice cream, humming a cheerful tune while awaiting the soup to boil and the crabs to steam. Time passed, and soon the rice and crabs were ready. Zhang Heng first served the crabs, fetching a bottle of sweet soda and using his icy breath for a preliminary freeze. He then approached the dining table, eager to indulge in his meal. However, just at that moment, suddenly, a pair of eyes stared intently from the adjacent bedroom. Zhang Heng's hands, poised to dismantle a crab, froze in place. Pan Jiaying emerged from the room, clad in her pajamas, exclaiming, "Are you secretly preparing a feast?" Caught in the act of indulging, Zhang Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Instead, he turned the question on Pan Jiaying. "You seem to have just woken up. Why are you here? Have you abandoned your responsibilities at the shelter?" A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. "Aunt Bun, are you the one cooking?" Lin Xueshi then stepped out from another bedroom. Zhang Heng looked up in disbelief. Not only was Pan Jiaying present, but Lin Xueshi was here as well. How can 3 of us possibly satisfy our appetites? Lin Xueshi noticed Zhang Heng and remarked, "Zhang Heng, you're here too? Are you the one preparing the food?" Zhang Heng sighed resignedly. "Well, let's eat first. I'll steam some more crabs." Chapter 121. Life is delightful. The 3 of them sat around the dining table, where Zhang Heng, like a magician, continuously conjured various beverages. Pan Jiaying seemed unfazed by it all, yet Lin Xueshi gazed in rapt fascination. "Zhang Heng, so you are indeed a spatial evolver?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "If you don't mention it, no one would know." Lin Xueshi could scarcely believe her eyes, though her mouth hardly paused as she devoured the crab. It was astonishing to realize that the spatial evolver everyone had been searching for was none other than Zhang Heng. At that moment, another pot of crabs was ready. Zhang Heng brought over the iron pot, carefully arranging the crabs on the table before rushing to check on the chicken soup. The pressure cooker seemed to be nearly done. He set the cooker aside to cool, keeping the rice warm. He intended to enjoy a hearty meal soon, but first he needed to tackle the crabs. The 3 of them feasted heartily, too engrossed in their meal to engage in conversation. After finishing a crab, Pan Jiaying curiously asked, "Zhang Heng, have our days been a bit too leisurely lately? Do you have any plans for what comes next?" Zhang Heng chuckled lightly. "Jiangnan City is vast. We have merely cleared the surrounding zombies. The situation in other areas remains uncertain for now. However, I believe we should continue as we are for the time being, tidying up the shelter and constructing a 2-story structure. Others can begin digging the passageways for the bunker. As for you 2, just focus on the plantation. Consider it a brief respite to enjoy life." Lin Xueshi giggled, reaching for a crab, but struggling slightly due to her short reach. Zhang Heng kindly handed her a crab. Thanks. Pan Jiaying, upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, inquired, so, does that mean Xueshi and I can come here every day from now on? Before we discovered this place, it was no big deal. But after spending a few nights here, I find myself reluctant to leave. It's much more comfortable here. Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, if you wish to stay here, you may, as long as no one else discovers it. Congratulations, host. Lock unlocking progress increased by 10. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Have the first and second units already activated? That's splendid. It seems they have shared the brain of a crawler. He encouraged them to keep up the effort. Soon after, he brought the chicken soup to the table, serving each of them a bowl of rice while he took a larger portion for himself. The bunker-esque kitchen was well equipped, making it quite convenient. Pan Jiaying took a spoonful of the chicken soup, and as it slid down, her eyes brimmed with tears, her nose tinged with sadness. Zhang Heng, noticing her melancholic demeanor, couldn't help but ask Sister Pan, "What's wrong? Is the soup not to your liking?" Pan Jiaying shook her head and remarked, "I have lived in a perilous environment for so long that I had no other thoughts. Recently, life has been exceedingly comfortable, with hot meals and delicious chicken soup. It makes me somewhat nostalgic for my parents. My father's chicken soup was also quite delightful." After saying this, Pan Jiaying finished the chicken soup in her spoon. Lin Xueshi then spoke up. As one ages, it is natural to reminisce about the past. Pan Jiaying suddenly turned to Lin Xueshi and asked, "Xueshi, in this transformed world, you are still so young. Do you not yearn for your parents at all?" Lin Xueshi smiled gently. "I do not even know what my parents look like. How can I miss them?" Pan Jiaying, puzzled, said, "When we discovered the body in your room, was it not you?" At this moment, Zhang Heng hurriedly interjected, "Let us not delve into that. Xueshi might prefer not to recall such memories. She is far stronger than you think. So let us eat, and eat well." Pan Jiaying nodded in understanding, realizing that Xueshi likely wished to avoid such recollections. The three of them enjoyed a meal together, with Zhang Heng finishing all the soup. They patted their full bellies, wearing expressions of contentment. Lin Xueshi gazed at the ceiling, smiling as she mused, "How wonderful it would be if we could always eat like this. Brother Zhang Heng, will you cook for us again tomorrow?" Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile. "It depends on the time. If I have the chance, I could prepare another meal, and I'll make sure to bring plenty." Lin Xueshi beamed at Pan Jiaying. Pan Jiaying then suggested, "You might as well leave some ingredients here. I can cook as well." Zhang Heng slapped his thigh in realization. "Right, there's a fridge here. I'll leave some behind, and you can prepare it whenever you want." He walked over to the fridge, opened the freezer, and filled it to the brim with chicken and crab from the spatial vortex. Lin Xueshi watched in amazement, exclaiming, "How incredible! Does this mean Zhang Heng is actually a 3-type evolver? It seems so unfair. She only has one ability, while he possesses the powers to control zombies, manipulate ice, and command space. He truly is a fortunate child of fate." Pan Jiaying, feeling insatiable, encouraged, "Let us add more. Ever since I became an evolver, I feel like I can eat more than before, and the best part is I'm not gaining weight. My body seems to absorb all the nutrition. Perhaps if I eat more, I might unlock something new." Lin Xueshi, confused, asked, "Unlock? Unlock what? Can abilities evolve?" Pan Jiaying nodded. "Indeed, abilities can evolve. Don't you think my fingers have become more elegant?" Pan Jiaying's fingers were slender, with nails resembling dark cat claws, distinctly different from before. Lin Xueshi touched her hair, pondering whether she too could evolve one day. But what would she become after the evolution? The two women continued their lively conversation without pause, while Zhang Heng stepped out of the bunker, intending to return to the shelter. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a torrential downpour outside. He hurriedly retreated back indoors. Another rainstorm? It seemed that someone nearby was destined to become an evolver. In the kitchen, two women busily tidied up the dishes. Zhang Heng, meanwhile, made his way toward the training room. The entities known as Number 1 and Number 2 were relentlessly consuming the brains that Zhang Heng had brought back. Ma Ge displayed a rather uncouth manner of eating, while Number 2 demonstrated an exquisite elegance. Her hair deftly sliced the brains into tiny morsels, which she gracefully threaded together before delicately consuming them. Zhang Heng watched in awe, realizing that they retained some vestiges of their former personalities, transformed now into something akin to zombies. Let them indulge in their slow feast for now. He decided to allow himself a few days of comfort before addressing the situation further. Chapter 122. IT Man Jiang Rue. Due to the torrential rain, Zhang Heng found himself disinclined to venture outdoors, opting instead to seek refuge in a bedroom within the bunker for the night. The bed was soft, the towels pristine, and hot water was readily available for a refreshing shower. After a brief cleanse, Zhang Heng reclined on the bed and retrieved his mobile phone. It appeared that some websites and applications had ceased operations, displaying a stark 404 error. Uncertain of what he wished to view, he aimlessly scrolled through various searches. Just then, a message arrived on his phone. Zhang Heng paused momentarily, then glanced at his device, for this was a personal number. Hello. May I inquire if you're also a survivor from Jiangnan City? My name is Jiang Rue, and I am an IT professional. I find myself trapped in room 13 of Qianhua Yuan. This message appears to have been sent at random. Upon receiving this message, Zhang Heng swiftly received another. Hello. He replied casually. Hello, where are you right now? Once the rain ceases, I shall come to your aid. After a brief pause, the other party sent another message. The previous message had been preset by me. Anyone using a mobile device within a specific area could receive it. I have now become an evolved being capable of self-rescue. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and then sent a message in return. That is reassuring. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. You appear to be quite enthusiastic. May I inquire your name? Perhaps we could become friends. Zhang Heng. The Zhang Heng from the Survival Guild? I never expected it, haha. It's truly you. Zhang Heng gazed at his phone with a look of bewilderment. Have you heard of me? Jiang Rue. Not only have I heard rumors, but I also know that you are a spatial evolver. Zhang Heng's brow instinctively knitted itself in concern. The other party sent another message. To facilitate my observation of the external circumstances, I have infiltrated the surveillance system of the Public Security Bureau and connected to the Skynet device. I am aware of your every action, and recently, you have alleviated quite a few of my quandaries. The other party actually knows that he is a spatial ability user through the city's surveillance, yet he remained unaware of the other's identity. Zhang Heng suddenly felt an urgent desire to become acquainted with this IT professional named Jiang Rue. Jiang Rue, I have established a sanctuary outside the city, offering shelter, sustenance, and security. Should you find yourself intrigued, feel free to seek me out at this refuge beyond the city. I trust you are familiar with its location. Jianghui, Sureli. You do not intend to take my life, do you? After all, I have come to learn of your extraordinary spatial abilities. Zhang Heng remarked. It appears you are quite a vigilant individual. Should you suspect that I intend to eliminate you to safeguard this secret, you may choose to remain far from the sanctuary outside the city. In any case, I am unaware of your identity and cannot impose upon you. Jianghui replied, naturally. I aspire to seek the protection of someone as formidable as yourself. I shall come to find you on the morrow. Thereafter, Jiang Rue ceased all communication. Zhang Heng did not dwell on it and fell asleep directly. The following day, the rain ceased. Zhang Heng, along with Pan Jiaying and the others, returned to the shelter, where they discovered that a considerable number of individuals seemed to have transformed into evolved beings. The population of evolved beings within the Survival Guild had previously numbered around 17. Now, it had surged to approximately 20. The person Zhang Heng had been longing for, Jiang Rue, also arrived at the shelter that very afternoon. He was a bespectacled man dressed in a crisp white shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, carrying a notebook bag, exuding an air of innocent simplicity. Zhang Heng approached him and inquired, "Are you Jiang Rue?" Upon seeing him, Jiang Rue smiled and replied, "Yes, that's me. It seems the zombies in the city have been nearly cleared out by those around you. Your zombies are truly formidable." Zhang Heng smiled slightly and said, "This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me." Jiang Rue nodded and accompanied him without hesitation. Zhang Heng led Jiang Rue to the conference room, ensuring that no one else was permitted to enter. Once seated, Jiang Rue looked up at Zhang Heng and asked, "Do you have any questions for me?" With a gentle smile, Zhang Heng replied, "Regarding my ability as a spatial manipulator, I hope you can keep it confidential. In return, I will provide you with a comfortable living environment and ensure your safety. If you find this agreeable, I welcome you to become a new member of the Survival Guild. Jiang Rue smiled faintly, of course. I can keep your secret. However, under the existing conditions, I would like to request a few things. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. What do you need? Jiang Rue stated, electronic components and some computers. Previously, I received some strange signals from underground, but due to their weak intensity and my receiver's limited capacity, I was unable to capture them. With computer components, I could likely enhance my receiver, allowing me to intercept signals from underground and discover what lies beneath. Are you not curious? This world is transformed so dramatically. Surely, we in Dragon Country should be able to predict such changes in advance. Zhang Heng pondered. Was it possible that he believed someone resided in an underground world? This man seemed intriguing. Zhang Heng retrieved his phone, locating a map that revealed a computer market approximately 12 kilometers away, situated neither in the 3rd District nor in Highway District, but rather in the previously uncharted Huzhong District. Very well, I can assist you in procuring the items you desire, but before we proceed, may I inquire about the nature of your ability? Jiang Hui's immediately Gatli. It's a rather trivial ability, akin to telekinesis. As Jiang Rue focused on a teacup before him, it suddenly levitated, wobbling gently in the air. With great concentration, Jiang Rue finally placed the teacup back on the table. More than mere survival, I yearn to uncover the happenings of this world. Moreover, as far as I am aware, Longhua has been constructing subterranean cities across the globe for the past 30 years to guard against nuclear attacks. Though this information has not been publicly disclosed, nonetheless, many are in the know. After all, Longhua was not the first to conceive the idea of creating a world beneath the earth. If we could ascertain the location of this underground realm, perhaps we could venture down and discover a wealth of usable resources. What are your thoughts? Recently, Zhang Heng has been troubled by matters concerning the underground world, only to find an IT professional stepping forward, intent on pinpointing its precise location. Naturally, Zhang Heng is quite eager, as I share a keen interest in the information you seek. I shall promptly visit the computer market in Huzhong District. Chapter 123. The Birdman Zombie. As Zhang Heng exited the conference room, Cheng Chong approached him with a look of confusion. Zhang Heng, who is this person? It seems he knows you? Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. He is also acquainted with me. He will be a member of the Survival Guild from now on, so please lend him your assistance. Cheng Chong replied, understood. I will ensure he is well taken care of. After finishing his words, Zhang Heng strode directly towards the shelter's exit and leapt into the air, soaring towards the Huzhong District. This Jiang Rue possesses considerable skills. He appears to have a remarkable talent in computer technology. By creating receivers to capture signals from the underground world, he can ascertain the exact location once the network signals are confirmed. Zhang Heng was eager to verify the truth of the nuclear explosion incident that was to occur 3 years hence. Before that, he needed to procure several computers for Jiang Rue. In the Huzhong District, while Zhang Heng flew through the air, he glanced downward. The streets appeared to be teeming with zombies, and he could even spot traces of several crawlers. He gradually descended onto the rooftop of a computer market. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from ahead. Zhang Heng quickly looked up and saw 2 individuals trapped on the top floor of a building, surrounded by a horde of zombies below. One of the men brandished a handgun, firing at a zombie beneath him. The shot incited the surrounding zombies, who frantically surged towards the top floor. As the front row of zombies fell, those behind them quickly filled the gap, creating a grotesque human staircase on the ground. The 2 individuals on the top floor were momentarily stunned, hastily grabbing anything around them that could serve as a weapon to fend off the zombies that were perilously close to climbing up. However, they found little to arm themselves with, and the zombies' crawling speed was alarming. It seemed they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. In that moment, Zhang Heng hurriedly flew towards their direction, halting before the man. With a swift gesture of his hand, a wave of icy air shot forth, instantly freezing the advancing zombies in their tracks. An evolver! We are saved! Ha ha! The man exclaimed joyfully, seizing his handgun and charging towards the zombies. It was then that Zhang Heng noticed a small boy cowering in the corner, shivering and appearing to have suffered from malnutrition for an extended period. You monster! The armed man shouted, delivering a swift kick to the jaw of a zombie attempting to crawl up. The creature fell to the ground, ultimately frozen by the frigid air released by Zhang Heng. Thank you so much. My name is Lin Jian, and this is my son Lin Xiaobao. I am the captain of the first squad of the Public Security Bureau. I truly appreciate your help. What is your name? A member of the Public Security Bureau? No wonder you possess a firearm, Zhang Heng thought. However, the fact that this man had survived for so long without evolving was indeed remarkable. Zhang Heng smiled gently and said, I am Zhang Heng, delighted to make your acquaintance. Do you have anywhere to go? Lin Jian shook his head. We have nowhere to go and nothing to eat. You are an evolved one, right? Could you spare some food? Zhang Heng pretended to rummage through his backpack, eventually producing a substantial amount of items. Please take a moment to rest. I have other matters to attend to here. Once I am finished, I will return to escort you to my sanctuary. Lin Jian's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Xiaobao, quickly thank your brother. We are so fortunate to have encountered such a kind soul. Xiaobao timidly replied, Thank you, brother. Lin Jian continued, We have met many evolved individuals before, yet none were willing to help us. You truly are a good person. This bread is delicious. Zhang Heng smiled wryly and shook his head. Eat slowly. Once you reach the sanctuary, you'll have a proper meal. I must attend to my tasks now. I will come back for you shortly. All right, hurry along. Zhang Heng flew towards the direction of the computer market. As for the father and son, they should be safe. The zombies were frozen in place, and the ones below could not possibly break through the ice to ascend. He had ample time to pursue his intentions. Inside the computer market, the zombies were sparse. Zhang Heng was unaware of what a receiver was. Nonetheless, he collected every computer he encountered, effectively emptying the entire market of its electronic devices. However, upon returning to the balcony where he had left the father and son, he discovered that they had vanished. A vivid trail of blood remained on the ground, leaving him puzzled about what had transpired. As he searched the area, despair began to set in when a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the rooftop of a nearby building. Zhang Heng hastened towards the distant rooftop. Upon landing, he immediately spotted a bizarre subspecies with black wings, akin to a vulture, pecking at the corpse on the ground. The body was evidently that of the father from the Security Bureau. But where was the child? Where had Xiaobao gone? The avian zombie seemed to have noticed Zhang Heng, its face contorting into a greedy smile as it kicked the security officer's corpse aside and approached him with a strange grin. It appeared that the earlier gunshot had attracted this grotesque creature. Moreover, the fact that it could fly posed a significant threat. The father and son had been preoccupied with their meal and had likely been caught off guard. But what of the child? Had Xiaobao already been devoured by this avian monstrosity? A surge of anger welled within Zhang Heng as he pondered. Is there truly no evolved one in Huzhong district? Why are there still so many zombies here? Is there not a brave, evolved individual willing to confront them? He gazed coldly at the avian zombie before him, contemplating, You wish to devour me? Let us see whose might prevails, your fangs or my ice spear. Zhang Heng pointed towards the avian zombie. A sharp ice spear suddenly hurtled toward the location of the avian zombie. With a ghastly screech, the creature deftly evaded the attack. Its hands had evolved into a pair of fleshy wings, remarkably agile, adorned with two razor-sharp claws. In the fleeting moment of dodging the ice spear, the avian zombie lunged forward, sinking its claws into Zhang Heng's shoulder. With a powerful leap, it ascended into the air, intending to hurl Zhang Heng to his demise from a great height. However, the avian zombie remained blissfully unaware that Zhang Heng possessed the ability to fly as well. The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder jolted Zhang Heng's awareness into sharp focus. He promptly initiated a counterattack. Chapter 124. The crystal Zhang Heng seized the grotesque feet of the Birdman, who cast a cold glance downward. An icy glint flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes as his hands instantaneously emitted a chilling aura. In such close proximity to the frigid blast, the Birdman's body was swiftly enshrouded in frost. Yet, the Birdman felt no pain. Instead, his body became immobilized in an instant. The claw gripping Zhang Heng's shoulder was promptly shattered, and Zhang Heng hurled the Birdman from the sky. With a crash, the Birdman's body plummeted onto a nearby skyscraper, shattering into fragments. Kill of the aberrant species. Points. 100 Zhang Heng detached the broken claw from his shoulder and casually discarded it onto the ground. He then soared towards the direction from which the Birdman had appeared. As Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings, his heart sank. Where was the child? A quick glance revealed a severed hand belonging to a child, still clutching a piece of candy in its palm. The sight of the dismembered hand struck Zhang Heng profoundly, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. It was evident that the earlier gunshot had drawn this aberrant creature. He should have exercised greater caution. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Heng, burdened with a trove of computer equipment, made his way towards the shelter. Jiang Rue had secured a single room within the shelter, with electricity already connected. At that moment, Jiang Rue was busily crafting something with a screwdriver in hand. Upon Zhang Heng's entrance, Jiang Rue inquired with curiosity, "You're back? Did you find a computer?" Zhang Heng brought a large travel bag into the room. Jiang Rue hurried over to unzip it, and upon seeing the bag brimming with computers and components, his eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, joining was the right choice. With these, I can immediately construct a more efficient receiver. Then I will be able to intercept the network signals from the underground world. Zhang Heng inquired nonchalantly, "What do you intend to do with the intercepted network?" Jiang Rue replied thoughtfully, "This underground world is likely where the existing Dragon Kingdom governments are hiding from disasters. If we could establish contact with their government, we could join them directly. That way, we would no longer live in fear here, nor would we have to suffer hunger." Zhang Heng nodded in realization. "Then take your time with it. If you need anything, feel free to send someone to inform me. I will find a way to assist you." Jiang Rue smiled slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you in advance, President Zhang." Zhang Heng returned a faint smile before exiting the room. Should Jiang Rue succeed, he could investigate the authenticity of a nuclear explosion 3 years hence. However, the construction of the underground bunker must still proceed to avert future calamities. Zhang Heng contemplated a visit to the Huzhong district, where the number of zombies remained substantial, while the threat in the Sanzhong district had nearly been eradicated. The activities of the evolved beings within the city had intensified in the Sanzhong district. Rather than compete with them for resources, it would be wiser to establish a new supply collection point. At this moment, Pan Jiaying suddenly approached Zhang Heng, her expression shrouded in mystery. "Zhang Heng, we have made a significant discovery." Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, "What major discovery?" Pan Jiaying held a green crystal, roughly the size of a pinky finger. "Take a look at this. I found it inside a zombie's brain." Zhang Heng took the crystal, and before his eyes, a series of numbers materialized. First-level crystal. Upon absorption, it can provide trace elements required by the body and accelerate the unlocking of genetic locks. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. This object could indeed expedite the unlocking of genetic potential. Pan Jiaying, intrigued, asked, "Are you serious?" "I seem to have had a vague feeling about it too, but the previous zombies didn't seem to possess it. I only discovered it today." Zhang Heng smiled slightly and replied, "Perhaps it takes time for the crystals to form. Since the apocalypse has lasted over a month, these crystals might have already solidified in the zombies' brains." Sister Pan, this object can enhance the unlocking pace of evolutionary genetic locks. It appears we must hastily eliminate zombies. Seizing the opportunity before others could grasp the significance of these crystals, Zhang Heng decided to take action. He ventured alone, carrying a massive backpack, to the area of Huzhong. The number of zombies in Huzhong was still considerable, and the evolvers there were quite cautious, primarily traversing the underground passages. Clearly, these evolvers had little interest in exterminating zombies. They sought to gather more food and would only engage in combat when absolutely necessary. Zhang Heng's bulging backpack drew peculiar glances from several passing evolvers in the underground tunnel. "Hey, young brother," a man with a buzz cut suddenly stepped forward to intercept him. "Is there food in your backpack? Where did you find so much?" Zhang Heng glanced at his backpack and replied, "Indeed, it is food. I am a merchant, here to trade with the people in this area. Have you discovered this?" Zhang Heng, with boldness befitting his skills, openly declared that his backpack contained food. The crowd turned their attention to the purple crystal he held. A man at the rear of the group suddenly asked, "Merchant brother, what do you want with that substance from the zombie's brain?" I encountered the same thing in a zombie's brain I killed before, but I didn't pay it any mind. Zhang Heng smiled gently and said, "This is called a crystal. It can accelerate the unlocking of an evolver's genetic potential. If you happen to kill a zombie and find this inside their brain, remember to keep it. I will exchange it for food and water. One crystal can be traded for a bottle of water or a bag of instant noodles. For meat, a greater quantity of crystals would be required." Upon hearing this, several people widened their eyes in disbelief. Really? This can enhance the genetic unlocking process? Who told you that? You must belong to a certain team, right? You're not here just to exchange on your own, are you? Zhang Heng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, however, I am not part of the team. I am affiliated with the union. Our leader sent me here. Did you all hear what I just said? Crystals can be exchanged for food. Where shall we find you? With a gentle smile, Zhang Heng replied, "You can find me at the computer market. I will be waiting for you there." In Huzhong district, he was only aware of one computer market. Although there were numerous zombies lurking nearby, he thought to himself that they could simply be dealt with later. The prospect of exchanging food for crystals was particularly enticing, as food was the one resource he currently had in abundance. If he could successfully manage this exchange, the speed at which his genetic unlocks progressed would soar, leading to rapid evolution. Chapter 125. Food for Crystals. Zhang Heng returned to the computer market, a narrow alleyway where he had dealt with all the surrounding zombies. He chose the tallest building and settled on its rooftop. Fashioning a banner from a piece of white cloth and 2 poles, he inscribed the words "Crystals for Food. Fair trade for all" in bold letters. After securing the banner atop the roof, he sat and awaited the arrival of other evolved beings seeking to exchange food. Zombies numbered 1 and 2 took positions at either end of the house, standing guard. Before long, Zhang Heng noticed a man leaping across rooftops, heading in his direction. Rising to his feet, he focused on the approaching figure. The first customer had arrived. The man, a middle-aged individual in his 30s with long hair, approached with a look of skepticism. "Are the crystals you mentioned the ones found in the brains of zombies?" he inquired. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Yes. How many do you possess?" The man smiled slightly. "I haven't collected many. I just picked up a few out of curiosity when I saw them before." He then produced 2 green crystals from his pocket. "What can I exchange these for?" The green crystals appear to be first-tier ones, typically discovered by defeating ordinary zombies. Zhang Heng replied with a grin. "These green ones are the least valuable. You must have obtained them from regular zombies, correct?" The man nodded. "So they're graded? The higher the level of the zombie I kill, the higher the quality of the crystal?" "Indeed," Zhang Heng confirmed. "You were wondering what you could exchange them for? I can offer you a bottle of mineral water and a bucket of instant noodles." The man's eyebrows raised slightly. "So if I kill 2 zombies, I can get a bottle of water and a bucket of noodles?" Zhang Heng nodded. "That's correct. What do you say? Do we have a deal?" "Absolutely. When will you be leaving?" "I need to gather more crystals," the man replied eagerly. Zhang Heng smiled. "I will be here until nightfall. Also, if you help spread the word, I'll give you an extra bucket of noodles." Retrieving a bottle of mineral water and 2 buckets of noodles from his travel bag, he thoughtfully packaged them in a small red bag. The man handed over the crystals and accepted the bag, grinning as he said, "Thank you. I'll go spread the word right away." With that, he hurried off. Zhang Heng glanced at the 2 first-tier crystals in his hand and stored them in his spatial backpack, continuing to wait. Initially, he thought there might not be many customers, but he was pleasantly surprised by the quick arrival of the first one, heightening his anticipation for the ensuing exchanges. A few minutes later, a girl with a pair of black wings flew towards him. Upon landing, she glanced at the banner behind Zhang Heng and exclaimed, "It's true. Crystals for food. Hey, how does this work? Is this the kind of crystal you're talking about?" The girl opened her palm, revealing a red crystal alongside a green one. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and said, "You may exchange for 3 buckets of instant noodles. Of course, you could also opt for 2 buckets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water." The young girl widened her eyes slightly and exclaimed, "I want all the noodles. I have water myself." She handed 2 crystals to Zhang Heng, who retrieved a red bag to pack them, adding an extra bucket of noodles as before. "I'll give you an additional bucket of noodles. Just help me spread the word." The young girl received the plastic bag with a beaming face, exclaiming, "This is such a bargain. I intended to use these small stones to make a bracelet, but I never expected someone would be collecting them." Handsome, could you tell me what purpose these stones serve? Zhang Heng replied. They can accelerate the progress of gene unlocking. Gene unlocking versus filling one's stomach. What would people choose? Many would undoubtedly opt for satiating their hunger. A full belly would grant them the strength to continue their struggles. In this way, they could hunt more zombies to elevate their own levels. With any surplus exchanged for food, such actions would not only significantly reduce the zombie population in Jiangnan City, but also embolden other evolved beings to confront the undead. Within half an hour, several individuals arrived one after another. The supplies in the travel bag behind Zhang Heng quickly diminished by half until a man with a particularly menacing gaze approached. He swiftly surveyed the two zombies beside Zhang Heng before locking his eyes on him. You don't seem to be from this district. Crystals for food? How does it work? Zhang Heng nodded. I am from District 3. Green crystals can be exchanged for a bucket of noodles and water, while red ones can be traded for 2 buckets of noodles and water. The man smirked. What about the black ones? He produced 2 black crystals from his pocket. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with black crystals. Could they be from crawlers? Let me see, he said, taking the black crystals from the man's hand. Instantly, a string of information appeared before him. 3rd stage crystal. Indeed, they were from crawlers. Zhang Heng looked up at the man and said, for the black ones, I can exchange 5 buckets of noodles for each. 1 black crystal is worth 5 buckets. The man pondered for a moment before asking, so, these 2 stones are worth 10 buckets of noodles? Zhang Heng nodded. That is correct. What do you say, will you trade? The man couldn't help but chuckle. Aside from noodles, are there any other items? Zhang Heng acknowledged. Certainly, there are other options, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, or blue crabs. Potatoes? Sweet potatoes? Blue crabs? The man's fierce expression softened slightly, and his mouth began to water. You're not joking, are you? Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and blue crabs can all be exchanged? Zhang Heng affirmed, of course. I am a member of the Survival Guild in District 3. Our leader has trade relations with the North Emperor of Longwan Island. We cultivate sweet potatoes and potatoes in exchange for blue crabs. Upon hearing this, the man appeared somewhat indecisive regarding what to trade for, feeling an overwhelming desire for all. I desire some of the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and blue crabs you just mentioned. Could you assist me in making exchange? The man presented a black crystal. Very well. I shall arrange it for you myself. Zhang Heng stowed 2 pieces of the black crystal into his spatial backpack. Who would have thought that despite possessing the capability to confront the crawlers, they would yield before the allure of food? Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, sustenance reigns supreme in value. Zhang Heng feigned rummaging through his travel bag, while discreetly retrieving items from his spatial backpack. 2 pounds of sweet potatoes, 2 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of blue crabs, and 2 buckets of instant noodles. Zhang Heng packed 2 bags and handed them to the man, saying, this should suffice. I've included a few extra crabs for you. Please help me spread the word. The man gazed at the 2 bags of supplies in his hands, a sense of disbelief washing over him. All right, I will certainly assist you in promoting this. He clutched the supplies as if they were treasures, hastily departing from the scene. Chapter 126. The disturbance noon seemed to drift aimlessly. After a simple meal, Zhang Heng lay atop the roof and dozed for a while. However, it wasn't long before the second zombie gently tugged at the corner of his garment. Slowly awakening, Zhang Heng lifted his gaze and was taken aback to find the fierce-looking man from the morning had returned, this time accompanied by another individual. Hey, Survival Guild member, I have food to trade, the man announced, retrieving a container of instant noodles from his pocket. Zhang Heng accepted the container and peered inside, discovering it was nearly filled with green crystals. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, did you just dig these up? The man nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I've cleaned them thoroughly, and they possess no odor. I've counted, and there are about 60 crystals here. It seems not all zombies contain these crystals. Our team had to slay nearly 200 to 300 to obtain just 60. Extracting 60 from 200 to 300 does seem rather low. 1 crystal per 5 zombies? Zhang Heng remarked, then asked, what do you intend to trade this time? At that moment, the bespectacled man beside him interjected, before we proceed with the exchange. May I ask what you plan to do with these crystals? Why trade such precious food for them? Zhang Heng explained, these crystals, once absorbed, can accelerate the progress of gene unlocking, which is why I am willing to trade valuable food for them. The bespectacled man nodded in understanding and proposed, in that case, let us trade all 60 crystals for potatoes. The man, burdened with 60 pounds of potatoes, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Is it just potatoes? Aren't river crabs more appetizing? The bespectacled man retorted, a pound of river crabs versus a pound of potatoes. What would fill one up? We're not so affluent at the moment. However, if he continues to collect, we can arrange for you to receive some next time. Now, let's not give anyone a reason to laugh at us. Zhang Heng managed an awkward smile as the two departed swiftly. At that moment, 3 individuals approached from the rooftop ahead. They leaped onto the roof and exchanged glances before advancing toward Zhang Heng. The leader, a man with long hair, stepped forward and inquired, I heard you can trade stones for food. Is that correct? Zhang Heng nodded, indeed, but not stones. These are the crystals found in zombie brains. He held up a green crystal for emphasis. The man inspected it, astonished. This thing can grow in a zombie's brain? What could such a crystal be exchanged for? 1 container of instant noodles or a bottle of mineral water, Zhang Heng replied. The long-haired man nodded in realization. In that case, I'd like to trade for a container of instant noodles. Zhang Heng accepted the green crystal handed to him and remarked coolly, this was the crystal I just showed you. Don't you have any crystals on you? The long-haired man looked momentarily taken aback, then protested, little boss. This is not how you do business. You took my stone but refused to give me the noodles and expect us to provide more? What do you mean by that? The day had yet to turn dark. Were you truly contemplating a brazen theft? The stout man beside the long-haired individual remarked, 1 person robbing 3 of us? It seems we have been underestimated. In that case, we shall. The 3 of them simultaneously cast their gazes towards the travel bag behind Zhang Heng. A smile spread across Zhang Heng's face. He had not anticipated encountering such idle rascals even in the apocalypse. I've already informed you how I acquired these stones. Instead of slaying zombies and unearthing some to trade with me, you choose to engage in this nonsense? The long-haired man smiled faintly in response. We are all astute individuals. You are well aware of our intentions. It is evident that you do not belong to this district. What harm is there in collecting a protection fee? Hand over the contents of your bag, and tomorrow you need not pay again. The previously silent dwarf now brandished a knife, saying, listen, kid, be sensible and hand over the bag. Don't force our hand. You won't even have the chance to regret it. At that moment, a number of individuals approached from behind, yet they refrained from drawing near, seemingly intrigued. Zhang Heng interjected, do not disrupt my business, you 3. Ma Jie, please escort them away. Ma Gu stepped beside Zhang Heng, surveying the trio before him. The long-haired man, upon seeing the towering Ma Gu, felt no fear. I didn't realize you had companions. What do you intend to do? This is Uzhong district. How dare you cause a ruckus on our turf? Are you seeking to instigate conflict between 2 territories? Ma Gu was not as accommodating as Zhang Heng. He merely accepted orders and executed them. The moment the adversary's words fell, Ma Ji's expression shifted dramatically. He thrust his hands towards the ground, and the 2 blades at his side shot upwards in an instant. Zhang Heng then urged, Ma Gu, why are you still hesitating? Quickly resolve this. We have others waiting behind. The faces of the long-haired man and his companions immediately darkened upon hearing this. The long-haired man cursed, damn it, it seems we have been underestimated. In a flash, a cold glimmer sliced across the long-haired man's neck. He looked on in disbelief as his body remained upright while his head tumbled to the ground. The other 2 widened their eyes in shock, but Ma Gu was swifter. He plunged a knife into one man's mouth and simultaneously kicked the dwarf, sending him flying. Silence enveloped the scene. Witnessing this unfold, the onlookers, evolutionaries in the distance, stared in disbelief at the events transpiring before them. They had been killed without hesitation. Zhang Heng quickly called out, do not be afraid. They were merely causing trouble. Are you here to exchange for food? If so, hurry over. I will return before nightfall. Despite his reassurances, some remained hesitant. Zhang Heng decided to up the ante, proclaiming, come now, and you will receive double the food. With the promise of a grand reward, they moved into action. Before long, a long queue formed before Zhang Heng. Some individuals departed with several pounds of blue crabs, others with potatoes, while a greater number opted to exchange for sweet potatoes. The popularity of instant noodles plummeted unexpectedly, an outcome Zhang Heng had not anticipated. I too wish to exchange for sweet potatoes. I require potatoes. 2 pounds. How did you come to possess blue crabs? Moreover, they are frozen. Zhang Heng explained. They were exchanged for potatoes from Longwan Island. Concerned about their wild speculations that might once again thrust him into the spotlight, Zhang Heng took the time to provide brief explanations to each inquiry. As dusk gradually descended, the last evolutionary being to make an exchange had departed. Zhang Heng decided it was time to return home. Chapter 127. The second gene unlocked at 95, back to the underground shelter. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi had already begun to showcase their culinary skills. Lin Xueshi stood gracefully on a small stool, deftly slicing a potato, while Pan Jiaying simmered a pot of chicken soup, which appeared to contain a spider crab, filling the bunker with an enticing aroma. The arrival of Zhang Heng immediately captured the attention of both women. Zhang Heng, you're back. Lin Xueshi exclaimed with a playful grin. Brother Zhang Heng, we have seafood chicken soup for dinner. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Then I must be in for a treat. Pan Jiaying ladled a small bowl of chicken soup and placed it on the table before Zhang Heng, urging him to drink it while it was hot. You like it salty, right? How's the seasoning? Zhang Heng felt a surge of gratitude. Sister Pan, I didn't expect you to remember. Pan Jiaying rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's only been a few months. How could I forget? Now, drink up. As Zhang Heng took a sip of the seafood chicken soup, the warmth flooded his mouth, and the exquisite flavors of the broth enveloped his palate, revealing the essence of the seafood and the unique richness of the meat. He swallowed slowly, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Pan Jiaying, with a look of concern, asked, How is it? Is it salty enough? Zhang Heng nodded contentedly. Just right. I prefer it a bit salty, but not overly so. At that moment, Lin Xueshi chimed in. Aunt Pan, I want some too. Pan Jin chuckled helplessly. All right. I'll get you a bowl. Lin Xueshi soon savored the delightful chicken soup as well. Zhang Heng then reached into a space backpack and placed a small bag on the table. Hearing the crisp sound of the bag colliding with the surface, Pan Jiaying turned curiously. What S in the bag? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. Guess what I did today? Lin Xueshi, holding her steaming bowl of chicken soup, leaned closer to inspect the small bag. Brother Zhang Heng, what S inside? Zhang Heng opened the bag and pulled out a green crystal. This is a first-tier crystal. When absorbed, it enhances the speed of gene evolution. Pan Jiaying expressed mild surprise. Are there red and black ones too? Zhang Heng retrieved the red and black crystals, placing them on the table. The red one comes from the brain of a peculiar subspecies, and the black one is from a crawler. The higher the quality of the crystal, the better the effect. He added, if you too wish to grow stronger, remember to slay more zombies. Sister Pan, when you go to collect supplies tomorrow, spread the word. If others are hunting zombies to gain strength while we remain here, comfortably developing our survival skills, we will surely become targets. Pan Jiaying nodded. I understand. However, Zhang Heng, I haven't utilized these items, and my gene lock has already reached the 2nd level. How do you explain that? Zhang Heng's expression subtly shifted as he remarked, I cannot say for certain, but I sense that it is not just you. Others seem to have evolved as well. Could it be that the food we consume and the number of zombies we vanquish expedite the unlocking of our genes? Lin Xueshi picked up a black crystal, inquiring, is this the crystallized form of a crawler? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, however, I must clarify that these are not gifts for you. If you desire crystals, you must slay zombies yourselves. Lin Xueshi smiled gently. Brother Zhang Heng, you misunderstand. I have no intention of taking them. I am merely curious. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Heng questioned, then what is it that you hold in your other hand? Instantly, Lin Xueshi's face flushed with embarrassment as she set down a red crystal, explaining, I just thought it was beautiful and wished to collect it. Don't all girls fancy such sparkling trinkets? Pan Jiaying, observing the exchange, chuckled, Xueshi, if you like it, I shall accompany you to hunt zombies tomorrow. If we happen upon a red one, it shall be yours. Lin Xueshi shook her head. That would be quite unfair. We shall each hunt for ourselves. What one kills belongs to them. This child, Pan Jiaying sighed with a wry smile. Very well. Oh dear, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Zhang Heng, do make sure to eat well today. Sure thing, Sister Pan. After a hearty meal, Zhang Heng ventured to the shelter to survey the surroundings before returning to the bunker. Lin Xueshi and Pan Jiaying were gathered in the living room, watching television, and their camaraderie appeared to have blossomed. After exchanging greetings with them, Zhang Heng made his way to his bedroom. He poured the crystals onto his bed and began to count. 138 first-tier crystals, 14 second-tier crystals, and 2 third-tier crystals. This was his harvest for the day, with the cost being merely a few £100 of potatoes and some instant noodles. If they favored sweet potatoes and potatoes, then the supplies I hoarded previously need not be bartered, as those can indeed satiate one's hunger. Zhang Heng glanced at the space farm, where the sweet potatoes had fully sprouted vines, indicating that maturity was imminent. The flow of time within the space farm was 10 times faster than that of the outside world, allowing everything planted to grow swiftly. Zhang Heng redirected his focus to the crystals in his hand when suddenly a prompt from the system appeared. Would you like to devour the crystals? Puzzled, Zhang Heng pondered. Devour? Isn't it supposed to be absorbed? I can assist you in devouring these crystals, facilitating a more rapid consumption. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of expedited consumption. Did others require time to devour crystals, while he could expedite the process with the system's help? This is rather advantageous. All right, assist me in devouring them. Devouring 138 first-tier crystals, 14 second-tier crystals, and 2 third-tier crystals. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host. Gene unlocking progress has increased by 23. Current gene unlocking progress is at 95. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Only 5 remained? The first-order crystals have devoured 138 pieces. Could it be that each piece only contributes a mere 0.01 to the unlocking progress? The second-order crystal yields merely 0.1 per piece, while the third-order crystal offers a substantial 10 for just 1. Is it possible that consuming lower-tier crystals results in diminished rewards? Perhaps with a little more effort tomorrow, I might transcend my current limitations. At that point, the third-order crystals may only contribute 0.1 to 1 point in unlocking progress. To expedite this advancement, one must defeat the fourth-order zombies. What exactly are these fourth-order zombies? Zhang Heng has yet to encounter them. It seems they are absent here. As for other locations, I cannot say. The third-order crawlers are already formidable. I can only imagine the extent of power the fourth order possesses. Zhang Heng begins to anticipate the new abilities he will randomly acquire after unlocking the third layer of the genetic lock tomorrow. For now, he must prepare the items for exchange this evening to avoid a frantic scramble come morning. It is likely that many are already out tonight, slaying the nearby zombies to trade their crystals for food. Chapter 128. Continued exchange. Early the next morning, Zhang Heng hurried to the Huzhong district. This time, both the first and second zombies were carrying 2 travel bags. Upon arriving above Huzhong district, Zhang Heng momentarily thought he had come to the wrong place. Had it not been for his recollection of the computer market's location, he might have been convinced that the number of zombies had diminished by half overnight. Their presence was markedly reduced. Moreover, the surrounding buildings appear to have suffered some damage. Zhang Heng settled down at the spot he had visited the previous day. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the world around him became clear and bright. The warm sunlight bathed Zhang Heng, and, simultaneously, he welcomed his first customer of the day. A middle-aged man, in his 40s, approached him, holding a cigarette case, and inquired whether he could exchange for cigarettes. He added that having some alcohol would be even better. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and replied, "Yes, I have some, but cigarettes and alcohol are considered luxuries. The exchange is limited. 1 first-grade crystal can be traded for a single cigarette or a glass of liquor, with the container for the liquor being based on my standards." The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "All right, I have 20 green crystals and a red one. How much can I get for those?" Zhang Heng, intrigued, asked, "Any type of cigarette?" The man confirmed, "As long as it's a cigarette. Beer would also suffice for alcohol." Feigning to rummage through his backpack, Zhang Heng produced a pack of white sand cigarettes and a small bottle of Hongxing Ergo 2. "How does this look?" The man's eyes widened in excitement, Hongxing Erguo 2? This is fantastic. Thus, the first customer departed. Zhang Heng gazed at the 20 green crystals and the red crystal in his hand. Having exchanged them for the cheapest bottle of Hongxing Erguo 2 and a pack of white sand cigarettes priced at 8 yuan. This transaction seemed quite profitable. Minutes later, Zhang Heng noticed a considerable number of people converging towards him. Soon, a long line formed before him. Among the supplies, potatoes and sweet potatoes were undoubtedly the most sought-after items, nutritious and filling. Before long, hundreds of pounds of potatoes from a single travel bag were exchanged. However, Zhang Heng still had 5 large travel bags left, more than enough to satisfy the demands of those coming to trade. The morning passed amidst lively exchanges. After attending to the last customer of the day, Zhang Heng finally took a moment to rest. He opened his bags to assess the morning's haul. 412 first-grade crystals, 17 second-grade crystals, and 1 third-grade crystal, with the first-grade crystals being the most abundant. Deciding to take a sip of water and relax, he was suddenly drawn to a scene where a woman was tugging at a middle-aged man's ear as she approached him. "Is this the place?" The man, visibly irate, retorted, "I'm over 40. Could you please stop tugging in my ear?" Zhang Heng, perplexed, inquired, "Excuse me, what brings you two here?" A young girl, clutching a package of open cigarettes, inquired, "Might I exchange these for some potatoes and sweet potatoes?" The middle-aged man, visibly embarrassed, clearly had made an unauthorized exchange for his own desires. Zhang Heng nodded and replied, "Certainly." The young girl's face brightened with joy. "Really? I'm so grateful. My father is always making random exchanges, and I end up getting scolded. I truly apologize." Zhang Heng handed over 17 pounds of potatoes to the young girl. As she accepted the potatoes, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She shot a glare at the middle-aged man, warning, "Next time you make a random exchange, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Shortly thereafter, the young girl departed with the middle-aged man. This small incident had lightened Zhang Heng's mood considerably. It was evident that many individuals were striving to live decently in this apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Zhang Heng looked up to see a polite smile on the individual's face. "Hello, I've heard you're a merchant collecting crystals?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Indeed. How many do you possess?" This individual, appearing to be in his 30s with a delicate appearance and long hair, responded, "Quite a few. Perhaps you might accompany me to our shelter? Our leader is interested in a long-term collaboration, and in the future, you could exchange all your items with us exclusively." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow at this proposition. "If I were to exchange solely with you, what would become of the others?" The effeminate man chuckled. "But don't you only desire crystals? By trading with our team, you could expedite your exchanges and save precious time. As for the others, they haven tea, starve in your absence, have they?" While Zhang Heng's primary aim was indeed to exchange for crystals, he also sought to distribute the supplies he had gathered among the evolving survivors in this area. Food was becoming increasingly scarce, and there were those among the evolvers who were troubled by their inability to find sustenance. If he could alleviate some of their burdens through exchanges, it could be deemed a noble act. However, if a single team were to monopolize the exchanges, the other evolvers would be left without options. Zhang Heng was indeed interested in establishing a long-term partnership with a team, yet he was reluctant to engage in this business indefinitely. Another of his objectives was to enlighten these individuals about how crystals could accelerate the unlocking of genetic potential. Without such knowledge, they might remain oblivious to the true value of these stones. Once he accomplished his goal, he anticipated that he would not return for several days. Perhaps he would seek another location to spread awareness, as others in different areas likely remained unaware of the crystal's significance. A long-term collaboration? Although he had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, he could not sustain such exchanges indefinitely. He could envision the state of the world once all resources in the city had been depleted. Particularly concerning was the fact that the beasts in the mountains had been infected and were no longer viable for consumption. It was likely that these evolvers, whether by the hands of zombies or through hunger, would meet their demise. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, "I apologize, but I must decline." Upon hearing this, the androgynous man's expression shifted abruptly. "You refuse? May I inquire as to why?" "I need a reason to report back to my superior." Zhang Heng explained, "Simply put, My resources have not yet reached a level where I can engage in a long-term partnership with a team. The androgynous man chuckled upon hearing this. I see. So does that mean you might not return in a few days? Zhang Heng nodded. Yes, that seems about right. In a few days, I shall not return. For our survival guild has numerous members to feed, and we cannot afford to exchange too many supplies for crystals. The androgynous man gestured an OK sign toward Zhang Heng, saying, All right, I understand. What a pity. Chapter 129, New Ability. Words manifest reality. Zhang Heng believed it was time for these individuals to realize that their food supplies would soon be depleted. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the greatest challenge lay in survival. To endure, one must secure a sustainable source of nourishment. He thought it prudent to encourage the city's evolved individuals to venture out and cultivate the land, thereby safeguarding a portion of it to sustain themselves. However, would they heed his counsel? Zhang Heng felt that pondering such matters was a futile endeavor. The crystals he had collected today could enable him to break through the third layer of his genetic lock. He resolved to seize the opportunity during the midday lull when few were around. Would you like to devour the crystal? Yes. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host. The third layer of your genetic lock has been unlocked. Zhang Heng examined his physique, but noticed no significant alterations. Yet in that instant, the bodies of all the evolved beings in the world underwent a remarkable transformation. With the emergence of the third unlocked genetic lock within them, their physical capabilities were significantly enhanced. Zhang Heng glanced at his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability, core of ice strength, 78 speed, 77 mentality, 78 gene, LV30 abilities. Self-healing LV1 mastery of longsword LV1 close combat LV1 mastery of repeating crossbow LV1 ice shield ice spike LV1 ice domain LV1 jet flight LV1 points. 2,571 well. I'm merely a tool. Aside from the genetic unlock indicating LV3, there were no other notable changes. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the third layer of the genetic lock and gained an opportunity to purchase an ability. Zhang Heng opened the exchange shop for a glance. The cost of ability exchange remained at 1,000 points, and it was still random. With a resigned sigh, he thought, System, I've unlocked a layer of the genetic lock, and this grants me a chance to exchange for an ability? If I randomly acquire a subpar ability, I wonder if I can return it? No. Zhang Heng chuckled softly, his amusement quickly fading. How audacious. Consume 1,000 points to exchange for a random ability. Ability has been stored in the backpack. Please check. Host. Zhang Heng peered into the system's backpack. Let me see what this time brings. Words manifest reality. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What does this mean? Words manifest reality? Does it imply that whatever I say will come to fruition? Equip it immediately. Words manifest reality is integrating into the host's body. Integration successful. Zhang Heng felt no discernible change within himself and could not suppress his curiosity. System, has the ability been fully integrated? Integration is complete. This ability is exceedingly perilous. Please use it with caution. Zhang Heng remained perplexed. How does this ability compare to my core of ice? In terms of power, the ice core is indeed formidable. Yet when it comes to the degree of danger, the ability, known as words become law reigns supreme, unyielding in its dominance. Each utterance of the host possesses the capacity to annihilate opponents through formidable mental force, applicable solely to those whose realm is inferior to that of the host. With each invocation demanding a substantial expenditure of mental energy, it can only be employed against those of a lower realm. No wonder the system asserts that, in terms of potency, the ice core surpasses all. Words become law. Could it compel those beneath him to cease breathing, and would they comply? But what if the individual were deaf? It would be ineffective against the deaf. Words become law is a targeted ability, applicable only to a singular individual. Zhang Heng nodded in realization. He resolved to conduct an experiment. Just then, someone approached to exchange supplies. Good sir, may I exchange materials? The individual was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Appearing quite courteous, Zhang Heng decided to test his ability on this man. Get down on the ground. Instantly, the middle-aged man collapsed onto the ground, staring ahead, utterly motionless. Stand up. The man hastily rose, resembling a marionette, his expression oddly unnatural and peculiar. Wasn't it stated that mental energy consumption was significant? Why did he feel little to no fatigue? Your commands are rather mundane and do not deplete much mental energy. Certain exceptional commands might instinctively provoke intense mental resistance from the individual, resulting in substantial energy expenditure. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Heng. Stop breathing. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he began to tremble violently, his face contorted in anguish. In that moment, Zhang Heng felt a considerable drain on his mental energy. He quickly amended his command, breathe. The man immediately exhaled deeply, resuming a steady rhythm of breath. Would this be agitating him? Those under control do not retain memories of previous events. To release them, one merely needs to engage in normal conversation. What do you wish to exchange? The middle-aged man suddenly seemed to awaken from a dream. Although he sensed something peculiar, he swiftly reached into his pocket for a small pouch containing a crystal, declaring, as usual, I'd like to exchange for potatoes. The man procured 49 first-tier crystals and exchanged them for 49 pounds of potatoes, departing with a smile. This would likely sustain him for some time. In an environment where food continually decays and evolvers ravenously pillage, being able to consume potatoes daily is indeed a source of great happiness. Zhang Heng felt a vague concern for humanity's future. Where would they find enough sustenance? They must learn to cultivate their own crops. Subsequently, evolvers from the Huzhong district began to queue at his location once more. By the time evening descended, all 6 large bags of supplies that Zhang Heng had brought were completely exchanged. There would not be a situation where he would run out. He could secretly retrieve more from his spatial backpack without anyone noticing. After folding up the 6 travel bags, Zhang Heng glanced at the sky, preparing to depart from this place. However, just as he was about to leave, the ground suddenly trembled violently, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed from afar. The roar that ensued was akin to that of an ancient beast, reverberating through the air and instilling an immediate sense of dread. Zhang Heng looked up towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the distance, a colossal figure emerged, towering over 10 meters tall, its massive form entirely bare. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Heng leapt into action, accompanied by numbers 1 and 2, heading towards the location of the gigantic being. The giant resembled a monstrous version of Ma Gu, relentlessly demolishing the surrounding structures. Nearby, the evolvers were left in sheer disbelief, each face reflecting utter despair. Zhang Heng's heart raced. Strong brother. The walls were built far too low. Chapter 130. The Titan Corpse, a giant zombie. How could such a colossal creature come into existence? Was it newly formed, or... Zhang Heng struggled to swallow. Can you imagine a giant zombie, towering over 10 meters, suddenly appearing within the city? Human beings are dwarfed by its very arms. All the evolved beings momentarily forgot to flee, standing frozen, awestruck by the scene before them. Some were gripped by terror. Others wore bitter smiles, while many were engulfed in despair. This world is doomed. In this age of calamity, chaos reigns. Humanity is finished. Humanity is utterly doomed. Who can contend with this behemoth? It is not merely a giant. It is a zombie. 4th-tier zombie, Titan Corpse has been born. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. A 4th-tier zombie, the Titan Corpse. This creature surpasses the crawlers. What might the 5th tier entail? Run, run. We must flee. The city is no longer safe. Help! Who will come to our rescue? I do not wish to die. I refuse to perish here. The Titan Corpse rampaged through the city, demolishing buildings with its fists like colossal hammers, each strike capable of creating a gaping hole in a floor. Everyone fled in panic. Zhang Heng also ran, retreating to the shelter while leaving Brother Ma behind to witness the Titan Corpse's actions. Should the Titan Corpse approach their shelter, at least Brother Ma would be the first to know. Upon returning to the shelter, Zhang Heng gathered all the leaders. The majority appeared to be unaware of the unfolding calamity, yet they could sense from Zhang Heng's demeanor that the situation was dire. Cheng Chong, puzzled, inquired, "What has transpired? This is the first time I have seen you so grave." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Zhang Heng. After a brief silence, he spoke. A colossal corpse, standing over 10 meters tall, is wreaking havoc in the Huzhong district. Although it may not reach our location immediately, its presence poses a monumental threat. A colossal corpse. Over 10 meters high. This phrase captured everyone's attention. It was hard to fathom its reality, especially if it had not come from Zhang Heng's lips. Cheng Chong struggled to swallow and exclaimed, "Are you joking? A corpse over 10 meters high? Are you certain?" Zhang Heng replied with a cold smile. 10 meters is merely a conservative estimate. It could very well be taller. The giant zombie, the Titan corpse, appeared before me out of thin air. With a single punch, it can obliterate an entire floor. Did you not hear the tremors emanating from the Huzhong district? In that moment, everyone fell silent. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds were not particularly loud, yet they were audible. Accompanying them were the roars of the behemoth. Is this the sound emitted by the Titan corpse? Just then, a guard abruptly burst into the room. The guard swung open the conference room door and announced, "Chairman, the leader of the Yalong Nation invites you to an urgent meeting. People are waiting outside." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. An urgent meeting? Why am I needed there? At that moment, a figure emerged behind the guard. It was Lin Yu. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu spoke, "Chairman Zhang, this urgent meeting concerns the Titan corpse. Your attendance is crucial. If we do not eliminate the Titan corpse, it poses a threat to the nearby Sanzhong district and Highway district. An urgent meeting regarding the Titan corpse. Their information appears to be quite swift. It seems they intend to gather the strength of several nearby teams to confront the Titan corpse. A fourth-tier zombie indeed requires a collective effort to combat, and most importantly, if I can secure the final kill, I might earn a significant number of points." Zhang Heng then turned to Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi, and Su Bo, saying, "You three come with me." Su Bo raised his brow slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. All right. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi had no objections. They were undoubtedly the most formidable fighters within the Survival Guild, with Pan Jiaying being a second-tier genetic unlocker. Zhang Heng addressed Cheng Chong, saying, "Brother Chong, we will attend the urgent meeting. The shelter is in your hands." Although Cheng Chong had become an evolved being, his abilities were rather lackluster, merely an enhancement of his sense of smell. He nodded, replying, "Yes, go ahead. I can manage here." Zhang Heng then followed Lin Yu out of the shelter. The four of them climbed into a vehicle, and Lin Yu pressed the accelerator, driving out swiftly. Zhang Heng inquired, "Aside from our survival guild, has your new leader summoned others?" While driving, Lin Yu responded, "We have sent people to gather nearby teams with considerable strength. Together, we will devise a plan to tackle the Titan zombie. Though I have not seen it firsthand, I have heard it stands over 10 meters tall. Chairman Zhang, have you witnessed it yourself?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I just returned from Huzhong district and indeed witnessed the Titan corpse's emergence. However, like everyone else, I left Huzhong district immediately." "What is the situation in Huzhong district now?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. "I have heard that the Titan corpse has been wreaking havoc on the buildings in Huzhong district. Several skyscrapers have been reduced to rubble. With several buildings leveled and ongoing destruction, it was evident that the Titan corpse was in a state of furious rage. Otherwise, such madness would be unfathomable." In the Yalong Nation, at the Imperial Capital Hotel, in the conference room, the new leader, a bespectacled young man estimated to be around 30, emanated an air of wisdom. His name was Jiang Hahai, the new leader of the Yalong Nation. Upon seeing Zhang Heng's arrival, he smiled gently and said, "Welcome, chairman of the Survival Guild." Initially, it was Zhang Heng who orchestrated the demise of the new leader of the Yalong Kingdom. After this group appointed a new leader, they exhibited no ambition to retaliate against Zhang Heng's previous actions. Could it be that they had long opposed Sun Cheng's style of governance, merely biding their time for an opportunity? Zhang Heng nodded, subsequently taking his seat at the first position on the right. At that moment, Jiang Hahai remarked, "Chairman Zhang, please take a seat on the left." Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. Traditionally, the left side is regarded as the place of honor. Could it be that Jiang Hahai was expressing his respect by inviting him to sit there? Without hesitation, Zhang Heng moved to the left side, followed by the other three individuals who took their seats in succession. Chapter 131. Emergency meeting. As time elapsed, Zhang Heng was the first to arrive at the gathering. Gradually, more individuals entered the conference room, all seemingly acquainted with Jiang Hahai. exchanging greetings as they came. Only a few newcomers appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet they quietly took their seats. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Hahai instructed someone to close the door to the meeting room. He then turned to a man with a stern expression sitting nearby and inquired about the current situation in the Huzhong district from the leader of the Ghost Fire team, who was named Su Cheng. With a slight smile, Su Cheng rose to address the assembly. Certainly, I appreciate everyone's presence here today. Firstly, I must inform you that the Huzhong district is currently in a state of abandonment. The vast majority of survivors and various teams have evacuated the area. Perhaps drawn by the roar of the Titan corpse, an influx of zombies has converged from all directions toward Huzhong. Along the way, many team members have faced attacks from these zombies. It has taken considerable effort for me to arrive here. My team remains stationed in Huzhong, monitoring the zombie situation. After delivering his update, Su Cheng returned to his seat. In the conference room, a balding man abruptly raised his hand and questioned Jiang Hahai. What concern does the zombie crisis in Huzhong hold for us in the Deeping district? Why must we be present here? It seems irrelevant to other regions. If the intention is to consolidate all teams to confront the Titan corpse, I believe that is exceedingly perilous. If zombies from other areas are drawn to the Titan corpse, the number of zombies in Huzhong will be unfathomable. Dealing with smaller zombies is manageable, but facing a Titan corpse, surely it is a Tier 4 zombie? After all, a Tier 3 creeper is already quite formidable, so a Titan corpse of Tier 4 is indeed plausible. Such a colossal zombie could not have simply materialized out of thin air. Aren't you all curious about how it came to be? Zombies, like evolvers, can also evolve. Perhaps it is an evolved creeper? This implies that Titan corpses could potentially emerge in other regions as well. It is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. Wherever creepers exist, do you still assert that this does not concern you? A cacophony of voices erupted among the crowd. Jiang Hahai, maintaining his composure, smiled gently and responded. Indeed, as each of you has rightly pointed out, wherever creepers are found, the emergence of new Titan corpses is conceivable. Clearly, a Titan corpse cannot be handled by a single team. Even without prior encounters, I firmly believe it cannot be subdued. Only by pooling the strength of teams across our various regions can we hope to eliminate such a Titan zombie. Failure to do so will not only jeopardize Huzhong District, but could also threaten other regions. Should Titan corpses emerge in other regions, would you remain indifferent simply because the threat does not directly affect your own territory? Although the Huzhong District is currently the only one ravaged by these Titan corpses, if we fail to eradicate this menace, they may very well migrate with their hordes to other areas. By then, even if you seek assistance, it may be too late. Jiang Hahai's words silenced the assembly. Observing their silence, he nodded with satisfaction and turned to Captain Zhang Heng beside him, inquiring if he had any insights, particularly on how to confront the Titan corpses. Zhang Heng replied, "If we indeed plan to confront the Titan corpses as a group, we must disclose our respective abilities, as well as those of any participating evolvers. Formulating a battle strategy based on our collective capabilities would ensure a more rigorous approach." Jiang Hahai agreed, affirming the necessity of devising a combat plan grounded in their strengths. At that moment, Su Cheng, the squad leader from the Huzhong district, expressed his surprise. "You are the president of the Survival Guild? I recognize you. Were you not the one exchanging supplies in Huzhong district these past few days?" The captain of the Deeping district raised an eyebrow, questioning what supplies were exchanged. "Our district is in dire need of food. Is it possible that someone has surplus provisions to trade?" Su Cheng interjected, "Do not underestimate the president of the Survival Guild. Are you aware of how the previous leader of the Along Nation met his end?" The captain, perplexed, responded, "Was not the person who contacted me the leader of the Along Nation?" Jiang Hahai smiled slightly, clarifying, "The one you communicated with was our first leader, Sun Cheng. I now serve as the second leader of the Along Nation." The captain's confusion deepened. "And where is Sun Cheng? Why have you taken his position?" Jiang Hahai offered an awkward smile, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Su Cheng continued, "The first leader of the Along Nation, Sun Cheng, was killed by Zhang Heng, the president of the Survival Guild, though the reasons remain unclear. Yet, It appears that the new leader harbors no animosity towards him, which I find quite perplexing. Jiang Hahai, could you possibly shed light on what transpired? Perhaps it would offer us a moment to contemplate strategies against the Titan corpses. Jiang Hahai's expression darkened slightly. Su Cheng's district was on the brink of devastation from the undead, yet he was preoccupied with gossip about others. In the spirit of camaraderie, Jiang Hahai maintained a smile and replied, "Clearly, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us raise our hands to express our intent. We can temporarily ally to confront the Titan corpses. Those who wish to abstain may do so. But be advised that should your territory fall victim to a Titan corpse attack, our teams will not extend assistance." With that, Jiang Hahai lifted his right hand, followed by Zhang Heng and the others. In the Butterfly Peace District, the bearded man cast a glance at Zhang Heng and remarked, "Rivers and seas. If you reveal to me why the beard of this survival guild extinguished the life of your first leader, I shall raise my hand." This statement was left hanging, tantalizingly incomplete, leaving my mind swirling with curiosity about the events that transpired at that time. Would it be convenient for you to share? I believe everyone else is equally intrigued after all. Certainly. We merely wish to ally ourselves with those we can trust. Chapter 132. Provocation. At that moment, Jiang Hahai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What was wrong with these people? The current issue at hand was the threat posed by the Titan corpse, not some trivial gossip from the past. Moreover, how could he even broach the subject? It was better left to Zhang Heng to elucidate the matter. Suddenly, Jiang Hahai turned his gaze towards Zhang Heng. "President Zhang, it seems everyone is quite curious. I find it somewhat inappropriate to speak on this matter. Perhaps you could share the reasons behind it?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, "It appears you are more interested in me than in the Titan corpse." A bearded man from Deeping District chuckled lightly. "I have heard that Sun Cheng possesses the ability to manipulate gravity, which is rather intriguing. The Hawaii district has become a safe haven devoid of zombies, all thanks to Sun Cheng. To think such a formidable evolver met his demise at your hands. I am most eager to learn what transpired." Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. It was merely a matter of conflicting interests. However, that is in the past. Let us move on and discuss how to deal with the Titan corpse. Zhang Heng's words seemed to hint at something more, yet he refrained from elaborating. Conflicting interests? What kind of interest could that entail? Human nature is inherently curious, and Zhang Heng's half-spoken words left everyone feeling restless. Jiang Hahai seized control of the situation once more and turned to the bearded man from Deeping District, asking, "Captain of Deeping District, what is your choice?" The bearded man smiled slightly and raised his right hand, saying, "Since everyone else is participating, I certainly cannot lag behind. Perhaps in a few days, my area will also encounter a Titan corpse. I cannot face it alone without your assistance. Count me in." Jiang Hahai nodded in satisfaction. "Then it is unanimously approved. However, we cannot have a leaderless group. Within the next 10 minutes, we should select a captain whose strength surpasses all others, and we must obey his commands without question. I wonder if anyone has a candidate in mind? Of course, do not suggest me. I am unfit for the role." The bearded man from Deeping District could not help but laugh. "You are the leader of the Yalong Nation, commanding hundreds of people. Surely you could lead us as well?" Jiang Hahai replied, "Though I am the new leader of the Yalong Nation, I am familiar only with the people of Hawaii District, not with you all. When it comes to combat, I believe there is someone among us with far more extensive experience." The teams from the Sanjong District have nearly been eradicated by the president of the Survival Guild, have they not? At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A single guild had managed to wipe out the teams of the Sanjong District? This seemingly youthful individual possessed such capabilities? Are we to understand that he annihilated the entire team from the Sanjong District? Why? Is he truly that bloodthirsty? The bearded man from Deeping District could no longer find humor in the situation. At this moment, everyone in the venue began to perceive the extraordinary nature of Zhang Heng, and they had already classified him as an exceedingly dangerous individual. Zhang Heng then turned to Jiang Hahai and remarked, "Jiang Hahai, you must understand that my guild is known as the Survival Guild. We, the Survival Guild, have never instigated trouble externally. The lives I have taken were deserving of their fate. Your earlier comments nearly painted me as a ruthless murderer, which is rather unfortunate. Jiang Hahai offered an awkward smile. Apologizing, my apologies. It was a misuse of words. I hope President Zhang of the Survival Guild will not take it to heart. Zhang Heng then asserted. If no one is willing to take on the role of action commander for this team, I believe I could assume that position. Of course, if anyone harbors doubts regarding my capabilities, I can only say that such concerns are entirely unwarranted. The regional captains exchanged peculiar glances. Was the leader of the Yalong Kingdom excessively courteous towards the president of the Survival Guild? After mere exchanges, he felt the need to apologize repeatedly. It was almost an act of subservience. Could it be that the president of the Survival Guild possessed such formidable strength that even Jiang Hahai, the leader of the Yalong Kingdom, had to treat him with such deference? There will always be those who refuse to accept the extraordinary, believing themselves to be the singularly unique entity. The bearded man from Deeping District was one such individual. Upon hearing Jiang Hahai apologize to Zhang Heng, he could not suppress a scoff. This is absurd. How strong can one individual truly be? Jiang Hahai, you are the leader of the Yalong Kingdom. There is no need for such obsequiousness. Furthermore, who says there is no one willing to lead? I, Zhuxiong, am more than capable. Since the president of the Survival Guild wishes to take the lead, why don't we have a contest? Whoever prevails shall command the team. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. There is no need for a contest. You may take on the role of team commander. As I mentioned, if no one wishes to lead, I will be willing to step up. Since you are eager to take the position, I shall not contend with you. Zhuxiong's expression soured with disappointment. Was that it? He simply conceded? Had Sun Qing truly been slain by him? He wouldn't even dare to engage in a contest? At that moment, Zhuxiong interjected. The Titan Corps won't arrive here in the immediate future. Since we have formed a team to combat the Titan Corps, we will inevitably confront it eventually. Why not take some time to spar with one another? It would allow everyone to gain insight into each other's abilities. Moreover, through this sparring, we could select the team commander based on merit, achieving two objectives simultaneously. What do you all think? Jiang Hahai sighed with a wry smile. Zhuxiong, wouldn't this be too much trouble? The Huzhong district is in dire straits. Instead of rushing to confront the zombies and Titan corpses in our region, you propose we engage in sparring to select a commander? If you wish to take on the role of commander, then by all means do so, as no one is contesting it. Suddenly, Zhuxiong looked displeased. My appointment as team commander was granted by others. I feel uncomfortable occupying this position. Besides, did you not say we should understand each other's abilities? How much time can we truly dedicate to sparring? There is no need to rush. Let us first communicate with our team members to gather those capable of combat and bring them to the kingdom of Yalong. During their time in Yalong, we shall have ample opportunity for practice. Indeed, we can certainly find time for this. I have no desire to rely on others to secure a position for me. I wish to earn it through my own strength. As the leader of the Survival Guild, you have already formed a team, which speaks to your considerable prowess. Are you brave enough to engage in a duel? If you are fearful, then so be it. I shall not lower myself to contend with someone as timid as a mouse. Chapter 133. Resignation. Zhuxiong gazed at Zhang Heng with a triumphant expression, clearly confident that Zhang Heng would not dare to confront him. If you are too timid to engage, then I shall take the role of captain without hesitation. After all, it is your reluctance that has led us here. I offered you a chance, young man. When others extend opportunities, one must seize them. You understand? Zhuxiong erupted into laughter, mocking the notion of someone so cowardly attempting to lead a guild. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly awkward, with no one daring to utter a word. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, In truth, I merely wish to spare you from injury. After all, none can ascertain the true strength of the Titan Giant Corpse. Keeping you around may prove somewhat beneficial. If you were to be harmed, the evolvers in your Butterfly Peace District would likely lack direction. However, since you are so eager to prove yourself, even resorting to provocation, it would be remiss of me not to engage in a contest. Individuals like you place great importance on face, do you not? Zhuxiong raised an eyebrow. You fear injuring me? Is that why you refrain from battling? How laughable. I shall see just how much strength you truly possess. Jiang Hahai, find us a suitable venue. At that moment, Jiang Hahai interjected, I believe President Zhang is correct. A duel may result in injuries for both parties, yet given your current demeanor, it appears unavoidable. If a fight is to ensue, let it be so, but remember to hold back. Zhuo Xiong sneered, holding back is no problem, but in a duel, unexpected occurrences are bound to arise, are they not? Ha! A few minutes later, they all gathered in the square outside the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel. Zhang Heng and Zhuo Xiong took their respective positions, facing each other. Jiang Hahai stood in the middle and proclaimed, as previously stated, this is merely for sport. No one is to lose their life. Should one party fall or concede, that shall signify the end of the match. Both Zhang Heng and Zhuo Xiong nodded slightly. Zhuo Xiong began to stretch his shins, his well-defined muscles, instilling in him a surge of confidence. In contrast, Zhang Heng appeared as slender as a monkey. How could such a person lead or command him? Zhuo Xiong pointed at Zhang Heng. Hey Zhang, are you ready? Don't say you weren't prepared later. I'm coming. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, I am ready. Bring it on. The atmosphere in the arena shifted to one of solemnity. Zhuo Xiong was the first to charge towards Zhang Heng, his speed suddenly accelerating mid-stride, as his massive fist swung violently towards Zhang Heng's face. Smack! Zhang Heng caught Zhuo Xiong's fist in his hand. Zhuo Xiong momentarily froze, then attempted to retract his fist with all his might. However, it did not budge an inch. He felt as though the flesh on his hand might be torn away by Zhang Heng's grip. Zhang Heng's hand was like a vice. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhuo Xiong's fist was caught by Zhang Heng, and there seemed to be no further action. Was he unable to pull back? What was happening? Were both of them frozen? Had Zhang Heng suppressed Zhuo Xiong's strength? How could this be possible? The opponent's physique was undoubtedly slender. And wasn't Zhang Heng an evolver who controlled cold air, rather than one who enhanced physical abilities? Suddenly, Zhuo Xiong roared, and an array of black bone spines erupted from his back, instantly radiating a blood-red glow. You dare not let go. Zhuo Xiong bellowed as the bone spines elongated, thrusting towards Zhang Heng's position. Simultaneously, Zhuo Xiong wielded a bone spine in his hand, aiming it viciously at Zhang Heng's head. Ice shield. Crack, crack, crack. The bone spine struck the ice shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. Remarkably, all the bone spines were deflected. An oval protective barrier, resembling an eggshell, materialized around Zhang Heng, continuously emanating an icy chill. Zhuo Xiong's hand was caught within the ice shield, and an overwhelming cold surged through his right hand, spreading throughout his body. He immediately felt an indescribable chill, shivering uncontrollably. Observing Zhuo Xiong on the verge of collapse under his frigid aura, Zhang Heng inquired, Have you conceded? Zhuo Xiong's teeth chattered as he gazed at the calm demeanor of Zhang Heng, before reluctantly admitting, I have lost. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, releasing Zhuo Xiong's right hand. Zhuo Xiong staggered backward, landing on the ground, trembling from the cold. At this moment, Zhang Heng turned to the other evolvers in the area and proclaimed, Seize this opportunity. If anyone doubts my qualification to be the captain, step forward and challenge me. Jiang Hahai smiled slightly, emerging from the crowd. It seems President Zhang's abilities have reached new heights. No wonder he holds the title of president. I believe no one present dares to question your strength now. You are indeed the captain of our extermination squad. Please issue our orders. Zhang Heng replied, Everyone, head to the Huzhong district. I will await your arrival there, at which point I will issue the second command. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the air, followed swiftly by two shadowy figures racing towards his direction. Pan Jiaying glanced at Lin Xueshi beside her. Lin Xueshi, arms crossed, remarked, Let us see how long it takes for him to remember us. Sure enough, moments later, Zhang Heng soared back, apologizing, I'm sorry. I forgot about you all, Sister Pan, Xueshi, and Su Bo. Let us go together. Lin Xueshi huffed. I thought you were so busy showing off that you'd completely forgotten about us. Zhang Heng chuckled awkwardly, leading the three towards the Huzhong district. Time was abundant. As Zhang Heng and the others moved farther away, the crowd erupted in admiration. The captain of the Survival Guild is incredibly powerful. No wonder he can be the president. He can even fly, seemingly propelled by his cold energy. Initially, I had some reservations about the extermination plan, but with Zhang Heng's strength, we'll likely only need to assist from the sidelines. At this moment, Jiang Hahai remarked, bring Zhuo Xiong down for treatment. We cannot afford to lose him here, for we will still require his assistance later. As for the others, you have all heard Zhang Heng's words. Everyone must promptly head towards Huzhong district to quell the horde of corpses. They cannot fly. Some arrived by car and swiftly began searching for their vehicles. Subsequently, they formed groups and drove towards the direction of Huzhong district. The thunderous roars and pounding sounds of the Titan corpses emanating from Huzhong district continued to resonate in their ears. A colossal zombie towering over 10 meters high. At long last, they were on their way to confront it. Chapter 134. Opportunity. Zhang Heng and his companions arrived first at Huzhong district. At this moment, the four of them, along with individuals number 1 and number 2, stood atop a 5-story building. The Titan corpse loomed less than 3 blocks away. Zhang Heng had previously encountered the Titan corpse, but for the others, Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi, and Su Bo, it was their first sighting. Their expressions were grave, filled with trepidation at the thought of confronting such a monstrous entity. How could such a creature exist in this world? Pan Jiaying approached Zhang Heng, her right hand gripping her left, her brow slightly furrowed. Are we truly going to face this creature? She inquired. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, if we do not eliminate it, all of Jiangnan City will be doomed. In just this brief moment, countless buildings in Huzhong district have already been ravaged. The destruction of these structures signifies the loss of vital resources within them, and if left unchecked, the devastation will continue unabated. Lin Xueshi then interjected, Zhang Heng, do you believe that zombies possess their own consciousness? Why are they demolishing these buildings around us? Is it merely an expression of rage? The question of whether zombies have their own thoughts surely beckoned an affirmative response. Zombies must possess some form of cognition, Zhang Heng asserted. It is simply that we have yet to encounter a truly formidable one. Su Bo remarked, this creature appears to be driven solely by a desire to wreak havoc, indiscriminately destroying the surrounding structures. Cognition? I failed to perceive it. Pan Jiaying responded, the more advanced a life form, the greater its intelligence. Ordinary zombies act based on sound, while aberrant subspecies navigate through both scent and sound. Advanced crawlers possess similar abilities, scouring the city for survivors. However, the Titan corpse, in its rampage, is not seeking out other evolved beings for extermination as the other zombies do. I surmise that the Titan corpse's intellect is rather limited. It merely acts on instinct. Pan Jiaying's analysis prompted nods of agreement from all present. Zhang Heng then stated, before we confront the Titan corpse, we must first deal with the surrounding zombies. I have observed numerous crawlers and zombies converging towards this location. Huzhong district harbors many of them, all lured here by the Titan corpse. Pan Jiaying expressed her concern. How shall we contend with such a colossal being? Simply approaching it seems fraught with difficulty. Zhang Heng replied, few are capable of engaging the Titan corpse directly. Most who arrive here are focused on dealing with the other zombies in Huzhong district. Lin Xueshi and I will devise a plan to confront the Titan corpse. Lin Xueshi suggested, shall we resort to our previous strategy? Begin with internal sabotage? Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, acknowledging precisely. We will initiate our assault from within, and the Titan corpse's emergence has drawn zombies from various regions towards this place. This may evolve into a protracted struggle, with no swift resolution in sight. However, before that, we can eliminate the other zombies here. If we can eradicate the zombies here, the entire Jiangnan city will be cleansed of its undead menace. At that point, we can once again inhabit this place, with the only lingering concern being the issue of sustenance. This presents us with a unique opportunity. Zhang Heng's words unexpectedly ignited a glimmer of hope within many hearts. The emergence of the Titan zombie, could it indeed carry a semblance of hope? As time passed, captains from the Jianghe and other regional teams arrived at Zhang Heng's location. There were around 30 individuals in total, including both captains and cadre members. Jiang Hahai approached Zhang Heng and inquired, President Zhang, how do you plan to lead us from here? Zhang Heng replied, I intend for you all to work together to eliminate the zombies in the Huzhong district. leaving the Titan zombie for last. Jiang Hahai expressed his confusion. Why? Wouldn't it be better to deal with the Titan zombie first? The others shared his perplexity, clearly struggling to grasp the reasoning. Zhang Heng then posed a question. What have you observed since your arrival here? Jiang Hahai surveyed the surroundings and responded, Zombies, countless zombies. It appears that the undead from every corner of Jiangnan City have congregated here. Zhang Heng nodded. Exactly. The zombies from every nook of Jiangnan City have indeed gathered here. Do you not see this as a splendid opportunity? A chance to eradicate the entire zombie presence in Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened in realization. They had only perceived the threat, failing to recognize the opportunity as Zhang Heng had. Suddenly enlightened, they understood that this was indeed a significant chance. By concentrating their strength to eliminate the zombies here, and subsequently tackling the Titan zombie, could they not clear Jiangnan City of its undead scourge? Seeing the gleam of understanding in their eyes, Zhang Heng could not help but smile. It seemed they had grasped the essence of the situation. This was indeed an opportunity. They would begin by addressing the lesser threats before ultimately confronting the Titan zombie, preparing themselves for a protracted battle. As long as the Titan zombie remained alive, it would continue to attract more of the undead to this location. Our objective is not merely to defeat the Titan zombie, but to eradicate the entire zombie presence in Jiangnan City. However, if we ultimately prove no match for the Titan zombie, it would signify our complete loss of Jiangnan City. Under the devastation wrought by the Titan zombie, the city would gradually crumble. Truly, President Zhang is exceptionally astute. His foresight is commendable. I had not considered this angle. I was always under the impression that without eliminating the Titan zombie, we would be doomed. This indeed presents a chance. By uniting our efforts to eliminate the zombies here, we stand to preserve Jiangnan City and its remaining resources. Once we have vanquished the zombies, we can reclaim the city. Jiang Hahai then remarked, Since this will be a prolonged battle, do we have sufficient provisions and personnel? How long will this endeavor take? At this moment, Zhang Heng assured everyone regarding food, stating that he had devised a plan. Just then, a helicopter appeared, gradually approaching with a massive wooden crate suspended beneath it. Zhang Heng waved towards the sky, and the helicopter descended gently onto the rooftop, where the crate was carefully placed. Subsequently, the helicopter flew away once more. Upon opening the small container, to everyone's astonishment, they discovered it filled with baskets of ice and seafood. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Heng then inquired, Where is the captain of the Huzhong district? Su Cheng promptly raised his hand and replied, That would be me. Zhang Heng instructed, Lead us to your shelter. Chapter 135. Integrating the team, Su Cheng led everyone to his sanctuary in the midst of the chaos. It was a construction site far removed from the Titan's remains, enclosed by sturdy walls and a large iron gate, effectively keeping the zombies at bay. Zhang Heng and the other evolved beings carried small containers filled with food onto the site. As the containers touched the ground, the sight of fresh catches and crabs made many mouths water. Su Cheng turned to Zhang Heng and inquired, President Zhang, what are your plans moving forward? Zhang Heng surveyed the surroundings before responding, This will serve as our collective sanctuary. Su Cheng, please take a head count of everyone present. As for the food, rest assured that though the Northern Emperor of Longwan Island has not sent personnel, he will provide supplies, specifically these seafood provisions. I assure you that everyone here will have daily meals. He continued, Regarding our next steps, it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. We will begin by addressing the zombies on the streets, gradually reducing their numbers. Once we feel that the threat has diminished significantly, we will unite to confront the Titan. During this interim, you can familiarize yourselves with one another's abilities and strengths. By the time we engage in the decisive battle against the Titan, we will be more synchronized. Upon hearing this, the group displayed glimmers of joy in their eyes. Jiang Hahai asked, So, you mean to say we will be living and dining together? Tackling the zombies as one? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, we will share meals and accommodations as one family, forming teams to achieve our common goal of exterminating the zombies in this area. I cannot conceive of a more effective strategy. If anyone has a better suggestion, feel free to contribute. Laughter erupted among them. After all, Dealing with zombies was their everyday reality, and with provisions and shelter assured, it seemed an excellent plan. However, concerns lingered about the sheer number of zombies and the potential disruptions from the Titan. Indeed, if the Titan were to interfere, what would we do? Zhang Heng reassured them. I will assign Ma Gu and Number 2 to monitor the Titan's movements around the clock. Should the Titan show any intent to approach our sanctuary, they will take direct action to thwart it. You can confidently proceed with the tasks I have assigned to you. The group turned their attention to Ma Gu and Number 2, Zhang Heng's zombie servants. Could they truly restrain the Titan? However, if Zhang Heng believed in their capabilities, perhaps they could. At this moment, Su Cheng interjected, "This is a construction site. While it may lack luxury, there are ample accommodations, albeit somewhat rudimentary. It is merely a place for rest, so I ask for your understanding." Jiang Hahai raised a concern. "What about all this food? I worry about preservation. There are no freezers here. What if it spoils?" Zhang Heng replied confidently, "My ability allows me to manipulate cold air, ensuring that the food remains in a low-temperature environment and will not decay. The batch of hairy crabs I exchanged from Longwan Island has been preserved in the shelter, so you need not worry. They are certainly not going to spoil. Moreover, as the evening draws near, I believe we can assign a portion of our group to ignite a fire and prepare a meal with this food. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture out to eliminate more zombies in the vicinity. I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort, for slaying zombies yields crystals from within their brains, which can enhance the progress of gene unlocking. I have already tested this, and it is indeed effective." Su Cheng smiled slightly and remarked, "I wondered why you came here to exchange food for crystals. It seems that crystals possess such remarkable properties. Indeed, if you seek to grow stronger, it is through evolution. Unlocking further layers of genetic locks will augment your abilities. In due time, one among us may well emerge capable of confronting the Titan zombie. Furthermore, the emergence of the Titan zombie is not an end, but a beginning. In the future, even more formidable zombies will appear. Without a certain level of strength, our fate is solely one word: death." The crowd involuntarily furrowed their brows. The Titan zombie is not the conclusion, but merely the prelude. Indeed, it is possible that even more powerful zombies will arise. 5th tier, 6th tier, who knows? Zhang Heng surveyed those present and inquired, "Are all those who can fight gathered here?" The crowd exchanged glances. Jiang Hahai stated, "All these individuals are here to tackle the Titan zombie. However, should we face ordinary zombies, I still have a few team members I can summon. The weaker ones remain in the shelter. Yet, if it involves ordinary zombies, such as the aberrant subspecies, I can also call upon a few individuals. So can I. Let us not linger any longer. Quickly summon reinforcements. The more hands we have, the better." As the sun gradually sank in the west, many individuals arrived at the construction site over time. Zhang Heng noticed Zhao Yanin, who was shouldering a magnum, and smiled gently, saying, "Yanin, what brings you here?" Zhao Yanin glanced at the magnum on her back and replied, "I believe I can assist in dispatching some zombies. I doubt the aberrant subspecies can withstand my firepower. However, I might require an elevated vantage point, so I may need to trouble you for that." Zhang Heng nodded. "Rest assured, I will help you find a safe high ground. For now, let us proceed." "All right." Cheng Chang approached him, carrying a large pot, asking, "Is this pot sufficient?" Zhang Heng assessed the 2 sizable iron pots and responded, "Yes, it is adequate." "Has Lin Qi and the others not arrived?" Cheng Chang shook his head. "They haven't tea. Someone must remain in the shelter to protect the others. Only Yanin and I came. It would be futile for the others to join." The survival guild comprised 6 individuals: Zhang Heng, Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi, Zhao Yanin, Cheng Chang, and Subo. Other teams, however, had sent a considerable number of members. They were perplexed as to why the survival guild had dispatched such a small contingent. It is said that with provisions and accommodation provided, even those skilled in firearms are eager to partake in this opportunity. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Cheng enlisted the assistance of an individual to tally the arrivals, revealing a total of approximately 130 combatants, among whom 30 held ranks of cadres and team leaders. This group of 130 individuals, all of whom are at least evolved beings, represents a commendable assembly. That evening, a grand feast was held before the great cauldron at the construction site. Laughter and jovial conversation surrounded the pot brimming with hairy crabs, and the enjoyment was palpable. Zhang Heng stood in a corner, a cigarette in hand, and the thunderous roars of the Titan's corpse had faded into silence. Where had it gone? Chapter 136. Personnel allocation. Cheng Chong approached Zhang Heng, remarking on his tendency to isolate himself during communal meals. Why do you always distance yourself from others? Zhang Heng inquired about the whereabouts of the Titan zombie. Cheng Chong paused, surprised. What? Has it vanished without a trace? Zhang Heng's optic nerves were connected to Ma Gu, who had been searching diligently in the Huzhong district but had found no sign of the Titan zombie. Zhang Heng then recounted, the last time I saw the Titan zombie, it suddenly crouched down and subsequently disappeared from sight. Could it be that the Titan zombie has the ability to manipulate its size at will? If that is indeed the case, it would spell disaster for us. Cheng Chong's expression darkened at the gravity of the situation. Have you informed the others? He asked. Zhang Heng shook his head. Not yet. I wish to avoid disheartening them, especially since our team has just been restructured and we are set to confront other zombies tomorrow. If there is no significant migration of zombies in the Huzhong district tonight, it would imply that the Titan zombie remains there. Furthermore, it suggests that the Titan zombie can indeed control its size. My greatest fear, Zhang Heng continued, is that the Titan zombie possesses intelligence akin to ours. It may summon all the zombies in the city with the intent of annihilating the entire urban area. Without the sanctuary of the city, we will be forced into the wilderness, where hunger could ultimately defeat us. After all, the beasts outside have also been infected, and their flesh is inedible. Cheng Chong raised an eyebrow. You suspect that the Titan zombie is intelligent like us? Does it merely seek to drive humanity to the brink? Zhang Heng nodded. Precisely. Given the vastness of Jiangnan City, it would be a formidable task to eradicate us entirely. However, if the aim is to destroy the city, we would inevitably gather in one location, making it easier to eliminate us en masse. Meanwhile, the path it takes would leave the city in ruins. Cheng Chong furrowed his brow. Jiangnan City is so large. How long could a single Titan sustain such destruction? Zhang Heng exhaled a puff of smoke. Who said there is only one Titan? We have only encountered one thus far. Have we forgotten that zombies can evolve? Moreover, even if there were only one Titan, what does it matter? I cannot believe that these zombies will simply age and perish. Zhang Heng suddenly chuckled. Cheng Chong, however, frowned. Zombies shouldn't possess such high intelligence. Perhaps this is merely your conjecture. If zombies do indeed possess intelligence, it would be a catastrophic blow for us, the evolved. Zhang Heng flicked away the cigarette, but, stating, this is just my hypothesis. Naturally, I hope it remains a mere speculation. Brother Chong, rest early. Tomorrow, we have much to attend to. Our numbers are fewer than those of other teams, and they will easily surpass us in the number of zombies slain. We must hunt more zombies and extract their crystals to strengthen our team. Otherwise, falling behind others would not bode well for us. Currently, although they hold me in esteem, during the morning selection of the team leader, one individual challenged me. Fortunately, I proved to be superior and defeated him. However, had I lost, he might have become the leader. It is a simple truth. Their respect for me is rooted in my strength surpassing theirs. Should they surpass me, it is likely that I would be the first to be disposed of. Cheng Chong could not help but chuckle, remarking that it seems you still harbor doubts about them. Zhang Heng replied, how could I trust them after knowing them for less than a day? Even now, he has not placed his trust in Chang'e. The only individuals he trusts are Pan Jie, who would lay down her life for him, and the troubled Lin Xueshi. Perhaps he is simply too vigilant. Chang'e is indeed a reliable presence, as are Yan'an and Su Bo. Everyone is worthy of trust. That evening, they all slept on the floor for a brief respite. The next day, everyone set off in different directions. Zhao Yan'an quickly sought out Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng remarked, I encountered a type of flying zombie in the Huzhong district upon hearing this. Zhao Yan'an raised an eyebrow and assured him, do not worry. I will handle it. I wish to contribute to the team, and I shall not waste my ammunition. It will only be directed at the aberrant types. Zhang Heng nodded and said, I'll ask Ma Gu to protect you. Zhao Yan'an quickly waved her hands, saying, no, I am here to assist, not to be a burden. If you truly worry for my safety, find me a higher vantage point, and then I can rest easy. Zhang Heng smiled and agreed. Then I shall accompany you. Zhao Yanan looked puzzled, inquiring, You will join me? Zhang Heng replied, I can also eliminate zombies from a distance. Have you forgotten? From above, I can more easily observe if anyone is slacking off. Such individuals undoubtedly exist. Moreover, since awakening the ice core, he has felt its immense power. By skillfully harnessing this ability, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable in future. Additionally, Zhao Yanan's magnum possesses substantial lethality. If wielded effectively, it could become a formidable weapon. While it may pose challenges against zombies, what about humans? What about other evolved beings? Had Zhao Yanan been slightly more adept with her marksmanship, Sun Cheng might have already fallen to her. Clearly, Zhao Yanan's participation in such perilous endeavors is driven by her desire to enhance her abilities and avoid becoming a liability. This mindset is commendable. Zhang Heng, too, harbors hopes for her advancement. At this moment, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi approached Zhang Heng, asking, What about us? Zhang Heng led the two women to a corner and said, You two should work together. I will have number 2 accompany you, making things easier. If you grow weary in the evening, return to the bunker. There is no need to come here every day. I have no choice. I must be present, for I am a captain. Upon hearing the words, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their faces. The prospect of returning to the bunker was indeed delightful. The second zombie, following the directives of Zhang Heng, approached the two women. Ma Gu had been sent to witness the Titan corpse. However, upon discovering its absence, he promptly returned. Su Bo and Cheng Chong exchanged a glance at Ma Gu, and it was evident that Zhang Heng intended for Ma Gu to join their group, which was quite agreeable. Cheng Chong, not particularly inclined towards combat, contrasted with Su Bo, who, despite being a combat type, was somewhat aged, leaving Zhang Heng with a trace of concern. Should they encounter formidable aberrant species, it could prove quite challenging. Chapter 137. Multiple controls. All personnel have been assigned. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Zhao Yanan, intended to seek a vantage point. At this moment, Su Cheng, the leader of the Huzhong district, intercepted Zhang Heng. Present Zhang, he called out, Basil, Fangeng Riplaid, Su Chen, what is it? Is there something you need? Su Cheng produced a communication device. This device can receive signals within a 2-kilometer radius. I have assigned one to everyone, but it seems you haven't taken yours. Here, have one. Zhang Heng glanced at Zhao Yanan, who nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall take one as well. Unable to contain his amusement, Zhang Heng asked, Where did you acquire so many communication devices? With a slight smile, Su Cheng responded, They are of no use for consumption, so no one bothered to take them. I visited several computer stores and managed to gather this many. Moreover, these devices are more efficient than mobile phones. Zhang Heng clipped the device to his waist and said, Understood. Let's proceed with this for now. He then glanced at Zhao Yanan, who, in a show of understanding, climbed onto his back. With a sudden leap, Zhang Heng soared upward, his gaze swiftly scanning the skies above Huzhong district. To his astonishment, hordes of zombies from all directions were relentlessly converging upon the area, transforming the streets into a veritable sea of the undead. It was Zhang Heng's first encounter with such a multitude of zombies. Strange variants, crawlers, truly, all manner of monstrosities have emerged. Zhang Heng, where shall we go? Zhang Heng pointed towards a distant clock tower. There is no better place than that. The clock tower stood over 20 meters tall, offering a panoramic view of the entire Huzhong district. At the pinnacle of the tower was a small room. Upon entering the small room, Zhang Heng observed the intricate mechanics of the clock. Zhao Yanan discovered an optimal shooting point, perfectly suited for him to set up his weapon and lie prone. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng inspected the room's architecture, noticing a loose floorboard that, when lifted, revealed a staircase leading to the lower level. This location appeared to be quite secure. Zhang Heng settled beside Zhao Yanan, sitting cross-legged and gazing downwards. President Zhang, Zhao Yanan inquired, Are you truly safe with me here? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, I wish to experiment with a more relaxed method of dispatching zombies. As he spoke, an ice spike manifested above his right palm. He gently tossed the spike into the air, watching it spin gracefully before directing it downward with his mental focus. Zhao Yanan utilized the scope to track the trajectory of the ice spike. As it penetrated a zombie's skull, it suddenly accelerated, surging forward. The ice spike, akin to an indomitable spear, pierced through several zombies' heads in succession, rendering even the strange variants powerless against it. Moreover, the ice spike's movement could be controlled by Zhang Heng. This meant that as long as he maintained his focus and the spike remained intact, he could continue to fulfill his objective of eliminating zombies. Zhao Yanan was filled with admiration as she observed Zhang Heng's remarkable ability. This was far superior to her magnum. Her magnum bullets could barely take down 2 zombies with a single shot. In contrast, this ice spear, until it was shattered, could continuously slay the undead. From earlier until now, over a dozen zombies had perished at Zhang Heng's hands, including some aberrant subspecies. At this moment, Zhang Heng summoned another ice spear into his left hand, prompting Zhao Yanan to exclaim in astonishment, "President Zhang, can you manipulate 2 ice spears simultaneously?" With a slight smile, Zhang Heng replied, "I'm not certain. Perhaps I could even control 3. As he spoke, he conjured a third ice spear. The 3 spears then soared in different directions. With Zhang Heng's mental prowess, managing 3 was likely his limit. Any more would become somewhat overwhelming, as this method of control demanded immense mental strength and concentration. With a swift motion, the ice spears cut through the throngs of zombies, causing them to collapse to the ground. 2 aberrant subspecies attempted to pursue the spears, but the 3 ice spears suddenly veered back, converging instantaneously to pierce the aberrant subspecies like a hive. A faint smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. Unfortunately, he lamented that he could not access the brains of the slain zombies to extract the precious crystals within. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The important thing was that he could eliminate these zombies. Zhao Yanan, too, ceased tracking the trajectories of the ice spears and decided to exert herself further. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the ability, multiple manipulation. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Multiple manipulation? Did it pertain to controlling the ice spears? It appeared this ability could be frequently utilized to enhance his proficiency. A smile crept across Zhang Heng's face as he continued his control. The 3 ice spears darted through the streets like indomitable flying swords, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. However, it seemed they could not travel too far, limited to a range of about 1,000 meters. Beyond this distance, the sensitivity diminished, making the ice spears increasingly difficult to control and significantly reducing their effectiveness. Thus, Zhang Heng resolved to first secure a specific area by exterminating the zombies therein. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed in Zhang Heng's ears. He paused momentarily, and the 3 ice spears tumbled to the ground. He glanced at Zhao Yanan, who expertly chambered another bullet and continued to take aim. The loud report of the magnum at such close range startled him, but he bore no ill will toward Zhao Yanan. The 3 ice spears lying on the ground levitated once more, spinning gracefully in the air before darting off in 3 distinct directions. One spear was controlled with his eyes, while the other 2 were deftly maneuvered with his hands. Like a conductor leading an orchestra, he raised and lowered his hands in the air, enhancing the accuracy and focus of his manipulation, proving to be more stable than relying solely on mental power. At this moment, Zhang Heng conjured 2 additional ice spikes, deftly manipulating them with his mental prowess. The number of ice spikes soaring below to vanquish the zombies increased by 2, significantly amplifying their lethality. However, this enhancement imposed a considerable strain on Zhang Heng's psyche. 5 ice spikes wreaked havoc in the midst of the previously impenetrable sea of zombies, swiftly carving out a zone of desolation. Though these ice spikes were susceptible to destruction, they could be recreated, rendering them an optimal method for exterminating the undead. The relentless sound of magnum gunfire echoed in his ears, presenting yet another challenge to Zhang Heng's focus. He was not merely dispatching zombies. He was simultaneously honing his concentration. Chapter 138. The eerie zombie in less than half an hour. Zhang Heng felt an indescribable weariness enveloping him. The 5 ice spikes he had manipulated fell to the ground. Exhausted, he sat down, leaning against the wall of the clock tower, intending to take a brief respite. At this moment, Zhao Yanan noticed something amiss in Zhang Heng's expression and couldn't help but inquire, "President Zhang, Are you all right? Upon hearing her concern, Zhang Heng offered a faint smile and replied, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Please, continue without worrying about me. I just need a short break. The exertion of multiple controls imposed a significant burden on both his mental and physical stamina. Even after a mere 30 minutes, he was feeling drained. If he persevered, he could probably manage another half hour of control, but this was not a competition. There was no need to overexert himself. It was essential to leave opportunities for others. Fierce battles erupted across various locations in the Huzhong district, with teams from Jiangnan City congregating here to vanquish the monsters. Reports indicated that many squads were unable to participate due to communication failures. Zhang Hai's abilities were not limitless. He could only rally those teams willing to cooperate with him, a total of 130 individuals. Yet, Zhang Heng sensed that the number might be slightly higher, as other evolvers from different regions had also arrived to deal with the zombies. He believed that more reinforcements would join in due course. Currently, Zhang Heng's primary concern was the whereabouts of the Titan giant zombie. Such a colossal figure could not possibly remain concealed, suggesting the presence of zombies that could transform into Titan giant zombies. However, distinguishing them was challenging. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng believed that if he encountered one, he would instinctively recognize it. Powerful zombies emitted an inexplicable aura, a sensation that could be discerned. At that moment, Zhang Heng opened his personal information to check how many zombies he had slain. Host, Zhang Heng ability, Ice Core Word Manifestation, Strength, 78 Speed, 77 Mentality, 78 Gene, LV30 Abilities. Self-Heal, LV1 Mastery of Longsword, LV1 Close Combat, LV1 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow, LV1 Ice Shield, Ice Spike, LV1 Ice Domain, LV1 Jet Flight, LV1 Multiple Control Points. 4,622. His points had risen to 4,622, up from a little over 2,500. The increase of over 1,100 points in half an hour was likely due to the scarcity of aberrant species, each granting 100 points. This indicated that he had eliminated nearly 700 to 800 ordinary zombies within that span. Aberrant species, crawlers, and even Titan giant zombies mostly evolved from ordinary zombies. Although ordinary zombies yielded fewer points, they still needed to be eradicated. Otherwise, no one could ascertain whether these ordinary zombies might one day evolve into formidable entities like Titan giant zombies. Closing his personal information, Zhang Heng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his spatial backpack. Originally, he did not possess the habit of smoking. However, for reasons unknown, he recently took it up. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, Zhang Heng's gaze began to drift into the distance. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing atop a nearby rooftop. No, to be precise, it appeared to be a zombie. This creature seemed no different from ordinary zombies, yet its eyes bore an uncanny intensity reminiscent of human gaze. A chilling smile lingered at the corners of its mouth. Zhang Heng turned to Zhao Yanan beside him and said, Yanan, please take a look at that figure on the rooftop. Is it a zombie? Use the scope to examine it. Zhao Yanan nodded and aimed the magnum at the distant figure. Under the magnification, every pore on the zombie's skin was rendered clear. It was indeed a zombie. Zhao Yanan affirmed with unwavering certainty. Zhang Heng took a deep drag from his cigarette and commanded, shoot it. Zhao Yanan nodded, aiming for the zombie's head, her finger lightly resting on the trigger. Click! Bang! The magnum's bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards the zombie. To their astonishment, the creature caught the bullet mid-flight. What? Both Zhang Heng and Zhao Yanan were momentarily stunned. Catching a bullet? What nonsense! And it was a magnum bullet at that. The eerie zombie casually tossed the bullet to the ground and, with a sudden roar, charged towards Zhang Heng's position. Zhang Heng urgently shouted to Zhao Yanan, get out of here now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yanan swiftly grasped the magnum and sprinted downstairs. Zhang Heng, however, leaped towards the approaching zombie. The bizarre zombie hurled a punch at Zhang Heng. Instantly, he summoned his ice shield. The punch collided with the ice shield, which, despite its formidable nature, fractured into a web-like pattern. A flicker of doubt flashed in the zombie's eyes, as if it could hardly believe that something could withstand its blow. Zhang Heng was taken aback by the crack on his ice shield. Could this peculiar zombie be the Titan corpse? The Titan corpse before its transformation? Without hesitation, Zhang Heng unleashed a chilling aura that enveloped the eerie zombie. Retracting its hand from the indentation on the ice shield, the zombie executed a swift 170-degree spin and aimed a kick at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng raised his arms to block. The ice shield shattered instantly, absorbing much of the impact, yet the kick landed squarely on his raised arms. Zhang Heng had anticipated that his ice shield might not withstand the zombie's strike. The creature's kick, casual as it seemed, could obliterate the ice shield, and its leg was naturally stronger than its arm. As expected, the kick shattered the shield completely, sending Zhang Heng hurtling through the air into the ground. Thud! Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, a deep rumble resonated across the ground, drawing countless zombies towards the source of the sound. Zhang Heng rose from the ground, surveying the ice shield marred by numerous fissures, and the terrifying gaping hole created by the strange zombie's powerful kick. Such strength, it was undoubtedly superior to that of the crawlers. Perhaps he was indeed a titan among corpses. Soon, the surrounding zombies encircled Zhang Heng, yet his gaze was fixated solely on the peculiar zombie descending from above. Yes, it cannot fly. However, its remarkable leaping ability and aerial agility were unparalleled. After delivering a punch, it spun around, landing gracefully back to the ground. The sheer physical power it possessed was terrifying. Were it not for Zhang Heng's resilience, others might have succumbed to despair in its presence. An intense chill radiated from Zhang Heng as 5 ice spikes materialized around him, swiftly rotating and clearing the surrounding zombies away. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the Titan corpse, and in that moment of eye contact, a monumental clash was imminent, ready to ignite. Chapter 139. A conversation with the female Titan indeed. This was the thought that lingered within Zhang Heng's mind. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly manifested before him. The figure bore an air of indifference, her gaze frigid, as one hand delicately rested upon the shoulder of an eerie zombie. Moreover, this was a female zombie. This singular action from the female zombie instantly quelled the previously menacing demeanor of the strange undead. The eerie zombie offered Zhang Heng a faint smile, and then, astonishingly, leaped away with remarkable speed. The female zombie began to approach Zhang Heng slowly. Yet at that very moment, both number 1 and number 2 sensed the peril threatening their host, Zhang Heng, and rushed towards him from opposite directions. They positioned themselves on either side of him. The female zombie appeared taken aback by the sudden emergence of number 1 and number 2, but after a brief pause, she resumed her advance towards Zhang Heng, stopping within 5 meters of him. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled, and asked, "What is happening?" The female zombie regarded him with a stoic expression and replied, "Once, I was human, much like you. Alas, fate has not favored me. You have evolved, while I have become a zombie. It is precisely because I was once human that I harbor no desire to harm you. We are merely in search of others who share our characteristics. Leave this place now. Do you truly wish to avoid conflict? Do you harbor no animosity?" Zhang Heng mused, incredulous, for she was undeniably a zombie, yet spoke with clarity. "Is this what a 4th-tier zombie is like?" he inquired gravely. The female zombie responded coolly, "Our intention mirrors yours. We simply wish to survive." Zhang Heng's brow furrowed further. "But you're zombies." A flicker of coldness flashed in the female zombie's eyes as she replied, "I was once human, and I did not wish to become a zombie. Yet, here I am, condemned to exist in this decaying form. Should humanity threaten my existence, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, just as you do to zombies. Forgive me, but I cannot bring myself to identify as a zombie. One day, a true designation will emerge to represent beings like us." Zhang Heng pressed, "What is your purpose? Are you selecting others with similar traits?" The female zombie responded calmly, "Do not be alarmed. It is merely for self-preservation. I wish you well, human." With that, she turned and began to retreat. In the fleeting moment of her departure, Zhang Heng discerned a hint of resignation in her gaze. He then inquired the system, "What exactly is she?" 4th-tier zombie, codename Titan. "Indeed. Is she truly a zombie?" Titans retain memories from their former lives. They're merely humans who have transformed into zombies and pose the greatest threat to humanity's future. Zhang Heng exhaled deeply. So, the zombies of the future will all be such monstrosities? How can anyone contend with them? They possess human-like intelligence and extraordinary power. Zhang Heng began to harbor a faint concern for the future of humanity. However, after encountering the female zombie, he acquired crucial intelligence. The Titans were about to depart from this place. Their purpose for coming here was to select zombies that shared the potential to become Titans. It remained uncertain whether he had been chosen. They appeared to operate as a cohesive unit of sorts. Fortunately, they did not seem to harbor intentions of exterminating humanity, perhaps due to their retention of human memories. Certainly, there were exceptions among the Titans. He pondered whether to share this intelligence with others, suspecting it would only incite greater panic. Zombies below the fourth tier were merely crawlers, aberrant subtypes, or ordinary zombies. In comparison to the Titans, they were worlds apart. One possessed intellect, while the others acted solely on instinct. At this moment, Zhao Yanin had descended from the bell tower, rushing to Zhang Heng's side. Panting heavily, "President Zhang, what happened? Did you deal with that zombie?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "It has left. Yanin, you should continue targeting the zombies. If you run out of ammunition, come find me." Zhao Yanin glanced at the bell tower. The elevator was out of order, and she had sprinted down the stairs of over a dozen floors, utterly exhausted. Now she had to run back. Reluctantly, she nodded. "All right then, but will it come back?" Zhang Heng gazed into the distance and shook his head. "It likely will not." His response was distracted, as his thoughts were consumed by the Titans. No, he had to catch up and inquire further. Zhang Heng leaped into the air, propelling himself towards the direction in which the female Titan had headed. The female Titans moved swiftly, creating a significant distance in just a few bounds within the city. Zhang Heng noticed that their numbers seemed quite substantial. At least 7 or 8 could be seen. Were they all Titans? The peculiar zombie sensed someone pursuing from behind, a cold glint flashing in its eyes. It was unexpected that this one dared to follow, a clear invitation to demise. The female Titan glanced back and said, "I'll handle this. You should return to the group." The peculiar zombie, visibly displeased, retorted, "Do you know him from before?" The female Titan suddenly fixed her gaze on the peculiar zombie and replied, "We were once human. We do not proactively kill humans." The peculiar zombie glared at her. "Indeed, we were once human, but now we are zombies. That is unchangeable. Do you still wish to become human again? Impossible. Don't be foolish. While we may not harm humans now, what about in the future? We are zombies. Humans will certainly not spare us. Don't you wish to live a little longer?" The female Titan's expression softened momentarily. "You should leave." The peculiar zombie, watching her eyes, slowly unclenched its fists. "Woman." The female Titan stood firm, awaiting Zhang Heng's arrival. Zhang Heng gradually descended before the female Titan and inquired, "Are you planning to leave this city and journey to the next in search of zombies that share your characteristics?" The female Titan nodded, responding, "Indeed, that is our intention. Your presence alongside us poses considerable danger. I hope that when you encounter beings like us in the future, you will refrain from such actions." Zhang Heng, with utmost seriousness, asked, "I merely wish to ascertain one matter. Are you truly our adversaries, or—" The female Titan shook her head, stating, "This is a complex question to answer. We are merely a small group, yet there are undoubtedly beings akin to us scattered across the globe. Ultimately, we will seek to annihilate one another, an inevitability that no one can thwart. Of course, should someone possess the power to intervene, that would be our fervent hope." Chapter 140. Zhang Heng's concerns at this moment. Zhang Heng inquired, "You all can utilize mobile phones and similar communication devices, correct? Perhaps we could exchange contact information?" The female Titan paused, a hint of confusion crossing her face as she remarked, "Are you really considering communicating even with female zombies?" Zhang Heng was taken aback as well, hastily waving his hands in a gesture of clarification. "Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. That is not what I meant. I'm not entirely sure why I wish to obtain your contact details. I merely seek to better understand you. This is not about any personal attraction. It's merely an effort to establish communication prior to any potential conflict, which might yield unexpected intelligence. After all, the female zombie has shown no hostility. Furthermore, she had intervened during a previous attack by a peculiar zombie, thwarting its assault. From her words, it was evident that she harbored no desire to be adversarial towards humanity. The female Titan then produced her mobile phone, stating, "Please provide me with your number." Zhang Heng relayed his phone number to her. She dialed a number and subsequently asked, "Your name?" "Zhang Heng," he replied. She nodded. "I am Lin Wenyu. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Zhang Heng." Thus, they established a rudimentary means of communication. Zhang Heng watched as the female Titan and her Titan team sprinted away into the distance until they were no longer visible. A zombie approached with a guttural groan, prompting Zhang Heng to deliver a decisive punch, rousing him from his contemplative state. He gazed at the name Lin Wenyu displayed on his phone, recalling the visage of the female Titan, momentarily puzzled about the nature of his concern. Upon returning to the construction site that evening, everyone began to partake in a communal meal. Zhang Heng convened a small meeting with a few individuals he had brought along. Cheng Chang, perplexed, remarked, "Yanan mentioned that you encountered a formidable zombie today, but it ultimately escaped. Could that zombie have been a Titan?" Zhang Heng remained silent for a moment before responding. "I have some crucial intelligence to share with you, and I hope that, after hearing it, you will not be overly astonished." The others could not help but widen their eyes in anticipation. Zhang Heng proceeded to recount his encounter with the Titans in a succinct manner. After he concluded, a profound silence enveloped the group, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Cheng Chang spoke gravely. "Are you suggesting that they are all zombies, yet possess human-like consciousness? They simply have no intention of attacking us at present?" Zhang Heng nodded. "They are classified as fourth-tier zombies, a level above crawlers, with physical prowess that surpasses even that of crawlers, capable of withstanding magnum bullets barehanded. However, this particular group does not seem inclined to assault humanity. Rather, they appear to be gathering strength in search of others who might possess the potential to become Titans like themselves. In this regard, we are somewhat fortunate. If they intended to eradicate humanity, our mere 100-odd individuals would likely be insufficient to even satiate their appetite." The group was instantly struck by a wave of shock. At this juncture, Pan Jiaying remarked, "I do not share that sentiment. Since they possess memories of their past, they must be aware that they were once human. As fellow beings of humanity, even in their current state as zombies, it seems unlikely that they would readily attack humans, despite the disparity in their existence." Cheng Chang interjected, "That may be the case for now, but what if humans initiate an assault against them? What if a being capable of vanquishing Titans emerges among humanity? In that scenario, they might very well resort to attacking humans to ensure their survival. It would then lead to a conflict between humans and Titans." Lin Xueshi followed up, "Do they consume humans?" Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head. "I have yet to verify that. I sense that interacting with them is perilous, and I have not inquired deeply into other specifics. I plan to learn more gradually." Lin Xueshi emphasized, "This is crucial. If they do consume humans over time, humanity would merely become their sustenance. When it comes to food, there is no room for compassion." Su Bo gently patted Lin Xueshi on the head. "Do not speak of such terrifying matters." Lin Xueshi sighed in exasperation. "These are valid concerns. Su Bo, please refrain from touching me, or I shall report you for harassment." Pan Jiaying couldn't help but chuckle. "You little rascal. Where did you even hear such terms?" Unbeknownst to the poor Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi's true identity remained a mystery. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhang Heng then stated, "To put it simply, there are no Titans remaining here, so you can confidently eliminate zombies. At most, you will encounter crawlers. Do not slack off. Slay the zombies and extract the crystals. Just like the Titan team, we do not harm humans, only seeking self-preservation. Self-preservation necessitates sufficient strength to back it up. The future will only grow more challenging. We are essentially racing against others." The group nodded in agreement, possessing a profound understanding of this matter. The internal strife among evolvers had already made it clear to them the significance of strength. Without power, they would merely become the prey to be exploited. Fortunately, due to Zhang Heng's considerable abilities, He had aided them in evading numerous threats from other evolvers. Strength is an essential asset. The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. The Survival Guild demonstrated remarkable prowess, forming a small team to eliminate zombies. Zhang Heng and his 2 zombie minions became the nightmares of the undead, while the remaining members either engaged in battle or were assigned to extract the crystals from the zombies' brains. Thus, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the leaders of various regional teams gathered together. After a month of collaboration, their relationships had grown exceptionally amicable, to the point where they regarded each other as brothers. The only mystery that lingered was the absence of Titans since their arrival. Where had the Titans gone? Many speculated that their sheer numbers had frightened the Titans away. The true reason, perhaps, is known only to a select few within the Survival Guild. At this moment, Jiang Hahai remarked that after a month of diligent effort, they have finally cleared the zombies from the Huzhong district. During this time, everyone has worked hard. Let us raise a toast. The beverages are graciously provided by Zhang Heng. This evening, it is anticipated that they will each return to their respective areas. Zhang Heng believes that the city has exhausted all available resources. This group will likely depart the city within a month, venturing outside in search of sustenance. Over the past month, the potatoes and sweet potatoes in Zhongheng Space Farm have ripened twice, yielding approximately 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of produce, alleviating concerns about food scarcity. He plans to trade potatoes for hairy crabs with Su Ling. When the time comes, it is expected that these individuals from the urban area will seek to join his guild. Zhang Heng has extended an olive branch, expressing that they are always welcome to join. However, should he refuse them, the entire city's factions would become his adversaries. Chapter 141. Distribution of crystals. Members of the Survival Guild returned to the sanctuary outside the city. In the conference room, Cheng Chong placed a large bag on the table. This bag contained the crystals they had harvested from the zombies slain in the Huzhong district this month. Cheng Chong smiled faintly and remarked, "I have counted the crystals. There are 5,600 first-tier crystals and 16 second-tier crystals. As for the third tier, there are none for now. The majority of zombies in the Huzhong district are ordinary ones, and there are not many second-tier zombies either, so we can easily divide them. The second-tier zombies are slightly more intelligent than the ordinary ones, and they have likely all fled. As for the crawlers, we did not manage to capture any. They were all taken by other teams." Upon hearing this alarming figure, everyone displayed expressions of joy. Zhang Heng, however, felt little excitement. Having reached the third tier, he knew that the over 5,000 crystals would only increase his unlocking progress by a mere 5 to 6 points. Ever since his genetic lock had been unsealed to the third layer, the benefits he derived from consuming low-tier crystals had diminished significantly. Cheng Chong turned to Zhang Heng and inquired, "Zhang Heng, how do you plan to distribute them?" Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, "First-tier crystals are only slightly beneficial for those whose genetic locks are at the first layer. Each first-tier crystal can help a first-tier evolver unlock about 1% of their genetic potential. With so many first-tier crystals, we can assist the majority of our guild's first-tier evolvers in their evolution. However, I believe that those who are more capable should receive more. Let us first allocate them to Su Bo, Xueshi, and the others, and then consider the remaining members in our sanctuary, leaving the rest for now." Sister Pan seems to have already unlocked the first layer of her genetic lock, so she can take all the second-tier crystals. For now, this will be our distribution plan. It appears that the first-tier evolvers are ready to evolve. The first-tier evolvers of the Survival Guild included Changgu, Lin Xueshi, Su Bo, Lin Shi, Lin Lei, Long Miao Miao, and the newly arrived IT enthusiast, Qin Dali. Among them, the combatants were Lin Xueshi, Su Bo, Lin Shi, and Lin Lei. However, given the abundance of crystals, it would be possible for everyone to evolve. Su Bo, being the eldest, was the first to receive the crystals. He glanced at the 100 crystals in his hand and asked, "How do I use these? Will my abilities evolve after consuming them?" Zhang Heng nodded, "Yes, indeed. Once you use them, you will directly enter the second stage of genetic unlocking. As for how to use them, simply crush them in your palm. The energy within the crystals will automatically enter your body." Su Bo, holding the 100 crystals, exclaimed, "Then I shall give it a try. Tomorrow, I will see what I evolve into, haha." With great excitement, Su Bo departed with the crystals. Next was Lin Xueshi, who brought along a small bag. Being a girl, she was indeed more meticulous. Cheng Chong counted out 100 crystals for Lin Xueshi. She weighed them in her hands and pondered. I wonder what my abilities will be like after evolution. Brother Zhang Heng, could you please watch over my evolution? Lin Xueshi possesses the extraordinary ability to transform her hair into explosive substances. Following her evolution, one might wonder if her hair would undergo a transformation as well. Zhang Heng is quite eager to see the outcome, especially considering the formidable nature of Lin Xueshi's powers. Upon hearing Lin Xueshi's remarks, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Next, the focus shifted to Changge. Cheng Chong candidly expressed that prior to his evolution, he eagerly anticipated the transformation. However, after evolving, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of his abilities, leading to a bout of melancholy. He speculated that if evolution were to occur again, it might pertain to his nose, which was already peculiar in its original form, leaving him curious about what it would morph into post-evolution. Overall, his expectations were rather low. At that moment, Zhang Heng approached Qin Dali's door, clutching 100 crystalline orbs. He knocked softly. When Qin Dali opened the door, he appeared astonished to see Zhang Heng. President, you've returned. How did things fare in the Huzhong district? Zhang Heng replied, everything has been resolved. Here are your crystalline orbs. Once utilized, they will enable you to evolve your abilities. Qin Dali accepted the small pouch, lifting his gaze to Zhang Heng. President, your timing is impeccable. I have matters I wish to report to you as well. Although Qin Dali had initially entered the sanctuary through coercive means, he had since behaved relatively well, avoiding trouble while diligently gathering intelligence from various sources. Zhang Heng inquired what matters. He stepped into Qin Dali's room, which resembled a mechanical laboratory, filled with incomprehensible devices connected to a laptop on Qin Dali's desk. Qin Dali approached the laptop and deftly tapped on its surface, revealing a schematic-like diagram. These are signals I've received from underground sources over the past period. Unfortunately, due to content obfuscation, I am unable to decipher them. However, after a month of work, I have pinpointed the origin of the signals. Zhang Heng scrutinized the map, which distinctly indicated the location beneath Jiangnan City's air raid shelter. Are you suggesting that the underground world lies directly beneath the shelter? Qin Dali nodded. The air raid shelter was constructed by the government. It's possible there exists a passage leading to the underground world. I believe it warrants exploration. If we can locate them, we could be saved from the daily struggle against zombies and the constant worry over food. Zhang Heng remarked, Dali, I too believe in the existence of an underground world, but I doubt it is a place accessible to just anyone. They seek talent. If everyone could enter, the underground world would likely be overwhelmed, don't you think? Qin Dali nodded in agreement. If it were up to me, I believe I would be permitted entry, given my knowledge and skills. You would qualify as well, as would the other officials. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. But what of those who remain behind once we gain entry? What might become of them without our protection? Qin Dali's expression shifted slightly. I hadn't thought that far. Perhaps I have been overly naive. Zhang Heng nodded and replied, I shall seek an opportunity to inspect the air raid shelter. If I truly uncover the underground world, and you wish to join, I can recommend you. Qin Dali questioned, why would he not want to survive in the underground world? Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Because he abandoned us. While it may have been out of necessity, I refuse to live reliant on others. Here I can thrive just as well. Qin Dali found it utterly incomprehensible, for he remained unaware of the future this world would hold. From the existing clues, Zhang Heng had surmised certain patterns of what lay ahead. He resolved to remain above ground to confront these challenges, continuing to lead humanity in unlocking further layers of the genetic code. Chapter 142, Universal Evolution. Zhang Heng entered Lin Xueshi's room, where several others had gathered, those eager to access the second layer of their genetic locks that very night. Lin Xueshi, with an expression of displeasure, remarked, I was the one who invited Brother Zhang Heng to witness my awakening first. What are you all doing here? Su Bo chuckled lightly. The more, the merrier. If anything occurs, it is prudent to have support. As Zhang Heng observed the group, each clutching their own crystalline substances, he felt a pang of envy. Having unlocked the third layer of his genetic lock, the efficacy of the crystals he could utilize was minimal. Only third and fourth tier crystals would yield significant enhancements to his genetic potential. It was evident that there were no more crawlers left in Jiangnan City. They seemed to have vanished without a trace. As for the Titans, he had never entertained the notion of vanquishing such formidable creatures. To unlock further evolution, he would have to explore other realms, perhaps different cities or the wilderness. Once Brother Chong and the others had unlocked their second layers, he planned to venture alone in search of crawlers. Lin Xueshi was the first to shatter a crystal. Instantly, her petite hand transformed into a vibrant green, with the emerald liquid rapidly seeping into her palm. Her eyes widened in astonishment as an indescribable sensation surged within her. The others followed suit, and as they absorbed more crystals, the changes within their bodies became increasingly palpable. Lin Xueshi's long hair began to sway gently, akin to seaweed in the ocean currents. Su Bo had already begun to exhibit early signs of lycanthropy, struggling to suppress the primal instincts within him. Brother Chong, sporting a nose reminiscent of a faucet, watched Su Bo's transformation with a resigned expression. Long Miao Miao was enveloped in a shimmering water sphere, where 100 crystals were continuously decomposed and ultimately absorbed into his body, the entire orb radiating a silvery glow. As an elemental evolver, perhaps Long Miao Miao's transformation was the most anticipated of all. In the room, only a few individuals remained. It seemed that others had discreetly embarked on their own transformations. Suddenly, Lin Xueshi began to undergo a change. Her lustrous, jet-black hair stood upright, then began to curl and twist. "Wait, my hair is curling," she exclaimed, desperately clutching her head. "Brother Zhang Heng, what is happening? My hair." Everyone stared in astonishment as her beautiful long locks morphed into a wild, frizzy hairstyle. An afro reminiscent of a woolen ball perched atop her head. Realizing her hair had mutated, Lin Xueshi burst into tears. "My hair. Oh no, my hair." Pan Jiaying could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Xueshi, your hair is so funny." Lin Xueshi glared at her in frustration. "And you dare to laugh at me? Brother Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. "I'm sorry, Xueshi, it's just, I couldn't hold back. How did it come to this? Is this what you call evolution?" Lin Xueshi glared angrily at all those who mocked her. "Stop laughing." At that moment, Pan Jiang hurriedly took Lin Xueshi outside. "All right, Xueshi, let us step outside and see how your abilities fare." With that, Lin Xueshi was led away by Pan Jiang, and the laughter in the room finally subsided. At this juncture, Su Bo underwent a significant transformation as well. However, the change was not drastic. The bone spurs that had sprouted from his hands had transformed into nails resembling those of Pan Jiang, though his muscles appeared considerably more robust. This must be the brand new form of Su Bo after unlocking the second layer of his genes. Zhang Heng then glanced at Changgu. Changgu's nose twitched slightly, his expression displeased as he glared at Zhang Heng. "Stop staring. It's not that impressive. Is my nose going to sprout wings?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle, refocusing his attention on the last individual, Long Miao Miao. The water-type evolver, Long Miao Miao. What could he possibly evolve into? Suddenly, two fissures appeared on Long Miao Miao's cheeks, swiftly morphing into a pair of gill-like structures. Flesh grew between his fingers, connecting them together. A water sphere gradually returned to Long Miao Miao's body. Standing nervously, Long Miao Miao inquired, "How do I look? What have I become?" Zhang Heng scrutinized Long Miao Miao, who resembled some kind of fish, inspecting his teeth. Long Miao Miao opened his mouth. It seemed largely unchanged, save for the emergence of a pair of gills. His limbs had undergone slight modifications. Finally, it was Changgu's turn. After a prolonged period of twitching, his nose finally ceased its movement. The formerly faucet-like nose began to shrink, becoming more akin to a normal one, losing its previous oddity. His physique also appeared slightly more robust. Ching Chong felt the changes within his body at that moment, and seemed quite satisfied. "Not bad. It appears everyone has unlocked the second layer of their genetic locks." Xubo nodded in satisfaction. Cheng Chong turned to Zhang Heng and asked, "Zhang Heng, how many layers of genetic locks have you unlocked now?" Zhang Heng replied, "The third layer. There is no point in concealing this." Chung Chang nodded in realization. Ah, I see. But your abilities seem to have increased rather than changed in appearance? Zhang Heng acknowledged. Yes, that is indeed the case. It appears I gain a new ability with each unlocked layer. Currently, I become quite adept at manipulating cold air. Chung Chang pondered, controlling zombies and manipulating ice. What ability did you awaken after unlocking the third layer? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. It's hard to describe. In any case, it's not as manageable as controlling ice, so I haven't employed it yet. Chung Chang nodded in understanding, seemingly concluding that it might not be a particularly useful ability. Zhang Heng nodded and then spoke. By the way, since you are all here, I have an announcement to make. At this moment, everyone turned their attention towards Zhang Heng. He continued, it seems that there are no more crawlers to be found in this city. I intend to venture into the wilderness or perhaps seek out other cities. After all, I have reached the third stage of evolution, and the means for my further advancement lies within the crystals found in the minds of the crawlers. One side apart, you should not encounter any problems, right? The relationships among the teams from other regions have improved significantly over the past month, so they are unlikely to cause us trouble in my absence. Zhang Heng was determined to strive towards a stronger goal. Everyone present realized this at once. Chapter 143. The Air Raid Shelter. Everyone exited Lin Xuexi's room. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xuexi entered from outside, seemingly aware that Zhang Heng might soon depart from this place. Pan Jiaying approached Zhang Heng and inquired, Zhang Heng, I heard from Su Bo and the others that you plan to leave here? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng offered a faint smile and replied, yes, I intend to leave and explore other places. After all, I have reached the third tier, and there are no more crawlers here. If I wish to grow stronger, I must seek crawlers elsewhere. Lin Xuexi suddenly interjected, but if you leave, what will happen to the others in Jiangnan City? They might take advantage of us. Our sanctuary has thrived largely because you have been protecting us. If you go, they might. Zhang Heng smiled gently and reassured her, they wouldn't dare. Besides, my departure isn't public knowledge. Just keep it to yourselves. You can tell outsiders that I am occupied with consuming the crystalline entities. If anyone comes looking for me, you can relay that. Lin Xuexi, sporting an amusingly frizzy hairstyle, appeared quite comical. At that moment, Pan Jiaying suddenly spoke up. Zhang Heng glanced at Pan Jiaying. After a moment of contemplation, she said, never mind. I won't meddle in your affairs. With number 1 and number 2 by your side, you should be fine. However, if you encounter those titans again, remember to retreat. Zhang Heng nodded, understood. Nevertheless, I don't plan to leave just yet. Before I do, I need to visit a particular location, the air raid shelter. Pan Jiaying asked, puzzled. What do you need to go to the air raid shelter for? Zhang Heng replied with a smile. Qin Dali received a signal emanating from the underground world near the air raid shelter. This signal is located directly beneath the shelter, and it's highly likely that a passage connecting to the underground world exists below it. I intend to investigate its authenticity. If it proves true, I can confirm that matter. That matter. The nuclear explosion 3 years hence? Pan Jiaying took a deep breath and declared, I'll accompany you. Zhang Heng shook his head, no need. I'm merely going for a look. You and Lin Xuexi should focus on the sanctuary from now on. Inform me of any deficiencies the sanctuary has. After conveying these matters, Zhang Heng returned to his room, following a night of rest. The next morning he set off towards the air raid shelter, accompanied by number 1 and number 2. Simultaneously, he was presented with the opportunity to select a third corpse servant. He needed to seek out a suitable candidate. Now that he had reached the third tier, it should be feasible to procure an entire crawler as a servant, which would be quite formidable. However, he wondered whether any crawlers remained in Jiangnan City. As the zombies, there should have been largely dealt with by now. At this moment, Zhang Heng arrived at the very top of the air raid shelter. As the streets were now devoid of zombies, numerous evolved individuals strolled leisurely about. Some took the initiative to gather the corpses of the undead, while in certain areas, these remains had already been collected for incineration. Jiangnan City was gradually regaining its former vitality. Zhang Heng descended slowly from the sky, standing before a fortified shelter, where a heavy alloy door had appeared. This sight caused him to pause momentarily. The closure of the door implied the presence of individuals within. Were there people inside? with zombies cleared from the streets. Why had they not yet emerged? Zhang Heng cast a glance at the two surveillance cameras positioned in the upper left corner of the entrance. The cameras blinked with red lights, indicating they were operational. This raised his curiosity. With the absence of zombies outside, why were those inside not coming out? He leapt up to the skylight of the shelter, which surprisingly was ajar. He jumped down through the opening. Upon landing, a man wielding a firearm aimed it at him, barking, "Don't move, or I'll take your life." Zhang Heng, perplexed, replied, "I'm human. Why would you want to take my life? I'm not a zombie." "Let's talk. Move forward," the man commanded. Although bewildered, Zhang Heng complied, not even catching a glimpse of the man's features behind him. This allowed him to observe the interior of a shelter. The atmosphere was eerily silent. No one spoke. Yet numerous individuals sat in corners, their expressions vacant as if they had not eaten in ages. Bloodstains and signs of destruction marred the floor, suggesting a tumultuous past. Zhang Heng wondered why everyone was silent, their mental state appearing quite dismal. "Aren't you supposed to keep quiet?" he remarked, only to feel the gun jab sharply against his back. Raising an eyebrow, he seized the weapon. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted into the air, and Zhang Heng kicked the man behind him far away. "Have you been cooped up in this shelter for too long, rendering you foolish?" He then noticed that the others remained eerily silent, all staring at him with blank expressions. As he took in this unsettling scene, his expression soured. What had these people endured here to become so dazed? At that moment, a group burst forth from a room ahead, their faces tense with hostility, rifles in hand. Behind them stood a corpulent man smoking a cigarette, his demeanor irritable as he scrutinized Zhang Heng. "Who are you? Why do you trespass in my domain?" Zhang Heng tossed aside the rifle and inquired, "And who might you be? Are you their leader? The zombies outside have been eradicated. What are you still doing here?" The rotund man chuckled derisively. "What nonsense are you spouting? How many people reside in Jiangnan City? At least several 100,000. Do you truly believe all the zombies have been exterminated? Are you intent on bringing about our demise? What are your true intentions?" Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile. "The countless zombies have been a concern for nearly 2 months now. Each day, individuals have been eliminating these creatures. Recently, we managed to gather and eradicate them all. Presently, there are no zombies outside. Everyone has returned to their activities. If you doubt my words, feel free to send someone out to verify." The stout man scoffed. "How could I possibly trust you? Countless individuals have sought to seize this bomb shelter during this time. While I concede that the shelter effectively repels zombie incursions, I will not relinquish it easily to you. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us eliminate him." Chapter 144. Liberation of the Air Raid Shelter. Wait. A little girl suddenly halted everything. The stout man paused for a moment and hurried towards her. "Zixin, what are you doing?" "He is dangerous, potentially an evolved being, here to seize the shelter. We must eliminate him. It's for the protection of others." Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "Protection? It seems you have never left this shelter. I am curious how you have survived all this time. However, after 2 months in this place, some of you are clearly suffering from deteriorating mental states. If you continue to stay, you will all become mad. I advise you to heed my words and send someone outside to take a look. Alternatively, you could even check through the skylight. There truly are no zombies outside." At this moment, Zhang Zixin spoke up. "Dad, perhaps he is telling the truth. I haven't seen any zombies on the monitors during this period, and there are indeed many people moving about on the streets. Maybe the zombies have been eradicated." The stout man seemed obstinate, his face contorted with anger. "What if these are their tricks? The monitors only show the entrance of the shelter. They could have killed the zombies at the entrance to create an illusion, just to lure us into opening the steel door. Once they get in, we will all perish." Zhang Zixin, appearing to be around 13 or 14, clearly felt overwhelmed and hesitated to speak further. Zhang Heng came to understand the situation. This stout man was evidently worried about being deceived into opening the door, thus losing their stronghold. Hence, he was so resistant to the outside. Zhang Heng smiled gently. "You may stay here as long as you wish. However, I do not intend to force you to open the door. I plan to wander around and confirm a few matters before leaving. Let your people lower their weapons." The stout man scoffed. "It's easy to enter the shelter, but difficult to leave. You naively think you could just stroll around? Do you believe you can survive that? Kill him." Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Zhang Heng swiftly activated the ice shield. The shield repelled all the bullets, safeguarding Zhang Heng from harm. After a barrage of fire, he stood unscathed, with a cold glint in his eyes. Zhang Heng remarked, "You, foolish man, it is evident that your incompetence has led your people to such dire straits. You are unfit to be a leader." In an instant, an ice spear materialized in Zhang Heng's hand, hurtling towards the stout man. No! The stout man's eyes widened in horror, yet the girl named Zhang Zixin bravely stepped in front of him. Zhang Heng directed the ice spear, piercing through the stout man's skull. He collapsed instantly. Zhang Zixin let out a piercing scream. Dad. All those holding guns stood in stunned silence. If bullets could not defeat this intruder, then were they not doomed? Zhang Heng, weary of engaging in futile conversations with this group, directly ventured towards various sections of the air raid shelter, in search of passages that might link to the subterranean realm. However, after wandering several times, he found no sign of an entrance to an underground corridor. Perhaps the shelter was merely fortuitously constructed above the underground world? Coming to this realization, Zhang Heng felt a profound disappointment. He returned to the hall of the shelter, where Zhang Zixin glared at him with fury. "You scoundrel! You killed my father! I will avenge him!" Zhang Zixin charged at him, wielding a small knife, but Zhang Heng swiftly seized the blade from her grasp and proclaimed, "There are no more zombies in Jiangnan City. If you wish to remain here, you may continue to do so, as this place is relatively safe for you." A man armed with a gun cautiously approached Zhang Heng, inquiring, "Is it true that there are really no zombies outside?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. We have eradicated them all. How have you survived here during this time?" The armed man swallowed hard and responded, "We discovered a military food storage room below, filled with provisions, though we are nearly out." Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. "The current situation is as follows. The zombies outside have been dealt with, and everyone is scavenging for supplies. If you wish to gather resources, do so promptly. However, some locked rooms may still harbor zombies, so remain vigilant." Zhang Zixin continued to thrust her dagger toward Zhang Heng's ice shield. He chose to disregard her attacks, stepping outside. "It is as it is. I shall take my leave. I wish you all the best. Scoundrel, don't you dare leave. You owe me my father's life." Zhang Heng turned back to Zhang Zixin and replied, "Your father sought to kill me. I could not allow myself to be slain without cause. Moreover, he disregards any counsel. Once your food runs out, his temperament will likely prevent you from exiting or even opening the air raid shelter's door. I am liberating you." Zhang Zixin was momentarily speechless. What kind of twisted reasoning is this? Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. "Aren't you all afraid of him? Look at how the people below have been transformed under his rule. If you do not eliminate him, you will all perish. With his demise, at least you will have a glimmer of hope for survival. No need to thank me." With that, Zhang Heng leaped towards the skylight from whence he came, swiftly ascending out of the shelter. As he gazed down at the air raid shelter, he pondered what events had transpired within over the past 2 months. The inhabitants of the shelter appeared almost catatonic, resembling walking corpses. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the shelter as the alloy doors began to creak open. The survivors within started to emerge one by one from the shelter. They looked upwards and around, their vacant expressions gradually fading into smiles, only to be swiftly replaced by uncontrollable sobs. These individuals are evidently ordinary people, not evolved beings. Zhang Zixin gazed up at Zhang Heng, who hovered in the sky. Had it not been for his arrival, they might have remained in the air raid shelter for an extended period. During that time, many had already taken their own lives. Everyone stood at the entrance of the shelter, covering their faces and weeping. Some passing survivors, upon witnessing this scene, expressed their astonishment. It is hard to fathom that such a group of people was concealed within the shelter. After observing for a while, Zhang Heng lost interest and decided to return. Chapter 145. Service Station. Zhang Heng returned to the sanctuary and made his way to the food storage room, where he left behind a substantial stockpile of supplies, ensuring that they would have ample food security during his absence. This provision was estimated to last them for several months. Periodically, Su Ling from Longwan Island would deliver some seafood. Presently, their greatest threat did not stem from the undead, but rather from other human beings. Surely, No one would be foolish enough to assault this sanctuary now. It seemed that he could set off on his journey. However, where could he go? The distances between cities were exceedingly vast, often spanning hundreds of kilometers, which would take him considerable time to traverse. To the north of Jiangnan City lay Taiyan, and he resolved to explore it. Pan Jiaying, upon seeing Zhang Heng emerge from the food storage room, suddenly inquired, "Are you leaving? How is it over at the air raid shelter?" Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "I have been there. Nothing particularly noteworthy was discovered. I plan to check out Taiyan, but do not worry, I will return regularly. If anything arises, just give me a call." Pan Jiaying nodded. "Yes, it's just that with your departure, we suddenly lack a pillar of support. It leaves one feeling rather empty." Zhang Heng offered an awkward smile. "You'll soon grow accustomed to it. There are no zombies here anymore. Staying would merely be a waste of time. However, if you wish to venture out, that is also an option. After all, in this world, one's worth is defined by the progress of their genetic lock and their strength. We will inevitably encounter even more formidable zombies. So I must seize the time to advance my own capabilities." Pan Jiaying nodded. "I understand. By the way, I am unsure what has happened, but it seems that the areas of Bunker 1 and Bunker 2 have expanded, and 4 additional rooms have appeared. What would this mean?" Zhang Heng chuckled at her words. "I'm not entirely certain either, but isn't it a good thing to have extra rooms?" Pan Jiaying's expression shifted slightly. "I can't shake the feeling that those bunkers are not as simple as we think. It feels like something surpassing our attempts." Never mind. Let's not dwell on that and risk your overthinking. In any case, I wish you a safe journey." "I will," Zhang Heng replied, bidding farewell to a few others before setting off toward Taiyan. He flew directly along the highway toward Taiyan, unfamiliar with the route. The highway was lined with numerous vehicles, their occupants largely absent, while zombies roamed the surroundings. As he progressed, the traffic situation worsened, with cars congested together, some reduced to mere skeletal frames by fire. Arriving at a nearby service station, Zhang Heng glanced at the darkening sky. Night was approaching, and visibility was diminishing. He felt it prudent to rest at the service station. Although zombies were wandering about, they were merely low-level, ordinary ones. Zhang Heng paid them little mind, dispatching a few with ease before heading towards the service station shop, expecting to find some items still available within. Unexpectedly, Zhang Heng discovered that the shelves within the service station had been completely stripped bare, leaving not even a single trash bag behind. It seemed that someone had already visited this place. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman echoed from upstairs. Zhang Heng paused briefly before rushing up to the second floor. The staircase was entirely blocked by several sofa mattresses, leaving him no choice but to leap directly to the second floor. Upon reaching the window, he beheld a woman, battered and bruised, being throttled by a man who was clad only in a pair of briefs. The man's eyes were wild, his hands gripping the woman's throat with fervor. "You wretched creature, did you indulge in my chocolate bar last night? That was the last one." The woman's complexion had turned a disturbing shade of red and blue, as she appeared on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Heng shattered the window, the sound startling the man enough to release his grip and stand up in alarm. The woman on the floor began to cough violently, gasping for fresh air. The man stared at Zhang Heng, bewildered. Who are you? Are you here to rescue me?" Zhang Heng, puzzled, replied, "What are you doing?" The man, with rage evident in his expression, glared at the woman on the ground. "This wretched creature. She secretly devoured the chocolate bar, the last of our food." The woman struggled to rise, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Wang Cheng, you scoundrel. During this time, I have endured sleepless nights with you, and you think it was for what? It was all for food. You hid our provisions and claimed they were gone. Did you wish to starve me? I merely consumed what rightfully belonged to me. If it weren't for the apocalypse, do you think I would have shared your bed? Look at yourself. You're nothing more than an ordinary gas station worker, merely refused living at the bottom of society. And now here I am saved. Someone has come to rescue me. And it is him. He assaulted me. He assaulted me." Zhang Heng sighed helplessly and stated, "You two should face reality and learn to survive together. I have neither the time nor the inclination to meddle in your affairs." At his words, both the man and woman were momentarily stunned. Wang Cheng, astonished, asked, You aren't here to save us? We haven't eaten ages." The woman, incredulous, questioned how this could be. Is there no rescue team? Are you not one of them? We've endured for 2 months. We need to reach a safe place with ample food. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. Such dreams are what you might envision in your sleep, but I cannot fulfill them. Outside, zombies roam freely, and everyone is struggling for sustenance. You must save yourselves. Wang Cheng's face turned ashen, realizing the grim truth. There would be no one to rescue them. Zhang Heng nodded, acknowledging the harsh reality of their situation. Self-rescue was imperative. So, cease your quarrel and strive to coexist. Endeavor to survive together. I intend to stay here for the night, so please refrain from any further disputes, lest you disturb my peace. At that moment, the woman urgently interjected, Hey, take me with you. I can't endure another moment with this man. He is nothing but trash, a useless being. For 2 months, he has merely cowered here, displaying no semblance of masculinity, only uttering sleep with me incessantly. I cannot bear it any longer. Please, take me away. I implore you. I will do anything you ask. Zhang Heng shook his head, declaring, I have stated my position. I do not wish to meddle in your affairs. You must resolve your issues on your own, and do not disturb me further. Otherwise, you both may as well perish here. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Heng produced an automatic pistol from his pocket. Instantly, Wang Cheng and the woman fell silent, struck by fear. Chapter 146. No evolvers in Tai and Zhang Heng spent a night at the service station, an uneventful night. The following morning, he took flight directly from the window. As for the 2 individuals at the service station, he had already warned them. Their fate was no longer his concern. Zhang Heng soared through the air, eventually arriving at the toll station in Taiyan. The toll booth was congested with vehicles, both arriving and departing. And some cars appear to contain struggling zombies attempting to break free from the confines of their windows. It seemed that some individuals had managed to escape from Taiyan otherwise. Such a multitude of vehicles would not be present. He continued his flight forward. The Taiyan district had constructed numerous electronic factories, and he could see several of them. The number of zombies was considerable, yet there were no signs of crawlers or survivors. He pressed on. Was there truly an absence of survivors in Taiyan? The streets of the city were nearly overrun with zombies. With such a plethora of undead, was there truly no one to cleanse this city? If there were any evolvers present, surely they would have eradicated some of the zombies. Yet he had not witnessed any fallen corpses. The number of aberrant subtypes was in the hundreds. Grotesque forms were scattered everywhere. He continued onward. Crawlers. It appeared that crawlers had overtaken the central area of Taiyan, with 5 or 6 of them sprawled on the ground, seemingly in slumber. These zombies lacked natural predators and were, in essence, thriving in their savage existence. It would not be surprising if they encountered Titan. Wait, a Titan? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly realized a rather troubling possibility. He hoped his suspicions were unfounded. A sense of hesitation washed over him. He decided to seek out a local survivor to inquire about the situation. In such a vast city, surely he could find at least one survivor? Zhang Heng concealed himself in a nearby hideout. He then released his companions, number 1 and number 2, from a spatial backpack. Upon landing, they surveyed their surroundings before turning to Zhang Heng. Ma Gu, along with number 2, please scout for any signs of survivors nearby, Zhang Heng instructed. Ma Gu and number 2 promptly dashed out. Zhang Heng then took control of Ma Gu, who would now operate under his guidance. He wandered through the city, searching for any clues. Suddenly, within a building, Zhang Heng spotted an individual peering out from behind curtain. Astonished by the ease of his discovery, he promptly disengaged from Ma Ji's body and flew toward the building, relying on his memory to navigate. Tai Lai Building, 29th floor. Zhang Heng knocked on the glass. A man in his 30s approached, his expression one of shock. But he halted mid-stride, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. This was the 29th floor, after all. How could anyone be flying in the air? Zhang Heng knocked again on the glass, offering a reassuring glance. It was only then that the man slowly opened the window. As he opened the window, a frigid gust of wind rushed in. Zhang Heng immediately said, I am human, just like you. May I enter? The man, with a bitter smile, replied, How can you fly? I am an evolver. Zhang Heng responded, Of course I can fly. Are you not an evolver? The man shook his head. I do not know what an evolver is, but you may come in. Zhang Heng swiftly climbed through the window, and upon landing, he straightened his clothes and inquired, "Do you live here alone?" The man nodded. "Yes, alone." "Alone? For over 2 months? What is your source of food?" Zhang Heng scrutinized the structure of the house with curiosity. The place was relatively tidy. It was impressive that this fellow had not gone mad after 2 months. Zhang Heng then noticed a game screen on the man's computer, where a character was automatically battling monsters. Unable to contain his laughter, he remarked, "Have you been playing games this entire time?" The man chuckled awkwardly. "Yes. Indeed, I've been gaming. No one else is competing for the monsters. There are just too many bosses, and I can't keep up with them daily." Zhang Heng let out a bitter laugh in response, grateful that the game's servers had not been shut down. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to play, but he wouldn't even be able to log in. "How have you managed to survive these past few months? Surely, you cannot go without food indefinitely," he asked. The man explained, "This building is mostly deserted, and there are no zombies. I usually scavenge from apartment to apartment for something to eat. There seems to be no power outage here, and the contents of the refrigerator appear to be edible for quite some time." He scratched the back of his head and added, "I feel like I am the only one who hasn't succumbed to despair since the apocalypse began. I've seen numerous posts online. Many people seem to have chosen suicide, while others fret about food. In the short term, I do not seem to worry about food." He continued, "The security in this building is quite good, and there are no zombies. However, I have dealt with some in certain rooms, but those outside remain uncertain." Zhang Heng felt a tinge of disappointment at this. "So, you have no idea what is happening outside?" The man suddenly exclaimed, I know what has happened. At first, there were still people outside, including some evolvers like you. However, after a month, they all vanished without a trace. I do not know why." He added, "Evolvers possess the capability to survive here. The likelihood of them disappearing suddenly is quite rare, unless they collectively left this place or were slain by the Titan corpses." The man continued, "Not long ago, I saw a group of people, but they were peculiar. Those zombies did not attack them, and they were leaping from building to building, traversing the rooftops." At this moment, Zhang Heng picked up his phone. He had come to Tian because the direction the female Titan had taken was towards Tian. Could it be that the group the reclusive man spoke of was the female Titan and her companions? Their appearance was quite similar to that of humans, which could also explain the accumulation of zombies in this area. Did the female Titans ultimately choose to eradicate humanity? Or was it the evolvers who initiated the assault upon them? Zhang Heng glanced at the otaku and said, "You carry on. I shall take a respite." "All right." The otaku hurried off to play his game, seemingly unconcerned about how his future might unfold. Zhang Heng settled onto the sofa, retrieved his phone, and sent a text to the female Titan, inquiring, "Where are you now?" He held his phone, waiting for a brief moment. After approximately 10 minutes, a message arrived. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Heng responded, "I have arrived in Tian and discovered that there are not a single survivor here. Was it your doing?" The female Titan replied, "Indeed." A wave of unease washed over Zhang Heng as he realized that they had been eliminating survivors here for the past month. Chapter 147. A dreadful future. The female Titan directly requested to add him as a friend. Zhang Heng accepted the request, and soon a video call came through. The female Titan, arms crossed and leaning against a long bench, spoke softly. "Zhang Heng." Lin Wenyu appeared to be in a room adorned with upscale decorations, suggesting she resided in a high-end community. "Are you still in Tian?" Lin Wenyu nodded. "The survivors here are fiercely resisting. We haven't finished them off yet. Have you come to Tian as well? Do you plan to join this battle? Or are you standing with the survivors? Or are you with me? Surely, you wouldn't want to become my enemy, would you?" Zhang Heng adjusted his breathing and inquired, "What sparked the conflict?" With a faint smile, Lin Wenyu replied, "They attacked us first. What could we do? After all, we are zombies. Although we possess human appearances, our skin tone and eyes are vastly different from those of humans. Our exterior is too conspicuous, prompting them to initiate the attack, and we had no choice but to retaliate." Zhang Heng asked, "What is their strength like?" Lin, when you pause for a moment before responding, "The strongest among them has only unlocked the second gene lock, and everyone follows his lead. We are merely entertaining ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't have remained here for a month." My teammates view this as a hunting game, and they are reveling in it. At a loss for words, Zhang Heng had no intention of provoking this Titan squad. Given his current strength, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Lin Wenyu remarked, "You're quite unique. I mean your abilities. You have 2 zombie companions. Although they are only second tier, your powers extend beyond mere control of cold air. You can also command zombies. I have never encountered such an evolved being before. Unfortunately, you are human, and I am a zombie. Inevitably, we shall become adversaries one day. Tian is not safe either. My teammates have gone on a killing spree, and in the future, we will strike first upon encountering humans. I once believed we could coexist peacefully with humanity. It is truly regrettable, Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "My zombies do not instill fear in others because they eliminate other zombies. I believe you could do the same. Even if you merely hinted at your capability to kill other zombies, I doubt any evolved beings would attack you. Moreover, in my area, the zombies are clustered together. Clearly, you summoned them in a similar manner. You have transformed into titans, haven't you?" Lin Wenyu nodded. "This is our ability to summon other zombies to gather. Without this method, we could not attract all the zombies in Tian. Do you think this is the reason we are being attacked?" Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. "Isn't that enough? If I were in their position, I would also rally other evolved beings to attack you." Lin Wenyu sighed helplessly, realizing that coexistence between humans and zombies had become impossible. "However, if it were you, the next time we encounter one another, I would instruct my team to spare you. You possess the rare privilege of not being exterminated by us. Take solace in that, Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng smiled wryly and replied, "Should I then express my gratitude to you?" At that moment, a man entered Lin Wenyu's room, the peculiar zombie they had previously encountered. The bizarre zombie raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zhang Heng. "You really don't even spare your own kind?" Zhang Heng responded, "We are merely exchanging information, engaging in conversation." The strange zombie glanced at Lin Wenyu. "Are you truly intent on continuing this with him?" Lin Wenyu stood and picked up her phone, saying, "Zhang Heng, it seems we must take our leave. I wish you good fortune." With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Zhang Heng stared blankly at his phone. If Lin Wenyu's Titan team continued their ruthless campaign, they would eliminate all evolved beings in every city they entered, selectively recruiting those zombies who exhibited Titan-like traits. Over time, this Titan squad would undoubtedly grow formidable. Meanwhile, the survivors in this world might struggle to unite like the Titan zombies. Their primary concern remained the pursuit of sustenance for survival. Under these circumstances, humanity stood a significant risk of being extinguished by the Titan team. No, perhaps the evolved beings in this region were simply too weak, and the Titan squad had yet to encounter any formidable opponents. Should they meet a strong, evolved being, their advance might be halted. There was still hope for humanity. At that moment, the otaku rose and inquired, "Who were you speaking with just now?" Zhang Heng replied, "A friend. Why do you ask?" The otaku continued, "Lunch is approaching. I was wondering if you would like to join me." It was then that Zhang Heng noticed the otaku holding 2 boxes of self-eating rice. Zhang Heng then asked, "What do you plan to do next once the food runs out?" The otaku chuckled, "Don't I live on the 29th floor? I could just jump down to avoid this hassle. However, at least I won't resort to that until I've finished my food." In truth, living in this apocalypse held little meaning, did it not? Zhang Heng paused, realizing that the otaku had resigned himself to a fate of certain death. To perish once the food was gone? Zhang Heng contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have important matters to attend to and significant goals to achieve. I believe you should set a goal for yourself as well. When the next heavy rain arrives, remember to open your window. Perhaps you will become an evolved being. Until then." Zhang Heng retrieved some food from the spatial vortex and placed it on the ground. "If you wish to continue living, you can head to the shelter outside Jiangnan City. It is one I constructed. Just mention that I sent you, and they will surely accept you." The reclusive young man glanced at the supplies strewn across the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. "Why do you offer me hope? It is a cruel thing to do." Zhang Heng blinked and replied, "Have I erred in my intentions?" The young man sighed in resignation. "I understand your goodwill. Yet even if I were to become an evolved being, I would still be unable to reach Jiangnan City. Death would be an end to all. Living, however, brings hope that remains unattainable, and that is true despair. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Zhang Heng asked, "So, do you not want these supplies?" The young man suddenly grinned. "Of course I do. I believe I have spotted some blue crabs. In any case, thank you. With a stroke of good fortune, I might find refuge in your haven. If luck does not favor me, then so be it." Chapter 148. The Dragon Kingdom rescue team Zhang Heng had not even inquired about the name of the reclusive young man, but it mattered little. Their encounter was merely a fleeting moment. He left behind some provisions, hoping the young man would manage to survive. Zhang Heng exited the young man's room and ascended to the rooftop of the building. The corridor was devoid of zombies, with numerous corpses strewn across the floor, likely the handiwork of the young man. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Heng marveled at the clarity of the sky, a rare sight, perhaps due to the absence of automobile emissions for the past 2 months. His gaze swept around, and soon he spotted the Titan squad, who were methodically retreating from the city. This indicated that the evolutionists in this city had been dealt with by this very squad. It was only a matter of time before they would become adversaries. Jiangnan City had merely been fortunate. He took the initiative to make contact with the Titans. However, the evolutionists in other cities were not as fortunate. Standing atop the building, Zhang Heng looked down and saw numbers 1 and 2 appearing beside him. His attention was drawn to a crawler below, and he addressed the system, expressing his desire to tame it. Confirmation complete. Zombie number 3 bound. Zombino 3, strength, 202 speed, 65 mentality, 42 gene, LV3 abilities, self-healing LV5, steel skin LV4, veracity LV2. Zhang Heng glanced at zombie number 3's attributes. Its strength was remarkable, though its speed and mentality were somewhat lacking. The self-healing ability was impressively high, at level 5. Steel skin, he was well aware of its defensive capabilities. Impervious even to tank fire. Veracity, perhaps it had an insatiable appetite. The crawler detached itself from the horde of zombies, gradually making its way up to Zhang Heng's building. Its claws dug into the wall, allowing it to scale the structure with ease. In no time, the crawler had reached Zhang Heng's side. It leaned forward, and Zhang Heng gently patted its head, then turned his gaze toward the zombies below in Tiannan City. "Those zombies down there are yours to handle," he declared. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously gazed down at the horde, and without hesitation, they descended the building, charging into the mass of corpses below. The crawler opened its cavernous mouth, biting into 4 ordinary zombies and swallowing them whole, while numbers 1 and 2 unleashed their respective abilities to dismantle the zombies. As the zombies sensed the commotion, they surged toward the 3 zombies. Zhang Heng employed multiple control techniques, assisting from the sidelines while also honing his own skills. This battle raged on until darkness enveloped the city. Multiple control enhanced. Promoted to multiple control LV1. Gene unlock progress increased by 3. It seemed that the gene unlock progress for zombies 1, 2, and 3 had also seen an uptick. Zhang Heng gazed at the crawler's voracious ability with a look of bewilderment. Voracious, capable of devouring other zombies to enhance genetic unlocking progress, which can be shared. The genetic unlocking progress of zombie number 3 increased to 9, while both number 1 and number 2 also saw significant gains. It seemed that the crawler's consumption of other zombies could elevate the genetic unlocking progress of the entire team. This ability, quite impressive indeed. As twilight descended, Zhang Heng stored the 3 zombies into a spatial backpack, planning to explore the area around Tian City. Given that the Titan squad had eradicated the evolutionaries here, there should be a considerable amount of supplies left behind. With a mindset of waste not, want not, Zhang Heng first set his sights on a shopping mall. The Yintai Mall is a chain brand, and at this moment, Zhang Heng arrived at the Yintai Mall in Tian City. Surrounding the mall were countless abandoned vehicles, creating a makeshift barrier. The building's exterior bore numerous damages, with several floors displaying terrifying fist marks, evidently the handiwork of the Titans. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Zhang Heng proceeded cautiously inside, where he found a considerable pile of mattresses strewn about, indicating that this place had once been a refuge for some team. Where's the food storage room? After a thorough search of the 3rd floor yielded no significant discoveries, he proceeded to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Heng was greeted by a corner stacked with instant food and several frozen refrigerators, confirming his suspicion that this was indeed the food storage area. In the center, several large pots were neatly arranged, while a substantial number of gas canisters piled up in the left corner, suggesting this was their regular dining area. Zhang Heng first gathered all the supplies packed in cardboard boxes into his spatial backpack, then made his way toward the freezers. The dozen or so freezers were crammed with an abundance of beef, lamb, chicken, and duck, easily amounting to over 1,000 pounds. Within a few minutes, Zhang Heng had thoroughly scavenged the place. However, at that moment, a sudden whirring sound of a propeller resonated from the sky. Zhang Heng paused briefly, moving toward the window. To his surprise, the window above him shattered, and a man descended from above via a rope. Soon after, 4 or 5 others followed suit, also using ropes to lower themselves down. A dozen rifles were immediately aimed at Zhang Heng. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing a hat, who raised his hand to halt the others and produced a device pointed at Zhang Heng. After the device emitted a green sound, the man lowered his rifle and approached Zhang Heng. "Greetings, I am Jiang Zhenghua, a soldier from Longhua. May I inquire if there are any other survivors here besides yourself?" Zhang Heng, perplexed, responded, "Are you here to rescue survivors?" The man nodded, replying, "It may be a bit late, but not too late. We are indeed searching for survivors, attempting to lead them to a safe refuge. What about your companions?" Zhang Heng replied, "My companions are not here. They are in Jiangnan City, where I have established a refuge. There are at least 1,000 people there, comprised of various small teams. The survivors in Taiyan City must be few." Jiang Zhenghua exclaimed, "Over 1,000? How did they manage to survive?" Zhang Heng smiled gently. "The majority are evolved beings. They assist each other and have persevered together." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenghua nodded in understanding. "Jiangnan City? I will remember that. Furthermore, you are now safe. Allow me to escort you to the shelter we have constructed. There, you will find many survivors like yourself, along with ample food and security. Isn't there supposed to be a nuclear explosion in 3 years? How have these people emerged to rescue others? Could it be that they intend to gather and select promising, evolved individuals to take them to the underground world? This might be the most opportune moment to investigate this matter and perhaps establish contact." Zhang Heng nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Zhenghua smiled slightly, saying, "It is our duty. Now, let us depart. I will lead you away from this place." Chapter 149. The turmoil of the National Defense Shelter at this moment. Zhang Heng sat aboard a military helicopter, facing a group of fully armed soldiers from the Dragon Nation. Opposite him, Jiang Zhenghua gazed at Zhang Heng, enveloped in an indescribable sense of unease. How had he endured the 2 months since the viral outbreak? Zhang Heng countered with a question, inquiring about their own experiences. Jiang Zhenghua paused momentarily before responding. "We received orders from our superiors to proceed to the underground base, where we have been undergoing rescue training." Zhang Heng recounted the harrowing events of the first day of the apocalypse, a torrential downpour that transformed the majority of people into zombies, plunging the city into a relentless cycle of attacks and bloodshed. It wasn't until the following day that the situation began to ease slightly. By the 3rd day, they had come to terms with the grim reality that their world had become overrun with flesh-eating zombies. They began to risk zombie encounters in search of sustenance, a perilous endeavor that continued until the present day. Though he conveyed his situation succinctly, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation grasped the underlying hardships. For 2 months, an ordinary person had navigated life in a city teeming with zombies. Even trained soldiers like themselves might not have survived. Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, "Where exactly are you taking me?" Jiang Zhenghua replied, "We should be arriving soon." After an indeterminate period, the helicopter began its descent. Looking down, Zhang Heng beheld a 3-story structure, approximately 1,000 square meters in size. He recognized this type of building from television. It was constructed from a steel frame, reportedly capable of being erected in a single day when populated. Furthermore, it was exceptionally sturdy, even resilient against earthquakes. National Defense Shelter Number 18. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Zhang Heng was approached by several individuals clad in protective gear, who escorted him to a room. There, he was instructed to disrobe before undergoing disinfection, bathing, and blood tests. This entire process consumed over an hour, after which he was ushered into a space filled with fellow survivors. All the survivors donned identical white jumpsuits. In his hand, Zhang Heng held an identification card bearing a number, which he was to use to locate his designated bunk. As Zhang Heng entered the sleeping quarters, a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward him. These men were separated by curtains, reminiscent of those found in hospital wards, capable of enclosing each bed entirely. Ah, a new face. Hello, I'm Fang Jian. Pleased to meet you, greeted a middle-aged man in his 40s, extending his hand in salutation. Zhang Heng nodded, replying, I am Zhang Heng. It is a pleasure to meet you all. As night fell, newcomers continued to arrive, both men and women, until evening settled in. At that point, a hospital staff member dressed in protective gear entered and announced, in a moment, I will call out the numbers. Those whose numbers I call should follow me to leave this place. On the 8th, 11th, 14th, 22nd, and 55th, a total of over a dozen individuals were summoned. Zhang Heng realized that these individuals were all evolvers like himself. The group lined up behind the doctors clad in protective gear, escorted by soldiers, as they exited the dormitory area. Where are they taking us? It is already evening, and we have yet to dine. I cannot shake the feeling that my personal freedom has been infringed upon. Must we remain confined to the dormitory? At this moment, a soldier interjected, Do not speak. Remain silent unless instructed otherwise. It was Eighth who responded, a young man in his 20s, upon hearing the soldier's words. Could not contain his laughter. Hey, are you mistaken? We are not prisoners. Are we not allowed to speak? Had I known this place would be like this, I would have preferred to stay in my own room. At least there I was free to forage for food. Here, I am subjected to your indignities? 14th chimed in. Indeed, it has been 2 months since the apocalypse began, and only now do you send someone to rescue us? Why not wait a little longer? The soldiers remained silent. The leading doctor then declared, All right, we have arrived. Now, you will enter the rooms on either side for examination in turn. Suddenly, Eighth halted. No way. You cannot possibly intend to use us for experiments. Are you all evolvers? Upon utterance of these words, a collective realization dawned upon them. They were indeed all evolvers. Did the Dragon Kingdom government intend to conduct research on them? Zhang Heng seemed to share this sentiment. The doctor responded, It is not research on you, but rather an understanding of you. We seek to comprehend why the virus is ineffective against you, how some among you have become evolvers with various abilities, while others remain ordinary. We require your cooperation to combat the virus. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, are you not willing to make this small sacrifice? We are providing you with free food, accommodation, and a safe environment. Eighth could not help but laugh. I have not starved these past 2 months without you. I refuse to be your guinea pig. Return my clothes, and I shall return to my own home. Exactly. After enduring such a hellish existence, only to find that the dawn is merely an opportunity for you to use us as test subjects? Not a chance. You inept government of the Dragon Kingdom. Knowing full well what was to transpire in this world, why did you not warn us sooner? My daughter, my son, my parents, all perished in the apocalypse. This is all you're doing. Yes, you soldiers hid away before the outbreak, which indicates you were aware of the impending catastrophe. Damn it. You are the ones who caused our demise. You are the ones who took my family. The atmosphere instantly descended into chaos. The soldiers swiftly raised their rifles. Everyone remained still. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, I shall not show mercy. We have received orders that if you resist with force, we are entitled to defend ourselves. How dare you? In an instant, Number 8 revealed tusks akin to a wild boar, and his physique transformed into an imposing figure, adorned with thick, dark fur. However, the moment he kicked down a soldier from the Dragon Nation, all firearms were immediately aimed at him. A barrage of gunfire ensued, and Number 8 fell into a pool of blood. The remaining individuals were left dumbfounded. Are you truly firing your weapons? Are you here to save lives, or to take them? I cannot stay here any longer. I wish to leave. Show us the exit. The doctor smiled faintly and replied, Without special reasons, you cannot leave this place. Now, proceed to the laboratory and cooperate with our research. Chapter 150. Refusal of rescue. At that moment, a chilling mist suddenly enveloped the arena, rendering all soldiers immobile. Zhang Heng slowly removed his clothing and retrieved a new outfit from the spatial vortex before heading toward the research facility. This place, where survivors were indiscriminately shot, was not worth lingering in. It seemed he had been overly naive to believe that the government of the Dragon Nation was there to rescue them. With a decisive leap, Zhang Heng soared away from defense shelter number 18. Shelter? Perhaps it was more aptly termed a research base. There were other survivors present. Yet Zhang Heng chose not to act too ruthlessly. He merely departed from the location. He returned to Jiangnan City and made a phone call to the Pan family. If the military were to claim they were coming to rescue them, he would simply refuse their assistance. He also inquired about recent developments. It appeared that the zombies within Jiangnan City had been dealt with, and the survivors were diligently transporting the corpses outside the city for burial. Furthermore, the majority of survivors had allied themselves with the Yalong Nation in the Highway District. It seemed everyone had united in solidarity. Upon returning to the shelter, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, having learned of Zhang Heng's imminent arrival, eagerly awaited him. In the conference room, Zhang Heng convened a group of officials to share his experiences from the journey. Pan Jiaying remarked that the rescue team dispatched by the Dragon Nation was merely interested in studying the evolved beings. This was the information they had received, and it was likely that a rescue team from the Dragon Nation would soon discover their location and come to engage with them. At that point, she would refuse their assistance. Should they act recklessly, they would have no choice but to resist. At that moment, Su Bo interjected, expressing his astonishment that the Dragon Nation would resort to shooting survivors, a notion he had not anticipated. Had the government of the Dragon Nation truly changed? Lin Xueshi responded, stating that in this post-apocalyptic world, everything was undergoing transformation, including their government. Suddenly, a guard burst into the room, his face alight with excitement. Leaders, I bring good news. The Dragon Nation has sent personnel to rescue us. We are saved. So soon? Although Zhang Heng was aware that the primary destination for the Dragon Nation's military rescue efforts would undoubtedly be the surrounding area of the city, he hurried back, surprised by the rapidity of their arrival. He stepped outside first, where several helicopters had landed at the entrance of the shelter. A soldier, armed and waiting, stood at the door to greet Zhang Heng. As the iron gate slowly opened, Zhang Heng beheld the soldier awaiting him, along with a group of fully armed troops behind him. Having just escaped from the defense shelter, Zhang Heng's expression soured at the sight of these soldiers. The impression left by the military he had encountered previously, as well as this rescue team, was far from favorable. My name is Lin Xiang. I have heard that you are part of the Union, and you must be their president, correct? Zhang Heng nodded and inquired, is there something you need? Lin Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. Can't you see? We are the rescue team from the Dragon Kingdom, here to save you. You are now safe. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, all the zombies in Jiangnan City have been eradicated by me and the other evolved beings. Hundreds of thousands of them. Do we really need your assistance? Lin Xiang was momentarily stunned. You have eliminated hundreds of thousands of zombies? How? How did you manage that? Zhang Heng responded coolly, in any case, we do not require your aid. Perhaps you could visit the Yalong country in the Highway District. Their population should be in the thousands. I wonder if they need assistance. Lin Xiang was astonished upon his arrival in the city. Why were the people living so well here, devoid of zombies? He was shocked to learn that they had been completely eliminated. The evolved beings were indeed formidable. At a loss for words, he stammered, so, you do not need rescuing? Zhang Heng nodded, correct, we do not need rescue. We appreciate the goodwill of the state. We can sustain ourselves. Lin Xiang forced a smile and nodded, very well, I shall not impose further. He and his companions departed. At this moment, Cheng Chong remarked, do you truly believe they will leave so readily? Zhang Heng replied, what else can they do? Can they force us to accompany them? Suddenly, one of the members asked, President, why don't we accept the rescue from the Dragon Kingdom government? Another added, indeed, some appear perplexed by this. Zhang Heng addressed them. If you wish to accept the rescue, I will not hold you back. You may go with them. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. The Dragon Kingdom rescue team has arrived. Following the state should provide us with better prospects, right? Surely they will arrange a safe place for us to live. We must trust our government. The majority seemed inclined to accept the rescue. Zhang Heng hastily called out to Lin Xiang, Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang paused and returned, President Zhang. Have you changed your mind? Zhang Heng replied. Some members of my union wish to return with them. Perhaps you could facilitate their arrangements. Lin Xiang nodded. All right. May I know who they are? Zhang Heng then said, those who wish to leave the shelter, please step outside. In an instant, many began to walk out. The number of people in the union dwindled to 2/3. Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the exodus. Seeing so many survivors eager to leave, Lin Xiang couldn't help but smile. President Zhang, your people are willing to return with me. What about you? Do you not wish to join them? Zhang Heng shook his head and remarked, those willing to accept rescue are likely behind you. The remaining individuals seem to wish to remain here. Lin Xiang nodded in agreement, saying, they have been well protected by you. Your strength is commendable. Should you wish to join us, we would certainly welcome you. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, thank you. But for now, I do not wish to leave this place. Lin Xiang expressed his regret. Very well then. He then began to arrange for rescue aircraft. As the sounds of planes taking off filled the air, with many people being evacuated, those who remained were primarily the leaders of the survival guild, who voluntarily chose to stay with Zhang Heng, refusing rescue. Chapter 151. Let us depart. In the ensuing days, helicopters incessantly traversed Jiangnan City. Numerous individuals appeared to have been evacuated. The pressure on Zhang Heng, the president, was immense. During this period, several military personnel arrived, intending to persuade him to accept assistance. Zhang Heng contemplated fleeing under the cover of night. Pan Jiaying cast her gaze upon the descending helicopter, pondering who might be arriving this time to persuade Zhang Heng. This time, it was a woman, Su Ling, whom Zhang Heng recognized. Upon seeing him, Su Ling could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, I didn't expect this day to arrive so swiftly. I heard you turned down the rescue. Zhang Heng replied, it seems you have become one of them? Su Ling smiled faintly, responding, indeed, I am now affiliated with the military of Longhua. I have also handed over Longwan Island to the government. So it appears we can no longer exchange seafood for potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, should you accept their rescue, the government is willing to offer you a military position, as I have spoken highly of you before them. What do you say? Zhang Heng shook his head, stating, I'm afraid I am too disillusioned with the government of Longhua to accept their aid, and the individuals behind me feel the same. Su Ling sighed helplessly. But if you refuse their assistance, they will not let you off the hook, especially now, as the government is exceedingly interested in evolvers, and you are among the elite. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. They may find me intriguing, but I hold no interest in them. We live freely here every day. Why will we choose a life dictated by others? At this moment, Lin Xueshi interjected, Zhang Heng is correct. We have no desire to join the government. We can provide our own safe haven and source of food. The resolve in the eyes of the others was equally unwavering. Su Ling then remarked, if you refuse assistance, you will be deemed private armed insurgents. Do you think Longhua will tolerate your existence? Zhang Heng laughed. What do you mean? Are you now lecturing me on law and morality? The instant the apocalypse descended, the law ceased to exist. Longhua is merely a name of an organization on Blue Star. To threaten me in this manner? You underestimate me. Su Ling chuckled. Are you certain you wish to oppose a nation? Pan Jiaying, perplexed, questioned. Is refusing aid tantamount to opposing the government? Is there no rule of law? For instance, I live quite comfortably and wouldn't engage in actions threatening the state. I even assist in eliminating zombies. Yet, simply declining to join your ranks, is that considered opposition? Ignoring Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, Su Ling fixated her gaze upon Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, I have already informed you that you can only sustain yourself on land for 3 years at most. After 3 years, everything will vanish. Sooner or later, you'll have to join us. Why not do so now? Zhang Heng smiled faintly and remarked, your intention to annihilate the world, to reconstruct, it is utterly absurd. I wager even the underworld would oppose such an endeavor. Should such a calamity truly unfold, I possess means to survive, so there is no need for your concern. You may leave. I shall relocate tonight. Su Ling could not suppress a laugh. Relocate? The Dragon Kingdom is currently engaged in comprehensive rescue efforts. Where do you think you can go? You would still be discovered by the rescue teams. Zhang Heng replied calmly. Let us end this conversation. I have expressed all I wish to say. Su Ling, visibly irate, approached Zhang Heng. You are indeed infuriating. Are you so unwilling to trust your country? Zhang Heng met her gaze and stated, I witnessed Dragon Kingdom soldiers executing survivors. How can I trust such a nation? They clearly had ample time to save more lives and prevent further infections from a virus, yet they chose to hide away, only emerging 2 months later to feign a desire to rescue us. How can I place my faith in such a country? I apologize, Su Ling, but I do not have a father waiting for me in the underworld. Thus, I must decline. I will relocate tonight, and regardless of what transpires thereafter, I shall never align myself with the state. If you intend to resort to force against me, you have gravely misjudged your opponent. Do not underestimate the evolved. Su Ling's expression darkened slightly. You are quite obstinate. Do not regret your choice later. Zhang Heng smiled gently. I am an adult, and adults take responsibility for their choices. Whatever the consequences may be, I will choose to face them with a smile. Sulinkhov, Gudvie. Wait. At that moment, Lin Shi and Lin Lei emerged. Lin Shi addressed Zhang Heng. Chairman Zhang, I apologize. I do not wish to oppose the government. It feels rather strange. Zhang Heng nodded. It is fine. You may go. Is there anyone else wishing to accept rescue? Now is the time. At that moment, Zhao Chunlei and his wife Li Chunhua also stepped forward. Zhao Chunlei, looking awkward, said, I am sorry, Chairman Zhang. You have taken such good care of me during this time, and yet Zhang Heng smiled gently. Do not dwell on such matters. Go on. I have stated that everything is voluntary. Li Chunhua's eyes glistened with tears as she turned and walked toward the shelter's exit. Zhang Heng then glanced at Zhao Yanan beside him. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and declared, I have decided to follow you. I have discussed this matter with my parents over the past few days, and it is what led me to leave the shelter. Zhang Heng offered a wry smile and nodded. Very well. Next came the cook and her daughter, Xiao Bai. It was evident that they both felt somewhat embarrassed, but the backing of the state was far more formidable than that of the guild. In an instant, the members of Zhang Heng's survival guild had all departed. Except for the initial group that remained, everyone else had been absorbed by the government. At the moment the iron gate closed, Zhang Heng turned to look at the few individuals behind him. Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi, Zhao Yinan, Cheng Chang, and Su Bo. Only they were left. Su Bo then remarked, After all the twists and turns, it seems we're the only ones left, Zhang Heng. We are entrusting everything to you. Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, We were merely a makeshift assembly of companions living together. If they wish to seek better places, I certainly would not hinder them. As long as you all remain by my side, I shall find contentment. At that moment, Cheng Chang inquired, You mentioned moving tonight, but with just a few of us. Where can we possibly go? We can't even move our belongings. Chapter 152. Open secret at this moment, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi instinctively cast a glance at Zhang Heng, a hint of amusement gleaming in their eyes. Cheng Chang seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, Zhang Heng, are you concealing something from me? Zhang Heng replied, Rest assured, you can take the items with you. As for the destination, in the current city, the rescue teams from the Dragon Kingdom are actively engaged in their missions, coming and going frequently. Perhaps we could take a moment to pause and truly savor life. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Heng moved toward the food storage room, prompting the others to follow suit. Cheng Chang gazed at the vast storage area, sighing in resignation. So much food, it's a pity. How on earth can we transport it? Should we find a bus? Zhang Heng responded, There's no need for such trouble. I can manage it. As he spoke, a spatial vortex manifested in his right hand, and in an instant, all the supplies within the warehouse were drawn into the swirling void. Cheng Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an outburst of expletives. Damn it. So you are a spatial evolutionist. Subo also wore a look of disbelief, likely the only two unaware of Zhang Heng's true nature. Zhao Yanan offered a wry smile, remaining silent. Pan Jiaying exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh dear, I was about to burst. Zhang Heng insisted I keep this a secret, even from you. I had nearly spilled the beans several times, but managed to hold back. Su Bo couldn't help but chuckle. It seems our decision to stay was indeed the right one. Cheng Chang, feeling a bit frantic, exclaimed, "You've been keeping this from me for so long. I never imagined you were a spatial ability user. What a revelation." Zhang Heng clarified, "I didn't intend to conceal it, but revealing my identity too early could place us in jeopardy. Now that everyone has departed, I am no longer concerned about my secret being discovered. Moreover, I have discovered a few bunkers, which I can also transport using my spatial abilities. Prepare yourselves. I will retrieve the bunkers, and then we shall seek refuge in a remote forest, taking some time to enjoy life." Cheng Chong couldn't restrain his curiosity. "What exactly are these bunkers? What else have you been hiding from me?" Pan Jiaying patted Cheng Chong's shoulder, reassuring him, "Calm down, Brother Chong. You've been informed of most things." Zhang Heng directly initiated the retrieval of bunker number 1 and bunker number 2. As night fell, he led Pan Jiaying and the others into the wilderness, deciding against keeping the shelter. On the way, Cheng Chong asked, "How much supplies do you really have?" Zhang Heng replied, "Sufficient provisions to last us several lifetimes. Is there anything specific you desire? I could check my spatial backpack. Perhaps I have it." Lin Xueshi licked her lips and asked, "Do you have any ice cream? It's been ages since I last had some." Zhang Heng's right hand shimmered with a blue glow, and moments later, he produced several ice creams. "Wow, you actually have it. I want the strawberry flavor." Pan Jiaying raised her hand and inquired, "Is there a vanilla flavor?" Zhang Heng glanced at Cheng Chong and asked, "Brother Chong, what flavor do you prefer?" Cheng Chong, with a bemused expression, replied, "I shall forego it. I merely find it quite fascinating." At that moment, Zhao Yanin interjected, "I would like chocolate." "Very well, Yanin." Subo then asked, "Yanin, are you truly all right without your parents?" Zhao Yanin shook her head, responding, "I am fine. My parents are ordinary people, and seeking refuge with the state is the wisest choice." The group engaged in casual conversation as they proceeded on their journey until they arrived at a secluded mountainous forest. "Should we relocate bunker number 2 here?" "Affirmative." The ground trembled slightly. Zhang Heng proclaimed, "We have arrived." After saying this, he took a few steps forward and opened a cover resembling a manhole, descending first. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi were well versed in this routine, while Subo, Cheng Chong, and Zhao Yanin were entering the bunker for the first time, filled with wonder at their surroundings. Zhang Heng then stated, "There are a total of 8 rooms. Each of you may choose one." Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi hurriedly dashed toward their respective bedrooms, which were already occupied, leaving Zhang Heng's room and the remaining ones for the others to divide. Cheng Chong gazed incredulously at the scene before him. "Zhang Heng, what on earth is going on? Where exactly did you discover this bunker? How can it possibly have water and electricity? Where do these utilities originate?" Zhang Heng replied, "I am uncertain of their source. But the bunker was discovered in the wilderness when I was searching for a location to construct a shelter. It could have belonged to some affluent individual creating a survival haven for the apocalypse. Alas, it was never utilized, and I have reaped the benefits." Cheng Chong nodded, seemingly convinced by Zhang Heng's explanation. Zhang Heng approached the training room and remarked, "This is the training room, where you can exercise." The group entered the training room, which was a vast expanse of white. Cheng Chong's brows furrowed at the sight. Just a moment ago, I might have believed this was a survival haven built by a wealthy merchant. However, witnessing this scene, I can no longer accept that notion. This space is boundless. Evidently, it surpasses the current technological level of Dragon Country. Perhaps it is the work of divine craftsmanship or the technology of extraterrestrials. Notably, Cheng Chong, unlike most, held a distinct perspective. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. What significance do those details hold? The crucial matter is that we are safe here. No one can find us. Zhao Yanin then inquired, "Can the radar not detect us?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, "That I cannot say for certain." He silently consulted the system within his mind. Undetectable, it cannot be detected by radar. That certainty eased his mind. Thus, they need not worry about being found by any rescue teams again. At this moment, Zhang Heng addressed Pan Jiaying and the others, saying, "Sister Pan, why not prepare us a delicious meal? We have plenty of ingredients in the refrigerator. If there is anything lacking, do let me know." Pan Jiaying nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time for a hearty feast. "Xueshi, come and lend a hand." Zhao Yanin then set down the magnum and said, "Allow me to assist as well." "Of course, Yanin, you can help too. You gentlemen can continue your games here." Chung Chang turned to Zhang Heng and inquired, "Zhang Heng, do you have any plans for what comes next?" Zhang Heng shook his head, replying, "At present, I have no specific plans. My intention is to seek out cities teeming with zombies, to vanquish them and grow stronger." Chapter 153. Transforming the bunker. Chung Chang nodded in understanding, realizing that this plan, while not precisely a plan, was indeed a commendable strategy. Slaying the zombies would enhance their strength, as the crystalline substances within the zombies' brains could bestow greater power. It was likely that those capable were eager to hunt these zombies. Pan Jiaying and her friends prepared a sumptuous dinner. After satisfying their hunger, everyone retreated to their respective bedrooms. With electricity, running water, soft beds, and clean, fresh clothing, the rooms even boasted air conditioning to adjust the temperature at will. The essence of modernity enveloped them. That evening, Pan Jiaying and a few of her girlfriends decided to share a bed, chattering merrily until the late hours. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng was busy contacting a man named Qin Dali through his mobile device. Qin Dali could be considered an undercover agent planted by Zhang Heng within the Dragon Country shelter. Zhang Heng received a message from Qin Dali stating that this place was truly unbearable. They were treated like prisoners, with each individual confined to the space of a mere 1.5-meter bed. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, fully empathizing with the sentiment. He then sent a reply, advising Qin Dali to perform well. Otherwise, how could they expect to escort him to the underground world? Qin Dali responded, "It's unlikely. I've seen many evolved individuals taken to their laboratories for experimentation. I haven't disclosed my status as an evolved being. I'm uncertain how they will treat me subsequently." Zhang Heng gently tapped his fingers, contemplating the fact that those inhabiting the underground world did not seem to have transitioned into evolved beings. The transformation into evolution appeared to be linked to the torrential rains that had swept across Blue Star. Being underground, they were deprived of the atmospheric elements necessary for evolution. Qin Dali inquired, "What exactly are your intentions?" "To be frank, I would prefer to align with you, as at least you would provide me with the equipment to pursue my ambitions." Zhang Heng replied, "Isn't your objective to locate the entrance to the underground world? This presents an opportunity. As for my intentions, I seek to ascertain the truth of a particular matter. If it proves to be genuine, I must find a way to thwart it." Qin Dali pressed, "What matter? Can you not divulge it now?" Zhang Heng replied, "I cannot share that information just yet. You will understand in due time. In any case, I am relying on you." Qin Dali responded with a sigh, "I'll do my best." After retracting his phone, Zhang Heng accessed his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability. Core of Icebergs manifest, strength, 78, speed, 77 mentality, 78 gene, LV33 abilities. Self-healing LV1 mastery of long blade LV1 close combat LV1 mastery of repeating crossbow LV1 ice shield ice spike LV1 ice domain LV1 jet flight LV1 multiple control LV1 points 35673 with over 35,000 points. He pondered what possibilities lay before him. Zhang Heng approached the control panel and addressed the system. "System, can you relocate my spatial farm into the bunker? Could you construct a separate room within the bunker?" "Of course, but it will require a processing fee." Zhang Heng, in a state of disbelief, remarked, "Brother, given our familiarity, is this task not a mere trifle for you? Must you still charge me a service fee?" "Of course. However, it's not excessive. Merely 100 points. "Only 100 points? Consider it done." Upon the deduction of 100 points, the system announced, "Transplantation of the space farm initiated. Transplantation successful." Zhang Heng glanced at the control panel and noticed an additional room on the bunker schematic. This new chamber must be the greenhouse. He observed a newly added door labeled greenhouse on the wall and pushed it open. Just before stepping inside, he anxiously inquired, "Given that time within the space farm flows at several times the rate of the outside world, will I age rapidly upon entry? Acceleration applies solely to cultivated crops." The system replied, alleviating Zhang Heng's concerns. As he surveyed the potato and sweet potato fields ahead, it struck him that with only a handful of them present, these provisions would last a lifetime. He thought it unwise to squander points on crop cultivation. Thus, he exited the greenhouse, intending to inform Sister Pan and the others tomorrow to periodically harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Returning to the control panel, he contemplated upgrading or remodeling the bunker. System. Is it possible to transform the bunker into a mobile mode? Or perhaps a flight mode? Submarine mode? Affirmative. However, it will require a significant number of points. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this transformation? Zhang Heng nodded. The prospect of flying, diving, or moving freely would render him virtually untraceable. To implement mobile, submarine, and flight modes will necessitate a total of 25,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the modification? Only 25,000 points for such capabilities? Zhang Heng smiled subtly and declared, "Then let us proceed with the transformation, ensuring that no one can locate us. If the bunker can move, any unforeseen circumstances could be easily evaded. Who could pursue me through the skies or depths? Should the nuclear explosion anticipated in 3 years indeed occur, I could simply ascend into the heavens to escape its threat. Moreover, the presence of the Titan Squad S zombies cannot be overlooked. Even if a nuclear disaster does not transpire, evading the relentless pursuit of these zombies is a prudent strategy." Deducting 25,000 points, commencing super modification of bunker number 2. Estimated time, 360 hours. 360 hours? That equates to half a month, which is not excessively long. After the deduction, Zhang Heng was left with over 10,000 points. He surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing further to address, and decided to retire to his bedroom for rest. The following morning, the kitchen resonated with the clatter of utensils. It appeared Pan Jiaying and the others were preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, the rescue team from Dragon Country paid another visit to the shelter. However, they were met with an unexpected turn of events. The shelter was utterly deserted. To her astonishment, Zhang Heng and the others had indeed moved away overnight. Su Ling stood at the entrance of the empty shelter, a flash of helplessness crossing her eyes. She never anticipated his profound aversion to joining Long Country. Where could he possibly go? At that moment, a soldier beside Su Ling remarked that since he was unwilling to join, there was little that could be done. However, as long as he remained on the soil of Long Country, we would inevitably discover his whereabouts one day. When that time comes, we shall resort to force if necessary to bring him back. Su Ling pulled out her phone and scrolled through it, realizing she couldn't reach him. Had he perhaps set some restrictions? Where on earth could he have gone? This guy. The soldier then added that she should hope he leaked any information regarding the nuclear explosion. Otherwise, the entire world of evolved beings would descend into chaos. Su Ling furrowed her brow slightly. He probably wouldn't divulge such information. If he did, it would spell disaster for her. Even her father would not be able to protect her then. Chapter 154. The fall of the sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, several individuals were engaged in a game of poker. Pan Jiaying and Zhao Yanan had their faces plastered with white strips, alongside an individual named Su Bo. In contrast, Lin Xueshi and Changgu sported unblemished visages, indicating that these two were likely the victors among the 5. At this moment, the rescue teams from Longhua had commenced their operations in various cities, gathering survivors for shelter. It was a precarious time. Unleashing the zombies could lead to unforeseen calamities. Consequently, Zhang Heng allowed the 3 zombies to amuse themselves within the training room. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the bunker had truly indulged in leisure over the past few days, feasting and drinking, with each seeming to have gained several pounds. On this particular day, rain began to pour from the heavens, and it persisted for 3 days and nights. An intriguing occurrence ensued. The sanctuary, once deemed exceedingly secure, became a breeding ground for zombies following the heavy rains, with the majority being former soldiers of Longhua. In an instant, chaos erupted across the sanctuaries. Zombies possess the unsettling ability to reproduce. The appearance of one heralds the emergence of many. The survivors, well versed in combating these creatures, began devising various methods to escape from the sanctuary. Unfortunately, the sanctuaries constructed by Longhua were not as fortunate. Following the torrential downpour, hundreds of sanctuaries throughout Longhua fell into disarray. Clearly, among these soldiers were those who succumbed to the virus. On the day following the deluge, Zhang Heng departed from the bunker, resolved to investigate the nearby Jiangnan city. Originally free of zombies, he was dismayed to encounter numerous military zombies, all having fled from the sanctuary. Nearby, evolutionaries were attempting to eradicate them. Zhang Heng spotted a familiar face, Jiang Hahai, armed with a rifle. Jiang Hahai was relentlessly firing at the zombies ahead. Zhang Heng descended from the sky and approached Jiang Hahai from behind. Startled, Jiang Hahai quickly turned, aiming his weapon at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng pressed down the barrel of the gun and reassured him, "It's me." Jiang Hahai chuckled, "President Zhang? Long time no see. I heard you refused rescue. Where have you been during this time?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly, glancing around. What transpired here? Jiang Hahai surveyed the sanctuary swarming with zombies. Some soldiers awakened their abilities, while others transformed into zombies. The combination led to the sanctuary's fall, resulting in the demise of numerous survivors. Zhang Heng felt a mix of incredulity and amusement at this revelation. What about the soldiers of Longhua? Jiang Hahai sneered. As you can see, they are all up ahead. We are currently strategizing to eliminate them and salvage the supplies within. Would President Zhang care to partake? Jiang Hahai regarded Zhang Heng with a hint of suspicion. Zhang Heng shook his head, saying, "Rest assured, I have no intention of competing for resources. It was merely raining, and I came to assess the situation. Some events had been anticipated, yet I did not foresee their severity." The entire sanctuary has fallen? Jiang Hahai nodded. Indeed, the rain fell during the night. I had an ominous premonition, so I came to check, only to hear a barrage of gunfire. Within mere minutes, the entire sanctuary succumbed. The soldiers perished here, while some managed to escape via helicopter. They have underestimated this world. If the situation here is such, could it not be that other sanctuaries face a similar fate? Following this incident, Longhua may reconsider its future intentions of annihilating the world with nuclear explosions. The virus does not reside on the surface of Blue Star, but lurks in the atmosphere. Even if all the zombies on Blue Star were eradicated, what are the viruses in the air and the atmosphere? Who can cleanse that? Nuclear explosions are not a remedy for the zombie virus, but a misguided path to global devastation. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow at Jiang Hahai and said, "I shall take my leave now. You may proceed at your own pace." Jiang Hahai then inquired, "President Zhang, are you truly a spatial evolver?" Zhang Heng slightly furrowed his brow and turned to Jiang Hahai, asking, "Why do you ask?" Jiang Hahai smiled faintly, merely out of curiosity. "Let us disregard the question." Zhang Heng said nothing further, instead retrieving his phone and dialing Qin Dali's number. Upon answering, Qin Dali said, "Hello? President Zhang, I'm currently in the underground world, and our sanctuary is besieged by a multitude of zombies." Zhang Heng replied, "Yes, I am aware. I am near the sanctuary. Have you ventured into the underground world?" Qin Dali confirmed, "Yes, a portion of us has descended to the underground world. The signal here is quite poor. I cannot guarantee the call will not drop. In any case, I will find a way to stay in touch." Qin Dali abruptly ended the call. "This fellow is an evolver and still alive. That is indeed good news." Zhang Heng resolved to return to the bunker to inform Changgu and the others before setting off for Tainan. Upon returning to the bunker, Zhang Heng relayed the gathered intelligence to Changgu and the others. Upon hearing the news, Changgu could not help but chuckle. "Isn't this a farce? What becomes of the survivors in that sanctuary?" Zhang Heng shook his head, responding, "I do not know. Some have turned into zombies, while others were taken to the underground world. I just observed outside the sanctuary and did not recognize anyone familiar." At this moment, Pan Jiaying interjected, "Have all the survivors who joined the National Defense Sanctuary perished?" Zhang Heng replied, "Pretty much, yes. Those who are dead, and those who have fled have escaped. However, Jiang Hahai and his team remain, likely to rescue a portion of people. They are currently clearing out the zombies within the sanctuary and intend to transport the supplies outside." Zhao Yanan clenched her fists and asked, Did you see my parents?" Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly, having forgotten about Zhao Yanan. The thought of her parents, he shook his head. "Perhaps I can go confirm their status." Pan Jiaying hastily stood up. "Let us all go. There are still some familiar faces from before. We cannot stand idly by while they face peril." A group of individuals set off towards the direction of Jiangnan City. Upon noticing Zhang Heng and his companions returning, Jiang Hahai was about to inquire about their circumstances, only to observe that several faces appeared rather grim. "President Zhang, what troubles you?" Zhang Heng, with a pallid countenance, responded. "Where have all the survivors who managed to escape gone?" Jiang Hahai blinked, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, and asked, "Are their acquaintances still inside?" Zhang Heng nodded solemnly. Jiang Hahai remarked, "In truth, the interior is entirely sealed off. Essentially, only a handful of soldiers and evolved beings have managed to escape. If the individuals you know are not evolved beings, then..." At that moment, Zhao Yanan walked expressionlessly towards the shelter. Chapter 155. Heartbroken Zhao Yanan at this moment. Zhang Heng followed suit. Pan Jiaying approached and tugged at him, shaking her head. Zhang Heng broke free from Pan Jiaying's grasp and continued forward with Zhao Yanan. Zhao Yanan's parents were inside this shelter. Zhang Heng had momentarily forgotten about this fact. While he could not fully empathize with Zhao Yanan's feelings, he resolved to do what he must. Suddenly, 5 ice spikes appeared in Zhang Heng's hand, soaring through the air towards the horde of zombies ahead, clearing a path. The evolvers surrounding them, engaged in battling the zombies, were momentarily stunned. These 5 diminutive ice spikes possessed astonishing lethality, piercing through the zombies as if their bodies were made of tofu. Before long, the zombies at the entrance were completely eradicated by the ice spikes. Zhang Heng and Zhao Yanan stepped into the shelter. "Yanan, it's possible that your parents have already been taken to the underground world," Zhang Heng remarked. Zhao Yanan, with a calm demeanor, responded, "Thank you for your concern, President Zhang. I merely wish to confirm with my own eyes whether they are alive or dead." The iron door of the shelter seemed to be jammed by something. Zhang Heng kicked the door, leaving a dent, and with another powerful kick, the door flew open. Instantly, the scene inside became clear. Countless zombies rose from the ground, roaring as they approached Zhang Heng. Zhao Yanan's gaze swept over the zombies. Suddenly, his eyes reddened, and he sobbed as he dashed outside. Zhang Heng turned to follow Zhao Yanan's gaze and indeed spotted a familiar figure. Zhao Chunlei, the taciturn middle-aged man, Zhao Yanan's father. Li Chunhua, the diligent woman, Zhao Yanan's mother. Both had transformed into zombies, their bodies marred and evidently infected after being bitten. Jiang Hahai arrived behind Zhang Heng and inquired, "President Zhang, thank you for your help just now. We'll take it from here." Jiang Hahai was concerned that Zhang Heng might reverse his decision and attempt to seize resources from within shelter. Zhang Heng also recognized many familiar faces within. He nodded and replied, "I leave this to you." Jiang Hahai exhaled a sigh of relief. With Zhang Heng's assurance, he felt at ease. Zhao Yanan collapsed in Pan Jiaying's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Those around them were rendered helpless in the face of this sorrow. Lin Xueshi approached Zhang Heng, whispering, "Have Yanan's parents truly become zombies?" Zhang Heng nodded. Yes, the iron door of the shelter was locked from the outside. Clearly, they did not wish for the zombies inside to escape. Yanan's parents were attacked and transformed by the zombies. Lin Xueshi's expression shifted slightly. "Damn the Dragon Kingdom government." Cheng Chong interjected, "This can be seen as an emergency measure. If they were to escape, the threat would be greater. Moreover, what's done is done. There is little point in lamenting now. We should leave this place. Who knows whether the Dragon Kingdom will send reinforcements back here." Zhang Heng remarked, "Indeed, Chong is correct. In comparison to surviving in the apocalypse and dealing with zombies, we are their predecessors. Their frantic attempts to assist are of little help. Joining them would merely subject us to their scrutiny. It is best to sever ties with them." In bunker number 2, Zhao Yanan was in a state of deep sorrow following the death of his parents. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi were accompanying him in his room. Meanwhile, the remaining men were deliberating on their next course of action. At that moment, Su Bo inquired, "Zhang Heng, although we are quite safe in this bunker, we cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Where shall we go next?" Zhang Heng replied, "Tian. It is a place devoid of evolved beings, yet infested with zombies, making it quite suitable for us. There, we can eliminate zombies and accumulate crystal cores to grow stronger before selecting our next city." At this juncture, Zhang Heng's phone unexpectedly rang with an incoming call. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered, only to find it was Su Ling on the other end. "Hello. Zhang Heng, have you blocked my number? Zhang Heng queried, what is it? Su Ling responded, I bear good news. Due to certain reasons, the Dragon Kingdom seems to have canceled the nuclear explosion plan set for 3 years later and has decided to covertly support evolved beings in their fight against zombies. We will be connecting capable evolved beings to combat zombies worldwide. I wonder if you would be interested in joining this team. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. This aligns perfectly with what I have been doing all along. As for joining you, I believe I can manage on my own. However, perhaps we could establish a cooperative relationship. You may keep me informed of any developments. Of course, I possess a crucial piece of intelligence that may instill a sense of urgency in you. Su Ling questioned, what intelligence? Zhang Heng replied, I have encountered a Tier 4 zombie titan. These Tier 4 zombies are our true adversaries. For now, that is all I can disclose. I must attend to some matters here. With that, Zhang Heng ended the call. Cheng Chang quickly inquired, who called? Zhang Heng responded, someone who allows me direct communication with the Dragon Kingdom's government. Su Ling, whom you should know. He is in the underground world? Zhang Heng nodded, yes, otherwise. How could he be there? His father holds a high position in the Dragon Kingdom's government. Su Bo then remarked, Zhang Heng, you mentioned Tier 4 zombies. I have always wondered why that Titan zombie, which wreaked havoc in Jiangnan City, suddenly vanished. You seem to have referred to this matter with Su Ling. Do you know where these Titan zombies are? Zhang Heng replied, Titan zombies can alter their size at will. Their power is unfathomable. As we evolve, the zombies are also continuously evolving. The most formidable adversaries I've encountered thus far are undoubtedly the Titan zombies, possessing the capacity to annihilate survivors. We must fortify ourselves before they continue to grow in strength. Otherwise, we shall face certain doom upon our inevitable confrontation. However, prior to that, I wish to await the return of the rescue teams from the Dragon Kingdom to the underground world, which should take approximately 7 to 8 days. During this time, I urge you all to rest and rejuvenate, indulging in pleasure and nourishment. Afterward, we shall dedicate ourselves to rigorous training. Cheng Chang and Su Bo exchanged glances. Although they were uncertain about the necessity of waiting for 7 to 8 days, they nodded in agreement. This period coincides perfectly with the completion of the Bunker S renovations. Given that the bunker can only be relocated once a month, and with no desire to make unnecessary trips, it would be more prudent to wait until the modifications are finished before flying directly there. Chapter 156. Old Friends? A heavy rain fell the day after. Zhao Yanan emerged from the bunker and ran outside to embrace the rain, disregarding the calls from Pan Jiaying and the others. Zhang Heng did not intervene. Su Bo remarked with a knowing tone, let her be. After all, the rain won't harm her. After approximately an hour in the rain, Pan Jiaying returned with a fainted Zhao Yanan in her arms. Zhao Yanan subsequently fell ill for several days. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had some medicine stored in his spatial backpack. On the 4th day, the last unmutated evolver was born within the bunker. Following the awakening of her abilities, Zhao Yanan's health began to restore. She demonstrated her newfound power. Yet her physical form remained largely unchanged, save for her eyes, which transformed into beast-like vertical pupils, akin to Chang's, representing a specific enhancement and overall bodily augmentation. Zhao Yanan's mood seemed to brighten considerably, allowing her to reintegrate into the group. In the ensuing days, laughter and camaraderie filled the air as they enjoyed their time together. However, on the 8th day, the bunker underwent its final renovations. Zhang Heng approached the control panel, following the system's instructions to switch the bunker into flight mode. The entire structure trembled momentarily before ascending gently. Cheng Chang, astonished, exclaimed, this must be extraterrestrial technology. It can actually fly? Zhang Heng replied, I've been studying the bunker these past few days and discovered this function. Pan Jiaying cautiously inquired, Zhang Heng, is there a risk? If we ascend, we might be stuck in midair. Zhang Heng smiled reassuringly. It's all on autopilot. I won't need to control it. Please set the destination for flight. Zhang Heng glanced at the map displayed on the control panel and located Tian's position. However, rather than directing the bunker to land directly in Tian, he opted for a forested area just outside the city. As the bunker soared through the skies, it remained stable inside, with no sensation of movement felt by its occupants. Yet the route on the control panel indicated their motion. Within minutes, what would have taken Zhang Heng several days of travel was accomplished in mere moments. And the bunker began its slow descent. It broke through the earth once more, concealing itself beneath the surface. Zhang Heng led Pan Jiaying and the others out of the bunker, and upon looking up, they saw Tian not far ahead. Turning to Pan Jiaying and the others, Zhang Heng stated, "We may need to stay in Tian for a while. There are numerous zombies and crawlers. Be sure to form your own teams and proceed with caution." Pan Jiaying nodded. "And what about you?" Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, "I shall not accompany you. I will find a separate area to eliminate zombies." His prowess in dispatching zombies undoubtedly exceeded their collective efforts, especially with the crawler now serving as his third zombie minion. The insatiable gluttony of the crawler allows it to devour the corpses of zombies, thereby enhancing the genetic unlocking progress for all zombies and itself. 6 individuals arrived at the entrance of Tian City, their faces suddenly betraying a look of confusion. A large bus was unexpectedly stationed at the entrance of Tian City, surrounded by individuals clad in full military gear, who appeared less like soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and more akin to members of a specialized team. The arrival of Zhang Heng and his companions instantly captured the attention of this elite group. One towering figure, wearing a cap and wielding a submachine gun, approached them, flanked by 2 similarly armed men. "From where do you hail? What brings you here?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. "We come from another city, intending to enter Tian City. What is the current situation here?" The man chuckled at his words. "You have truly gone through much trouble, but your efforts are in vain. Tian City has already been secured by our Dawn Guild. No other revolvers may enter unless they provide certain resources or join our ranks." The expressions of Zhang Heng and his companions turned to astonishment. Tian City had been claimed by an organization called the Dawn Guild? Pan Jiaying queried. "But Tian City does not belong to you. What does it mean to have secured it?" "I recall there were soldiers from the Ministry of National Defense of the Dragon Kingdom stationed here." The man replied with a smile. "You speak of the Ministry of National Defense? They have all been annihilated, and we acquired this equipment from them." Zhang Heng then inquired, "Are you natives of Tian City?" The man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are the original inhabitants of Tian City." "Why do you ask? Do you know someone here?" Zhang Heng shook his head and continued. "A Titan team previously came here to hunt the evolvers of Tian City. It appears you are the survivors?" The armed man's expression shifted slightly. "How do you know about this matter?" "Zhang Heng." A familiar voice emerged from the crowd behind. Zhang Heng, taken aback, turned to see a familiar face. "Otaku?" The individual could not help but chuckle. "I thought that voice sounded so familiar." "Indeed, it's you, Lao-san. Do not block them. They're my friends. And by the way, Zhang Heng, I am not called Otaku. My name is Jiang Feng. Let us reintroduce ourselves." Jiang Feng stepped forward, extending his hand. "I am the president of the Dawn Guild. Apologies for deceiving you." Zhang Heng, taken by surprise, responded, "How did you become the president of the Dawn Guild?" "I always thought you were a lone wolf." Jiang Feng replied with a wry smile. "One must always be wary, right? At that time, I could not ascertain whether you were friend or foe, hence the deception. Nevertheless, let us proceed inside. This is not a suitable place for discussions." Zhang Heng nodded, then followed Jiang Feng into Tian City, with Pan Jiaying and the others hastily trailing behind. At this moment, Jiang Feng remarked previously, "That Titan squad wreaked havoc in the city, prompting me to instruct my men to leave Tian while I remained behind to observe the situation. After the Titan squad departed, I returned, only to encounter personnel from the Dragon Kingdom's defense team. The subsequent events, as you are aware, unfolded dramatically. A torrential downpour turned all those unprotected soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense into zombies." Zhang Heng nodded knowingly, realizing the implications. Was this individual before him not aware of his status as a spatial ability user? He had previously regarded him as an inconsequential minion, only to discover that he was, in fact, the president of the Dawn Guild, a master of subterfuge. Before departing, Zhang Heng had gifted him ample supplies to ensure his survival. He pondered what the other party's current perception of him might be. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, "In fact, I was just preparing to travel to Jiangnan City to seek you out. I believe we can collaborate moving forward. What do you think?" Chapter 157, Tai and Zhang Heng, perplexed, inquired collaboration? What do you mean? Jiang Feng offered a subtle smile and replied, there are rumors circulating online about a spatial evolver emerging in Jiangnan City. And I believe that person is you. As Zhang Heng continued to walk forward, he responded, go on. Jiang Feng could not discern the expression on Zhang Heng's face. It remained quite neutral. He then continued, if we were to collaborate, we would no longer be confined to living in Taiyan. We could venture to other cities, expand our guild, or even find a location to establish a sanctuary. Zhang Heng replied, I have already undertaken all that you propose. Having a large group is not particularly meaningful. People merely band together for various reasons to seek warmth in numbers. I have found trustworthy companions, though few in number. We can rely on one another, entrusting our backs to each other as we face any adversities together. Joining you would merely mean contributing our strength, which I find unnecessary, as I do not require your assistance. We do not need help. Jiang Feng paused, unable to suppress a laugh. Let us not be so hasty with your conclusion. I can see that your companions are quite capable. If we were to collaborate effectively, we might achieve a more favorable outcome. Zhang Heng shook his head, stating, as I mentioned, I have already explored all options. A true team is not defined by its numbers, but by the trust shared among its members. Strength is secondary. If trust is lacking, numbers and power offer little benefit. Jiang Feng questioned, do you not trust me? Zhang Heng replied, we have known each other for only a few days. How could I trust you? If I were so easily swayed by others, I would likely have perished in Jiangnan City long ago. Moreover, there are so many people around you. I have no time to familiarize myself with each one. You might recognize this as well. The former Titan squad was not numerous, yet they managed to eliminate all the evolvers in Taiyan. Do you think their advantage lay solely in strength? I believe it was more about their mutual trust. You allowed your people to flee, did you not? When faced with the formidable, you retreat, and when confronting the weak, you strike. But what if you encounter a situation from which there is no escape? Would you lead your comrades in a battle alongside you? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. I'm not engaging in a debate with you. Besides, would you not flee when confronted by a powerful adversary? Zhang Heng nodded. Of course I would retreat, but I would ensure my teammates escape with me. We are still unfamiliar with one another, so discussing collaboration is premature. Let us spend some time together first. Jiang Feng, with a look of understanding, nodded. You are willing to assist someone you have never met, even providing essential supplies. This is what I value in you. It is said that individuals of similar character attract one another, and those who trust you should be akin to yourself. The individuals behind you must have been meticulously chosen. I am confident that we can coexist harmoniously, and I believe our interactions will be quite pleasant. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, hoping for the best. He then declared, I shall lead my team to another location to deal with the zombies, so as not to disturb you. With that, he exchanged a glance with his companions, and Pan Jiaying and the others promptly followed suit. A man approached Jiang Feng and remarked, Boss, it seems he is rather reluctant to join forces with us. Perhaps we should expel them to prevent them from competing with us for the zombies. Jiang Feng smiled slightly and replied, this place does not belong to us, and besides, their strength should not be underestimated. Together, we likely do not stand a chance against them, especially Zhang Heng, who is a dual ability user. He is definitely not someone we can provoke. Inform the others not to engage with them lightly. It would be best to cultivate friendship rather than enmity. The man's expression shifted. A dual ability user? Are they truly that formidable? He appears to be just a young lad in his 20s. Jiang Feng shook his head, cautioning, we must not judge solely by appearances. In any case, do not provoke them lightly. Understood, the man replied. Zhang Heng led Pan, Jiaying, and the others toward a different location where the zombies were congregating. At this juncture, Cheng Chang suggested, Zhang Heng, perhaps if we agree to cooperate with them, our interactions might be more amicable. Zhang Heng responded, I feel there is no need to collaborate with these individuals. It may lead to complications. A few of us moving together is more liberating, avoiding the pretense of false camaraderie. Remember, our goal is to grow stronger, strong enough that no one dares to underestimate us or encroach upon our territory. Numbers do not equate to strength. True power lies within oneself. Upon concluding, Zhang Heng summoned the first, second, and third zombies from his spatial backpack. The appearance of the crawlers caused Cheng Chong and the others to pale in astonishment. Is this a crawler? Are they your zombie servants? Zhang Heng, when did you subdue crawlers? Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile. It has been a matter of just a few days. In any case, the first and second zombies are easily recognizable, while this crawler is noticeably smaller than the usual ones. They will assist us in dealing with the zombies, but they may not be able to extract crystals. If you see them hunting, it will be wise to keep your distance. The group nodded in shock. Zhang Heng then addressed Pan Jiaying, saying, Sister Pan, you are among the strongest here. Lead them in hunting zombies. I may venture further afield. Pan Jiaying inquired, what about tonight? What shall we gather? The bunker? Zhang Heng glanced outside and replied, I am concerned they may track and surveil us. It would be better to occupy a higher floor first. We can rendezvous on the rooftop later. The Wuma building ahead seems promising. You might start your assault from that building. Finding some supplies would be even more advantageous. No one can ever have too much of resources. Pan Jiaying and the others gazed towards the distant Wuma building, fully aware of the course of action they were about to undertake. Lin Xueshi twirled a butterfly knife in her hands, confident that they would secure their objective today. They would rendezvous on the rooftop afterward. Cheng Chong couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on Xueshi's audacity. Could they truly accomplish it in a single day? At that moment, Zhao Yanin interjected, asserting that as evolved beings, seizing a building within a day should pose no challenge, especially since crawlers cannot navigate such confined spaces. Zhang Heng then added, once I return tonight, Yanin, I will assist you in unlocking the second layer of your genetic lock. Give it your all. Chapter 158. A swift execution. Pan Jiaying, leading her 4 companions, advanced towards the vicinity of the Wuma building. After Lin Xueshi extracted a crystalline substance from a zombie's brain with a small knife, she raised her gaze towards the towering structure ahead and then joined the forward team. At this moment, Pan Jiaying spoke, noting that everyone must have observed a particular detail. Their captain, Zhang Heng, was progressing in strength at an astonishing pace. If they wished to keep up with him, they would need to exert themselves even more fervently. They had to seize the building before sunset, and she hoped everyone would give their utmost effort. Upon hearing this, all nodded silently in agreement. How could they not have noticed? At times, they believed Zhang Heng could manage better on his own, yet he had not abandoned them, this group that had gathered since the Mingdu Garden. If they did not wish to hinder Zhang Heng, they could only strive harder than him, surpass him, or possess equal strength. Zhang Heng might well conquer the building alone, and within a day no less. So, how could a team of 5 not succeed in this endeavor? Pan Jiaying was the first to charge towards the entrance of the building, her hands swinging dramatically, 10 silver claws glimmering in the light. Following her lead, the others surged forward. Zhao Yanin wielded a long knife, a gift from Zhang Heng, who had previously used it. Now, she too was an evolved being, though she remained in the experimental phase regarding her abilities, uncertain of their true nature. Her ocular technique, her vision had indeed extended, enabling her to perceive areas hidden from others. But how could this ability be applied in combat? Throughout their journey, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi seemed invigorated, perhaps accustomed to the fray, leaving Cheng Chong and Zhao Yanin feeling somewhat restless. However, once inside the building, it would surely be her turn to act. With her long knife in hand, Zhao Yanin followed the team into the building. Upon entry, an astonishing horde of zombies surged forth from within. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi eagerly charged towards the mass of corpses. Pan Jiaying's claws and Lin Xueshi's butterfly knife transformed into lethal instruments, preventing any zombie from drawing near. Su Bo, positioned behind, prepared to spring into action, seizing the opportunity to join the fray. Cheng Chong and Zhao Yanin remained at the rear. Brother Chong seemed to have adapted to the sensation of being amidst zombies, having collaborated with Pan Jiaying for over a month. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanin had spent the past month perched high, sniping zombies with her magnum, never having experienced close contact with them. At this moment, her heartbeat quickened, not from fear, for adrenaline had long since replaced it. Zhao Yanin's pupils involuntarily constricted as if she had suddenly perceived something peculiar. He discovered that many of the zombies had red vortices on their heads and around their joints. These vortices appeared translucent, akin to the spatial whirlpools Zhang Heng conjured whenever he retrieved something. What could these vortices signify? They seemed to serve as some kind of guidance. Yanin, Su Bo suddenly shouted, noticing Zhao Yanin lost in thought, while a zombie was already creeping up behind her. Zhao Yanin snapped back to reality, thrusting her knife into the eye socket of the approaching zombie. The sensation was more intense than she anticipated. The blade became lodged against the skull, requiring considerable force to extract it. With a squelch, black ichor sprayed across Zhao Yanin's face, an overwhelming stench assailing her senses, threatening to induce nausea. However, she had no time to react, as more zombies began to swarm around them. At that moment, Lin Xueshi cried out loudly, "Everyone, take cover!" With her voluminous, explosive hairstyle, she discarded her twin blades, declaring, "Let me show you my true power." As she clashed her fists together, they radiated with searing flames. She drew back her fists and struck into the horde. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from her fists, propelling the zombie horde back several meters. With those closest being utterly obliterated, their bones shattered. The onlookers were left in awe. Was this the ability unlocked by Xueshi at the second level of her genetic lock? Previously, her power manifested in explosive hair, but now it seemed her fists could unleash detonations. The sheer force of the explosion was astounding, elucidating why Lin Xueshi had refrained from using her abilities earlier, opting for a knife instead, presumably to avoid collateral damage to her companions. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from Su Bo as he cast aside his long knife. His physique transformed, becoming immensely robust, his body cloaked in a dark hue. In his hands sprouted claws reminiscent of Wolverine's. He charged towards the horde, his blood-stained claws slicing through the zombies with the ease of cutting cabbage. This remarkable duo, an elder and a youth, displayed astonishing combat prowess, dispersing the horde with sheer force. Pan Jiaying smiled slightly. "Not bad at all. Chang Yanin, you must keep up." Cheng Chong, filled with envy, rushed toward Su Bo, while Zhao Yanin followed closely behind Pan Jiaying. Pan Jiaying turned to inquire, "Yanin, are you all right? You have something on your face. Do you need to wipe it off?" Zhao Yanin shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. I'm sorry. I feel so useless, unable to contribute." Hearing this, Pan Jiaying couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't say that. Zhang Heng mentioned that your ability is quite unique. It isn't suited for close combat against zombies. One day, you will realize the true strength of your power." Zhao Yanin found some solace in her words, nodding with determination gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng was soaring through the air, observing 3 zombies crashing against the relentless tide of their kind below. The head of zombie number 2 exhibited a terrifying prowess, capable of reducing nearby zombies to mere pulp. Brother Chong, with blades affixed to his fists, could dispatch an ordinary zombie with a single blow, and even the anomalous variants were no match for his might. Zombie number 3 was even more remarkable. Relying on its impervious body, it plunged into the horde, devouring 4 or 5 zombies in one gulp. With a sweep of its tail, it shattered a multitude of zombie limbs. The air above Taiyan was filled with the chilling roars of the crawlers. Zhang Heng needed no assistance, for his undead minions could effortlessly handle the throng below. Chapter 159. The Secrets of Team Titan. Before sunset, Pan Jiaying and her companions successfully seized control of the Wuma building. As the evening glow enveloped the sky, Zhang Heng arrived at the rooftop of the building to join them. To be frank, Zhang Heng found it hard to believe that they had actually managed to conquer the Wuma building. In his eyes, while Pan Jiaying and her team possessed some strength, it hardly seemed sufficient for such an achievement. It appeared they had accumulated considerable combat experience through numerous battles, growing stronger with each encounter. "Captain Zhang Heng, we hope we haven't disappointed you," Pan Jiaying said, hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow at him. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, "You all performed admirably. Feel free to divide the collected crystals among yourselves, along with these I have here." He produced a small bag containing the leftover crystals from earlier. Zhao Yanin approached him, saying, "Captain Zhang, I believe I have mastered my ability. I can see the weaknesses of others." Zhang Heng nodded, understanding dawning on his face. "Impressive. Now, take a look at me." Do I have any weaknesses? Zhao Yanin scrutinized him thoroughly and replied, Indeed, I see your weaknesses are similar to others, though some are more pronounced than others. However, merely knowing the weaknesses is not enough. I must strike effectively to make an impact. Zhang Heng smiled slightly, suggesting, Perhaps you could coordinate with your magnum. That way, you won't need to get close to your target. You can eliminate them from a distance. Zhao Yanin responded eagerly, Yes, I will. At that moment, Pan Jiaying interjected, Zhang Heng, I'm about to prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Zhang Heng glanced around, asking, Are we sleeping here tonight? Do we need tents and such? Pan Jiaying chuckled, Well, what are you waiting for? Zhang Heng awkwardly rubbed his nose and hurriedly retrieved tents, a gas stove, as well as ingredients and water. As Pan Jiaying began to cook, Zhang Heng went to a corner with Chang'e to smoke. Su Bo was engaged in conversation with Zhao Yanin, while Lin Xueshi assisted with washing vegetables. At this point, Cheng Chang remarked, Zhang Heng, I suddenly feel my role is rather insignificant. Why not give me a gun? I could shoot from the back with Yanin. Indeed, Chang Ji's ability was somewhat underwhelming, merely allowing him to detect certain scents. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Chang'e, you've already unlocked the second layer of your genetic lock. Is your ability merely enhanced olfaction? Chang'e sighed, isn't it? After unlocking the second layer, my sense of smell has significantly improved, yet it still feels rather useless. Why did I awaken such a seemingly trivial ability? Zhang Heng reassured him. I firmly believe there are no useless abilities, only untapped potential. Furthermore, we are all like a family here. Why worry about who contributes more or less? No one keeps score. Chang sighed helplessly and remarked, The issue is that I care. Look at Pan Jiaying. She charges in a battle and still manages to prepare meals for us. Even Xueshi surpasses me. I can only bide my time for an opportunity to strike. As he spoke, Cheng Chang offered a cigarette to Zhang Heng. My dear Chang, do not overthink. One day you shall astonish us all, someone encouraged. Let's hope so, he replied. The rice is still cooking. Suddenly, Chang announced, Someone is coming. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Moments later, a man pushed open the iron door to the rooftop, wearing a sycophantic smile. President Zhang, our boss sent me to deliver some food to you. Everyone knows I'm a space manipulator. Do they really think I lack provisions? Zhang Heng retorted. Is that all? Just food? The man nodded. No, there's more. Our boss mentioned he discovered a certain location and wondered if you would be interested in accompanying me there. What location? Zhang Heng inquired, puzzled. The man swallowed hard. It pertains to the Titan Squad. The Titan Squad? Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. Take me to meet him. Cheng Chang discarded his cigarette, but I will accompany you. Chang seemed unconcerned. Then let us all go together. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng found himself in a dilapidated, unfinished building, where he met Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's guild comprised over 30 members. At that moment, 3 large pots were boiling instant noodles, the aroma wafting pleasantly through the air. Jiang Feng hurried towards Zhang Heng, extending his right hand. President Zhang, my apologies for troubling you to come here. You mentioned having information regarding the Titan Squad? Zhang Heng pressed. What is it? Jiang Feng explained. When the Titan Squad was eliminating other evolved beings in Tian, I was secretly observing them. I discovered they consistently went to a particular place, not far from here, and it took about an hour to reach. Every day, someone would regularly visit that site, occasionally seen carrying the corpses of evolved beings. After they left, I went to investigate and found they were concealing something beneath. However, the entrance was blocked by some dark substance, preventing my entry. Aren't you curious about what lies within? Zhang Heng's expression shifted. His current relationship with the Titan Squad was quite delicate. Would approaching their secrets now be tantamount to courting disaster? A declaration of war? Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What do you think is inside? I cannot say, Jiang Feng replied. Until I open that door, I know nothing. It is located within a bank, behind a heavily fortified vault door. In front of this formidable iron door, dark substances are entwined. I believe that whatever the Titan Squad treasures, we would also find intriguing. Would we not? It cannot merely be money. Who still desires currency in this world? At that moment, Zhang Heng was suddenly reminded of the scene from his encounter with Titan Woman. The backdrop behind her had resembled a waiting area, which he initially thought was a train station. Reflecting now, The waiting area of a bank appears to be quite similar. What remnants did they leave behind in the bank? Zhang Heng looked up at Jiang Feng and inquired at that bank. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. I knew you would be intrigued. It's just ahead in the industrial and commercial bank. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Heng nodded. I'll go ahead and check it out. Changgu. Let us go. Chapter 160. Information exchange. A horde of zombies loomed near the industrial and commercial bank, with 3 crawler station guard at the entrance. Zhang Heng glanced at Jiang Feng, who nodded in agreement. What do you think? Is it not rather eerie? These zombies appear to be safeguarding something within. If there were nothing inside, it would indeed be abnormal. The congregation of zombies and crawlers at the bank's entrance is nothing short of conspicuous, Jiang Feng remarked. There must be something of significance within. Noticing Zhang Heng lost in thought, Jiang Feng continued, the sheer number of zombies in this vicinity presents a considerable challenge. Not to mention the 3 crawlers. I am acutely aware that, given my abilities, breaching this location is beyond my capacity. However, your team might possess a viable chance. Zhang Heng interjected. With 3 crawlers and so many zombies surrounding us, the cost of satisfying our curiosity could be exorbitant. Moreover, should we indeed uncover something of value inside, the Titan squad may very well return. Are you certain you wish to pursue this curiosity? Jiang Feng scoffed. Whatever lies within is undoubtedly of great importance to the Titan squad. If we force our way in and destroy whatever is inside, and if the Titan squad returns as a result, we can swiftly vacate this place. Besides, they are not omniscient. They cannot discern our actions here. They believe they have eradicated all the evolved beings in this city, strutting away without a care. Little do they know, I have concealed my true capabilities from the outset. Zhang Heng nodded. Let us first eliminate the nearby zombies, and then I shall devise a plan to investigate inside. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. That seems prudent. At least we will have gathered ample crystals before the Titan squad becomes aware of our presence. Zhang Heng took a brief glance before leading his team back. On the way, Chang Chang spoke to Zhang Heng. I detect a potent stench of corpses. There must be numerous bodies inside, along with a particularly unique scent. Zhang Heng inquired, a unique scent? What do you mean? Chang Chang replied, you may not be able to discern it, but I can. The odor of zombies varies. Ordinary zombies emit a typical smell of decaying flesh, while the bizarre subspecies have a different stench, akin to certain chemical compounds. The crawlers possess little odor of their own. Their scent stems from the corpses they digest, a foul smell of decay. As for the Titans, their aroma is not foul at all. Rather, it carries a faint fragrance. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. A fragrance? What kind? Chang Chang shook his head. I'm not an expert on scents, but I once encountered something reminiscent of this fragrance, perhaps the scent of aged grapes that have fermented after rotting. Zhang Heng pondered. Are you suggesting a wine-like scent? Chang Chang nodded. Close enough, though it is somewhat subtler than that. There may very well be a Titan inside, so it might be wise to refrain from reckless actions. If we inadvertently attract the Titan squad back, we would scarcely have time to escape. Zhang Heng offered a faint smile, while Jiang Feng displayed an unmistakable curiosity. However, lacking any considerable strength himself, it seemed Jiang Feng intended to invite me to collaborate merely to satiate his inquisitiveness. The ramifications of such an endeavor were too significant. Should the secrets of the Titan squad remaining in the bank be unveiled, they would undoubtedly suspect me as the culprit. Chang Chang inquired why. Zhang Heng shook his head. Responding, you wouldn't want to know. The two returned to the rooftop. That evening, Pan Jiaying prepared a substantial pot of seafood noodles, and they all indulged heartily before retreating to their respective tents for the night. A phone call from Su Ling interrupted the tranquility. Zhang Heng, I'm calling to inform you that Long Country has rescinded its nuclear explosion plan set for 3 years from now. Although Zhang Heng had surmised some of this, hearing it directly from Su Ling still took him by surprise. Had Long Country discovered that the virus was not on the surface, but rather in the atmosphere? Su Ling nodded, affirming, indeed, the virus descends from the atmosphere with rainfall. The atmosphere is connected to the ozone layer, and this virus is evidently indelible. Regardless of how many years pass, it cannot be eradicated. Long Country has abandoned this plan and has communicated this information to other nations. Furthermore, following the previous incident, Long Country's military suffered significant losses and is unlikely to venture down to the surface easily. However, they have decided to serve as our logistical support, providing us with material assistance. I immediately thought of you. Perhaps you could come to the underground and meet our leader? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. You want me to visit the underground world to meet your leader? Wouldn't a video conference suffice? There is no need for me to make the journey. We do not live in ancient times. Su Ling replied with a wry smile. But if you do not come, how can we provide you with the supplies? Zhang Heng stated, as for the supplies, I shall forego them. Now, that Long Country has altered its nuclear explosion plan, my perception of them has improved slightly. Additionally, allow me to convey some news. A fourth generation of zombies has emerged among the undead. They possess formidable strength and can transform into colossal giants of over 10 meters. Resembling humans in appearance, capable of speech and communication, retaining memories from their former lives. If Long Country genuinely intends to assist us, the evolved beings on land, they should find a way to disseminate this information. Naturally, the Titan zombies may also become aware of it. Yet it is far better than leaving uninformed evolved beings to recklessly confront them and meet their demise. This could significantly reduce the number of casualties among our kind. Su Ling furrowed her brow slightly. Are these Titan zombies truly that powerful? I thought you had eradicated them. Zhang Heng sighed. Not at all. They merely spared us. I negotiated with them promptly, yet the evolved beings in other cities were not so fortunate. The majority of the evolved beings in Titan City were slaughtered by the Titan Squad, and they are now heading towards the next city to replicate their actions. If this pace continues, the Titan Squad alone could lead to the extinction of the Evolvers. By the time those Evolvers rise to confront the Titan Squad, they may have perished before they even mature. This world would descend into utter ruin, engulfed in the terror ruled by Titans. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they may evolve, giving rise to a fifth generation of zombies. This information is what I have gathered from the ground, and I offer to you freely. Su Ling fell silent for a moment before replying, All right, I understand. I will inform our leader. Zhang Heng, I wish you safety. Chapter 161. Another team arrived. Zhang Heng ended the call, subsequently enveloped in silence. Beside him, Changgu gazed at him with a look of perplexity. He was at a loss for words. If Zhang Heng had anything to share, he would surely do so of his own volition. Zhang Heng set his phone aside and reclined. The Titan Squad had evidently commenced their massacre of human survivors. Tian would serve as their starting point, heralding the emergence of more Titans. Although he harbored a profound fear of their might, it was merely in light of the current circumstances. Sooner or later, he would confront these Titans head-on. The entity within the bank must be dismantled at the opportune moment. However, prior to that, he needed to eradicate the zombies scattered throughout Tian. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Zhang Heng's mind. Zombie Exploration 1. Eliminated 768 ordinary zombies, 12 aberrant zombies, Strength 15. Speed 15, Spirit 15. Zombie Exploration 2. Eliminated 1323 ordinary zombies for aberrant zombies, Strength 15, Speed 15, Spirit 15. Zombie Exploration 3. Eliminated 2311 ordinary zombies, 16 awakening zombies. 1 crawler, Strength 15, Speed 15, Spirit 15. Gluttony effect triggered, shared 11 gene, unlocking progress. Host, Zhang Heng abilities. Core of Ice Words manifest reality, Strength, 123 Speed, 122 Spirit, 123 Gene, LV 314 abilities. Self-healing LV1 Longsword Mastery LV1 Close Combat LV1 Crossbow Mastery LV1 Ice Shield Ice Spike LV1 Ice Domain LV1 Jet Flight LV1 Multiple Control LV1 Points 16,395 Zombie 1 Strength 87 Speed 81 Spirit 54 Gene LV248 Abilities. Self-healing LV1 Longsword Mastery LV1 Close Combat LV1 Zombie 2, Strength, 117 Speed, 112 Spirit, 157. Gene, LV262 Abilities. Self-healing LV3, Zombie 3, Strength, 217 Speed, 63 Spirit, 57 gene, LV320 abilities, self-healing LV5, steel skin LV4, gluttony LV2. Zhang Heng merely cast a cursory glance at the data before opting to close it. The gluttony ability of the crawler proved to be quite effective, yet under automatic exploration, the gene unlocking progress of zombies 1 and 2 had ceased to advance. Clearly, they had not consumed the zombies they had vanquished. Perhaps their focus now lay solely on the brains of the crawlers. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke. Pan Jiaying commenced preparations for breakfast once more. Sister Pan had simmered a thick porridge, and everyone partook with heartfelt sighs of satisfaction, reveling in the delight. Who could have imagined that amidst this apocalyptic era, one could still savor a breakfast? Zhang Heng remained as he always was, venturing off to find a location to vanquish zombies, while others formed a small team to scour the surroundings for the undead. There was also some good news. Zhao Yanan successfully advanced after utilizing a crystal last night, her abilities once again evolving. Her pair of vertical pupils became even more enchanting, and her field of vision significantly enhanced, seemingly capable of manifesting an additional eye. This eye existed independently and was indestructible, proving to be remarkably powerful. Zhao Yanan sent this eye into the sky, allowing her to monitor every movement within Tian City. However, this came at a substantial cost to her mental energy, and the specific capabilities required her personal development. As for the first, second, and third teams, due to yesterday's automatic exploration, they could no longer continue their autonomous ventures, becoming akin to puppets in need of direct commands to operate. Zhang Heng decided to let them rest within the confines of his spatial backpack. He, on the other hand, sought a location teeming with zombies, skillfully executing multiple control maneuvers while dispatching the undead. He also collected the corpses, intending to feed them to the crawlers, thereby utilizing their gluttony to enhance the genetic unlocking progress for himself and the first two teams. At that moment, a large team stormed into Tian and began to clash with Jiang Feng's Dawn Guild. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Feng hurried to the entrance of Tian City. In the distance, a convoy was parked, comprising around 40 individuals, led by a red-haired man whose fierce gaze and muscular physique created a striking visual impact. Jiang Feng took a brief glance at the group, and one of his underlings approached, whispering, "They call themselves the Wolf Pack and intend to enter Tian City. But we've stopped them." Jiang Feng nodded and made his way towards the leader of the Wolf Pack, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Jiang Feng greeted the Wolf Pack leader with a smile. "Hello, I am Jiang Feng, the president of the Dawn Guild. Are you the Wolf Pack?" The Wolf Pack leader nodded. "I am Cheng Jianhua, and we are indeed the Wolf Pack. What is the meaning of your guild's actions? Do you intend to monopolize Tian City? We have traveled a long way to get here. We previously visited Jiangnan City, but there are no zombies left there, so we drove to Tian, yet your people refuse us entry. Is this a form of monopoly? With so many zombies in a city, can you possibly consume them all? Shouldn't you share a portion with us?" In response, Jiang Feng smiled lightly and said, "The current situation is as follows. Tian City has been the territory of our Dawn Guild from the very beginning. My Dawn Guild started as a small team and gradually developed into the guild it is today. Presently, there are 2 teams in Tian City, my Dawn team and another survival team that also hails from Jiangnan City. If you enter, then the 3 teams can only share the spoils. Perhaps you should consider relocating to another city," suggested Cheng Jianhua with a hint of amusement. "If I venture to another city, and it is already brimming with numerous teams, what then? I cannot perpetually roam with my people, can I? Our supplies of fuel and food are dwindling. We must make our way to Tian. If you believe you are capable, shall we engage in a contest?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, asserting, "Our adversaries are zombies. We are all fortunate survivors. There's no need to escalate tensions unnecessarily. I can offer some of my fuel and provisions to sustain you until you reach the next city. What do you think?" Although Zhang Heng's survival team was small, he was akin to a procurement machine, as his team had brought back news just yesterday. Zhang Heng had successfully cleared an entire district of zombies, including a crawler. At this pace, the city would be devoid of zombies within a month. If another team were to enter now, what would they accomplish? They would merely await starvation. Cheng Jianhua was evidently reluctant to proceed to the next city. How about I provide you with fuel and supplies so that you may continue to the next city? Alternatively, you could opt for a demonstration of skill, inviting your other team members as well. If we lose, we shall depart. If you lose, you must leave. What do you say? Chapter 162. The confrontation. Zhang Feng soon found Zhang Heng's team and relayed the situation to them. In no time, through a phone conversation with Sister Pan, Zhang Heng arrived at the entrance of Tian. His arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention, for he descended from the sky. The spectators gazed in astonishment at the young man who seemed to have fallen from the heavens. Cheng Jianhua looked at Zhang Heng, who had suddenly appeared, with surprise and inquired, "Is he one of your people?" Zhang Feng shook his head, clarifying, "He is not under my command. He is the leader of the survival team." Zhang Heng, the name of the survival team, at first glance, seemed rather unambitious, merely focused on survival. Cheng Jianhua initially assumed that the leader of this team was not particularly formidable, yet the fact that he could fly was astonishing. Moreover, the icy aura emanating from his feet suggested that he was an elemental evolver controlling frost. It was unexpected that Tian harbored such a remarkable elemental evolver. At this moment, Zhang Feng addressed Zhang Heng. "This is the leader of the Wild Wolf team. He wishes to engage us in a contest. We shall each designate a few members, and the winning side will be permitted to remain in Tian, while the losing side must depart." Zhang Heng had heard some details from Sister Pan, and after Zhang Feng reiterated the situation, he gained a clearer understanding of the impending challenge. Zhang Heng inquired of Cheng Jianhua, "How do you propose we compete, and how shall we determine the victor?" The inclusion of this elemental evolver made Cheng Jianhua's resolve waver slightly. However, they had fought their way to this point, and given the youth of their opponent, he presumed their strength might not be substantial. After all, controlling frost alone did not guarantee victory. Cheng Jianhua pondered briefly before responding. "It's simple. We shall each send out 3 individuals, and it will be a best-of-3 format. If one side wins 2 rounds straight, the final participant will not need to compete." He added with a hint of entitlement, "As I'm challenging you, I should have a privilege, no?" Zhang Feng could not help but chuckle. "What privilege do you desire?" Cheng Jianhua pointed at Zhang Heng, stating he may participate, but he must be the third to enter the fray. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression shifted slightly, realizing the opponent intended to secure victory in 2 rounds to conclude the contest. "Such confidence," Zhang Heng, puzzled, remarked. "But if you win the first 2 rounds and I have yet to participate, does that not seem unfair to me?" Cheng Jianhua smiled slightly and replied, "All you need to do is win 1 round. After all, you occupy the entire city of Tian. Even if you defeat me, other teams will still come here. Without strength, how can one defend a city? If you fear the challenge, you may choose not to compete and simply allow us entry. However, I doubt you would grant us that, as you selfishly wish to monopolize this city." A flash of anger crossed Cheng Jianhua's eyes, clearly displeased with Zhang Feng's monopolistic behavior regarding this city. Zhang Feng, however, was well aware of the capabilities of each member within his Dawn Guild. Originally, there were numerous evolvers in Tian, yet due to their overwhelming numbers and the formation of various alliances among smaller teams, the Dawn Squad found their survival exceedingly challenging. They deeply experienced the harsh reality of being bullies to the weak, yet fearful of the strong during that period. Just as they were struggling, a Titan squad arrived and eradicated the entire population of evolvers in Tian, subsequently establishing themselves as the rulers of the land. In such times, it was imperative to exert every effort to vanquish more zombies, thereby fortifying the guild members and augmenting their strength. Zhang Heng was not always as formidable. He too had progressively grown stronger, hadn't he? When the Wild Wolf squad arrived to stake their claim, how could he remain indifferent? Zhang Feng remarked, "I have stated before that I am originally an evolver from Tian, unlike you. You must have already dealt with the zombies in your own city before coming here. And logically, you have slain more zombies than we have. Moreover, your average strength surpasses ours. If you were to enter Tian, wouldn't we find ourselves in the same predicament as before, relegated to mere onlookers?" Cheng Jianhua could not help but chuckle. "Well, it seems there is no other option but to fight. You all can decide who will represent you." As for the rules, as I mentioned earlier, if this fellow wishes to participate, he can only join in the third round. With that, Cheng Jianhua did not allow anyone else time for contemplation and began walking towards the spot where his vehicle was parked. At this moment, Jiang Feng turned to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, does your team have anyone of similar strength? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. There isn't anyone of comparable strength. Are you suggesting I send 2 of my members, or that you wish to utilize all of my people? Jiang Feng awkwardly chuckled. After all, I am the president of the Dawn Guild. They certainly wouldn't let me off easily. However, I'm aware of my limitations. With a bit of luck, I might win, but if fortune does not favor me, it would be quite dire. So, could you possibly provide an additional member? Zhang Heng nodded. Of course. If we lose, I shall depart from here. I will not allow myself to be defeated. With that, he glanced back. At that moment, Lin Shuishi interjected, Brother Zhang Heng, allow me to participate. Jiang Feng was instantly amused and exasperated. Little sister, please do not complicate matters. Let us choose someone else. Lin Shuishi shot Jiang Feng a disapproving glare. I am not a little sister. Do you not wish to win? My intention to participate is for the benefit of everyone. Do you underestimate me? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Feng turned his gaze back to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded. Shueshi's strength is commendable. Are there any other opinions? Pan Jiaying smiled slightly. Shueshi is far more capable than I. I am in favor. Su Bo and the others also nodded in agreement, seemingly acquiescing. Jiang Feng still felt a hint of dissatisfaction. But if we lose 2 rounds in a row? Zhang Heng patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Do not underestimate anyone in my team. Each member is worth 100. The cost of defeat would be too great. Nevertheless, at this moment, Jiang Feng chose to place his trust in Zhang Heng and in the young lady, Shueshi. Lin Shueshi replied with a playful huff, warning, be careful, or I might intentionally lose out of spite. After all, we have no shortage of places to eliminate zombies. Jiang Feng hurriedly appeased her, saying, Miss, please do not be angry. I am rather superficial, so do not deliberately throw the game. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the meantime, it seemed that the Wild Wolf Squad had also selected 3 individuals to step forward. Among them was one from the squad, accompanied by another male and female, who both exuded a formidable presence. Chapter 163. Jiang Feng and Cheng Jianhua. Cheng Jianhua surveyed the 3 individuals before him and inquired, So, it is indeed the 3 of you who will face us? Jiang Feng replied, Indeed, I shall take the lead. Pray tell, who do you intend to send forth against me? Cheng Jianhua glanced at Jiang Feng and couldn't suppress a chuckle. The president himself takes to the field? Then, I must engage you thoroughly. I shall accompany you in this contest to assess your prowess as president. Jiang Feng responded with an awkward smile. Very well then. It shall be you. Cheng Jianhua pointed to the venerable Su Bo standing in the background and said, Let this esteemed elder serve as our referee. It appears there are no other suitable candidates present. Do ensure you do not show favoritism towards your own. Me? Su Bo exclaimed in astonishment. I come to observe the spectacle, and now I am summoned to officiate? It seemed that his advanced age had led to this decision. Nevertheless, as he stepped forth from the crowd, he exhibited no signs of frailty or decline. Ever since unlocking the 2nd level of his genes, Su Bo had transformed entirely. His posture straightened, and his physique was robust, reminiscent of a vigorous man in his 40s or 50s. Cheng Jianhua, upon witnessing Su Bo's formidable stature, was momentarily taken aback. This elder was not to be underestimated. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why was such a formidable figure not in the fray? While they were confronted with a motley crew of slender youths and a little girl. Speaking of which, there was indeed a young girl among them, no more than 8 or 9 years of age. Lin Shueshi appeared to sense Cheng Jianhua's scrutinizing gaze and shot him an irritated look. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Cheng Jianhua could not help but smile wryly at her fierce demeanor, noting her unusual, voluminous hairstyle that resembled a sea urchin. He surmised that this little girl might possess surprising capabilities. After all, this was a matter of territorial dominance in Taiyan. The opposition would not likely field any third-rate contenders. Having gathered several pertinent insights, Cheng Jianhua turned to his companions and cautioned, "Do not underestimate them. These individuals are formidable. I will take the stage first to gauge the president's strength. As for that little girl, you may decide who shall face her." The two nodded in agreement. Cheng Jianhua was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Should he falter, their chances would dwindle significantly, especially considering that even if they won the second bout, they would still have to contend with the final elemental evolver. Their experience in battling elemental evolvers was limited, leading them to regard such opponents as particularly vexing. As Jiang Feng and Cheng Jianhua positioned themselves in the center, Su Bo approached and declared, "In this contest, victory shall be determined solely by the outcome. No injury or permanent harm is to befall either party, nor shall life be taken. Should there be any transgressions, it shall be deemed a loss. Do you both have any objections?" Cheng Jianhua interjected, "Elder, such rules may bind our hands. If, by mere misfortune, one of us were to inflict lasting harm, would I still be deemed a loser? What merit is there in that?" Su Bo, feeling agitated, pursed his lips and remarked, "It is merely a duel, not a life-and-death struggle. Why resort to such excessive force?" Cheng Jianhua, however, replied, "Although it is just a duel, the outcome will determine the dominion of Tian. I anticipate that everyone will exert their utmost effort. Inflicting injury or disability ought to be considered a defeat, which I find rather excessive. If a life is lost, I have no objections." At this juncture, Jiang Feng interjected, "Let us proceed as he suggests, as long as no one loses their life. We shall keep it within reasonable bounds." Su Bo nodded in agreement, adding, "Very well, I shall impose an additional rule. We shall fight unarmed, without the use of any weapons or firearms, as these carry a high risk of causing permanent harm. This is my bottom line, and I cannot allow my people to be injured, for I am aware that they would not employ weapons." Cheng Jianhua acknowledged, "Old man, I must admit, you possess quite a bit of knowledge, having considered so much. Very well, no weapons it is." With that, Cheng Jianhua discarded all his firearms and blades on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that this individual had come prepared. He cast a grateful glance toward Su Bo. Subsequently, Su Bo officially declared the commencement of the match. The expressions of Jiang Feng and Cheng Jianhua shifted dramatically as Cheng Jianhua launched the first punch towards Jiang Feng's face. In an instant, Jiang Feng's physique transformed. His body multiplied in size, and his skin appeared to be encased in stone as he reached out to grasp Cheng Jianhua's fist. Cheng Jianhua also underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, his fists morphing into claws akin to those of a wolf, his frame elongating significantly. Su Bo raised his eyebrows slightly, astonished that Cheng Jianhua had also evolved into a creature reminiscent of a werewolf. Cheng Jianhua's claws scraped against Jiang Feng's hand, producing a shower of sparks. "Oh, quite resilient, isn't it? What sort of ability is this? Skin turned to stone?" Jiang Feng remained silent, each step he took resonating with a dull thud as he swiftly pursued Cheng Jianhua, aware that a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcomes. Cheng Jianhua deftly employed agile movements, evading Jiang Feng's strikes while circling around him, rolling and striking, leaving Jiang Feng perpetually on the defensive, yet always missing his mark. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Wolf Squad erupted in fervent cheers. "Ha ha ha, this big fool can't even touch our captain's heels. Go, Captain." Indeed, their confidence soared, believing victory was assured. On Jiang Feng's side, his comrades bore expressions akin to mourning a deceased father. Their captain possessed the ability to transform into a being resembling a stone golem, albeit not completely. Rather, he sprouted stone-like material on the surface of his body for defense, rendering his defensive capabilities astonishingly formidable. Bullets could scarcely penetrate this stony exterior. Cheng Jianhua was swift, yet inflicting harm on Jiang Feng proved to be a considerable challenge. Indeed, it has become evident that Cheng Jianhua's claws are utterly ineffectual against Jiang Feng's stony defenses. Conversely, Jiang Feng finds himself incapable of delivering any substantial blows to Cheng Jianhua. At this juncture, Cheng Chong remarked that it appears to have evolved into a protracted stalemate, with neither party able to inflict harm upon the other. Zhang Heng observed the unfolding confrontation, a subtle smile gracing his lips, finding it rather intriguing. It is, after all, my first encounter with a battle between evolutionaries. Bunya, perplexed, inquired, what were you occupied with before? Weren't those nefarious villains all vanquished by you? Zhang Heng replied, yet I have never had the opportunity to witness the clash from an observer's vantage point. Lin Shueshi added, this Jiang Feng seems to overestimate his prowess. He has underestimated me. Yet I find him rather unimpressive. Chapter 164. Healer ability. User Cheng Jianhua was uncertain whether it was fatigue or something else. He found himself retreating continuously, observing the claw marks left on Jiang Feng's body, which were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Noticing that his opponent had ceased attacking, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Are you already exhausted from all that jumping around? The members of the wolf pack exchanged glances, questioning if their leader was truly fatigued. Cheng Jianhua, unable to suppress a slight smile, replied, I'm not exhausted, but you are indeed as immovable as a stone. Do you intend to deplete my strength in this manner and then devise a way to conquer me? Jiang Feng responded nonchalantly, you've guessed correctly. If that's the case, what else is there for me to say? Are you not planning to continue your assault? Cheng Jianhua seemed to be employing psychological tactics. Did I truly guess right? Look at the expressions on your team members' faces. Not one of them is cheering for you. It appears their expectations of you are rather low. Furthermore, your choice to engage in this defensive manner only diminishes their confidence. If you were to encounter a formidable zombie, would you remain a stone to attract its attention? Zombies have no interest in stones. If you aspire to be the leader, then demonstrate some strength instead of resorting to underhanded tactics like a mangy dog. Wouldn't everyone agree with me? Absolutely correct. Who would have thought the leader of the Dawn Guild would be so cowardly? He has barely moved a step the entire time. Ha ha ha. Perhaps there are indeed zombies interested in stones? The members of the Dawn Guild found themselves somewhat embarrassed by the ridicule. Jiang Feng's heart wavered slightly. Though aware that this individual was powerless against his stone-like defense, he had spoken those words to provoke him into action. However, the opponent's speed was too swift, leaving him at a disadvantage in close combat. After exchanging a few remarks, if he continued to remain immobile, he might win the battle, but at the cost of losing his team's respect. That damn Cheng Jianhua was employing such tactics? Jiang Feng took a deep breath, gradually puffing out his chest, indicating his intention to take the initiative. At that moment, a member of the Dawn Guild began to cheer, Come on, boss. Show him your strength. Is the wolf pack leader getting anxious? Unable to break through our boss's defense. And now he's resorting to shouting? Don't you understand? If the boss stands still and you can't penetrate his defense, do you think you'll succeed once he moves? We've long been aware of the boss's abilities, which is why we remain silent. What did you think? Jiang Feng felt a surge of emotion. It seemed all the affection he had shown them was not in vain, as they finally stood up for him. Seizing the opportunity as Jiang Feng released his earlier defensive stance, Cheng Jianhua charged directly toward him. At that moment, Su Bo urgently cautioned, Jiang Feng, be careful. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when Cheng Jianhua had already approached him. To his astonishment, 3 razor-thin blades, as delicate as cicada wings, sprouted from Cheng Jianhua's fist, unhesitatingly thrusting towards Jiang Feng's abdomen. The blades encountered a slight resistance before piercing through effortlessly. A muffled groan escaped Jiang Feng's lips as he staggered backward, his defensive stance crumbling in an instant, leaving him sprawled on the ground, staring up at the sky. Vivid crimson blood rapidly stained the earth beneath him. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Members of the Dawn Guild rushed towards Jiang Feng's direction. Yet, Cheng Jianhua suddenly called out, Do not panic. I have a healer among us who can tend to his wounds. At that moment, a young man dashed out from the back of the group, sprinting towards Jiang Feng. As he approached, his hands emanated waves of green light. And upon reaching Jiang Feng's side, a flurry of green bubbles erupted from his palms. These bubbles continually flowed into the wound on Jiang Feng's abdomen. Initially pale from the pain, Jiang Feng felt an astonishing relief as the green bubbles entered his body, easing his suffering almost instantaneously. For a brief moment, everyone stood in silent awe captivated by the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Eventually, time passed, and the healer wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply as he announced, "All done, you can rise." Jiang Feng gingerly touched his abdomen and, in a daze, stood up from the ground. Lifting his shirt to inspect the area, he discovered, to his astonishment, that there was not a single mark left. He exclaimed, I'm fine." Cheng Jianhua then remarked, "You were simply fortunate. I'm glad my team has a healer. However, in this first match, I emerged victorious." Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He had not only lost, but had also required the assistance of the opposing team's healer. With a resigned sigh, he admitted, "I concede." He hurriedly exited the stage, disinterested in the subsequent battles. Cheng Jianhua smiled slightly, urging, "Let us swiftly proceed to the second round." At that moment, Lin Xueshi glanced at Zhang Heng and asked, "Do you trust me, brother Zhang Heng?" He smiled gently in response, "Of course, but do not feel overly pressured. If you lose, it is no great matter. There are plenty of other cities in the vast Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Cheng Jianhua couldn't help but chuckle. "Survival team. Should you lose, it is of no consequence. I could invite you to join my team, as we are in need of elemental evolutionists." Lin Xueshi, upon hearing this, hurriedly rushed to Su Bo's side, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? We will not lose. You should ponder who among you can stand against me." A spirited young woman, possessing an appealing appearance, emerged from the crowd and approached Cheng Jianhua's side. Cheng Jianhua shared a public kiss with a woman, inciting a profound sense of indignation among a group of single individuals. Lin Xueshi witnessed this scene and felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Displaying affection, are we? Let those who flaunt their love perish swiftly. Cheng Jianhua addressed Lin Xueshi, "Little sister, this is my girlfriend. Do tread lightly." Li Yan, observing Lin Xueshi's extravagant hairstyle, couldn't help but chuckle. "Your hairstyle is quite amusing. Is it naturally curly?" Lin Xueshi clenched her fists, casting a fierce glare at the two before her. "I loathe two types of people. The first are those who call me little sister, and the second are those who mock my hairstyle. You possess healing abilities, do you? Very well. Then I shall not hold back. Su Bo, please announce the commencement of the competition at once." Chapter 165. The wrath of Lin Xueshi. Zhang Heng's gaze was fixed upon the healer, who had just joined the crowd. This ability was indeed remarkably convenient. In this apocalyptic era, Jiang Feng's injury could easily be deemed fatal. That stab could have punctured his intestines. It appeared that their team lacked any medical professionals. Even minor injuries in this world could lead to infections and inflammation, and in severe cases, they could directly claim a life. However, with such a healer among them, any illness or injury could be treated promptly. If only his team could boast such an individual. Perhaps he could even acquire this ability by chance. Cheng Chong took a deep breath and remarked, "The Wild Wolf team seems to be quite a formidable group. They possess a diverse range of abilities." Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you envious? You might have the opportunity to recruit one in the future." Cheng Chong nodded. "It is essential to gather a healer. Such a presence is imperative." At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the confrontation between Lin Xueshi and Li Yan. Su Bo simply announced the commencement of the match. Instantly, a vine whip appeared in Li Yan's hand. "Little sister, this is a competition. I want to go easy on you." Lin Xueshi snorted, "As if I fear your leniency." Hardly had her words faded when Lin Xueshi charged towards Li Yan. Li Yan swiftly struck the ground with her whip, forcing Lin Xueshi to retreat. In her other hand, another vine manifested. The two whips began to lash out. Crack! Crack! The vine struck Lin Xueshi mercilessly, leaving her skin torn and bleeding. Pan Jiaying watched in horror. Xueshi, Zhang Heng, and the others furrowed their brows. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the vines bore sharp barbs. Could one truly recover from such lashes? Lin Xueshi's attire was instantly reduced to tatters, yet she persevered, refusing to retreat. A flicker of compassion crossed Li Yan's eyes. Although their team had a healer, she had still struck with such severity. Yet, what was this little girl made of? Did she lack any sense of pain? She didn't even attempt to dodge, nor did she emit a single cry of anguish. In the blink of an eye, Li Yan found it increasingly difficult to retract her vines. Lin Xueshi looked up at Li Yan. Is it over? Li Yan was taken aback, sensing an unsettling premonition rising within her. Lin Xueshi began to wrap the vines around her hands, circling them repeatedly. She realized that these vines sprouted from the palms of Li Yan, making it impossible for her to release them. As Lin Xueshi wound the vines around her, Li Yan's body was inexorably drawn closer to her. Onlookers, witnessing the bloodied Lin Xueshi, felt a chill of anxiety. Yet they could not fathom the possibility of her defeat. Lin Xueshi's gaze transformed into something truly terrifying. At this moment, Li Yan was also deeply astonished. While being pulled by Lin Xueshi's extraordinary strength, she exclaimed, "What on earth is the matter with you, child? Do you not feel pain?" Lin Xueshi could not help but chuckle. Pain? What is that? I have never claimed to possess the ability to feel pain. Remarkably, she truly seemed devoid of any sensation of pain. Even Zhang Heng and his companions were unaware of this fact. Was Lin Xueshi merely enduring? Or did she genuinely lack the ability to feel pain? Soon, Li Yan stood before Lin Xueshi. As Lin Xueshi looked up, she found herself staring at Li Yan's chest. With a pitying gaze, Li Yan addressed her, "Little sister, you have performed admirably, but in this contest, I emerge victorious." No sooner had the words left her lips than countless vines sprouted from her body, swiftly ensnaring Lin Xueshi. In an instant, Lin Xueshi was enveloped, resembling a chrysalis. Cheng Jianhua and the members of the wolf pack behind him could not suppress their laughter. "Ha ha ha! The victor is clear. Little sister, you possess commendable strength. Yet you still fall short compared to our Yin Jia. Those ensnared by her vines cannot escape." Li Yan exuded confidence, her expression radiating certainty of victory. However, at that moment, the vines encasing Lin Xueshi suddenly swelled. Li Yan's eyes widened in shock, being in such close proximity. A burst of flame erupted from the gaps in the vines. Li Yan's body was instantly scorched. Boom! Lin Xueshi broke free from the confines of the vines, flames soaring into the air. The instant she escaped, her expression remained impassive as she delivered a fierce punch to Li Yan's abdomen. This strike was imbued with searing heat. Upon contact with Li Yan's lower belly, it unleashed a tremendous explosion. Bang! Li Yan's abdomen was violently torn open, her intestines spilling forth. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded, and the healing-type ability users rushed to provide aid. Li Yan lay on the ground, reduced to twitching. Cheng Jianhua bellowed furiously, "Damn it!" He brandished a blade and charged towards Lin Xueshi. Yet at that moment, two figures appeared before Lin Xueshi, Zhang Heng and Pan Jiaying. Zhang Heng delivered a powerful kick to Cheng Jianhua's chest, who let out a cry of agony as he was propelled backward into the crowd. Pan Jiaying quickly removed her outer garment and draped it over Lin Xueshi, urgently asking, "Xueshi, are you all right?" Lin Xueshi shook her head. "I am fine, but I lost control of my strength." "How is my opponent?" Pan Jiaying glanced towards the healing-type ability users. Li Yan's abdomen was a gruesome sight, yet the healers were exerting their utmost efforts. She should be all right. At that moment, Su Bo hurried over. Cheng Jianhua stood up, glaring furiously at Lin Xueshi. "You little brat, you struck with lethal force." Lin Xueshi remained silent, merely gazing at Cheng Jianhua with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Cheng Jianhua noticed that Lin Xueshi was also covered in wounds, her body marred with blood, rendering her unqualified to make any judgments. Zhang Heng spoke in a detached manner, inquiring about the well-being of Cheng Jianhua's companion. Cheng Jianhua cast a glance downward at Li Yan, who, appearing feeble, nodded weakly in response. The healing ability user relentlessly infused green bubbles towards Li Yan without so much as a glance. It was a close call. They nearly could not save her. What kind of ability was that? Fire? Explosion? Li Yan's abdomen had been torn apart, with her intestines lying on the ground. Yet in this moment, her intestines had miraculously reformed. Such a terrifying ability. This young girl's power was astonishingly formidable. Relieved to see Li Yan still alive, Cheng Jianhua took a deep breath and declared, "This round is counted as your victory." Chapter 166. Such a victory Lin Xueshi snorted lightly, declaring, "What do you mean by saying we won? It was already our victory." With that, she pouted and made her way toward Pan Jiaying. Upon arriving in front of Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi burst into tears, exclaiming, "Aunt Pan, it hurts so much. My entire body is in agony. Please save me." This was the first time Pan Jiaying had witnessed Lin Xueshi crying in such a manner. She hurriedly embraced her, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. I will take you to see someone right away." "Okay." Lin Xueshi seemed exhausted, resting her head on Pan Jiaying's shoulder and falling asleep. At that moment, Zhang Heng came to a realization. Xueshi was not devoid of pain. She had been enduring it all along. The accumulation of her suffering had reached its peak, and the force of her outburst had nearly led to a tragic incident with Li Yan. The Wild Wolf Squad should count themselves fortunate to have a healer among their ranks. Zhang Heng was also concerned about Lin Xueshi's condition, but it appeared that he would soon have to take the stage himself, leaving him unable to move for the time being. He turned to Cheng Jianhua and inquired, "With one win and one loss, shall we proceed to the final match?" Cheng Jianhua glanced at the young man beside him, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Are we fighting?" The young man, though markedly different in appearance from Cheng Jianhua, was actually his younger brother, Cheng Jianba. Upon hearing his brother's question, Cheng Jianba's expression shifted slightly as he pondered the situation. Clearly, Zhang Heng's strength surpassed that of Lin Xueshi from earlier. They had all witnessed Li Yan's defeat. If they were to engage in a forceful contest, the outcome was uncertain. Cheng Jianhua was concerned for his brother's safety. If they chose not to fight, they would have to pack up and leave immediately. Yet, if they did participate, the results could be dire. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Jianba declared, "If I back down now, how can I hold my head high among my peers in the future? We must fight. Of course, we shall fight." With that, he strode into the arena. Zhang Heng followed suit. Su Bo observed the two and stated, "You both are aware of the rules. Strike to the point, but do not harm one another fatally." Cheng Jianba looked at Zhang Heng and remarked, "You seem to be an elemental evolutionist? Such a rare ability. I acknowledge you may be formidable, but I will not concede easily. I intend to defeat you." Zhang Heng sensed the fierce determination in Cheng Jianba's eyes. As the captain of a survival squad, it will be quite embarrassing to lose. Rest assured, I will not let you win. The two shared a knowing smile before swiftly entering a fighting stance. Suddenly, Cheng Jianba's body appeared to dissolve like mist, transforming into a shadow upon the ground. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Cheng Jianhua couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you think my brother is an easy opponent? He is also an elemental evolutionist, but he possesses the rarest shadow element, making him immune to any attack." Zhang Heng shot an ice spear towards the ground. The spear struck the earth but inflicted no harm upon the shadow. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was a formidable challenge. Immune to all forms of damage? Was that not invincibility? It was no wonder this individual ranked third. He evidently possessed considerable prowess. The onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, for no confrontation had ensued. Cheng Jianba, having transformed into a shadow, remained completely motionless. Zhang Heng, seemingly unable to inflict any damage upon Cheng Jianba, stood still as well. What was initially anticipated to be a fierce battle in the third match had devolved into a mere standoff. Unable to contain his amusement, Zhang Heng mused on whether maintaining such a state required mental energy. Surely, there would come a time when that energy would be depleted, revealing the true nature of the shadow. Suddenly, the shadow morphed into a scythe, lunging ferociously towards Zhang Heng. Startled, he instinctively leaped backward and launched another ice spear, which pierced through the scythe formed from the shadow. Yet, he still could not make contact with his opponent. This ability was indeed troublesome. It seemed his only option was to evade. The shadow incessantly shifted, launching attacks at Zhang Heng. In response, he swiftly unleashed a domain of ice within the arena, uncertain of its efficacy against the shadow. Instantly, heavy snowflakes began to fall, causing everyone to shiver and retreat. Only Zhang Heng and the shadow continued their movements within the arena. What is wrong? Is your survival team leader only capable of fleeing? I expected more prowess. It turns out your specialty lies in retreating. No wonder you're called the survival team. Perhaps it should be renamed the escape team or the fleeing for your life team. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heng was indeed fleeing. What other strategy could he employ? His opponent was a shadow, impervious to harm. His icy domain could not injure the shadowy Cheng Jianba, while the latter could still inflict damage upon him. Such an ability was overwhelmingly powerful. How he wished to possess a power like that. The continuous evasion and Cheng Jianba's inability to harm Zhang Heng began to incite frustration. Suddenly, the shadow grew to an enormous size, transforming into a colossal beast that lunged at Zhang Heng with its gaping maw, intent on swallowing him whole. Zhang Heng promptly erected an ice shield. The shadow's jaws clashed against the shield, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The shadow promptly revealed its true form. There stood Cheng Jianba, pale and despondent, gazing at Zhang Heng with a mournful expression. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems you are utterly exhausted. Do you concede? Or shall I assist you in surrendering?" Cheng Jianba's eyes flickered with reluctance. "Why are you fleeing?" Zhang Heng could not help but laugh. "Then why pursue me? If you possess the ability, then do not chase." At that moment, Su Bo approached and interjected, "Enough of the banter. Let's quickly determine a victor." Su Bo's words pierced Cheng Jianba's resolve. He understood that continuing this would only lead to his defeat against Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng not only possesses remarkable speed, but he also wields a defensive strategy that renders it nearly impossible for his opponent to inflict harm upon him, even should they choose not to flee. Prolonging the encounter would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Thus, it is wiser to preserve his dignity. Cheng Jianba let out a helpless sigh and declared, "I concede. Brother, I apologize. I am no match for him." The members of the wolf squad immediately hung their heads in despondency. Cheng Jianhua approached Cheng Jianba, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and remarked, "It seems we have indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. Your loss is not unjust." At this moment, Zhang Heng interjected, "Then I shall graciously accept your concession." Cheng Jianhua nodded in agreement, feeling no further need to speak. The group began their journey back, and shortly thereafter, the Dawn Guild erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers. Chapter 167. The Revenge of the Wolfpack. The Wolfpack returned to their vehicle. Cheng Jianhua gazed at Li Yin, who was still receiving treatment, and addressed the healer beside him. "Xiao Feng, how is my girlfriend faring?" Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his breath weak as he replied, I'm trying my best. I am still trying." The atmosphere within the vehicle was steeped in anxiety. Cheng Jianhua, equally anxious, urged the others to exit the car. "You all get out, get out. Let the air circulate." Everyone hastily vacated the vehicle. Cheng Jianhua clasped Li Yan's hand, imploring, "Yin, you must hold on. Xiao Feng will surely heal you. You have to persevere." Li Yan's eyes welled with tears. I might not make it, Hua. Sorry. Her gaze gradually dimmed. Cheng Jianhua's eyes widened in horror. "Xiao Feng. Hurry, Xiao Feng." Suddenly, the healer, Xiao Feng, succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the seat. Cheng Jianhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the motionless Li Yin and the fainted Xiao Feng. In a moment of panic, he reached to check Li Yan's breath, but discerned nothing. Stepping out of the vehicle, Cheng Jianhua felt a constricting pressure in his chest, unable to exhale. The celebratory sound from the Dawn Guild ahead felt overwhelmingly loud to him. Several members of the wolf pack approached Cheng Jianhua, glancing at the situation inside the car before looking back at him, at a loss for words to offer comfort. "Xiao Feng has fainted? Yin, boss, shall we confront them?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Jianhua couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, directing his gaze at the group from the Dawn Guild. "Let's leave first." Jiang Feng was amidst a celebration with his group. Afterward, he learned that the survival squad had clinched 2 consecutive victories, following the defeat of the wolf pack. They promptly drove away. After reveling for a moment, Jiang Feng remarked, "One squad from the wolf pack has left. Perhaps another will soon follow." "Zhang Heng, we must defend this city." Zhang Heng nodded, then inquired, "The wolf pack has truly departed?" Jiang Feng smiled slightly. "Of course they have left. Why would they remain after losing? They wouldn't want to endure more humiliation. My people witnessed it all." Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, then said, "Since all is well, I shall take my leave. My team has sustained injuries, and I must check on them." All right. Zhang Heng returned to the rooftop of the Wuma building. Lin Xueshi lay within a tent, seemingly asleep. Pan Jiaying emerged from the tent, saying, Xueshi seems to possess self-recovery abilities. She is fine, just a bit fatigued, likely due to excessive blood loss. Zhang Heng nodded. Then I shall prepare a lavish meal for her tonight to replenish her strength. Does she require any medications? Pan Jiaying shook her head. Xueshi's recovery was quite remarkable, rendering medication unnecessary. After all, an evolved being's physique is inherently fortified and not so fragile. It was getting late, so I shall prepare dinner. Lin Xueshi, indeed unscathed, awoke clamoring for delectable food. As night fell, everyone retreated to their tents to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, the wolf pack was stealthily approaching Taiyan under the cover of darkness. Cheng Jianbao remarked, Brother, I will first deal with the patrolling guards. You may enter afterwards. Cheng Jianhua nodded, advising, do not raise alarms. If the situation becomes perilous, retreat. Cheng Jianhua then glanced at Xiaofeng, asking, Xiaofeng, won't you take a moment to rest? Xiaofeng shook her head, expressing, I wish to assist. Cheng Jianhua patted her shoulder, encouraging, well done, but allow my brother to handle the guards first. Cheng Jianbao transformed into a shadow, swiftly advancing toward the guards. The guards, evidently oblivious to the shifting shadows, were engaged in light banter. This wolf pack is utterly overestimating itself. With such meager strength, they dare to challenge us. It's laughable. One guard scoffed. Another countered, the wolf pack does possess some strength. Our chances of victory largely hinge on those two from the survival team, especially that little girl. Who would have thought her prowess was so formidable? Blast it, they've beaten us to a pulp. That woman is likely dead by now. She deserves it for being so ruthless toward a little girl. Just then, the shadow sprang into action, leaping from the ground and enveloping the two guards. The eerie sound of crunching echoed within the shadow, silencing their screams before they could escape. After dispatching the guards, the shadow continued towards the remaining sentinels. In a brief span, all guards were quietly eliminated. Cheng Jianbao reverted to his original form and signaled to Cheng Jianhua and the others from the shadows. The entire wolf pack then dashed toward Taiyan City. Cheng Jianhua kicked open the main door, startling the members of the Dawn Guild who were asleep inside. Die, all of you! 4 or 5 armed men brandishing assault rifles confronted Cheng Jianhua, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the slumbering guild members. In mere seconds, the members of the Dawn Guild were rendered lifeless. At that moment, Jiang Feng, who had been sleeping in the room, was awakened by the commotion and quickly scrambled out of bed. Upon assessing the situation on the first floor, his eyes widened in shock. Cheng Jianhua, sensing a gaze from the second floor, pointed and shouted, Jiang Feng, you cannot escape. Jiang Feng's eyes widened as he cowered in a corner, dodging the onslaught of bullets. Damn it, the wolf pack has come for revenge. How dare they? He pressed against the wall, inching toward the window, and without hesitation, he leaped through the broken glass, sprinting toward the direction of the Wuma building. At this moment, Zhang Heng and his companions in the Wuma building heard the resounding gunfire echoing through the silent night. Everyone emerged from their tents in response. Cheng Chang remarked, the scent of gunpowder and blood. Someone is being slaughtered. Zhao Yanan, covering one eye, stated, it is the members of the Wolf Squad seeking revenge. The members of the Dawn Guild are under attack, and Jiang Feng is hastening towards us. With one eye fixed on the skies above Taiyan, Zhao Yanan quickly grasped the situation at hand. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Surely not. How could he dare to do this? I cannot comprehend. Su Bo interjected. They certainly will not spare us. We must strike first. At that moment, Zhang Heng turned to Zhao Yanan and inquired, have you seen the woman named Lian? Chapter 168. Instant kill. Zhao Yanan searched meticulously, then shook her head, indicating she had found nothing. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. He realized the motive behind their impending retaliation. The others turned their gazes toward him. Zhang Heng spoke. The healer likely failed to save Li Yan, or she may have sustained severe injuries. They are plotting their revenge. Lin Xueshi, with a face full of guilt, pondered. Could it be that my actions were too harsh? Zhang Heng gently patted Lin Xueshi's head and replied, Li Yan was equally aggressive towards you. Moreover, at this juncture, words hold little significance. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The large prey upon the small, and the small devour the shrimp. The weak shall inevitably be consumed. Their adversaries had already embarked on a path of slaughter, and thus they could not afford to be courteous. Zhang Heng summoned the two zombies, number 1 and number 2, from his spatial backpack. As the two undead figures descended, a palpable dread enveloped the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, these zombies had undergone a terrifying evolution, emanating an invisible pressure merely by their presence. Zhang Heng stated, "They are armed. It would be prudent for you to stay back. I shall confront them alone. There are only about 30 of them." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Heng leapt from the 5-horse building, with number 1 and number 2 trailing closely behind. Moments later, Jiang Feng scrambled onto the roof, exclaiming, "Help! The wolf squad is coming for us. My entire Dawn Guild was slaughtered while they slept. They are all dead, and now they seek my life. They are on their way to find you." Pan Jiang replied, "Calm down. Zhang Heng is already handling it. You should rest for now." Jiang Feng, in despair, lamented, "Those damned bastards. We are survivors. Why are they so ruthless towards us? It's a complete extermination." Silence fell over the gathering. Such events had become all too familiar. Zhao Yanan declared, "I will assist Zhang Heng." Pan Jiang glanced at Lin Xueshi, asking, "Xueshi, are you feeling any better?" Cheng Chong interjected, "It would be wise for you all to remain here." Zhang Heng stated he can handle it, which means he does not require our assistance. Moreover, do not forget, he has number 1 and number 2 with him. Your presence would only complicate matters. Suddenly, Zhang Heng descended from the sky, simultaneously activating the ice shield. The members of the wolf squad, consumed by their bloodlust, were momentarily quelled upon seeing him. Cheng Jianhua, with reddened eyes, cried out, "My girlfriend is dead. You must pay for her life." Zhang Heng responded, "Did your healer not manage to save her? That seems unlikely. I observed his abilities were formidable. How could he fail to rescue your girlfriend? I distinctly saw her internal injuries healing." Cheng Jianhua glared at Zhang Heng, exclaiming, "But she is dead. Dead. You must avenge her." Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle, understanding that if my comrades were to perish in battle, I would certainly not let it go unpunished. "However, do you truly possess the ability to eliminate us?" As he spoke, the figures known as number 1 and number 2 swiftly darted towards the direction of the wolf pack. Number 2's long hair suddenly elongated, and the air was filled with the sound of slicing wind. With a sweeping motion of his hair, it appeared as though a vast area was swept clean. Cheng Jianhua, witnessing this scene, looked at his comrades who had fought alongside him, now reduced to mere chunks of flesh, and could hardly believe his eyes. It was a bizarre variant. "You are capable of controlling these aberrations. Are you also a zombie?" In that instant, Zhang Heng conjured 5 ice spikes, which soared into the air and then hurtled towards the wolf pack. Where the ice spikes passed, none could stand in their way. In an instant, everyone was prostrate on the ground. Gazing at the annihilated wolf pack, Zhang Heng calmly stated, "I will not allow anyone to threaten my teammates or my existence." No sooner had he spoken than he manipulated the ice spikes again, delivering a chilling blow to those who sought to rise. This skirmish concluded in less than 10 seconds, revealing an insurmountable disparity. However, one remained alive, Cheng Jianbao. The shadowy figure of Cheng Jianbao was frantically attempting to escape. Zhang Heng instructed number 1 and number 2 to pursue him, while he approached a young man lying on the ground. "You are quite clever, feigning death so effectively." The man sprang up instantly, rapidly distancing himself from Zhang Heng. He grinned and remarked, "I did not expect you to be so formidable, capable of controlling zombies and wielding the cold. It seems I have underestimated your strength." Zhang Heng responded, "Rather, you have overestimated your teammates' capabilities. I recall you are the healer. Is there truly no way for you to revive Li Yin? What is your objective?" Xiao Feng shrugged, saying, "After all our efforts to reach this place, we must depart due to a tedious contest, only to journey to another city. I lack such patience, so I merely stirred the pot a bit." In other words, this individual could have saved Li Yin, but chose not to, simply to avoid the journey, thus inciting this conflict. Zhang Heng's expression darkened significantly. "As a man, your actions are truly despicable." Zhang Heng raised his hand, and Xiao Feng interjected, "Hey, are you certain you wish to kill me? To slay me, the one capable of healing all ailments and resurrecting the dead?" Zhang Heng arched an eyebrow. "What? Do you wish to join us?" Xiao Feng grinned. "You will certainly allow me to join you. Do you not realize that with me on your side, you would be invincible? I merely chose the wrong team. I once thought the wolf pack was quite strong, especially Chang Jianbo, but who knew they would crumble like paper in your hands, without even having the chance to unleash their abilities before meeting their end. I have been in search of." Suddenly, a sharp ice spike pierced through Xiao Feng's head, leaving a bloodied hole the width of a finger at his brow. A flicker of disgust crossed Zhang Heng's eyes as he uttered, "As a man, your actions are utterly repugnant. Do you truly believe it was I who brought about their demise? What makes you think you were worthy of joining me? My entourage is not a gathering for the unworthy." Xiao Feng fell backward, his gaze fixed skyward, lifeless and unblinking. He had not finished speaking. At that moment, Zhang Heng summoned the crawling one, which devoured the bodies of those lying on the ground, before making its way toward the encampment of the Dawn Guild. They must still have a considerable amount of supplies remaining there, right? As for Jiang Feng, perhaps he could be invited to join, so that we might share in this existence together. Chapter 169. Lin Wenyu's warning. Zhang Heng arrived at the living quarters of the Dawn Guild, gathering all useful supplies. He then surveyed the area, searching for any survivors. The outcome was grim. Everyone had perished, likely victims of the frenzied wolf squad. One individual lay dead, his body riddled with bullet holes, resembling a beehive. A pack of madmen. Indeed, the apocalypse has a way of driving people to madness. Zhang Heng returned to the rooftop of the Wuma building. Upon seeing Zhang Heng return unscathed, Jiang Feng hurriedly inquired, "How did it go? What happened to the wolf squad? Have they left?" Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, "Yes, they have departed peacefully. However, your guild has been entirely wiped out. What do you plan to do next?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. "My guild, my brothers," Zhang Heng continued. "As for the supplies from your Dawn Guild, I have recovered them all. If you have other plans, I can share a portion with you." Jiang Feng collapsed onto the ground, his expression vacant, half smiling yet pained. "What else can I do? If you're willing to take me in, I will join your team. If not, I shall have to leave this wretched apocalypse. What else is there for me?" To Zhang Heng's surprise, this large man began to weep openly. Zhang Heng sought the opinions of the others. "What do you all think?" At this moment, Pan Jiaying remarked, "He is all alone. What can he do? Why not let him join us for now?" Cheng Chang glanced at Zhang Heng and nodded. The others remained silent, and Zhang Heng took their silence as consent. Extending his right hand toward Jiang Feng, Zhang Heng announced, "Congratulations, Jiang Feng. You are now a member of our survival team. However, our team operates on an elimination system. Should I perceive any actions from you that threaten the safety of the group, you will be expelled, with sanctions applied based on the severity of the situation." Jiang Feng forced a smile, murmuring, "Thank you." At this moment, Zhang Heng moved to a corner, taking control of Brother Ma's body. Brother Ma and Number 2 were in pursuit of Chang Jianbo, who had transformed into a shadow and was still fleeing. Zhang Heng, using Brother Ma's form, called out, "Chang Jianbo, stop running." The shadow slowed its pace, and Zhang Heng matched its speed. Gradually, Chang Jianbo's figure emerged from the shadow, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he asked, "Are you Zhang Heng?" Brother Ma nodded, replying, "Yes, it's me." "Now, perish." In an instant, a strand of hair pierced Chang Jianbo's chest, ensnaring his heart, and with a forceful tug, Chang Jianbo's expression twisted in agony as he succumbed to death. Zhang Heng relinquished control of Brother Ma. With this, the wolf squad had been entirely eradicated. Zhang Heng resolved to relocate the survival team to the previous encampment of the Dawn Guild. Upon returning to his former base, Jiang Feng discovered that all the corpses had mysteriously vanished. Glancing at Zhang Heng, he surmised that it was the latter's doing. This individual possesses spatial abilities. He must have taken all the supplies he collected from his warehouse. Alas, it matters not. He is now a member of the survival team. I must say, the strength of this group is quite formidable, especially that of Captain Zhang Heng. If he could remain in such an esteemed company, there would be little cause for concern about surviving in this world. A decade hence, while other teams may have vanished, Jiang Feng firmly believes that this team will endure and continue to grow. After a night devoid of conversation, the following morning, everyone returned to their routines. Jiang Feng had yet to recover from the anguish of his guild's disbandment, appearing utterly despondent. However, Pan Jiaying and the others had no time to tend to his emotional state. They were now a party of 6, and there were no other evolvers left in the city. Thus, they divided into 2 smaller teams to hunt down zombies. Zhang Heng arrived at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. The first, second, and third members had ventured out for automatic exploration, while he intended to investigate the contents of the bank's vault. Upon his second visit, he had barely settled when his phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed Lin Wenyu, and it was a video call. Zhang Heng hastily exited the bank and pressed the answer button. Lin Wenyu greeted him with a subtle smile. Zhang Heng, I advise you not to be too curious. Zhang Heng feigned ignorance, asking, what curiosity? What are you talking about? Lin Wenyu continued, we have installed surveillance in the bank. You and others came here previously, and now you return. What are your intentions? Do you plan to oppose us? Zhang Heng replied, you are indiscriminately slaughtering survivors. We are already enemies. Lin Wenyu raised an eyebrow, surprised by his audacity. You intend to stand against us? You are the only evolver with the privilege of not being killed by us. Are you sure you wish to forfeit this privilege? Zhang Heng, direct as ever, inquired. What is inside? Lin Wenyu responded, our companion, though still in slumber. Once he awakens, we will return for him. Zhang Heng then asked, are you cultivating titans? Is it a zombie inside, evolving? Are you feeding it the corpses of previous evolvers you killed? Lin Wenyu smiled faintly. Your imagination is quite vivid. However, congratulations. You are correct. Thus, keep your distance from this place. We have no interest in zombies that cannot become titans. Should we discover a zombie capable of evolving into a titan, we will nurture it to expand our titan squad. You may slay as many zombies as you wish, but you must not touch the ones we are cultivating. Otherwise, you will be opposing us. You have seen the fate of those who oppose us, and I trust you do not wish to meet a similar end? Zhang Heng inquired, proclaiming that he bore tidings of great significance. In 3 years, the world government intended to unleash a nuclear bombardment upon this realm, aiming to eradicate the zombies and the viruses that plague it. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this plan has been annulled. The world government will now operate from the shadows, providing support to the evolvers. Your existence will soon be exposed, inevitably attracting more formidable evolvers to confront you. I advise you to maintain a low profile. Should you wish to cultivate zombies, you may proceed, but refrain from excessive actions. Pursuing total annihilation will yield dire consequences. Surely, you do not desire to face extermination at the hands of other evolvers, do you? Lin Wenyu raised an eyebrow slightly, interpreting this as a warning to our Titan squad. Should you wish to declare war upon us, you are welcome to do so at any time. Let me reiterate, do not disturb the Titan in the bank. Otherwise, it shall be seen as a provocation, and we will promptly address the matter. Chapter 170. The visitor in the rain. Lin Wenyu abruptly terminated the video call. Zhang Heng gripped his phone tightly, casting a glance at the bank's location. It appeared that maintaining contact with the adversary was not a prudent course of action. The threat posed by the Titans was fatal to humanity. Astonishingly, they were even cultivating Titans. When the time came for an official declaration of war between human evolvers and Titans, the human evolvers would be confronted by Titans, each formidable and monstrous in strength. Perhaps it would be I who would pursue you in the end. Zhang Heng smiled subtly and departed from the bank. It was not yet time. He needed to bolster his ranks, and after dealing with the zombies in Taiyan, he would address the zombie lurking within the bank. For the ensuing month, tranquility reigned. The overall strength of the survival team was commendable, and their capabilities had notably improved during this period. Zhang Heng focused on eliminating the crawlers, and upon vanquishing one, he instructed number 3 to consume it. However, the genetic unlocking progress shared was a mere 1, while Ma Gu and number 2 each achieved 10. It seemed that Ma Gu and number 2 were on the brink of entering the 3rd stage. One could only wonder if they would transform into crawlers. In any case, Zhang Heng held a degree of anticipation. Most of the crawlers in Taiyan had been dispatched by Zhang Heng, and he had little interest in the remaining zombies, leaving them to Pan Jiaying and her team. On this particular day, a torrential downpour commenced. Zhang Heng and his companions remained sheltered within their sanctuary, choosing not to venture outside. Rain typically afforded them a respite. A few women chattered animatedly, their topics of conversation unknown, while the men congregated, indulging in alcohol and card games. Zhang Heng, observing the rain through the window, felt no inclination towards drinking or gaming, opting instead for contemplation. To an outside observer, he appeared to be gazing at the rainfall, yet he was, in truth, scrutinizing his personal information alongside that of the three zombies. Host, Zhang Heng abilities, Core of Icebergs Manifest, Strength, 231 Speed, 253 Mentality, 216 Genetics, LV, 326 Abilities. Self-Healing, LV1 Mastery of Longsword, LV1 Close Combat, LV1 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow, LV1 Ice Shield, Ice Spike, LV1 Ice Domain, LV1 Jet Flight, LV1 Multi-Control, LV1 Points, 66,395, Zombie No. 1. Strength, 187 Speed, 181 Mentality, 154 Genetics, LV299 Abilities. Self-Healing, LV1 Mastery of Longsword, LV1 Close Combat, LV1 Zombie No. 2. Strength, 217 Speed, 212 Mentality, 257 Genetics, LV299 Abilities. Self-Healing, LV3 Zombie Number 3. Strength, 317 Speed, 163 Mentality, 157 Genetics, LV342 Abilities. Self-Healing, LV5. Steel Skin, LV4. Gluttony, LV2. Indeed, both Zombie Number 1 and Number 2 were on the verge of unlocking their third genetic lock. However, in the absence of the crawlers, advancing beyond the third genetic lock has become rather challenging. Should he manage to vanquish the Titan residing in the bank, it is likely that he could enhance his abilities. Meanwhile, the potatoes and sweet potatoes in the spatial farm have ripened several times. Zhang Heng returned to harvest, accumulating nearly 6,000 pounds of potatoes, which, when combined with his previous stash, totals over 10,000 pounds. Currently, these potatoes are entirely superfluous, as the supplies he has gathered remain largely untouched. Remarkably, he finds himself with an abundance of resources. Fortunately, stored within his spatial backpack, they do not spoil. Perhaps, instead of slaying these zombies, he could venture to a location teeming with evolvers, trading potatoes for crystals, thus acquiring them more swiftly? No, that seems perilously precarious. If someone were to covet his supplies, it could lead to significant trouble. Must these resources merely rot in his possession? Surely not. What if he were to trade with the Dragon Kingdom? They too must be troubled by resource scarcity. One wonders what he could exchange with them. Weapons? He could simply redeem those with his points. Intelligence? What advantage would surplus information yield him? He suspects he might become the first individual in this apocalyptic world to fret over an excess of food. At that moment, Cheng Chong approached Zhang Heng with a bottle of beer, suggesting, "Zhang Heng, since it is raining, let's take a day to unwind. Do not remain perpetually on edge." Zhang Heng accepted the beer, taking a small sip before inquiring, "Brother Chong, the zombies in Taiwan have been nearly eradicated. Which city shall we target next?" Cheng Chong inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before asking, "What are the treasures concealed behind the door in the industrial and commercial bank?" At this point, Jiang Feng eagerly interjected, "Boss, there must be something valuable back there. Before we leave Taiwan, let us have Xueshi blow the vault." Having been part of the group for about a month, Jiang Feng had become quite familiar with the others and demonstrated commendable prowess. Zhang Heng then remarked, "I had previously ventured there secretly. To my surprise, the Titan squad had installed a remote camera in the bank. I believe they may have detected my presence. If I were to sabotage the vault, they would likely retaliate against our team. Are you afraid?" Jiang Feng's expression shifted. The Titans had indeed installed cameras in the bank? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Cheng Chong's expression darkened. "If we attempt to breach the vault, would we not become their targets? They would pursue us relentlessly." Zhang Heng smiled slightly. "It may indeed transpire that way. What are your thoughts, Brother Chong?" Cheng Chong suddenly gazed off into the distance, lost in thought, before stating, "I think you should first consider how to deal with these individuals." Zhang Heng and Jiang Feng then turned their attention to the direction where Brother Chong was looking. They observe a small group, clad in raincoats, gradually entering Tian City. Only 5 individuals. Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he scrutinized them closely, attempting to discern if they were members of the Titan Squad. Upon confirmation, the possibility of the Titan Squad was dismissed. This team seemed to have discovered their presence and marched directly towards their encampment. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, approached, with a woman leading the group. She regarded Zhang Heng and the others with a cold demeanor and inquired, "Are you the evolvers of this city?" "We are the evolvers of Sangnan City," she continued, "which has fallen and may trouble you for some time." Zhang Heng, perplexed, responded, "Sangnan? It seems not far from here. How has it fallen?" Fan Jing, ever the gracious host, quickly interjected, "Let's find a place to sit down." With her beauty and gentle demeanor, coupled with her earnest invitation, the team gradually relaxed their guard and began to seek a spot to settle. At this moment, Zhang Heng approached the woman and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Heng. We are the survival squad. How do you wish to be addressed?" The woman replied, "I am Cheng Hong. We do not have a squad name. These individuals are friends I have met in Shanghai City, and together we have endured in this world for nearly 3 months, akin to a family." Cheng Chang then spoke up, "Please tell us about the situation in Sangnan City." Chapter 171. Zhang Heng's determination. Cheng Hong inhaled deeply, uncertain whether it was the chilling air or the terrifying thoughts that consumed her. The Titans. She glanced up at Zhang Heng, envisioning the towering Titan zombies, looming at a height of several meters. All the evolved beings in Sangnan City had united in the face of this threat. Initially, it seemed a fortuitous turn of events, as we had previously been embroiled in fierce competition for territory, resources, and survival. Yet, the emergence of the Titans forged an unexpected solidarity among us. However, the Titans proved overwhelmingly powerful. Within less than half a month of conflict, nearly all the thousands of evolved beings in Sangnan City had been annihilated. I fled. Many others did as well. Yet, they did not pursue us with vengeance. Their sole intent appeared to be the expulsion of us from the city. As they claimed our lives, their demeanor suggested a sinister delight, as if we were merely playthings for their amusement. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Heng and the others darkened significantly. Had they also encountered the Titans? It seems that Jiangnan City is the most fortunate. However, how long will this fortune last? Zhang Heng cast a fleeting glance towards the industrial and commercial bank. The vault of the bank resembled a Pandora's box. Should it be forcefully breached, it might unleash a series of dire consequences. Should he truly dare to open the grand door of that vault? Cheng Hong expressed her confusion, inquiring why they appeared utterly unfazed. Had they perhaps encountered them before? At this moment, Jiang Feng remarked, "You are indeed correct. We too have endured the onslaught of the Titans. The entire city's evolvers were annihilated within a month. I managed to lead a portion of the populace to safety, escaping from Tian. It appears that the Titans do not linger in a single city for long. After their departure, I returned." Cheng Hong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "So, if we were to return at Sangnan City now, it is likely that they have already moved on to the next city?" Jiang Feng nodded slightly, affirming the sentiment. Cheng Hong then let out a sigh of relief, suggesting that it seemed we would have to return at Sangnan. At that moment, Zhang Heng inquired, "You may stay for as long as you wish. After all, we are soon to depart from this place. Perhaps we could journey back to Sangnan together." Cheng Gong, puzzled, asked, "Why is that? Have you scoured all the resources in this city? What are the zombies? How many remain?" At this moment, Jiang Feng remarked, "As for supplies, I believe there are still some areas yet to be searched. However, it no longer matters, for this city is devoid of any zombies." Upon hearing this, Cheng Hong and the other 4 individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. Had every zombie in the entire city been eradicated? In a city teeming with hundreds of thousands of zombies, you claim to have eradicated them all? How on earth did you accomplish such a feat? A burly man behind Cheng Hong could not contain his curiosity, questioning the extraordinary circumstances. What exactly transpired? How is it possible for the undead to have been completely vanquished? A city could harbor at least several 100,000 zombies. Have they all perished? At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Hong. To be frank, The number of zombies they had slain likely fell short of even a fraction of Zhang Heng's tally. Cheng Hong noticed that all eyes were now fixed on him. Before Zhang Heng, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable. However, when inquiries arose regarding the eradication of zombies in a city, all eyes turned to him. Could it be that this man had vanquished the undead of this city? Was he truly formidable? Unbeknownst to them, the rain seemed to have ceased. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi collaborated to prepare warm porridge for the beleaguered group. This was the only faction that evoked no hint of hostility from Zhang Heng and his companions. Their eyes were filled with terror, their expressions fraught with fear. At this juncture, Cheng Hong remarked, "I noticed several off-road vehicles parked outside. Are they all yours?" There were 8 off-road vehicles and a bus. Yet they appeared to be merely 7 individuals. Zhang Heng replied, "These are the means of transport for 2 teams. One had previously clashed with us, and they have all perished here." Cheng Hong may not have realized the perilous nature of the group she was engaging with, continuing to converse and partake of their provisions. They seemed utterly harmless. What was truly amiss? Cheng Hong's face paled as she stammered, "We must leave at once." Zhang Heng interjected, "Did I not mention? We might be able to journey together to Tsangnan." In a hurry, Cheng Hong rose, insisting, No, we have another destination aside from Songnan." Suddenly, she began to stride toward the exit, followed swiftly by the other 4, all 5 making a hasty retreat. Zhang Heng was taken aback, bewildered by their abrupt departure. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain Zhang, it seems you have frightened them. But it's no matter. We know where Tsangnan is, and we can visit later." Zhang Heng then declared, "Gentlemen, I may need to undertake a perilous endeavor." Cheng Chan inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang Heng continued, "Based on the capabilities of the Titan Squad, they could obliterate a city's evolved beings within half a month to a month. In a few years, it is likely that the human evolved beings in this world will be exterminated before they can even fully develop. Even if we survive until the end, we will still be under their dominion, and the zombies of the entire world will become our adversaries. Rather than accept this fate, we should strive to impede their progress, thereby granting other evolved beings the time to develop." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Pan Jiaying crossed her arms, a grave look in her eyes, and asked, "What do you plan to do? Provoke them? Lure them to us?" A subtle smile graced Zhang Heng's face as he responded, "Initially, they will likely send only a few to confront us. It is improbable that the entire squad will come after us. If we can dispatch their advance party, we will have succeeded. I intend to access the vault of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and the Titan Squad will become aware of this. At that point, they will send operatives to eliminate us. By defeating them, we would have bought some time for the evolved beings of other cities and delayed the advance of the Titan Squad. It is probable that Jiangnan City has a similar establishment to the Industrial and Commercial Bank Vault, as does Songnan. I shall breach these places and obliterate what lies within. We can no longer allow them to perpetrate their wanton slaughter, nor permit them to so effortlessly create more Titans." At this juncture, no one spoke. Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle, remarking that even if we cannot prevail, we can simply retreat into the bunker. Cannot we? Jiang Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "You have a bunker? Why was I not informed?" The group erupted into laughter. Zhang Heng then declared, "I shall undertake this task alone. You all should remain in the bunker during this period. I will await their arrival here." At that moment, Cheng Chang inquired, "Zhang Heng, what is your motive?" I failed to comprehend. Chapter 172. Opening the vault, Cheng Chang evidently voiced the sentiments of all present. At this moment, Subo remarked, "Perhaps Zhang Heng does not wish for the world to be left with just a handful of us in the end." Lin Xueshi raised an eyebrow slightly. "In truth, that might not be so bad. Just a few of us, accompanying one another, could indeed be a rather pleasant conclusion." Pan Jiaying approached Lin Xueshi's side, gently clasping her hand. They exchanged a soft smile, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. Zhang Heng chuckled awkwardly and said, "Motivation? Honestly, I still yearn for the world to revert to its former state." However, Cheng Chang remained perplexed. "Zhang Heng, your intentions are noble. Yet your actions may plunge our group into a perilous predicament, especially you. If you fall, we are all doomed." to save the world and assist humanity in its evolution. That is the very purpose of the system's arrival. And you're the host of that system. Everything you do is naturally aimed at progressing towards your own objectives. The emergence of the Titan squad resembled a mudslide. They were situated behind the deluge, untouched, while everything in the front was obliterated. Occasionally, a few survivors may emerge. Cheng Hong, Jiang Feng, and their small team were merely survivors in the wake of the mudslide. Yet, they evidently lacked the strength to confront the Titans. Even in survival, it was but a temporary reprieve. Zhang Heng's declaration of war against the Titan squad was intended to hinder their advance, to grasp their ankles and slow their momentum, thereby diminishing their power. This coalition of level 4 zombies, which had begun to slay human survivors, became his primary target. Perhaps his fervent efforts to unlock genetic potential and enhance his strength were aimed at confronting the Titan squad. Over the past month, he had not been idle. Both he and his zombies had seen a fundamental attribute increase of over 100 points. Surely, this would render him superior to the Titan zombies. If the Titans did not confront him with their full force, Zhang Heng and his 3 zombies should surely be capable of dealing with 1 or 2 Titans. Should it come to that? Cheng Chong continued, "This is not a tale of fiction. Lives are at stake. Once lost, everything is gone. Even amidst this apocalypse, we still possess the potential to grow stronger. As our abilities evolve, I believe our lifespans will extend as well. With a bunker, we could very well survive until the world meets its demise." Zhang Heng shook his head, responding, "Chong, I understand your desire for us to endure in this world a little longer, but if all of humanity perishes, what significance does our survival hold? We might as well become mere animals in the Titan's menagerie, stripped of dignity, living like pets. Furthermore, I need you to trust in my strength. I will not embark on a venture without certainty. I shall go alone. You need only await my good news in the bunker." At that moment, Lin Xueshi interjected, "No, this time is different. I shall join you in confronting them. They are Titans. Even with the assistance of your undead allies, peril remains. Ampan and I will support you," Zhao Yanin declared. "And I, too, am ready to wield my abilities. My magnum, my keen sight, ready to battle for you at any moment." Su Bo smiled faintly, adding, "Naturally, this old bone of mine cannot lag behind." The gaze of everyone in the room shifted toward Jiang Feng and Brother Chong. Jiang Feng raised his hand. "I will also lend my assistance." Brother Chong glared at the assembly with irritation, thinking, have they all lost their minds? Why do I feel like I am the only sane one here? Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "Honestly, I prefer to work alone, as I cannot care for everyone. However, if I refuse this time, you will undoubtedly hold a grudge against me. So, very well, those who wish to join may do so. Those who do not can hide in the bunker. And we shall say nothing." Brother Chong then remarked, "If I had combat prowess, I would charge alongside you. What use is this damned nose of mine? Let us all embrace the madness together. I, too, will join." The vote passed unanimously, and laughter erupted among them. Zhang Heng proclaimed, "Then at dawn tomorrow, we shall unlock the Pandora's box left behind by the Titan team." That night, everyone rested early. At daybreak, they all headed to the bank. Zhang Heng stood before the vault when Lin Wenyu's call came through. "Are you seeking death?" Zhang Heng replied with a calm smile, "Bring it on." After hanging up, he glanced at Lin Xueshi, who nodded and clenched her small fist, advancing toward the vault. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xueshi's right fist became intensely heated. Suddenly, Zhang Heng called out, "Wait." Lin Xueshi, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Zhang Heng responded, "The explosion may pose a threat to you. It would be better to let number 2 give it a try." Number 2 stepped forward, his hair billowing, and approached the vault. Strands of hair slipped into the lock, and with a series of clicks, the vault door swung open. "Wow, number 2 can pick locks. What a remarkable ability. This certainly saves me considerable effort." As the vault door creaked open, a crimson light streamed forth, illuminating the faces of all present in a vivid red hue. Inside the vault lay countless stacks of cash, atop which were piled numerous corpses, evidently decayed and infested with maggots writhing within. The sight was nauseating, and the stench was overwhelming. Amidst the multitude of bodies, a red spherical entity emerged. Its surface was adorned with numerous tendrils, which continuously drew the surrounding corpses closer, absorbing the nutrients contained within. Within the red sphere, a figure seemed to float, someone curled up, arms wrapped around their knees. This scene was simultaneously witnessed by the Titan team far away in Sangnan City through their mobile devices. Lin Weini gazed at the screen of her phone, her expression darkening as she realized Zhang Heng intended to eliminate their companion. At that moment, a peculiar zombie erupted in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "I warned you to keep your distance from that guy. We are zombies. They're evolved beings. We are adversaries. Yet you refuse to heed my advice." Just then, another Titan zombie approached, observing the scene on the phone before stating, "Lin Weini, this matter is now in your hands. We must proceed to the next city." Lin Weini withdrew her phone, nodded affirmatively, and proclaimed, "I will take care of them. Suetian, you should join me." Suetian snorted dismissively, cracking his knuckles. "I should have dealt with that fellow back in Jiangnan City." Chapter 173. The aberrant physique of Titans at the entrance of the vault. Zhang Heng spread his palm, and an icicle materialized in his grasp. "Allow me to take the lead in this elimination." Lin Wenyu incessantly bombarded him with calls, her number swiftly blocked by Zhang Heng. A flicker of change crossed his gaze as he flicked the icicle with his right hand. Whoosh! The icicle struck true, piercing the zombie nestled within the placenta. Vivid crimson blood oozed from the gaping wound. A prompt echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. Killed a Tier 4 Titan, earned 10,000 points. A subtle smirk graced Zhang Heng's lips as he addressed his companions. Destroy the nearby cameras. The Titan squad is en route. We must head to Jiangnan City and make them believe we remain here. As his words fell, his comrades dispersed to locate and dismantle the cameras. Before long, Zhang Heng and his team entered the bunker, initiating its flight mode. Zhang Heng secluded himself in the training room, while the others indulged in their respective activities. Zombie No. 1 is evolving. Zombie number 2 is evolving. The two zombies formed a cocoon. Zhang Heng understood that evolution required time, ranging from a day to several days, but not excessively long. He pondered whether they might evolve into crawlers. Frankly, he mused that transforming into crawlers would be less advantageous than retaining their original forms. Meanwhile, Lin Wenyu and Sato arrived at the entrance of the bank vault. The Titan undergoing metamorphosis within had perished, leaving behind a pool of organic fluid. Should he manage to absorb all of it, he could attain a form akin to theirs, thus gaining a powerful ally. Yet he had failed. Zhang Heng had slain him, although Lin Wenyu had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing the lifeless Titan's body still left her profoundly shaken. "Damn Zhang Heng! Damn him! I shall kill you!" In a fit of rage, Lin Wenyu transformed into a towering female Titan, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding cityscape. Observing her frenzied state, Sato scoffed. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently." He too transformed into a Titan, intervening to quell Lin Wenyu's destructive rampage, urging her to regain composure. Now, where could he possibly be? Suddenly, Lin Wenyu seemed struck by inspiration. "They've headed to Jiangnan City. We must hurry." The two Titans surged forward in their colossal forms, each stride covering dozens of meters. They were racing against time. If they arrived too late, the Titans under cultivation in Jiangnan City would surely meet their demise. The Bunker-S flight speed rivaled that of an aircraft. The journey from Taiyan to Jiangnan City took less than half an hour. The bunker descended gracefully in the city center, appearing to onlookers as if a UFO had arrived. At this moment, Brother Chong proved invaluable. Upon landing, he meticulously began to track the scent of the Titan zombies. Soon enough, Chung Chong detected a familiar aroma ahead. "Let me onward." Zhang Heng effortlessly lifted Chung Chong, placing him on his back, while instructing the others to return to the bunker and remain concealed. Following Chung Chong's directions, Zhang Heng arrived at an underground chamber, only to find the entrance obstructed by a multitude of vehicles. After attempting 4 different access points, all of which were similarly blocked, Zhang Heng reluctantly decided to enter the building itself, making his way through the corridors towards the basement. It was evident that the elevator had been sabotaged, and the emergency exits were entirely barricaded by cars. Turning to Chung Chong, Zhang Heng stated, "Brother Chong, I can manage on my own here. You should head back to the bunker. I will find you later and inform the city's evolvers to temporarily vacate this area and hide. if they wished to survive. Chung Chang nodded in agreement. All right, I shall depart immediately. Take care of yourself. Zhang Heng considered Chung Chang's remark. This titan had indeed manifested a month earlier than the one in Tian, possibly nearing its final form. With resolve, Zhang Heng forcefully kicked open the elevator's iron doors and leaped down, finally reaching the basement. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in a pink, lymphatic substance, accompanied by the pungent stench of decay and the unique odor of the Titan's gestational fluid, reminiscent of gasoline. The parking area was relatively small, yet Zhang Heng swiftly located the enormous Titan placenta suspended in the air, where a person appeared to be curled within. Without hesitation, he surged towards the Titan, but as he approached, the figure within the placenta suddenly stirred. Who? Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback as a naked man emerged from the placenta, seemingly in his 20s, with a bewildered expression as he examined his own body and then Zhang Heng. What is happening? Why am I here? Who are you? Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it truly took only 2 months to gestate a Titan, or if a longer duration was required. After all, he was unaware of when the Titan squad had commenced the gestation process. He released a wave of chilling air, apologizing. I'm afraid I cannot answer your questions. As his words fell, he spread his palm, summoning 5 ice spikes that materialized instantly. With multiple control, the 5 spikes shot forth at remarkable speed towards the Titan. The spikes pierced through the Titan's body and brain with a series of sharp sounds. The Titan let out a harrowing scream, writhing in agony on the ground. However, as it rose once more, Zhang Heng observed with astonishment that its wounds were visibly healing at an alarming rate. Rapid regeneration? How monstrous! Though I know not who you are, you wish to kill me? I shall not allow it. I will slay you. Damn it! The Titan charged at Zhang Heng with lightning speed, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Zhang Heng quickly furrowed his brow and deployed an ice shield. Bang! A terrifying tremor suddenly emanated from the ice shield, and in the next moment, it shattered into countless shards. Zhang Heng swiftly turned to evade the impending blow, simultaneously raising his fingers. With a resounding whoosh, enormous ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the Titan's body. In an instant, 5 ice spikes unleashed a barrage of piercing attacks upon the Titan. Zhang Heng wielded his right hand to manipulate the onslaught of the ice spikes, while his left hand incessantly released frigid energies towards the Titan, who was ensnared in place by the icy projectiles. D. The Titan let out a series of anguished cries, yet before long, he was transformed into a mere statue of ice upon the ground. However, the kill reward did not materialize, indicating that he was not yet vanquished. This accursed creature, Chapter 174, shattered his head with a thunderous crack. The ice sculpture shattered, unleashing a surge of crimson light that soared into the heavens. Zhang Heng instantaneously felt a terrifying force that propelled him backward. Shielded by the ice barrier, he witnessed the entire edifice collapsing around him. Before long, he found himself buried beneath the ruins of the toppled structure. From the ground emerged a colossal Titan zombie, towering over 10 meters, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The evolutionists of Jiangnan City widened their eyes in disbelief, their bodies trembling instinctively. It was a Titan. The Titan had returned. How could this be? Why were there still Titans here? Hadn't the Titan zombies fled? Was the city doomed? In the distance, Pan Jiaying gazed at the sudden emergence of the Titan zombie. A grave expression etched upon her face. Could it be that Zhang Heng had failed? Lin Xueshi hurriedly exclaimed, Aunt Pan, we must investigate. The scene was soon left with only Cheng Chang, Su Bo, Zhao Yanan, and Jiang Feng. Cheng Chang furrowed his brow deeply and spoke somberly. Zhang Heng has likely failed. You all should hurry. Jiang Feng asked, what about you? At that moment, Zhao Yanan interjected, elevate the bunker. Give me a vantage point. Cheng Chang nodded and entered the bunker to take control. Jiang Feng and Su Bo exchanged glances before racing downward. Zhao Yanan positioned herself at the entrance of the bunker, wedging herself in as she began calibrating her magnum. Beneath the rubble of the underground parking lot, Zhang Heng gradually regained consciousness. The ice barrier surrounding him remained active, yet darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see anything. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly immobile. Shock flickered in his eyes. Had the Titan's transformation caused the building to collapse? Was he now bearing the weight of dozens of layers of stone? From above, a cacophony of violent sounds reverberated, increasing the oppressive weight on him. Meanwhile, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi had arrived near the Titan. They beheld the distant building, now entirely reduced to ruins, as the Titan pounded the ground with its fists. Pan Jiaying's expression darkened. Xueshi, Zhang Heng is likely still down there. We must rely on ourselves. Lin Xueshi nodded. I will divert its attention and target its legs. Wait. Jiang Feng and Su Bo sprinted up. Su Bo cautioned. Don't act recklessly. We should move together. Lin Xueshi retorted. Against a Titan-class zombie, numbers are irrelevant. We intend to strike the Titan's legs first. The rest is up to you. As her words fell, Lin Xueshi charged forward, her body radiating light as she gathered energy. Pan Jiaying removed her shoes, revealing her bone blades. Astonishingly, even her toes bore 10 bone blades. Pan Jiaying's eyes were icy, and I sought to capture his attention. You two assist Xueshi in attacking the Titan's legs. No sooner had the words left my lips than Pan Jiaying leapt down, swiftly racing towards the Titan. With a claw, he dug deep into the Titan's flesh, ascending its form with effortless agility. The Titan, evidently aware of the two below, was about to react. However, a terrifying explosion resonated beneath him. In that instant, a colossal gash erupted on his leg, blood gushing forth in torrents. Jiang Feng, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, indeed, Xueshi is formidable. Su Bo, we must join in. Su Bo's eyes shifted dramatically as he transformed into his werewolf form, his hands swiftly brandishing bone blades. Nodding, he charged forth with remarkable speed, followed closely by Jiang Feng. The Titan zombie relentlessly swatted at Pan Jiaying, who clung to its body, each movement threatening to tear his skin. Pan Jiaying soon reached the Titan's back, which the creature could not reach, and began to leap and escape. His claws embedded deeply into the Titan's back, and he plummeted downwards with a forceful impact. 2 vivid crimson marks appeared on the Titan's back, blood spurting forth in violent jets. Unable to endure any longer, the Titan relinquished his form, reverting to his original state. Before them stood a man, scarcely distinguishable from the Titan, his leg wound still evident. The man glared at the group with fury, demanding, Who are you? Why are you attacking me? What have I done wrong? Pan Jiaying, puzzled, replied, You are a zombie. We are humans. Is it not natural for us to attack you? The man, nearly in despair, retorted, But I have never killed anyone. Why do you wish to slay me? A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Pan Jiaying's eyes. What was this fellow saying? Was he acting or pleading for mercy? At that moment, a gunshot rang out from afar. The Titan's head was shattered, his body collapsing backward, face up, half of his cranium nearly obliterated. The group turned to see a fortress-like disc floating in the air. It was Zhao Yanen, seizing the opportunity while the Titan spoke. Zhao Yanen had fired and struck the Titan down. Pan Jiaying approached the corpse and picked up a blue crystal. Suddenly recalling something, he urged, Don't just stand there. Zhang Heng is still below. Dig quickly. Lin Xueshi pushed through the crowd, stating, How long will you take to dig? Allow me. Everyone step back. Lin Xueshi's fists clashed, emitting bursts of flame. She sprinted a few steps before delivering a powerful punch into the debris. With a resounding explosion, the ruins erupted in chaos. Zhang Heng felt the weight pressing upon him lighten significantly. Continue, he called out. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's voice, Lin Xueshi felt a surge of joy, intensifying her assault. Boom! The sound resonated even louder than the previous one, causing the very earth to tremble thrice. Following this, a figure burst forth from the ground. Zhang Heng leaped up, and, upon seeing the group of people before him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, you are all here, otherwise I would have surely been buried beneath. The group hurriedly rushed towards Zhang Heng. When they discovered that Pan Jiaying was unharmed, they too released a collective sigh of relief. The massive bunker now loomed before them. Zhao Yanen approached, carrying the magnum. Pan Jiaying could not help but tease, Oh my, Is this not our sharpshooter Zhao Yanan? Lin Shueshi chimed in with praise. Sister Yanan, the shot you took just now was so impressive. It dawned on Zhang Heng that the Titan had been vanquished through their combined efforts. Was it Yanan who had delivered the fatal shot? Has she become this formidable now? Chapter 175. Comprehensive Evolution. At this moment, Zhang Heng regained his composure and hastily departed. For the Titan squad was approaching with lethal intent. As his words echoed, he dashed towards the bunker, followed closely by the others. Once everyone had entered the shelter, Zhang Heng took control, deciding to ascend into the skies for a while, contemplating their next destination. Half an hour after the bunker had left Jiangnan City, two colossal Titan corpses arrived at the site. Lin, when you gaze at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its head grotesquely shattered, and her expression darkened immediately. Suetian could not suppress a chuckle, astonished that this young man had indeed managed to slay a Titan. Although this newly emerged Titan may not have been particularly formidable, it still bore the Titan designation. Lin Wenyu, the deaths of your two compatriots from Jiangnan and Taiyan rest squarely on your shoulders. You had better pray that the leader does not hold you accountable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wenyu rose from the ground and declared, rest assured, he will one day meet his demise at my hands. Suetian smiled faintly. After traveling all this way, we still arrive just a moment too late. What is our next course of action? Lin Wenyu replied, Sangnan, a likely destination for him. Since someone is sabotaging the Titan cores, we must assign personnel to guard them. I will oversee the Titan core in Sangnan. You may return to your team. The eerie zombie sneered, I do not trust you. I will remain by your side to guard the Titan core until it hatches. Lin Wenyu retorted coldly, suit yourself. In the skies, the bunker continued its flight. The group was exhilarated by their successive destruction of two Titan cores, yet they understood that from this moment forth, they had become the primary targets of the Titan squad. At this juncture, Zhang Heng glanced at the evolution status of his first and second subjects before exiting the training room. As he emerged, a crowd of individuals turned their attention towards him. Cheng Chang inquired, Zhang Heng, what are your plans moving forward? Where shall we go? Zhang Heng regarded Cheng Chang and then replied, it seems there is also a Titan core in Sangnan. We must seize the opportunity to obliterate it. However, this endeavor will not be so straightforward. I believe they will certainly implement some defensive measures, most likely deploying Titans to guard the core. Our small team is still too weak. We must unite all evolved individuals to confront them. Cheng Chang expressed uncertainty. Should I post an announcement online? Some areas still have operational networks and power. They should be able to see it. Zhang Heng nodded. Then, Brother Chang, I entrust this matter to you. You proceed with the posting. I will direct the bunker towards Sangnan. Once my first and second subjects awaken, I will send them to survey the situation in Sangnan before we decide on our next steps. The rest of you should rest well. Utilize the crystals to unlock the third layer of the gene lock as swiftly as possible. Our adversaries are fourth-tier Titans. To be honest, I am quite astonished that you managed to slay a Titan, considering they have only unlocked the second layer of their gene locks. Although the sheer number of individuals and the advanced weaponry indeed represent significant advantages, it is likely that fortune will not favor us in the next encounter. The Titans we are destined to confront are seasoned warriors, having obliterated two cities. Their strength far surpasses that of the creature you vanquished today. The crowd nodded solemnly, clearly harboring their own fears. Pan Jiaying and Lin Shueshi prepared a dinner together, and after everyone had dined, they retreated to their respective chambers. Zhang Heng, however, made his way to the training room, intending to await the evolution of subjects 1 and 2. Once they evolved, they would bestow attribute enhancements upon him, rendering him stronger and instilling him with the courage necessary to face the Titans. The following day, Zhang Heng awoke and glanced toward the locations of subjects 1 and 2. The cocoons had shattered, leaving them empty. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in shock. Where were they? Upon turning, he was greeted by the sight of two figures standing behind him. These were none other than subjects 1 and 2. Had the evolution concluded? Subject 1 appeared largely unchanged in form, yet there was an uncanny resemblance to the Titans. Were Titans not the fourth form of zombies? Zhang Heng had expected Subject 1 to transform into a crawler. As for Subject 2, there was little alteration. maintaining the same appearance as before. Any changes were likely internal. He then perused the personal information of both subjects. Subject 1, Zombie, Strength, 287 Speed, 281 Mentality, 254 Gene, LV30 Abilities, Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV1 Titanification. Subject 2, Zombie, Strength, 317 Speed, 312 Mentality, 357 Gene, LV30 Abilities, Self-Healing LV3 Titanification. Both subjects 1 and 2 had experienced an impressive increase of over 100 points in their 3 primary attributes. And they had simultaneously grasped the ability of Titanification. Was their third form that of a Titan? Had they completely bypassed the crawler stage, undergoing a cross-boundary evolution? Or was it the case that Titans do not become crawlers, but rather ascend directly to Titan status? Perhaps only failed evolutions resulted in becoming crawlers, while success meant becoming a Titan. This was the only interpretation that made sense. System. Host, Zhang Heng Ability, Ice Core Words Manifest, Strength, 531 Speed, 553 Mentality, 516 Jing, LV336 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV1 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV1 Ice Shield Ice Spike LV1 Ice Domain LV1 Jet Flight LV1 Multiple Control LV1 Points 66. 395. Zhang Heng gazed upon his personal information, unable to suppress a smile. The 100 attribute points acquired from the evolution of Units 1 and 2 had combined into a total of 200 points, all of which he had allocated to his 3 primary metrics. No wonder he felt as though his physique had transformed in subtle yet significant ways, with each metric exceeding 500 points. Had he not become considerably stronger? However, it appeared that the Titan ability was not shared with him, likely due to his non-zombie status. This meant he no longer needed to fear the Titan squad. One could easily be dispatched with a single blow. To summarize, Titans represented the third form of zombies, rather than a fourth. Crawlers were also classified as a third form. Should a second form zombie fail to evolve, it would devolve into a crawler, while a successful evolution would yield a Titan. The fourth form of zombies had yet to make its appearance. Thus, they seemed to pose little threat. Zhang Heng cast a glance at the endless expanse of white space ahead, then propelled himself forward with a determined step. Thud! His body surged forward as if propelled by an unseen force, landing 100 meters away in an instant. He unleashed a powerful punch. Buzz! The air reverberated with the sound of a sonic boom. With arms outstretched, a chilling aura emanated forth. Both his speed and strength, along with the speed at which he could unleash elemental powers, had seen remarkable enhancement. At that moment, Zhang Heng called out to Units 1 and 2. Come forth and strike me. Do not hold back. I wish to test the full extent of my power.